much vision to play into. They weren't able to come and prep the area. A little ward there. Whisper's going to use it to make the vacuum play. Raw turn on Shadow Shaman, but XM's being blasted down, bound up by the tree and ulti. They can't restore his health, and Shiro at half HP is going to TP out, but Yuma's damage with Tai Lung takes both cores down. One at a time. Go for the Blink Roar, but the BKB's up from Tai Lung. Yuma comes in with a bash and a few swipes onto Shiro to force him back. Spear on Theo Licor is going to put the Shadow Shaman in an awkward position, but Heroic are just going to stand together, fight together. Arena there, but the MOUZ and the Storm, they're both falling quickly. BKB from Whisper makes the jump in onto Shiro. Lincoln's pop, though, passed over by the puck as Whisper, he's speared up in the arena, blown up and killed. Massive for Vici Gaming as they now can come out of their base. Deal with the Shadow Shaman, kill off Theo Licor. Yuma dropping low as well, but the second arena back is up and running. XM makes the move onto Theo Licor. Arena Spear onto Whisper before he gets any spells off. Can't BKB or escape. Shiro blows him up, and the face of the Void Spirit is also taken down. XM, he's gone in, tossed the Shadow Fiend back into tier 3. Yuma's first life is down. But now, with Whisper and Tai Lung coming in to kill off Y, they can jump forward and help them out with a Roar on the Phoenix. Planet's in trouble, about to die, refresh up. Tai Lung can't finish the Phoenix. A Roar on the Wind Ranger now, but the Supernova comes. BKB Beastmaster on the run back. Avalanche Toss about to deal with him as Yuma Requiem with a BKB to wind up and offer protection. They've healed him up and Beastmaster's okay. Whisper keeps tabs on Shiro. The damage is insurmountable. The Wind Ranger's being blasted by fire and flames. Wind Ranger's gone and Shadow Fiend's taken out. XM. Tai Lung in the back, still alive? How's he surviving? Another Lotus comes in. He's kept up and running. Heroic. They've done it. Vici tap out. Diving behind tier 3s at this point, looking for the support in the back. They root up Mikoto, Eon Disc pops, Ravage from 33 with a Cataclysm to come. The damage is good and Mikoto's done. Tundra finally getting something to go their way. Gushing towards Mira in the back. Parker opens up with the damage. WS, Eon Disc, but hexed. Nullified and Primal Split required. Will turn back onto the Luna with the damage from V-Tune, annihilating Parker.
They still haven't taken the Mega Creeps. The buildings haven't been focused much.
They've got another glyph somehow. Just keep refreshing it up as the BKB Wind Ranger makes short work of the Tide. Chipping away with a focus fire, and BZM bursts down the top left corner of our screens. Found and killed, dead for 90. No Luna for a minute. Tide and Warlock against the world. Aurora 5 alive, ready to close out this game. Jumping onto 33, another Ether Remnant grab, a Dissimulate, and a burst of damage onto Tide. Kaori Supernova, they're trying to fight around the egg. BZM dives in deep. They're aiming to finish off the Supernova and get the job done. Mira's dropping low. V2 nearly down as he's pummeled and brought back in towards the Medusa. Parker just opens up with a right-click damage. Ah, Tundra, they steamroll them. They've bound up Mikoto, trying to get off his Wukong's command and stay alive. V-Tune, borrowed time, comes in. Kaori's died. Mikoto on the run, back away as V-Tune blinks out. Monkey might not be too lucky though. WS tries to hold them away as the shackles from Mira locks one in place, but the dive back out of the Shadow Shaman, it closes the game. Tundra, they've wrapped this one up.
The ball lightning, he's kind of searching for this Nyx assassin, but Rue hiding himself in between the tier 4 towers. They get the Kona Panther, they're gonna catch you, lick on a Yatoro. Damage followed up, Aeon Disc popped, so now Miero's gonna be able to pop that BKB and stay in the face of the heroes on the side of Team Spirit. They get underground, but things are heavy when you're underground.
Look at the snake.
And the Mystic Snake doing so much to Laurel to get that kill out of the Leshrac. And with the gem, they see the Nyx Assassin, meaning Rue's got no options but to die.
Tiny jump.
Cataclysm blows up GPK. They go to the Primal Rewards onto the Necro, and where can you go? Nowhere. Onslaught in, Hero's dead. 2 heroes die on the side of BetBoom, and they can potentially look for more. Golem taking this tower, and then they've got the Pulverize again. Katomi's going to be dead to the Golem of Panto.
Let's see what
and now
Kiritich
Save.
can do.
What is
Hex
there to
instantly.
really do? Hex, the calling, it's down, it's silencing, but where's your damage? You'll pierce the veil, but can you pierce the lives of these heroes on Spirit? It's a full team wipe for Team Spirit. They're going to make a move with the BKB. They've got the Dream Coil on it too. But there's the spotlight onto Laurel, and now they'll have the double lasso, but where's the damage to follow it up? The Ice Path as well as the Macro Pirate's going to be there, but now Kiritich is going to go after the Morphling. Yatoro taking too much damage. He's going to be silenced up. Time walk away. There's the Chrono. It's going to be thrown onto the Morphling. They'll get the kill. He's dead for a night. He has buyback, uses it immediately. Phase shift Illusory Orb back out by the high ground, but Kiritich, he's coming in. It's all of BetBoom. They're the killer clowns from outer space invading the base of Spirit. They get the kill on Panto. He's going to buy back too. Down goes Yatoro. He's gone for so long. The BetBoom symbol is all over their base.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Dream Coil, Laurel on the back line looking for the Oracle. Gets to go to Katomi, who did buy back. But now where do you focus your attention? As they'll use the Hex, they've got the Spear. It's going to be the control to collapse. He's still alive. Now the lasso. Can he drag them all the way back into the fountain? Oh, Kiritich on the steps, able to time walk back towards the throne. Flame Break lands to get the Aegis out of the hands of this Faceless Void. Rue is here with a sliver of health, and the Spirit Vessel's on him, and the Astral Step from GPK is there. Time walk in, time walk out. Throne's going to be focused. That's going to be the game, and BetBoom take the series 2-1 over Spirit. Here comes in. Meteor's going to be dropped down. Now they'll go and Raptor Dance. Snowball's onto Watson, and now they'll find the lasso. They catch Mickey and get the kill to the Muerta immediately. Sunray on top of the bars. Tofu dead. 4 heroes gone. Now the Aegis is going to be expiring. They go to the Ravage. It's going to be perfect. Can they get the finish off onto Watson? They got the Aether Remnant. They get the kill to Watson. He's not able to do anything with Satanic. They've got some good shards down. Cheer Jr. stunned though. He needs to get the damage in, and he will kill off Mickey. Ace is going to die. Now the hoof stomp through. Nisha's dead. They don't need the Luna. This DK, he's a knight in shining armor, but not solid enough armor. When they're unable to kill these heroes, they'll look
Satanic,
Watson,
can he get it off?
Can he get the Satanic?
He can.
Get the damage off.
Life
Yes,
stealing.
he can, but he's still not life stealing a lot, and not life stealing enough. So he'll end up losing his first life, but they don't have Nisha. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes. Can they follow this up with anything more from the side of Liquid?
Watson
they are
has
running
a double
out of
BKB
steam.
necessary. Refresher ready.
Cheer Jr. in the back. Not a lot of mana, but doesn't quite matter. He's in the face of these heroes, stopping them from going in onto Watson, who's tearing down these tier 4 towers, gets himself one, looks for a second. Ace doesn't have Ravage, Throne exposed. Yandex looking to get a 2-0 to finish the night. Can they get this one without the Void Spirit? The control is a little bit lacking, especially without the Ravage. They'll go, they'll jump. Now they've got the Workhorse. They'll pick him up in the cart. They'll drop down the Eclipse. It's going to be on a Mickey. They'll get the kill out of the DK, and that should be it. This should be wrapped up in a nice bow for Yandex, and it will be. GG is called. 2-0 for Yandex as they defeat Liquid.
Good morning and welcome to the penultimate day of PGL Wallachia Season 7. And there is a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss, because yesterday we had a bunch of results that, well, maybe raised some eyebrows here and there. We're going to talk all about it here with T-Golf and Gunnar. Gunnar, how are you doing this morning?
Doing good. I'm excited. These games today all look amazing, so I'm just really excited for today.
I mean, I wasn't really, like, I just didn't expect to at least see maybe, you know, Liquid down here, right? Liquid already being in the lower bracket after everyone hyping them up. We're going like, they're probably grand finals bound. No, they're not. No. They're lower bracket already. Whew.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of people, myself included, that were thinking Team Spirit and Liquid, especially after the group stage, they were like, you know what, they should be cruising it, as we can see them cruising it through the bracket. Not, they fell down hard. They got figured out, and rather than, you know, even one of the two making it through, neither of them made it through that upper bracket. That was, I think, some of the biggest upset I feel like we've had, Tigo.
Yeah, I mean, BB have been this team where against Na'Vi, we were like, how good is BB? Because Na'Vi didn't really draft play very well. And then against Heroic, like, Heroic didn't really draft and play very well, so how good is BB? And then they go up against Spirit, who has been drafting pretty well, and playing pretty well. And now you're like, okay. No, they're actually a pretty good team, like, clearly. So, yeah, a very well-deserved, you know, top 3 placement for them at the moment. But there's just something around... to be clear, I think their supports are the best support duo in the tournament so far. Like, the way that they are playing the first 6 minutes, I'm not looking at other supports and going, they're as consistent, they're as good, they're as clean. But the way that Save and Katomi are making these early moves, they're just pretty much giving GPK like the freest game, it feels like, every time.
Yeah, they have been looking good, and that is, of course, all without their coach for BB team, but he's on call.
He's on the literal call.
He's on call.
Not during the draft, but during the like post-game, pre-game, he's able to be there. Draft prep, I'm sure he can like send them, be like, hey guys, print out all these papers.
Follow this,
Yeah. The flow chart.
Yeah, I mean, that's the worst thing for a manager. It's you just get a thing from your coach, and it's like 6 pages, and you have to find a printer in time, and you're like, can we get this in color too? I've heard complaints about this.
Is it that important? Like, I guess it's like a Dota buff screen. Glance value,
Seeing like Radiant Dire.
Yeah. I guess, you know, it's very important.
I mean, black and white usually works. It's a lot easier to get.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to BetBoom and Yandex also there in the conversation, we should look at the group stages, because the reason why we had all these expectations from Liquid and Spirit was out of the Swiss group stage, where we had BetBoom. They had to go all the way to the final day to be able to make it out into the playoffs. Yandex obviously made it a day earlier than that, but also wasn't really, like, they're playing with the stand-in, so that wasn't necessarily, nobody put them in the top 3, I think.
That's because Yandex also kind of went through, they lost to Heroic, and then they kind of went on like the anti-stand-in run, right? They beat Falcons, the stand-in team. They beat Aurora, the stand-in team. So they kind of, we had like this.
No, that's ParaVision.
No, is that PVISION? No, what? You know, that was Yandex. Am I blind?
Oh, yeah, Yandex is beating ParaVision.
That's PVISION, day 4.
Oh, I'm blind. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, my glasses aren't good. Well, they did beat the stand-in run. Well, it looked like it was a stand-in run.
Yeah, wait, that's fair.
But they beat like 2 stand-in teams, kind of, right? Yeah. So, decent amount of stand-ins for Yandex, who also have stand-ins. Yeah. The point's invalid. Back to you, Shiva.
No, it's fair. I mean, ParaVision itself, I mean, if we want to talk about it, they did lose to 2 stand-in.
It looked like they had stand-ins. Am I right, guys?
They lost to 2 stand-in teams in a row with Aurora there as well. So, no, I will say I'm thoroughly impressed with the performance of both teams. But I think also, if we take a step back, it kind of reiterates, Gunnar, the fact that we've been saying this for a while, I guess, that at the moment the playing field looks fairly even. And it's easy to forget that the playing field is even.
Yeah, I think to me the last year, like about 12 months, has been the most consistent just like strength of teams.
Yes.
In the past, there was always like a top 2, top 3 teams that you're looking at and being, these guys are the best. They know what they're doing. They know what they're picking. Everyone's copying them. And this time's like, well, BB's consistently going to be a top 4 team, but then Liquid's also a top 4 team. Yeah. You have so many teams that you want to call a consistent top 4 team that there's just not enough slots in the top 4.
Yeah, and that's where you have to give a lot of credit to, you know, like BB, a team without a coach, but having to do like the online calls, which is annoying. Yandex playing with a standing, like what they're being able to do in this tournament and craft like these runs is just very impressive. And like I like when I look at Yandex's pool, I see DM through Yandex already. Like when you look at this, I'm like, is DM on the roster? Because I think that alone is already just like, it's so proof that modern day teams can adopt stand-ins. And it doesn't actually like break a team. I think when you look in the older times of Dota, it was maybe more volatile. But nowadays it feels like it's just if you respect the player, understand them, and just put them in with their hero pool, you can do really well. So yeah, Yandex, just making sure DM is just feeling very comfortable.
I think there's this cool thing, kind of like a switch in pro Dota, like the mentality. I think a long time ago it was kind of, let's say like Meepo is a good example. It's like, oh, we have to learn Meepo. Like we have to be a Meepo team and like learn all the strategies. and everyone had to be on the same page. But then nowadays, I think the mentality has switched more towards individually playing your hero correctly. And if all 5 people are playing the hero correctly, then it works together, which makes it easier for these stand-ins because, like, let's say the Brewmaster, if they weren't going to originally pick Brew, it's not like, oh, we have to learn how to play around a Brew. We have to do this thing. It's just, you know, DM, play Brew, do your thing. He's going to show up to the right fights. He's going to buy the right items. If I buy the right items, if I show up to the right fights, then it's going to be cohesive.
You could also argue Dota at the moment doesn't really test like creativity too much in regards to what they need to do in the map. Because it's like, you are going for Wisdoms, you are going for Tormentor, you know the Roshan time will be between a 15 and 20 minute window of the game, maybe post 20 if it doesn't get contested, but it's like, you know, it's not as if a stand-in has to go, oh god, this team is used to making these sweeping map plays and these smokes and these invasions. It's like, no, you are just kind of following every competitive team's script. You're just doing it slightly differently. Based
like doing it based on your hero.
How
like
you
like
lane,
little
how
specialties.
exactly. So that is like one maybe kind of negative towards Tormentors and all this stuff. It's just
The macro play is the same for every team.
until after like 20 minutes. I mean, the first 20 is very scripted. The post 20, that's when you see kind of like the personalities of teams and players really get tested.
Yeah, and I do think that we see in the hero pools that we see, there's a very clear identity for both of these teams that are doing it in their own way, because I feel like the big 4 heroes that we see sometimes let through, or like they're not really represented in the way that both BetBoom and Yandex have been winning the game. So it's very cool to see, and we are going to see them today. They are guaranteed top 3 here for PGL Wallachia. That does mean that they'll be the 3rd series of the day. Now, with them in the upper bracket, let's take a look at the lower bracket, because for the schedule today, I do want to point your attention now to multiple things. If you can stay on here for a second, we have been hearing, you know, the whispers and the rumors, and everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, I really want to see Parker versus Heroic." For that to happen, both Tundra and Heroic have to win to play again at the very end of the day against, respectively, Spirit and Liquid.
Yes.
Yes.
Only Spirit and Liquid have to lose. Only the 3-0 teams in the Swiss stage have to lose. Yeah.
It's not that hard, right? And also got to keep Parker awake, you know, playing the first series a day and the last. That might
That's a tough one.
that might be a tough one, but no, like if we do get to see that series, then first of all, they're going to have to they've deserved it, right?
Yeah.
Because they've beat these like incredibly strong teams. So that best of 3 will also just be an incredible, you know, even matchup. But yeah, crazy to think that the top 2 series are the lower bracket. That just looks like it's meant to be an upper bracket, but again, we're just lucky in the morning to get the good series.
I mean, as you said, Connor, every single series is going to be a blockbuster series, and every single series should be close in skill. Maybe the playstyle, if teams are able to, you know, survive the first 20 minutes, 25 minutes, as we said, maybe then it will be very clearly one way or the other in terms of how the teams deal with that moment in the game. But we're going to focus our attention one at a time, guys, one at a time. First Spirit versus Tundra. I know it's a good one, and we do have to talk about these 2 teams. They are not expected to be in the lower bracket. They have had fantastic seasons so far. They have done so well. I'm of course aiming at Tundra taking home multiple championships on one side. Spirit has been getting second twice. They have not been able to take a championship home yet, but they have been consistently doing well. Maybe the most recent result, I mean, the last 2 tournaments, they were playing with the stand-in, but with Laurel back, you do expect them to see them back on top.
Yeah, going back to that, like top 6, preferably top 2. Also, they did get the new coach. They have Milan being stand-in, which I think so far has looked pretty good for their drafts. I think they've been more consistent than they were in the last 2 tournaments. Sure, we can always say, oh, there was a stand-in, but I think it's even with the change back to the original roster, you can still see the consistency, which is what, for me, that's kind of Team Spirit's identity. It's this consistency that no matter what the game says, no matter kind of what's happening, there's always like the factor they can win the game. That's always been like their special, kind of like their special thing they do. So I'm hoping to see today in their series that it feels like no matter the game state, they can win.
I mean, they also just have trust, right? With Lau return to the roster, that's also going to be like a weird thing. Like when you have a trial coach and a big, you know, legacy mid laner returning at the same time, you're going to have to kind of like see kind of who's helping who type of thing. But with Lau, it's like, I feel like Spirit play knowing, okay, Lau's going to do this. Like with previous mid laners, they said in interviews, like they were too pub style, too flashy, maybe inconsistent. And maybe that can like lean on Collapse's mindset where it's like, I have to make this move. Like I don't trust him to do the same thing that previous players did. So yeah, I think it's only net positive for Spirit right now.
Yeah, it's going well, and both teams, both Tundra and Spirit, of course, they're big brain teams. They are trying to defy the meta. They sometimes let heroes through that maybe in hindsight they shouldn't, but they also come up with great solutions to some of the popular picks.
Yeah, so this is countering the meta, but across all playoff teams. So we've seen like Liquid and BB utilizing the Oracle for Batrider. Why I wanted to show it for this series, specifically with Spirit Tundra, is what you mentioned, right? When you have drafters like 33, when you have draft teams like Spirit, they're going to look at other teams, what they're doing. We spoke about Marcy beating the Shadow Fiend, Medusa being a counter to the TA, in which even Spirit fell to that. Pangolier from Spirit to find these backline jumping supports that are getting so quickly picked in drafts. I'm not expecting to see Pangolier on other teams, but you have to respect it. And then Luna, the rising star of this tournament, maybe not going to be hotly talked about, but in future tournaments, maybe Birmingham, the next Wallachia, if there isn't a patch, of course. I mean, next Wallachia, that's... Hopefully there's a patch by then. Anyway, the point is, Luna, Meepo, they stand out. So I feel like that hero grid is like, the meta isn't set. There are ways to beat it. You just need to go and find the heroes like other teams have been doing.
I want to say a hero that I've kind of suggested sometimes, and I'm surprised, is Drow. I think that hero could get picked in a lot of these games. It's good versus... It's like, it feels like it's a turret meta. It's like a lot of the carries that are strong are Dusa, TA, Shadowfiend are the big kind of three of the like carries right now. And I feel like Drow's just good versus all of them. Like you outrange them. You have the slow for a lot of this like auras. You kind of like ignore the aura protection. So I don't know really why it's being ignored, but I think that that's one of the heroes that also could get picked up if not for the Luna.
Yeah, uncontested so far. And these are the uncontested heroes of Wallachia so far. Let's see. Obviously, other than the Drow.
To me, I'm going directly below the Drow, the PA.
Oh, yeah.
There have been some games where PA makes sense. Like when you're looking at, again, Warlock and Shamans and all these like random little supports that want to play on like the jump. Or not like you not wanting to get jumped, sorry. PA can utilize someone else initiating. You press BKB and you kill them straight away, right? Like I do feel like PA also could have maybe got some life. Any other heroes there, kind of?
Snapfire.
Snapfire
is definitely a... I don't know, it always feels like the consistent pause forward. It's like, oh, I'm going to pick this guy, I'm going to go find in the lane. It's got all this ult damage. Like we throw a stun, we throw a Mars Arena. And I think it's more of a testament to the strength of the other supports. Like you compare like Snapfire to Phoenix right now. Phoenix does...
Sunray versus Kisses. It's like...
It's like double the damage of Sunray in half the time. So, and also you just have Egg for the team fight. And I don't know, it's just... I think the... percentage-based supports, because so many supports have like random percentage things. Even like Shadow Demon, you amp damage by percentage. So all of that just kind of like stacks on top of each other and gets stronger. And it's kind of sad because I do miss Snap as a hero, but it's fun to see new ones in the meta.
It's understandable.
You don't like it?
You don't like Snap?
I loved Snap at some point, but then so many teams started picking it. It becomes such a like a...
Became like the... Oh, okay.
I attached it to like the teams who didn't know what they wanted to pick. They'd pick it and just kind of lose the game. But there are some games with the Shard, with the Ags, and all these like other little mechanics, buying like Greaves, it's great. But I don't know. For me at the moment, I've not found my new Snapfire team where I'm like, I love watching this team. So
That's fair. I mean, another hero that was on there that maybe if Drow does get picked, I mean, Elder Titan, we talk a lot about melee supports. I guess there's just too many better ones right now.
Yeah.
That's like if X-Nova's not playing it, or Whiteman's not playing it,
And nobody is
really
playing
good
it.
indicator not to go
Is
near.
Fogged playing it? I don't think he's... I
No.
don't think Fogged is playing
I can confirm in unranked he is not playing
So
it with me.
that's a pretty bad sign.
That's over though.
bad
Okay,
sign,
never
terrible
mind
sign,
me.
yeah.
That's why I'm a host and not an analyst.
Also,
there
yeah,
you go.
good morning, Fogged. It's probably 3 in the morning, but you're awake, so hi.
He's probably watching.
Yeah.
Probably. Now, there's also... we're going to talk about it, guys. It's also Tundra. Yes, they're doing very well, but this is their event with a stand-in, and I do want to talk about how that affects them. We have seen them figure it out. Obviously, they're this deep into the tournament that we have to put respect on that. They have gotten a recipe to success.
They have, and I feel like you have to respect that because you got to stand in that fashion. The games we're watching are technically just them scrimming, right? Sure, they're at a tournament, but when you have a stand-in like this, they've had no practice. Every game, the type of discussion that you've had is what you would have 2 weeks ago normally before a tournament. So we're having to see the live adaptations, and it's turbulent. It's not consistently clean. But when it does click, it's like insane what they can do. But they just can't replicate that every single game.
Yeah.
I think it's funny to say this, but to me, they're most successful is when they take Parker kind of out of like their machine. So when he's playing like the TA, he's playing the Deuce, he's playing these heroes, and it's like the four of them are going to do whatever, and he's going to show up at some point and hopefully carry the game, no matter what the state is. I think that's when they look really good, but then sometimes he picks like the Luna, for example, we saw yesterday, and it's kind of like that hero wants to join these early game fights. You want to ult, you want to do everything, and then you still see him like TP away from the team and go for the extra creep wave. And I'm hoping for them today, they keep leading into that. The four of us will pick very strong heroes individually and team fight them. And Parker, you know, show up when you want to, but we shouldn't draft for it.
Yeah, because like yesterday, it was just a little awkward for Tundra because it was like games where like BZM struggled on his Invoker. There was like Ari on his Shadow Shaman who wasn't able to pop off, and then like, it just felt weird. But the hero pool from Parker, I feel like we have moved in a really, really nice direction for him, where it's like you understand what he's going to play. Morphling, kind of hard to kill and annoying. Medusa, kind of hard and annoying to kill. TA, same thing. I like seeing him on heroes that can play the limits of, even if he gets found, he's going to buy an extra 5-10 seconds to then create the fight opportunity.
Every single hero that has a stun, he had a loss on. It was like Sven, lost. Monkey, lost. Muerta's a stun, lost. Shadowfiend technically is a stun with the ult, lost. But then all the ones that's like pure damage, just like only hyper carry, like flashy.
Don't worry, guys. This is actually Team Spirit. Don't worry. Team Liquid's just showing up. They just want some extra little bit of attention. There you go. That is indeed Team Spirit. See? Hiding.
Are you sure though?
I am actually quite positive.
I think that was like more of a stay hydrated kind of thing. So early in the morning for people, drink your water.
Yeah.
But they're drinking coffee.
Yeah, that is actually a hydrating
And
beverage.
you also need to drink
and then
more liquid.
You have to activate the caffeine with
that's
water.
what you taught me the other day, and I failed to do it actually.
That's not good. You gotta activate the caffeine.
Is it one
with
for
the
one?
water.
Is it one for one? Like how much water? Like if I drink
One
like a
cup.
nice cappuccino, how much water we saying? Like 500 mil?
No, the same
So 1 to 1.
quantity.
Okay, perfect.
But that is including the milk, so not the coffee versus the coffee, but like obviously cappuccino.
Sure. Yeah. Look at like an espresso shot of water. Activate the caffeine!
No, that's not enough.
Great.
I think a glass of water per one shot of espresso or something like that. Anyway, that's all tinfoil hat science, so don't take my word.
I trusted you, Shiva. What? You're now telling me? Okay, whatever.
I will say one thing that Parker has done and that Team Spirit will have to do because Parker is on Tundra. First phase banning TA. That maybe Spirit is the type of team that lets it through to try out if they can beat it.
My hand is raised.
Ooh.
Because of the Medusa and certain old school picks. Like when I think this is now maybe the test of Milan potentially in this series. It's like Parker TA is insanely good. So either you ban it, respect it, or you have to have like an equally good plan that can match his play, right? And we've seen examples of it, but yeah, like Medusa, maybe there's like a Morphling game where you have a really strong offlane, you buy time, Morphling has like Manta Butterfly, now TA can't kill Morphling, you can kill the TA, right? Like there's answers to it, but your draft has to be set up to try and counter a potential first pick TA.
Yeah, I can already imagine Milan's like, first pick TA, he'll just get destroyed by collapse. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, like it's collapse. You will just pick something good versus TA, and it's all okay.
Yeah.
He definitely is the type of coach, especially in game 1 of best of 3s, to want to beat something.
Yeah.
Like
Make a statement.
yeah, because it makes the second game even easier. Because either they just double down and like, let's go to the TA again, and then they lose 2 games in a row, or they kind of move back on it and you get a free ban. And it matters just so much, kind of having an extra free ban and beating a team's best strategy. It's such a big risk, and we've even talked about it on the panel in the tournament. Be like, why are they giving away this team's like specialty? And I'm very well ready to be here in 2 hours and be like, I can't believe Team Spirit TA twice. Parker's combined KD was 40-0 in the series.
You have to be like Spirit, and like I'm talking about like old Maposhka days. I remember where like he would try Tinker 5, it wouldn't work. He tried again, wouldn't work. They were eliminated. Never touches Tinker again. So Spirit can do this. They've done this in the past where they
all it takes is a best of 3 loss in the lower bracket.
exactly. But they learn.
Okay, that's good. No, that's good.
But giving it away one time, I like a lot, as long as everybody's on board with a very, very clear plan of like, this is what we need to do. Like, I want to be like having flashbacks to the heroic game yesterday, where it's like they've got 13-minute Roshans and Tormented. Like they have this like script that they followed that clearly was like a prep thing. Like if you're giving TA away, I want that level of Dota of like, following like minute by minute mark checkpoints, which is like, okay, we hit this one, go again, hit this one, go again.
How many of these heroes that are in the most banned phase do you think? Because it's not just a TA that teams let through.
Largo to me is the one that I could have seen ban rate maybe be slightly lower, just as a point of like, you have to respect the hero, but also you have to look at the team you're playing against and go, do I respect that team playing this hero? And I feel like there has been sometimes a little bit too much respect towards the hero and maybe a little, you know, and not to the team, because some teams can't really play this hero that well.
I think the biggest thing with the Largo, successful Largo teams is either A, it's being able to flex it between the support and the offlane because it gives you a draft advantage, or probably B, the strength, honestly, of the mid and kind of the 5 player, I would say is what really enables the Largo. Because even the carry, to some extent, it's like you want the opposite of the map to do good, so he gets space. If your offlaner is really good at Largo, he's gonna lose the lane like a bit less and have his go to his jungle camp 50 XP ahead of normal. Because all Largo does is the exact same thing, kind of no matter who's playing it for the first like 20 minutes. It's go to those 2 camps, find your tier 2, and kill them.
It's riveting gameplay.
It's beautiful.
Or riveting gameplay.
Yeah, very exciting. Riveting. Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
Don't worry.
Thanks.
It's okay.
I'm loading up Twitch.
This is too early right now, guys.
Too early? Really? Well, don't worry. Maybe Twitch chat can support me.
You're not gonna get a crow cut of me.
Hey, welcome back to the panel, brother.
All right. We do have the draft kicking off. We got Spirit on the Dire side, Tundra on the Radiant side, and it's Tundra that get first pick. Therefore, Spirit gets that overall last pick. And with Tundra first pick, we'll see which route Team Spirit wants to go. Main question, do they leave the TA in? Seeing if they can beat it. We got Mars and Puck already removed on the side of Team Tundra, and so far Treant, Protector, and Shadow Fiend out for Spirit, the usual suspects.
I get the feeling they're going to let it through in this first game. I think Tundra's going to ban... I don't think you ban the Largo for the TA, so they'll just ban maybe like Batrider or SD. I mean, the issue with these bans for Team Spirit is something we've talked about before, where especially with the high chance that a TA is picked, you don't want to like ban your own heroes for 9.
Yeah.
So I do think that this is one of the situations where you ban something you don't really want to play that much, and keep a lot of the meta stuff open.
Like Invoker.
Exactly.
Remove the BZM hero from the start.
And Tundra's only... if Tundra doesn't first pick TA, Spirit's not going to suddenly go, we need to pick the TA, guys.
Exactly. It's not that. It doesn't change the value of the hero.
I'd like to think that Tundra also doesn't need to rush towards the hero.
Also, it's subverting expectations. If you pick the TA here, you do exactly what Spirit wants you to do.
Exactly.
How about you ignore the whole draft, where next game, then
Bam!
you do it.
There we go.
Yes. So it's the Beastmaster coming out for Tundra.
No, that's much better, because like, of course we've been talking about TA to great lengths, but I think in regards to draft, it was too simple. Like, you know, for a game 1, you know, you're falling right into some...
Oh, it's too simple. We gotta cook something up.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just like come into a lower bracket game 1 and Tundra's like, ooh, we're taking our Parker DA, he's gonna carry. Like, come on. You gotta be...
It's pretty good strategy though so far. It's looked pretty good. Like if I was in their situation, I would also think...
I fully agree with you that Parker TA combination will win a game.
Great success.
But first picking it, we've only seen it 1 time in the tournament so far.
100% win rate.
But that's also like 100% PVISION drafting and like weak heroes against TA when it was first picked. They kind of went, oh, thank you, Parker, good sir, please. Please show us how good you are on the hero. We're going to pick some really shit heroes and you're going to smash us in the face. Like, it was a weird game. For that reason, Beastmaster feels better.
Roar.
Yeah, and instantly, Team Spirit, they're like, that wasn't in our flow chart. And there's like 40 seconds of bonus time used. They get Batrider though.
The fact that Batrider is getting more and more through is, it's a bit scary. I think that it's such a strong hero. Also, this is another flex hero. It hasn't been played carry, but I think it is sometimes a good carry.
Sometimes it is, yep.
Obviously, depending on, there's a lot of variables in the draft, but I don't think it's unrealistic that it ends up going carry. Probably not for Team Spirit, I would assume. But just the strength of the hero gives you so much. It's like so much free built-in damage. You can just buy pure tank items, pure aura items, and you're still gonna be top net worth and top damage for your draft. And it's just, I don't want to say like a better version of the Beastmaster, because Beastmaster's Beastmaster, but it's like the alternative. Like it almost feels like they're very similar strength heroes, that they do very similar things, and so you kind of counter theirs with yours.
Yep. Shout out to 43 and Essie. They are the Mongolian carry and 5-position player that have been playing Batrider carry for like what feels like a year and a half, if not more, at top pubs. They're both like been top 20, top 30 in EU at some point, and Batrider carry has been like their thing. We don't really see it ever in competitive, but everything Gunnar
One
said,
day, someone.
as soon as Gunnar said it, I was like, those two
Look,
lads.
all,
Yeah.
all I'm gonna say is we saw carry Zeus this tournament. So
Yeah, that is true.
if I think Bat is a better carry than Zeus.
Welcome.
So if Zeus is getting picked,
Yeah,
we can go down the list.
we can go down the list if you'd like. I would like to talk about the counters to Batrider in the offlane, knowing that you are going to be Sticky and Firefly, just kind of playing on your efficiencies. I want to see a support go into the enemy jungle, block one of the double camps up. Like, make the Batrider think about, now got to get a courier, got to get a sentry, got to block it. If you place the 2 sentries correctly, they have to buy 2 sentries now and unblock it. And like the whole point of Batrider is get boots of bearing as early as possible, join your team for some skirmishes, and then depending on the game state, you're either going Blink BKB or you're going for like Pipe, Crimson, and more auras to keep moving forward. But just, I want some tool of punishing the jungle.
Well, we do have Tundra banning out the TA themselves, and they get Faces Void banned out against them. In the pre-show, you talked about, Tiga, of counters to Batrider, and Oracle was one of them. Is that something that Tundra will be thinking about?
I don't think so at the moment, because like Oracle, you need to have like your strong carry that doesn't really need you in lane because you're somewhat redundant, and you need to see more counters. I think when I showed the Oracle into a bat, I kind of missed adding like other supports that also Oracle countered. So it's kind of like you want Oracle to counter multiple things rather than just the one.
Okay, I like this. I was thinking of Tiny because it's kind of been getting popular for position 4, but Tusk is, I personally love this hero as a support. I think it does so much. I think both facets are also good, especially versus the Beastmaster. The, what is it?
Drinking Buddies?
Drinking Buddies is really nice because it helps you save the roar. Like, it just gives you that little extra cast range in the early game before your blink to do this stuff. Also with the Batrider, it's just nice because it gives movement speed. So it's like a pretty cool lane, I think, between the two of them. But, you know, I think it's probably 90% chance it goes tag team, which is just a standard boring one. It's, you know, it's, I've been yelled at. I have actually been yelled at multiple times for going the Drinking Buddies.
It's just like Drinking Buddies, when you take it, your laning is very awkward unless you have the Mortar carry, the Gyro carry, Shadow Fiend. Like, a hero that just goes, I'm ranged and I can utilize your shard just to right click them. If not, what are you doing? But
yeah, but that mid game hits.
Whoo, it does hit.
Having the cast range. Also, it's just the fact that you don't have to max your tag team. Like, you can max your Q or your W, I think is kind of nice in some games.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra here, seeing the Phoenix, I'm now thinking about just picking up the Tiny. You have you're snowballing in, just avalanche on top of the spot. You have egg protection. You can continue the flex of your Beastmaster and your Tiny until 18 as well. It just feels like the safest approach. But saying that, I forgot Shaman existed, the most picked probably hero on the 4 role. So they take that instead.
I think overall it's the most picked player.
Yeah, exactly. I completely forgot the best hero in the tournament.
It's kind of like climbing. Strength-wise, I don't think it's the best hero of the tournament, if that makes sense. Sure. But it's like the 5th best or something, or 6th best. But because of that, it like always gets through and it always gets picked. So it becomes the this
but it is the most picked.
Yeah.
59% win rate as well. Yeah, very good.
Interesting.
So that Tusk can go either support, right? 4 or 5.
I think you probably put it with the Clinks. I would. I personally would like it to dodge the Phoenix, because Phoenix is considered one of the anti-Tusk heroes because you have slow attack speed. But I think that the Clinks is probably a better lane to have like a really strong support in, and then the Batrider can just dual lane with a ranged support. Also, the range supports are better at stacking for the Batrider. I would want to say like Shadow Demon, but it's banned.
You could also go for like the Ringmaster or support as well. Get another save, and then you have Tusk and Ringmaster double saves. Tundra's entire team fight is built on like single target jump, right? Shaman and Beastmaster, whoever they go on, it's like we are killing that one guy, and that's it. If that one guy doesn't die, our toolkit is kind of wasted. But Tundra, they go back for the Parker Morphling.
It worked out so well yesterday. But he also had a lot of cool things to turn into. How about this time round? Because there's no Wind Ranger, there's no Ember.
I mean, technically, I think Batrider, if you
got
go
nice, yeah.
stoked, you just get sticky stacks. So you like turn into the Batrider and you're basically just a better Batrider.
Yeah.
So if you want to think about it that way, I think it's fine, but I wouldn't say it's anywhere near the level of like, what was it, Wind, Ember,
Tiny, yeah.
Tiny, something like that, yeah.
Spirit do have the tools, though, to try and break this map, though, right? Clink's getting Deso, paired with the natural map play of Tusk and Hoodwink. You're going to have a Boots Bag on the Batrider. And Spirit's entire job will be try to run into Tundra. Like, I'm already picturing a difficult game for Tundra if they don't get the Wisdoms, if the Beastmaster cannot kind of stand his ground, you know, by himself, like back with the best supports. What will happen? Like, if Beast doesn't have a game, the supports are waiting, Morph's farming. There is a kind of a slight bit of greed to Tundra's lineup, and Spirit have so much pickoff. Kind of like the backup plan for Tundra is often rat the map, wait for items to come online. You are not going to rat the map against the 4 heroes of Spirit. All 4 heroes will kill you if you are trying to rat. They will go find you, set up the map, get a TP, you will die.
10 seconds remaining.
So the last pick on Tundra needs to just take a bit of that pressure off Beastmaster in the early
I
game.
think probably mid then?
I would like to see Beast mid, because you get like just Ags cleaner, and then the last pick. Tide actually kind of dies to Clinks later in the game to like Deso Ags, so maybe not that, but
Team Spirits turn
I got a bold one for this tournament. It's a really good Brood game.
yeah, I agree, 100%.
Very good versus Clinks, very good versus Tusk. Even Batrider, it's fine versus, because you usually go for like the Manta build right now, which I think, like if you Manta dodge the lasso, Bat's just dead.
Yep.
So it looks kind of interesting. I think that we'll be limited on stuns, but I don't know. It's a 33 Brood. I think that
5 seconds.
that has to give some credit.
I tried calling for a Yuma Brood the other day and they didn't pick it. Then they picked in a different game, so I'm now... I forgot the hero out of spite.
You're just mad.
Yeah, I'm just mad. But no, I like the hero a lot. The way that you just described it, it does exactly what Tundra needs to get Morphling online. And this isn't just because haha Parker's on the team, he's going to farm. It's more like when you have Morph in this type of game, you need him to have the Manta Butterfly timing at a quick enough moment in the game that he can take over. So you have to do these like Brood picks or the random kind of time absorbing heroes.
Yeah, Morph is like kind of a fast hero. It's weird. He needs 2 items to win the game. Like his timing to just be GG is Vlad, Manta, Butterfly, Aegis. Like you get this Butterfly, you walk into the Roche pit, you get Aegis, and then you walk high ground, and you can probably just end the game.
Yep.
And I think compared to a lot of other carries, it's usually like about like 1 item less than what they need. He only needs the 2, like the Manta, Butterfly to go. But before those items, he's not the strongest. Like there's going to be other carries that can just do everything faster.
But also, Tundra has not got overall last pick. So whatever is picked, they'll still be able to get a hero after it. And Batrider is flexible.
It is, but I am expecting Lau probably just to be finding a new hero here. Yeah.
Timbersaw, also a 33 classic.
Yeah.
I thought
honestly,
Timber, but isn't it kind of sometimes weird versus the Clinks?
it's weird into the Tusk Clinks that can pressure you before reactive really kicks in, because reactive is not the main component of Timber in modern day Dota. On top of that, you've got Batrider that is historically a counter to Timbersaw, but if Timber doesn't die to the Tusk Clinks, they find a way to pull the waves, do some laning shenanigans. You are going to be able to always frontline until you get doomed.
That is a mid-bat right there.
Okay, he is going to play the mid-bat. What are his stats? I haven't attached Bat to Lau as like a player-hero combination. In before it's like 3rd most played hero, and I'm just...
In before he's level 30 Grandmaster.
This is kind of a nasty Doom pick.
Okay, it's 13 games played in total in his career.
Win rate?
Like 60%. The last time he played it, though, was in 2024. What team did he play against?
Tundra?
Could it be Tundra?
No.
Oh.
It was a team called Nouns, and then he lost. So that is good enough reason to not want to ever play bad again. If you know what I mean.
That team was pretty good.
Yeah, no, they had a good run at that one. That's true. Yeah.
So no shame in losing. I believe it was a 2-0 actually.
Yeah, losing to North America might put a hero into retirement. So
No. That is,
He's probably learned from the loss.
I would imagine so. A lot of lessons are learned from losses. Are we going to see an even game?
Yeah, I think so. I'm only worried about the Timbersaw's lane. I think if he gets out of the lane pretty good, then I think that it's going to be like a pretty fast game. The Beastmaster's mid, which I like as a thing, make space for the Morph, yada yada. For Team Spirit, I like their whole draft. I like the Doom. I like the Bat. I think I don't really see a clear favorite for a team.
Okay, maybe Waga or Gareth have a clear favorite for Team Waga. Going to you first.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm a little bit too worried about the Timbersaw to really feel sure about this one. I have the same concern as Gunnar there. I think that lane is going to be very important to keep an eye on.
Gareth.
I think Tundra got everything they wanted, apart from that shock Doom pick at the end. Like, oh god, Lars got on the bat, they got Doom at the end. Collapse could carry this one for Spirit.
Okay, well, we're going to find out. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you so much. Head into game one, a lower bracket here between Tundra and Team Spirit. Down at the bottom of PGL Wallachia as we get ourselves into game one of this best of three. Laurel on the bat, flapping around on his little Corvid there. Beautiful set for him.
Yeah, he is not really known for being a Bat Rider spammer, but I think in this patch you basically have to be able to play Bat if you are a core player playing mid or offlane.
Or carry, apparently.
Yeah, it can be used carry. It can, but it's a little bit riskier, let's say, or a whole lot riskier.
A specialist hero.
It's always nice to keep the flex open, though. If you have a team that really enjoys playing Bat Rider, then maybe it's worth even having your carry do some games of it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Spirit do here, especially against this Tundra support duo plus mid, because Beastmaster, Shadow Shaman, Phoenix, something that Tundra have used a lot of. These three heroes feel like their go-to in those like best-in-slot heroes for them.
Yeah, not only that, but also heroes that are very reminiscent of Heroic that you and I have cast a lot of games of, and we've seen how Heroic utilize these heroes to good success in the early game. They make sure to take the early Roche with Beastmaster Aghanims and Rasta wards.
And like the speed at which you can play, right? Just like Sunray, Supernova, hit level 6 on this Phoenix and Shadow Shaman, and you are ready to go.
Yeah, they're going for the range creep strats.
Yeah, kill the range creep with the body blocks from Ari. So this will naturally shove that wave out, make things a little more easy for the Timbersaw to actually play the lane.
Yeah, actually Yatoro killed the range creep as well on Klinks, so anything he took the time to get a CS.
Clever. Parker, wow. Already taking a lot of damage. The tri-lane starting out here from Team Spirit bottom. Puts Parker down to about 100 health.
Yeah, he's going to be fine as he does have the Phoenix standing in front of him and securing him. He can always print some HP as well with the Morph.
And the difference out of this mid lane, Beastmaster, we all know he wants to get that Aghanim Scepter. Takes a little bit of time to farm into it before he feels like he can apply that hero pressure to the map. Bat Rider, levels, really. Right? Get your Firefly up, you've got tons of magic damage, and you can just get an active rune, play as though you're a spirit.
This is a very Beastmaster favorite lane, where Batrider is going to have to do shenanigans. He basically has to go behind and cut wave soon enough. We'll see once level 3 comes in for Beastmaster, he's going to start dominating the lane due to the damage from those boars.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So it's really going to be up to Laurel to show some creativity while he pulls the lane.
Already real nasty, yeah, down to about a third of his health. So we've seen some of these mid lane Bat Riders kind of skip out on Flame Break early on. Do you have to go Flame Break to kill boars early, or like drag wave, or do you just go farming build no matter what?
This is a full farming build.
Right.
I tell you, he's not farming 33.
No, he's
run out.
Dying here to the arrows of Yatoro. One final touch there, kills off the Timbersaw. Shadow Shaman nowhere to be seen, all the way behind his tier 1 tower, dragging that wave around.
Yeah, so Timber off to a horrible start, only having 3 CS and dying. And this is what we were concerned about in the panel, that Klinks can bring a ton of damage. And while Timber's known for being tanky, first few levels, that's not true at all.
Top tower is under attack.
The only game, or the only lane being comfortable here for Tundra. That mid lane so far. 15-6 for Beastmaster, like you said, dominating through that. But Collapse has pressured Parker back in his bottom lane, making sure the Morphling can't sit in the creep wave and hit his creeps. And we've already cut down all the trees as well. The poor little hoodwink has no home, can't hide anywhere.
Yeah, BCM is really owning mid though. This is gonna be concerning for them on Team Spirit. Laurel so far has not been able to do any hijacking of the creeps, like I mentioned. He hasn't been able to go around and pull it away from Beastmaster, and he's just getting outlasted hard.
Well, Rue will have access to that large camp, at least all the wave back. Well, we watched Laurel get tagged up by the axes over and over again.
I mean, 20 and 10 versus 9 and 2 top lane again.
Ari shackling back onto Panto, but dying with all that damage from the Clinks and the Tusk. 33 is trying to turn onto Panto here with a Whirling Death and the Clicks, but it's not enough to chase forward. And in the meantime, down bottom lane, we've lost Parker's Morphling.
Yeah, there was a bushwhack into right clicks from Doom as well. Nice
and Phoenix getting clicked down by Rue, so both of them falling in a safe lane for Tundra.
Parker's back to get the farm under tower, but even the courier is not safe. Rue doing some damage on this Hoodwink.
That's a slaughter. And the fact that Collapse has also dragged the next Radiant wave, and Parker does a decent job there, grabbing the range creep at least. But they've got these kills and reset lane equilibrium, so things are going to go from bad to worse for Tundra down here.
Yeah, Tundra doing better on mid lane, but the side lanes are really suffering.
Oh, it's really hard. 11 last hits Timber, 14 on your Morphling. I mean, okay, the Clinks is at 15, but this Doom is racing up to the 22 and 3 for Collapse. And that's the hero I was looking at as being the king of this game. Top again, though, Shards with his damage out of Panto and Yatoro. Physical damage galore onto the Shadow Shaman, putting Clinks on a killing spree. Team Spirit's lanes impeccable so far. 5 and 0, Bushwhack bottom, well, catching Parker and Whitemon together. Another kill on the Morphling, shutting down any hopes for Tundra.
Team Spirit Silence, man, they are just dominating. Even going again onto the Timbersaw, he does not have Timber Chain yet.
No, he doesn't. Man, it's Tusk with a tag team just whacking him. Give him the clicks. A few more arrows here. The searing damage from the Clinks, dominating Yatoro. 7-0.
I mean, what happened on these side lanes? Absolutely demolished. I did think the top would be concerning, but bottom lane faltering this hard as well. It's getting quickly completely out of hands. So Ari, he is leaving top lane now and just saying, okay, maybe I can go and mess with the Batrider. Yeah, go and steal some of his experience and even shackle him up.
Yeah, do what you can. Go find the weak link.
I think 33 is saying, let's stop playing for this lane, you know. I think he's calling that it's not going to be a one lane, so just leave the Timber to try and leech experience. This has freed up Panto to make a move down bottom.
Yeah, all the room in the world. And then we think about how Tundra want to try and recover and get back into this game. It's going to be through stacks. Beastmaster, Timbersaw, they want to be farming stacks, but they've not been really making any just yet.
They can also just play through the Beastmaster overall. He is super strong right now. He's level 6, has his ulti available if he wants it, and they're also pressuring tower with Catapult Wave.
Whitemon tries to rebuff Rue, but has already spent the dive and Fiery Spirit, so Panto with his tag team comes in with the damage. Team Spirit, another kill, this time in the mid lane.
Ooh, get a kill and they get the bottle. Gonna bottle up his friends here as well. Laurel just being a good teammate, rewarding his supports for showing up.
And so far, this Tusk with the tag team. The panel, I think Gunnar was talking about the drinking buddies being very good against the Beastmaster with that displacement and being able to reset. I thought it was a great idea, could have been cool, but here, showing how strong tag team can be with their Clinks in this lane and just playing forward.
Yeah, I think tag team is insanely strong still in a lot of combinations. I do like the pull when you play on like Gyrocopter or something that wants the damage buff. But Tusk gonna go in and poke Parker.
Yeah. They already threw their bushwhack a few seconds ago to start this one off. Parker waveforms back in towards Rue, and well, he's dead again. I mean, this is rough. The first kill of the game finally comes in. BZM slices Panto, answering down in the bottom spot, but Collapse with a Doom thrown on this Beastmaster. The strongest hero on the map for Tundra has been ultied by Collapse and finished off as well. 10-1, 11 might be incoming here as the Acorn shot flies, but Ari, he will survive.
I'm gonna say it again, man. I don't like people skipping ulti on Beastmaster. I don't like seeing it. Level 6 Beast runs up next to the Doom. Guess what? One of them has ulti, one of them doesn't. Who wins the fight, Garrett?
One with a big spell.
I don't know. I don't really understand how one more point in Wild Access is going to be worth it there, but he was very close to level 7, so he almost got ulti, but before he got ulti, he got ultied by the Doom.
And then Parker evacuates that bottom lane, rightfully so, tries to farm jungle, gets contested, while top lane, 33, being dived again. Does get the Timber Chain over the Shards, gets himself to safety, but meanwhile, Ari is being pummeled by Collapse. Another kill for this offlane Doom.
I mean, it's too many kills to keep track of even. 11 kills in 8 minutes here. Sidelines just exploding. It's so funny that Laurel has only been in part in the 1 kill over on the Rune fight. The sidelines have created 10 kills on their own.
Yeah, the envenomed weapon. We've seen that as a farming tool, right? You pointed it out that 33 was getting this little Vul Assassin envenomed weapon. Reducing that regen is pretty nice too.
It's insanely good against Morphling, yeah. It's 80 regen reduction, so yeah, already basically shutting down any ability to gain HP for Morphling.
All 3 cores, right?
Yeah.
Plus the Phoenix has a lot of lifesteal and healing that Tundra do rely on. Also nice to see Collapse here going for this phase drums, really keeping that pressure up, going for the Midas after, knowing that he is ahead, and to get more ahead, you want these stats, you want this speed.
It's also about his entire team just running at people, and, you know, he's going to be just charging in together with Tusk. Getting attack speed buff for himself and for Tusk is always going to be nice with the tag team. And for now, Tundra trying to find whatever space they can to farm up a little bit. Beastmaster, as mentioned earlier on, wants to get towards his Aghanim Scepter. Not really happy to engage super early. And while Batrider is also farming up jungle, the Tusk and Phoenix are both leeching their experience mid.
I mean, even though Laurel got handled in that mid lane, still able to farm pretty nicely back in jungle, so he's only about 500 net worth behind the Beastmaster.
Yeah, he is the top CS. He's killed a lot of creeps in jungle. This farming build for Batrider can be really nice.
Collapse, Scorched Earth, and the drums gets him into position speedily over towards Parker. As Ruin Collapse, they throw the Doom on this Morphling. I don't think there's an answer here for Tundra. Just watch Parker die. Yeah, stretch. Frustration. You know it's coming, you see it happening, but there's nothing you can do about it. 1 by 1, Tundra dies. Collapse picks up his double kill and a dominating streak. This last pick, Doom, carrying hard.
Yeah, Doom last pick and getting to show us exactly the power of Doom against 33 as well. You know, known for being the best Doom. It's a hero that they passed up on. They didn't want it. They wanted the Timbersaw. No siguiente.
What does that mean?
Not sure.
Well, there was a lot of options, right? We thought about the Centaur, this Doom, this Timbersaw. I went this 33 Timbersaw in the end to try and get the damage output going. So far hasn't had a lane. And Tundra, they've got to shake this one off and think about how to progress the map in the next 10 minutes. No real way to drag waves. They don't have one of these Helm of the Dominator heroes, so they can't really change the lane equilibrium to their favor. It's all about sitting and farming.
Yeah, we can see again the dive here. Just no answer from Morphling. You're getting run at by too many heroes. Doom gets thrown, you're just dead. You already know you're dead. Mid tower is being pressured back in live. We have Beastmaster trying to take the tower down. Does not have Rasta wards with him, but he has Rasta behind him to support him.
Well, it means I'm sorry, Wilson. Apparently a line from the film Castaway featuring Tom Hanks. Not entirely sure what the reference is. Maybe this Morphling is being cast away, washed out of this bottom lane.
Yeah, 0-4-1, not the start that you want to have. Talked about how he wants Manta and Butterfly early. In this game, we already see him queuing up Lincoln Sphere after Yasha.
A defensive roar from BZM as he went into enemy ancients to take out some farm. Met with some stiff resistance, though, from Team Spirit as they bring 4 heroes through that area. Smoking up now to make a play.
I swear it feels
Tundra.
like it doesn't have cooldown on Doom. He's got it ready again. They're smoking up. They're going to go.
Oh, man. The quickened Kobold Cup with phase drums.
He can run people over fast.
The speed aura very swiftly into bottom jungle. They see Whitemon. Bushwhack comes in. And you don't want to spend... Well, it doesn't even have Supernova. But even if you did, you don't want to spend it there to die anyway.
Yeah, no, he's just dead. At least he tanked the gank in a sense. The Beastmaster was nearby, Morphling was nearby. Any of those could have been amazing targets for Team Spirit.
Wow. Right, Team Spirit woke up today and chose violence. 1-14.
That's crazy. The Desolator timing as well, very nice and early for Yatoro, the top farmer in the game. Odds looking pretty rough.
Those are some pretty stern odds.
Yeah?
Team Spirit saying, we don't belong in the lower bracket. Get us out of here as quickly as possible. 2 minutes faster than previous record as well. That's an insane increase on the timing.
Yeah, he did go for the Soul Ring build as well. I do like Soul Ring more than Falcon Blade on Clinkz. I'm a big Falcon Blade enjoyer, but Clinkz having this strong ability to gain HP with Death Pact. You know, I've been playing it for quite a while. I've been flamed a lot in pubs for it, but I'd see Yatoro also going for it.
Serpent Wards trapping Collapse inside. Tries to break through them. He's fine. Ari, in fact, the one to die as BZM's being eyed up by Larl and Rue. Snowball from the northern side comes straight in onto this Beastmaster. We'll watch Timbersaw farming some camps, watching his team fall. 1-16 now, as Tundra have no recourse. They just have to drag this one out, try and get this Morphling and Timbersaw off the ground somehow.
Yeah, they don't have anyone who can create space right now. That's the problem. So Parker, he's trying to find farm wherever he can, but basically Timbersaw and Beastmaster are both greedy as well at this point. Beast still needs 850 gold for his Aghanim Scepter. Until he gets that, he's gonna keep taking up space himself. They did finish an item, finally, on 33. He has Lotus Orb. I'm not sure that wins the fights, though. It's obviously an insanely good item here.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm not sure they can go and force fights anyway, because Team Spirit is so far ahead.
Yeah, we've also had Parker shift his itemization pretty drastically as well. Usually going for that Vlad's on the Morphling. Had to change things up because Vlad's a laning and jungle item. He's not really laning. Has to just go jungle, changing now into stats to tank up, and then, of course, Linken's later on down the line to deal with a Doom.
I mean, Vlad's, yeah, it's mainly the fact that he can't heal if he gets doomed anyway, so it doesn't make that much sense in this game. It's awkward, though, not having Vlad's on Morphling. He can't sustain himself in the jungle. Look at his HP running around. Yeah, he can, of course, stay alive, but he's not automatically healing up.
Panto pinging Parker. Look at him. Look at the Morphling. Haha! 6,000 net worth, low HP farming jungle. And Tundra draw a very defensive line. All the way across their tier 2s, just saying don't cross the river. Hold here and try and react to what Team Spirit are doing.
First been spotted.
He is getting dived on, dusted, but BZM can't quite get there with a roar.
Ooh. Barely gets to safety. Could have been a nice pickoff for them. They had Rasta behind to follow up on the roar, but
now you've extended out across from that purple line that the Phoenix had drawn, and this could give an opportunity to Team Spirit. Now looking for the opening. Larl jumps in. The answer is a Sunray. Bushwhack returns. Roar on the bat, though, gets BZM onto Larl. The damage is good, but Collapse comes in from the northern side, looking for the Beastmaster with a Doom on him. Phoenix, the egg will get focused. Yatoro will bring it down as the Beastmaster's fallen. They don't quite get the kill on the egg. A dive back out from Whitemon gets them a bonus kill. Sunray through as well. The Phoenix going 1v4 gets something for their troubles.
A few unlucky misses for Team Spirit there against the Phoenix, and they could not kill the egg, but still, good fight for them. The 2 kills are much needed for Tundra, though. Any bit of gold is nice, and that was an unstoppable hoodwink, so quite the payday.
Yeah, with the gold swing, they actually come out on top in that. Slight advantage in gold and experience from that fight. Just keep things level. Yeah, 3-19, a very difficult mountain to climb. Now you're dealing with Tusk Blink. More gap closing measures here from both Tusk and Batrider. So Parker's going to have to keep his wits about him.
This is some crazy aggression coming out from Clinkz as well. He's going for straight Daedalus after Shard. So Deso into Shard into Daedalus. He wants damage and he wants it now. Yatoro wants to go through the Morphling HP and through the Lotus Orb tankiness on the Timber. It's cool to see Larl playing a bit of an old style Batrider, you know? It's not really what we usually see, but the travels rush into Blink Dagger. Normally it's the Bongo Boots, but as they already had Doom going for drums, maybe he's a bit incentivized to have travels.
Team Spirit gonna group up again. Smoked with 4 of them, and going into the high value area that Tundra have been farming. As they smoke themselves. Yatoro, smoke break, Blink Lasso comes in onto BZM. The primary target is blown up completely. Larl, though, Sunray down as Panto Yatoro onto Ari. Trying to hold them back with the disables. Acorn shot thrown, but Team Spirit lose 3. Tundra come down from that high ground in 33 with a massive damage through this Timbersaw. Gets massive, massive payoff.
That was so clutch. Getting Lotus out kept him alive for long enough as well in the Beastmaster, and he got his roar out before dying. Yes, he got picked off first, and they miss his damage, but the rest of Team Spirit were just compromised as they overcommit on the Beast.
33 now, though. Trying to go for that additional wave. He will deter the Doom with a Lotus Orb up and gets away.
Yeah, he pump faked the Doom, just making sure he spends the Lotus Orb. Lotus Orb is annoying to have to use because it's 175 mana, so getting faked out, pretty costly for Timber who wants his mana.
It's still wild, though, even with all these kills and all this early aggression and pressure from Team Spirit. It's only a 4K lead. Looking at the kill score, this line, you'd assume it'd be greater, but the comeback potential from Tundra with those couple of fights has brought this game back down to even almost.
They've done a very good job farming. They have a lot of emphasis on farming cores, and they've gotten a very nice payday from the most recent fight there. The bigger damage dealt is the map pressure. They've only taken one tier 1 tower, and meanwhile they have lost all their tier 1 towers. So Team Spirit are in a very enjoyable position right now. They can play the map.
Yeah, having those towers to TP to, react, get on the map quickly. Very important. Just even thinking about these last couple of fights, though. Timbersaw now level 14, Morphling same story. A lot of experience being gifted over and shared into the hands of Tundra. But the next timing's coming up. BKB Doom. Batrider looks like he's working on one of his own, is about a recipe away.
That makes a lot of sense. The Chrysalis is complete, but we're not quite Daedalus time yet for Yatoro. He's still rushing it. Not changing his mind about that one.
There's a Hex here from Ari, playing enemy side of the map, finding a catch on the bat. Tundra wriggling themselves into a situation where comeback is within sight.
Yeah, doing a good job playing the two supports together with their mid laner, getting active on the field. They're drawing a line for going towards the Roche. Perhaps thinking about going for it while Tormentor's being taken.
So on this Clink's Daedalus, how much do you like it overall?
I think it's very, very all-in.
It sends a message.
Yeah, it does. I think I would personally prefer just seeing like a Hurricane Pike or something from him, just get a way to keep yourself safe, because they're still very good catch, and repositioning is very useful here. But it will give him the burst potential. Basically, he's not allowed to die once he finishes the Daedalus, and he needs to be allowed to hit. So it requires a bit more fragile playstyle, you know, a very cautious playstyle.
Yeah, I guess it can work at this higher level.
Yeah.
I just saw some, browsing Instagram, saw some advice from BSJ saying go defensive items when you're ahead. That's the way your enemies come back, is by killing high-profile targets. That's what's happened so far, as Tundra have managed to hold themselves in the game. But as we get this 20-minute Tormentor into Roche period, both teams smoking and vying for control around the pit, neither of them connecting with each other just yet.
Looking for high ground vision. Beast does show himself to the Batrider.
A quick little hello, how you doing?
Parker with the Lincolns trying to walk first.
Enters the high ground, but the wraparound on BZM. They found the Beastmaster lurking in the back. Immediate snipe, but Laurel, same story. Tusk can't save him.
Oh,
Supernova down, comes onto Panto as the Tusk is found by Parker and his Morphling. Tusk buys back. Team Spirit want to continue. Doom and Clinks holding the line, but 33's Timbersaw, a frightening prospect to fight into as he shreds the trees, nearly dispatches with Rue. Another chain forward does get the job done. Doom in the back, though, collapsed with his BKBs, found an opening on Parker. Moving straight onto the Morphling. Nothing to save him, they know he's dead. So Yatoro shreds through another one as Ari falls, collapsed, getting burnt down by the Chakrams and the Sunrays. 33 whirls him out of the game. But now the Timbersaw getting disabled up by Tusk. Yatoro with the damage, but it's not enough.
I think he's too tanky
A 1v2, he is. He stands his ground, turns and fights. He's got mana pool left to keep biting back onto Yatoro, but the Phoenix doesn't have that same luxury. So Yatoro and Panto on the run now from BZM, who's respawned. Shards to block him out. Flamebreaker's there. Panto with his buyback moves aggressively forward onto BZM with Laurel, and Yatoro with the damage, but dead to 33!
He's still chasing for more Soul Ring off cooldown soon. Not gonna be able to go up. Respecting the Hoodwink and Batrider both sitting behind, but what a scrappy back and forth. Ultimately, 33 is the one who stands tall at the end of all of it. God damn, look at the damage he did. I mean, okay, to be fair, the Clinks did do 8,000 damage, so he definitely dished. They had a really nice start to the fight where he stood on the high ground and was laying in the damage to Beastmaster, but in the end, at some point, they just got a little bit too disjointed, I want to say, on Team Spirit.
And that initial wraparound finding BZM was perfect.
What happened with the snowball?
I don't know.
Because it went on cooldown, but I don't see a snowball. I've seen this a few times now. Is it a bug or something? Or
I don't know.
Because it's not the first time I see a blink like Tusk. Was it? Did he click a Lincoln's? He must have clicked. But doesn't that trigger when you arrive? I'm actually not sure. Did it change Snowball to trigger when you cast it? Is that what
It's when you cast it, right?
Yeah.
Because Lotus returns when it arrives, but Lincoln's is the actual click, right? I don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm just a play-by-play.
Yeah, it could be. Well,
That's my excuse.
A lot of things change. You know, the interactions between what triggers when and stuff like this already changes so much.
Yeah.
I can't
I mean,
remember top of my head now if Lincoln's blocks it immediately nowadays.
We've got a pause, so after this long replay, if there's a chance for a short one of just a snowball, that'd be great. Because yeah, it's an awkward situation for Panto there that could have remedied the problems that Spirit had and solved the fight for them.
I mean, it must have been. What else would it have been? So
yeah, no idea.
Guess he just got blocked up. He clicked the Morphling.
Unfortunate for Panto. And very
good
good
funny
for 33.
because it's not the first time that has happened throughout this tournament. We've seen a few times the Tusks try and save.
Pain and suffering so far for Ari this game. BZM a little frustrated with how that started. But overall, like the way this game has been going, things could be much worse for Tundra. I feel like they've got to be proud of themselves for keeping themselves in the game, finding avenues of attack, and getting a good read on the map to actually get stuff done.
Yeah, they're moving through the gates, leaving the bottom area. I think Beastmaster just wants to keep farming. Roche is still bottom for a full minute, though. And with the damage on this Clinks, they could muster up the courage to go for it. Oh, the bigger thing right now, though. Doom has a Dispel and Doom ready. He could definitely take down Morphling.
Hello. Pops the Lincolns. Doom onto Parker. And yet again, no answer. 6th death of the game.
Just walk away. Don't even need to chase him anymore.
Shame.
Down bottom.
Tumble. Blink stun with a punch. Ari disappears. Just trying to hold hands with 33 there. Throws the Gleipnir and the Chakrams to slow the advance, but this is Team Spirit. 4 heroes running towards them, but respecting the strength of Timber and Phoenix.
Yep. Gonna back out. They did get the double pick off. Looks like they're gonna have it to... Oh!
Got a lasso. They find Whitemon. As mid lane, Collapse goes straight for Beastmaster. Team Spirit, they can connect on this. BZM's trying to sprint to the northwest. That's the correct decision.
It should be completely fine. That did prompt a defensive roar, so 60-second cooldown. They're gonna head for Roche now, so very awkward for them to try and contest it. Without roar, I think you just have to try and push the lanes, go sides. We already see Morphling just tipping down bottom, working on finishing the Manta style. Timber, though.
33, feeling invincible. And there's a catch on him mid-Timber chain, though, and the damage is substantial.
It's, yeah, I mean, very, very cocky to go into the triangle.
That's a lot of money as well. A mega kill streak. 1,000 gold into the hands of Team Spirit as they wander into the pit off the back of a core kill.
Yeah, they're just chaining one kill into the next, now finally going for the Roche. And, well, the Clinks did go second item Hurricane Pike. He's going back for it now.
They've seen BZM. They've watched him move into these Ancients with the Observer Ward. They know he's here. Laurel and Rue, they're on his tail. Ari can try and save with some disables in the back. Parker's Morphling comes in, but Laurel with that preemptive BKB, make sure he doesn't get gone on. And Parker, he's into bat mode. Trying to fly over the tree lines, but Yaturo's here. Damage starts to unload. Panto makes the jump forward. Lincoln's now popped. Parker's stuck in the tree line with the ice shards trapping him. The Morphling in so much trouble. Put on the naughty step for another 50 seconds.
I mean, it's just insane value they're getting from their single target pickoff potential. It's so strong on Team Spirit. The team fight is where Tundra are strong. We've seen it a few times that they get value in this Timbersaw frontlining and having Phoenix ulti going down somewhere. Their 5v5 is pretty decent, but the moment this game goes scrappy, it's a clear advantage over on the side of Team Spirit.
With an 18,000 net worth Doom, 18,000 net worth Clinks, Team Spirit have massive core heroes.
Yeah, they're...
Any chance of the pinata effect? Could we spill some candy on the floor?
I mean, it could happen if you manage to find the Doom, the Clinks, find some pickoffs. Also, by the way, it was definitely the Lincolns before. We saw it again now. Tusk Snowball does trigger. It used to work differently, that's why. Some changes.
They found Ari and Whitemon. Both of the supports dying to the skeletons.
They cannot show on the map at all right now. The moment they split up, it's just pick-off potential everywhere.
Incredible damage from Yatoro, and he's holding Aegis for another 3.5 minutes.
This ward on mid is gonna save BCM's life probably, because he does see them coming. It's gonna be completely okay.
Currently nowhere really for Tundra to inhabit.
Yeah, Wisdom Rune is spawning, and I don't even think they can afford, you know, having the idea of contesting that. They're gonna have to just get out on the field.
Almost entirely evicted from their side of the map. BZM, Parker, and 33 trying to weasel their way through this Ancients area.
Onto the triangle.
And joining us 5. Making a move. But this is Yatoro, Aegis, and Team Spirit. They're set up in a nice defensive line there to protect him with Blink Snowball, with Blink Doom. I see the Clinks. Yatoro
on him twice.
Start on him here with a Hex and the Sunray. Trap him in the Serpent Wards. Roar up the Tusk, so no Snowball save immediately. Try and burn through Panto here and dislocate the Clinks from the rest of the team, but he's got down to low ground and broken free.
Utility from the Forstaff gets to safety even though the Tusk was held in place. Now with Roar on cooldown, it's instead Team Spirit who wants to make a move. They're gonna smoke up. Hunting them down towards the bottom area. No real vision for Team Spirits. This is basically a blind smoke, but it's pretty obvious as well to them where the enemy should be playing.
And the backline here, so susceptible for Tundra. Whitemon, he has Dive and Supernova. Does make a break for it. They won't be able to even spend the egg, and you're right, they've got the Lincolns pop into the catch on Parker. Morphling dead again.
Man, that's the 8th death of this Morphling. We're only 29 minutes in. It's such a rough game for Parker.
And Team Spirit ruining his KDA.
Yeah, the average kills deaths on Morphling is devastated by this. That's like 8 games usually for Parker Morphling.
Seriously. Nasty business. Now, we've put a timer on heroes like Faceless Void before. You know, T-Governor on the panel was at 34.5 minutes. We've seen it come to fruition. It definitely does pan out that way. Do we have a similar timer on Morphling? Hello.
We have a timer on this poor guy.
Batrider down in 5 seconds. BKB TP from BZM, but the Walrus punches here from Panto. A trade for Tundra is something out of nothing.
Yeah, and meanwhile, top Collapse, thinking if he can kill Timber, pump fakes.
Forces the Lotus again. Animation cancelling, dancing on his opponents.
Makes him run away. Collapse has been a dominant force on this map. I would say, of course, Tundra, Morphling does scale very, very well. But at this point, he's so far behind, and there are hard counters in the game as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He's playing against the Doom, and not just any Doom, but Collapse has been playing phenomenal in this game. So how much can you lean and rely on the Morphling? I think you need impact from the others as well. If you're going to turn this around, you need a lot of impacts from everyone.
I know we've got taunts in the game, but is animation cancelling your spell like that the equivalent of doing a Fortnite emote on someone? Just a T-pose on you?
Do a 360 before you throw the Doom on them, you know?
Just a little spin. We had a couple of those back in the day. Like Nyx Assassin doing some 360s before landing some nice impales.
Exactly.
Tundra, not entirely dejected just yet, not down and out. Still trying to play out the map as best they can. It's just, yeah, when they get separated like this, individual targets become such easy food for Team Spirit.
Yeah. We see poor Parker dying again. So he's down in the same area, this time protected by his friends. Looking to get a Hurricane Pike for himself. That's also the thing. Morphling has not had the luxury of going for the items he wanted. No Vladimirs because there's Doom. He hasn't been able to go for Butterfly and, you know, still going for a Hurricane Pike. His damage output is pretty low. Not like the Daedalus second item Clinks, who's been enjoying life to the fullest.
It feels like they've got infinite smokes as well.
Oh no, he used
Non-stop
waveform.
on top of opponents. Parker gonna try and evacuate as he saw this coming with a sentry. TP home, successful barely.
Yeah, Bushwhack missed. Rue a little bit too jittery on the disable there.
Oh no, 9th death just yet on the Morphling.
They've been spotted walking out up top. There was a smoke earlier, but now gonna try and just chase top. Doom is coming.
A little bit alone, trying to connect in with his bat and Clinks. And Shadow Shaman, and how many times have we seen this? In a losing game, trying to play the map, trying to push waves with Serpent Wards, cut things with the Ether Shock, but getting caught and picked off.
Yeah, you do what you can.
Oh,
Try and get on field. Oh no.
Double courier snipe.
And both of them with items.
Ghost Scepter is a huge item for Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, and also that plate mill delay could delay his Shivas. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't even have the gold for the recipe though, so I think it won't really change too much on that timing.
Every little bit of armor helps though against this Clinks.
Yeah, you need quite a bit. I mean, yeah, he can shred through some of it, but you still need armor against his Daedalus Deso overall damage output. He's level 24. Things that scale pretty well with level 25. People have been starting to take the strafe cooldown as well. It's pretty damn good cooldown tower.
BZM has the blink raw, but fire is returned with a lasso. They tried to put Lincoln's Lotus on him, but it doesn't work out. Whitemon's dived in to try and protect Ari's retreat, but the Shadow Shaman's fallen. Parker pops into the Batrider mode, but Team Spirit have already slain 2 heroes. A soft retreat there as they come back to reclaim this territory.
It's
Make
so
sure
fast.
they get the D-ward as well.
Yeah, quick reaction there. The bait almost with the Tusk going first, and then Batrider immediately reacts, and Clinks can dispose of any hero. Still looking to defend down bottom.
Parker starts with a flame break. Gleipnir comes out, but Yatro's protected. Now they've got a Doom onto Timber. The Bushwhack just about there from Rue. Catches 33. And the rest of Tundra disengaging, TPing home, and by the rest of them, I mean Parker runs away back to Fountain.
Yeah, I don't think the 3 of them can ever really achieve much. They don't have any disable between the Timber, Morphling, and Phoenix. So with both Beast and Rasta dead, that was just a optimistic defense.
And it feels like Team Spirit right now just going down the checklist. Get a kill, push a lane, shove a wave, get to high ground, look at the tier 3 towers, start thinking about Roshan. Everything's slotting into place for them quite easily.
And the Clinks going high ground. There's no Aghanim's Clinks, but his damage is there anyway.
Fiery Spirits can be annoying if they land.
The multi-shot is in.
And Yatoro drank his milk this morning. Plenty of calcium, strong bones.
He's got the full Eye of Skadi as well now. This Clinks is looking very, very menacing. 16-2. He started in laning stage, Gareth, and he just kept going.
There's no stopping him.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Just plinking away on his little xylophone, making music with his ribs. Quick outpost take, D-ward. Make sure that Tundra don't have any information out on the map. And currently all they see are the waves.
Are scanning.
And a scan from Team Spirit understands that Parker is out there.
Oh
he
my.
scans as well.
Yeah,
Oh, is
defensive
that just
scan.
a little bit too early on the scan? Oh, it turns red.
Yeah,
He knows someone's coming.
He's out immediately, not even hesitating. That scan turned red and he dips.
1 second different though.
Yeah. That was a well-placed scan. He gets himself some farm, gets out, and of course Team Spirit ran a lot of heroes over there to chase him. Wasting some of their time, but as they're 25,000 gold ahead, they can do these moves. They can keep hunting for the Parker, and if they eventually get him, that will immediately signal a high ground push. Of course, they're mostly just waiting for the Aegis anyway.
Yeah, like when you're behind like this, you want to buy out for items, right? Like having buyback on some of these heroes is just kind of meh.
Yeah. Oh, you'd have
Maybe Timbersaw saves a buyback because he can actually do stuff with his hero.
This is an all or nothing smoke.
They've got to get something out of it. Parker's joining from the left, but he's been seen.
Ultimately, he's gonna swoop back, stay safe. There's a refresher on the Doom. Double BKB, double ulti available.
Klink's leading. Ahead straight into the Roche pit. Starts on the big man, and that's a shield rune Klinks. Lots of HP. Ari starts, Serpent Ward's thrown, Gleipnir onto Collapse, Supernova used. Ari's already dead though as BZM jumps in, doesn't get the roar.
Ooh, the
Lincoln's there for Collapse, protects him. And Tundra have spent 3 big teamfight ultis to get nothing, so Team Spirit come in hot. Straight towards BZM, Beastmaster trying to stand his ground and fight. Collapse held back by the Chakrams, but wipe on BZM, they die. No buyback on Beast. Phoenix dead for 45, and Tundra just disengage.
It's just an impossible fight from the point of view of Ari as well. He's trying to have impact, but how do you shackle anyone for any duration of time when all of them have these Lincolns, Lotus, and stuns on all heroes, it feels like, or Klinks who just kills you before the shackles even have any impact?
It's an impossible task.
Yeah, Rasta is suffering a lot this game. Butterfly is about to complete on Morphling, but he also gets doomed. A catch. He's just gonna fall down bottom. Collapse finds the pick off. Quick blink into Lincoln's break, of course, with the neutral spell. He even has refresher remaining.
Rest in peace, Parker Morphling. I mean, right now, really just Sisyphean task. Pushing a boulder up a hill. Tundra, I don't know what you can do apart from slip down and fall on your back. Maybe one more chance to fight, but without a Morphling, without your main carry.
I think the Klinks is not going anywhere. He's just gonna siege up, and I don't see how you burst him. They're all sitting behind him with smoke. They have Tusk to save him. Tusk himself has an Aeon Disc if you do somehow manage to go on him.
Try and push them back with the Sunray, but now you're looking at mega creeps. Team Spirit with a smoke by the tier 4s.
Tundra will never give up though. That is one thing. They will always fight. They will try.
There's a Blink Lasso on 2 though. Phoenix and 33 drag back in. Walrus Punch catches BZM. They've got a Supernova Roar. Sunray towards Laurel, catching Yatro, and they kill him off the ones. But BZM will fall. They'll fight them on the beaches, they'll fight them at the throne, but I don't think this is a winning battle for Tundra. A double buyback has bought time for Parker to respawn. Shackles and the Chakram, they're on the Doom, protected by Lotus Lincolns though, as Parker tries to catch up to see any target he can, but Team Spirit, they hold the line with the Klinks. Oh, the crits! Annihilating Ari, destroying the Shadow Shaman, and 33, he's gone into death and doom. A GG called as Team Spirit take game 1.
They fought as hard as they could, but after that laning stage, it was just no coming back. They did dominate the mid lane, but those side lanes were absolutely atrocious. The Timbersaw, I'm glad we pointed out the concern for him because, man, he had such a sad time on lane.
Incredible from Team Spirit, though.
A sad Timbersaw, but a very, very happy overall last pick. Doom coming out for Team Spirit, and it doomed the game, that's for sure, Gunny.
What a beast performance on the laning stage, especially. How many times did Parker die in the first, 10 minutes? There was some point he had 8 deaths. That has to be more than he's had in, I want to say, every single best of 3, individually.
Mm-hmm.
10 deaths.
It was rough. Yeah,
everybody in the double-digit deaths other than 33 for Tundra.
Mm-hmm.
That's a rough one.
No, yeah, get props to Spirit, of course. They have just really strong lanes. Being able to flex the back rise of mid, something that we've been seeing, I think, only once in the tournament so far. Loud doesn't really play the hero, but because of how important Doom was in the draft, Loud took the sacrifice, he plays it mid, and then we got to see kind of the events unfold. You have to raise some questions though. Tundra, you pick the Timber into a Klink's Tusk lane to then concede that lane. And of course, everything else kind of we already know from basically what you just mentioned. So Spirit, win 3 lanes, just crushed the game. Parker on the Morphling, never really stepping into the game, controlling it.
I felt like when their draft shows Morph Beast, you should play her on the Morph Beast. And I don't think that's really what the Timber does. It's not a stun for your Morph, and it's not an early game win for the Beastmaster. It doesn't really do anything in their draft if it loses the lane, and you're picking it into a hard lane, right? like, sure, you can be like, oh, he could have played the lane better. He should have done this and this. But I think that you're still asking him for so much out of such a hard pick.
I do. You got to give credit though to Rue on the Hoodwink because into Parker Morphling, he's always going to try to push the limits on his HP. He's always going to be kind of cheeky with his playstyle. And I think Rue, we praise Collapse, but like he's there. He's got the Acorn shots, the bushwhacks, the constant like, what if he doesn't shift? What if he doesn't, you know, react to my spell usage? And yeah, it always kind of compounds to it. And towards Tundra, some credit to give them, right? They held on to this game after how bad the lanes went. Other teams would have folded within 20, 25 minutes, right? But they were able to put up some pretty decent fights through some itemization of the Timbersaw with the Lotus. Beastmaster able to kind of get to his Ags timing relatively nicely. So there was a world in which Tundra maybe could have won this game, but it really felt like they had to like play every fight perfectly, and any mistake, they'll lose Roshan, they'll lose everything because Collapse, the man on your screen, even the Clinks that we haven't seen, were just crushing the net worth.
Yeah. The beast 10, 1, and 20 is actually insane, and
yeah, it's so
just
good.
the speed of like everything he was doing, like the movements on the map. He got so many dooms on the morph that I've seen this matchup a lot where it's like the morphs playing away, it's really hard to actually doom them. They'll like waveform cut the wave early on and they'll be moving around and they'll go jungle, but I feel like Parker kind of just gave him a lot of these kills, and then again, he never really got into the game in the way he should have.
Yeah, and because that lane went so well and collapsed it so well, I mean, you can based on the score line, make a case for everybody that the 20 and
20 kills is also a lot of kills.
That's
yeah.
quite intense.
Someone's like, why is your turn on the MVP?
Yeah,
I think it's
that.
for me, especially it's collapsed because of the early game. Like he set up so much space. They took the tower bot because of his lane. They killed the Morphling. They killed all these heroes.
Oh, there you go.
Hey.
we can give them shared MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the stat lines like that, you do have to mention
yeah,
it. Yeah, like, oh, there's a Clinks in the game, I think, guys. Yeah,
he did something.
31 kills.
He was there.
Yeah, he did his job. That's the thing. We expect Yotaro to do his job, right?
Standard Yotaro score.
Just like we expect
Collapse to do his consistent
job
and own the offlane.
Yeah, but just like we normally expect 33 Timber to be a little stronger, but maybe was this a tiny bit hubris to pick it, as in not overall last, because there was still a pick coming out?
Yeah, I don't really know what the logic was behind the pick necessarily.
Not respecting the bat flex?
Maybe if it was like 2015 and Timbersaw had reactive armor and it was actually a good spell, maybe that's the hard counter to this lane. But
yeah, because I'm like thinking like there's not a strength core. The two cores you see, it's not good into, like it's not good into Clinks or the Bat Rider. Technically, I guess if you're like, well, what do I got Shiva's Ags? I was good for this Clinks. He doesn't kill me, but I don't know. That's so much gold and like commitment. So they probably had some idea with maybe it being left alone and tri-laning the Doom. I could see that as a possibility, but you can't do that versus the Tusk Clinks.
No, and there's one moment in the game that already had some writing on the wall there, T-Gun.
Yeah, I just wanted to show this clip for the sake of the series, right? Because after watching this game, you might go, oh, Spirit's going to dominate this entire series 2-0, but Tundra, even when they're down, 17 odd kills, they had really nice positioning to be able to deal with the Batrider initiation. They clumped up together. They just utilized their heroes in a really despair situation to get themselves into this game.
Yeah.
And after that, sure, things then fell apart. They didn't find this fight again. It was only one time they had this like perfect of a fight. But to me, it's like, if they don't pick a Timber into a Clink's task, if they don't allow a Doom through the pool when you have a Morphling, it should just be a really competitive game. Like, this shouldn't just be a stomp. So I think Draft from Tundra, step up a little bit more, and we should have a game 3.
Okay, well, we're going to have to find out if there will be one, because that would mean that Tundra strikes back in game number 2 after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Everybody here with Collapse to rate offlaners. Now we are going to do all the offlaners in the tournament, 5 being the worst, 1 being the best. You are allowed to pick yourself. That is okay. Let's get started. Who do you think deserves number 5?
Number 5 will be probably Infernal.
Ooh, okay. What's good about him, Infernal? I have had no one else mention him yet. Why is he good?
I mean, I will continue just ranking, then I will say why.
Whatever you want, Collapse. I'm not going to tell you a 2-time TI winner. You do whatever you want. Who number 4?
Number 4 will be Triple S.
Okay. Interesting. Triple S. All right. Well, let's continue the system.
Next one will be PMA.
Okay, PMA. Very good. Very good. I'm seeing a pattern here. Okay, go ahead.
The second one will be... I mean, there's no like young offlaners in this poll already. I would set like this.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't like the old offlaners, like me also.
Okay.
I just want to like young offlaners to get good and be better.
Okay, all right.
Old offlaners just get the fuck out.
Okay, are we just stopping at 3 then? It'd be nice if you could name 2 more, but please.
Yeah, just random.
Random?
Can I put like in finger with my colorist?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. All right, point to who you want. Okay. That's Bach. That's a classic guy right there. Okay, Bach is number 2. And who is the best offlaner at the tournament?
I will do the same.
Okay. Close his eyes. And of course he does pick himself. What an arrogant... absolutely puts himself as number 1. Pure arrogance coming out from Collapse. Could you please explain your ranking?
I mean, I would place like also 2 young offlaners at rank 1 and rank 2. But I think it's good enough.
Okay.
So I'm just doing it because of the young offlaners.
Yeah, I think you absolutely...
Old players.
Okay, well...
For me also.
I'm not tired of it. You got a young heart, Collapse, so I think you deserve to be number 1. I gotta say, you absolutely butchered this piece. You did.
I did the random, but
you did it completely wrong, and then you picked yourself first. Just absolutely shit on the piece.
It was intuition.
That's okay. All right. Well, hopefully you don't grief the games as much as you griefed mine. So thanks a lot.
Well, that Collapse is number 1. He did have a very good game just now in game number 1 that we had, so he might just be earning that title here. Of course, he wants to win another game, and he has to win against Tundra. And if he doesn't, then we'll go to a game 3. This is elimination on the line, though, so there's a lot of pressure. Maybe for some more so than others, as for some, they haven't had the best results this season, T.
Yeah, so of course, Parker standing, Parker this, of course, the pain gaming scenario that just happened, but I just wanted to highlight like how important this tournament is for Parker once again, right? Because ever since he won the Wallachia Season 2 with Heroic, his Tier 1 and Tier 2 career just hasn't really connected, right? He's played on 4 different South American teams. They haven't really made any notable results. He has won, credit to him, a couple Tier 3 online European events with the South American rosters, but you have to kind of put it into context, like, post-Heroic, Parker hasn't ever hit the same stride as before. And
no.
Yes, there's the whole, is he a good teammate, all this and that, but this could be the tournament if he can get another win, get the best placement since the last Wallachia Season 2, maybe.
Okay, would you want to pick him up if they? I guess if they win, do you think it'd be different?
I'm saying like right now, I don't think teams are going to look towards him because of course the whole social media stuff around him. But if he gets to, let's say, top 2 or first, surely there's a team out there. There's like some random manager or like director of a team.
Apparently, Tundra is one of the teams that does believe like they can change him, they can make him work, and if Tundra can make him work, why wouldn't they?
I mean, I also see it as we have to make it work for a week and a half, not a.
Well, that is still longer than his previous team.
But
that's true.
Tundra,
more than one series.
We have had in interviews that Tundra did identify Parker being the most mechanically skilled, the best of the options available, right? They wanted to go with the best, so they went with Parker, right? So I feel like this is more of a tournament of Parker proving that he still has the skills from Day of the Past, and everything else is like, surely it can be, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but surely it can be
Surely this time.
Surely this time, right?
I can change him.
We can do it, right? But like, if we're entertaining like the novel nature of it, there will be a team at some point that will try and do it, right? But it's important for Parker.
Or he will have, or he'll be standing.
He could be Lorinov.
He could just become the next Lorinov, right?
Carry Lorinov.
Waiting around for teams, but yeah. It's
like, I'll show up for a week and then you're like, oh,
bye now.
Bye, go back to pubs.
But when was the last time? Have we ever really had a player that it's like teams don't really want to pick him up, but he still seemed to be a very strong player? Like, maybe my memory's a bit foggy, but I just can't really remember a time in history where that good player or historically good players haven't just been like absorbed into teams again.
There has been many times, though, I would say that historically players like had to switch teams that much. Like, even if I think players are sometimes considered like toxic or hard to work with, there's not as much movement. But to give him credit, he is a very good player. He's very high MR. Like, you'll just see him randomly. He's like been top. I think he's been like top 10 in the last year or so. Like, he's always just up there in the ranks. And also, we have to give credit. They do need to win this series for the bowl tonight.
Yeah, we do.
Versus Parker.
Yeah, my dinner plans are absolutely ruined. If
they're not ruined yet.
They're not ruined yet.
That is true.
We have to think. This has to go to 3 games. Tundra has to win. We have to think about the future, guys.
And then Heroic wins from Liquid. Yep. And then we have finally the promised series of Tundra versus.
I can't believe like it only happens at this point now. Like all of these things need to happen.
Wait, wait.
I'm waiting.
Pause. I need to. Let's rewind a second.
Yeah.
We're just talking about the bowl. Let's think about the standings for it. Are there enough standings here to actually just build a new team? Do we have support? Because we got.
Well, we already know DM has a team.
Yeah, but that's more like a stack.
There's not support stand.
But we could create the Wallachia team, no?
Are there any?
There's no supports.
There's no support.
Immortal Faith.
Technically, he stood in.
Yes, sure.
So we got Immortal Faith 5.
I'm kind of happy with this team right now. Actually, maybe not, considering that they did too well.
There we go. But
you need another support.
I'll be honest. I'm stealing this from Twitch chat, but Parker carry, Lorinov mid, DM off lane.
V-Tune.
V-Tune pause 4.
No, V-Tune's on standby because when Parker has a bad day, just swap V-Tune in. So then you deal with Parker by having a looming sub the entire time.
Maybe you do V-Tune as the carry, and Parker, maybe the reason why he is the way he is because he's not playing the right role, and we put him on 4.
He's actually a support player.
Parker position 4. Wow.
Yep.
That's good. That is very good, Shiva.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Ari, when he kind of entered into Dota, he was a carry player. He was hard stuck around rank 600-700, and then he pivoted to 4 position. Within a couple months, top 100. So what if? Yeah. Well, luckily that's not going to happen. Parker will stay on carry and continue to farm and be like incredibly gifted at the farming patterns.
I mean, maybe it depends on the series. There's game 2. There's drafts we got going right here with the Treant first pick.
Yeah, I mean, he also low-key played position 4 in the last game, so he has some experience under the belt.
Oh, that's mean. He got shut down hard. I will credit.
He did get doomed. All right, all right.
He got doomed.
The context of the joke is he did get hard counted.
Not get doomed. So
you'd be happy if you got doomed.
All right, let's take a look at this draft then, as we do have a complete swap in terms of who's Radiant, Dire, first pick, second pick, and all that jazz. So we got Spirit, the do ban at the TA this time around. They pick up the Treant for themselves. We have the Largo Shadow Fiend Mars Puck ban, meaning that the 2 of the big four making it through are also the two of the big four that are first phase picked, the Batrider coming out for Tundra this time around. So that changes things up a little bit. Team Spirit still respects the Invoker, though, this time in the second ban phase. Just don't want to deal with it.
You think it's just the BZM factor? I mean, he struggled with it a bit yesterday, but I still want to believe that he's like one of the best Invoker players, that he'll also pick it blind is the other big thing. It's this, to me, I think as I watch more and more games, second pick seems hard for the majority of teams. I think the only team that we saw have pretty consistent success was Vici because of the last pick XM heroes. But for most teams, I feel like the struggle is the 16-17. Yeah. It's like trying to figure out what you pick there, what core is just going
Picking
completely
two cores in that position is so difficult.
Yeah, and I think one of the solutions is for Tundra has been the Invoker because it's this hero that it's good with stuns on your team. And let's be real, if you're not picking stuns right now, or just in Dota in general, you're kind of asking to lose. And then also it's blind as a mid pick. Like you can play versus any mid hero. So I think that's why it's kind of just getting upped in priority by Team Spirit.
Tundra Esports.
And they do ban.
Oh, what is that?
It's a Shaman ban.
Yeah, that doesn't normally happen at all.
Most picked hero of the tournament because people
don't ban it. And
there's too many other heroes to ban until now.
I mean, it's a pretty high win rate for the most picked hero in the tournament, not gonna lie.
Yep.
That does mean a lot of the other supports make it through, though.
Yeah, there's of course the Jakiras, the Warlocks, the other kind of generic supports.
I think you don't need to take the Warlock right now.
I agree.
Because there's a tree. Jakira you can maybe take. It'd be like okay to take because position 4 is fine. But I'd also, I'm trying to think if there's like a good melee hero to support the bat. Like I wanted Tiny, but it's banned.
You potentially could. Do you really want to? You pick Jakiru now if you want to think about keeper like later in the draft. So I don't think picking keeper like now for Ari feels.
I like the claw.
Beast.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
So they basically just take double cores.
Yeah.
This is flex. Both heroes are flex. Like the Biodec can play mid offlane, Beastmaster can play all three. For Tundra, I don't know which I prefer this beast to be.
I like the idea of just beast mid, Batrider offlane. We said how difficult it is to pick double cores on 16-17. We didn't talk about how hard it is to pick double core on 9-13.
Sure.
That's a whole new discussion though. But now you are going to see 3 heroes and Tundra's lanes will go better because when you pick supports later, the argument is lanes will improve.
Ideally, yeah.
Is there a hero, like the Spirit pick up their other support, and then is there a hero that can follow any of these 2 heroes in lane so that they can also keep that flex? They first get the Ringmaster, was banned last time, was obviously a great save against Lasso. And actually the Roar.
This isn't a Yator hero, but you know, I just want to say it as to fill that. It'd be Queen of Pain. You could do safe lane Queen of Pain versus either of them. You could do mid Queen of Pain versus either of them.
It's a very good Queen of Pain game. Good call.
Even if you just committed to mid. Like both of these heroes, Queen of Pain will do fine versus mid, and then your carry, you also just pick. I think the best thing versus flex is you pick both lanes that beat both of them, or at least one of them. Like you pick anti-beast safe lane, anti-beast mid, then you guaranteed win one lane, and hopefully the other one's kind of okay versus bat.
But if you don't want to beat it, you can just go for like Viper. Go back for the Pango. Okay.
So that's the only team that's consistently doing well with Pango.
Yeah. Like, to me, Pango is, you want to pick it as soon as supports are more focused on like backline positioning. They have,
there are no supports yet.
Exactly.
I don't really see any backline.
That's why I'm like, they're picking it blind is like, it is a statement to me now. Because like beforehand, there was like a reason behind it. Now it's just, they like the Pangolier.
That's true.
Also, he's playing into 2 BKB piercing stuns, which is a bit scary with the roll, right? Like you try to go in and you get roared, or you get lassoed. And then now they just pick some damage on supports and you die anyway.
Pangolier, like again, Lau used to play it in the mid lane. Collapse is playing it off lane. Like, do you think maybe even Collapse is like convinced Lau, like, hey, Diffusal Blink with the Ags, the 20 talent, like it is playable. You just need to do these certain things. Like,
I think the hero's actually sleeper. I tried it for like a week where I was picking a lot in pubs.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, the changes to the hero kind of make it a much better skirmisher. Like your Q and your W are way better. I think you have lower cooldown in your Q compared to last patch. It's like a 2 seconds lower in general. So I think it goes to 8 or something really low.
And
like
Rolling Thunder is longer, right? Duration?
Yeah, Rolling Thunder is longer duration. and your W is also shorter cooldown, but it's just less of a barrier. So basically the biggest thing is this hero's just going to spam a bunch of spells and do way more damage, and he actually plays more like a traditional mid, I would say, where he's not this tanky hero. He's more like poke your 2 spells, hit a couple times back, poke your spells, go back.
So what you're saying is Pangolier right now is probably what Pangolier should have been a couple years back, not that bonkers double jumping barrier.
I mean, I always think of, do you remember when it was damage, it was percentage damage reduction?
I don't remember.
You hit, if you hit, what was it, 4 targets or 5? You had over 100% damage reduction, and as long as you hit 1, it would refresh the full duration.
It was just like,
that was good.
Was it though?
Or bad.
Yeah. That was fun. I remember playing versus Meepo and just impossible to kill.
All right, so we got 2 supports, and Caudle is definitely a hero that Pango does like to backline jump.
Both
so
of the
that's nice.
supports.
Yeah, but
it's like hard. It's hard to just pick supports that aren't bad versus Pango.
I mean, supports will always be backline in nature.
Yeah, it's like you'd have to pick like a Bane
or a Clock.
or Tree, stuff like that. But
they already got BKB piercing things, so it's not like they need.
Yeah, and they're weaker heroes in the meta. I'd rather they do just pick these like strong supports that pair well.
Yeah, and make sure you win the lanes, right? You got the Jakiro now with. We said it earlier, right? The way that Tundra looks good is when you have a bundle of 4 with Parker having more information to be able to win the game, right? He's going to get ultimate last pick in the draft. He knows he's going to be against a Weaver, so potentially he can even outscale a Weaver. Sven's, DKs, like big damage like that have some type of armor. It can be quite cool. But yeah, Keeper Light, you're going to be able to make stacks for Beast or Bat. Solar Bind with Beast or Bat kills, even Jakiro. On paper, very scary lineup. But now for Spirit, they got to decide where the Pangolier is going. Is there another mid to offlane flex they can go? Or do you think they just lock in just a strong hero?
For Spirit?
Yeah. I think... I prefer Collapse playing it based on maybe recency bias, but...
Sure.
I mean, I still like the Queen of Pain for them. Even if you just put the Pango offlane Queen of Pain mid.
That's true.
It still lanes well versus both of these heroes. There's no stuns on the supports. I guess there's like Ice Path, but like a Lincoln's Queen of Pain this game feels like so hard to catch or kill. And it gives them that like bit of teamfight damage that I think they're missing. Like the random like AoE. Again, I just really like Queen of Pain as kind of like a stun. It's like kind of this BKB piercing stun because it's
the pushback.
Right? Yep. Like you have this full second where melee heroes can't hit. The ranged heroes are getting knocked away while they're also taking 1,000 pure damage. Like it's this huge thing.
And then for the mid lane though, we need a bit more like forward thinking, like the play into the map, right? Get a rune and go kill.
Yeah.
Like Viper into the first 4 heroes of Tundra sounds really good, but you just kind of push the wave out. Draft-wise, exactly, it falls apart. So.
You guys didn't talk about the Weaver.
I like the Weaver because I think the Beast is like the scarier offlane sometimes if you don't deal with it. But both offlanes, Weaver should win. So it's kind of that theory of they're flexing 2 heroes. The perfect pick is one that beats both, which is why the Queen of Pain I thought earlier, Weaver does the same thing, that no matter what combination of heroes they do, you're happy.
Yeah, and it also just helps with the style of fight that Spirit will be taking, right? It's a lot of poking. Ringmaster's going to be throw daggers. Pango's going to jump in and out. Weaver's going to go in and out. Tree's going to set up the vision so that when you are poking and skirmishing, you'll get to kind of skirmish correctly. And that's why Tundra, when they initiate, it needs to be explosive. And I'd argue they need a carry to also follow up on that. Like with the Bat and the Beast, they have a lot of setup, but they don't. There's no one to go, you are dead, right? So whatever Parker picks up needs to pack a punch.
Well, let's see if Team Spirit goes for a hero that can still flex about or keep things ambiguous.
Ooh.
I would say that kind of fits the bill. Who knows what's going to happen?
It's probably mid.
Okay.
I want to say I think the offlane Sand King is just, I guess like in theory it's like, oh, I have the 2 camps, so I want to farm it. But I just think the hero's been nerfed so much that it would just make more sense to put it mid. You stack Ancients with your Ringmaster and then you get a fast kind of timing. It's
they also not really.
I think it's okay, but it's not my favorite. It gives them a stun, which Queen of Pain wouldn't. They do have basically no stuns outside the Panghold, so it's kind of nice to just be able to commit into the fights, and it gives them the team fight. So like kind of checks the same boxes. I just think that the laning stage isn't as good. Like I think Beast will freeform there. I think Bat will kind of freeform.
Does Parker like, if this is a pub, is Parker like slamming in an anti-mage and going, I'm going to 1v9 against Pango or Sand King? You have a Jakiro in your lane, so you know you're going to be able to fight through the lane. Against Weaver.
There's great things also to turn into, though, as a morph. If you want to go back.
That is true. Like, buying Manta against Tree is always going to feel nice. If they're skirmishing, like, I don't know. I would love to see a Game 2 potential elimination Parker anti-mage.
I'm going to say it one more time, guys. Draw Ranger. It's Grave vs. Weaver. You have a silence. It's Grave vs. Pango. You have the silence in the lane. You'll dumpster kind of both lanes. You have Jakiro as a support.
Ranged used to be good for it.
It is ranged, but it is Medusa.
Oh, come on, Parker.
Not as fun.
You could have main charactered this Game 2.
Funny enough, there's actually a lot of potential mana burn for Team Spirit. I think the Weaver still has the mana burn talent at like 10, right? Isn't it like 15 or something, or 20 per hit?
Off the top of my head, I cannot remember.
But I think that's still in the game. I don't recall it being removed. And then Pango wants to buy Diffusal. So Weaver in this game probably is willing to go like a third item Diffusal. Yep. So that, just scaling-wise, kind of matches up pretty nicely into the Dusa.
Yeah, 7:15, 20 mana break.
Yeah. So there is like anti-Dusa kind of like baked into the draft. It's not as bad as like an anti-mage or an invoker or something like that. But I think it is possible for Team Spirit to deal with the Dusa. I think for me, it's a lot on Laurel and how his game goes. Yep. If he's able to get his blink, make moves, make his epicenters look good. And if he doesn't, there could be, it's always that butterfly timing for the Dusa.
It's also for Tundra, when Medusa gets to that timing you mentioned, you're also going to have a BKB on a Pat, a BKB on a Beastmaster. So then Lyle's initiation or Pango rolling through the fight isn't going to be as like kind of fight deciding. And that is where Spirit will need to bait out a Stone Gaze or a BKB or something to then reset the fight after. Yeah, Tundra, just don't lose the lanes like you did last time. Hold your ground, get your items, and then make sure that when you do hit a lasso or a roar, it's next to Parker. And if Parker has to buy damage items, like his team have the control, have the setup, he has to be ready with the butterfly or the Daedalus, maybe even a swift blink. Like he has to be that kind of the killer carry, and then maybe they have a good chance because yeah, Spirit, it's about the tempo, the diffusal blade timings, the kind of break the map before Tundra get online.
Okay, so a favor for Team Spirit based on drafts. Gonna you agree with that?
Late game, I like Tundra a lot more. Just,
okay.
The Sand King is a big question mark for me.
Yeah.
I think that we saw it once in the tournament, and I think it looked okay. I think it lost that game.
Yeah.
But it looked okay in that game. But I don't know. I think I want to believe in the Laurel Sand King. Something about me is just a bit scared that this is going to be a game 3.
Or happy.
Scared. What does that mean?
Well, scared for Laurel. From
of course. No,
of the Sand King.
Yeah, we don't want any Lao hate here.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all going for the Parker.
We have
heroic.
Of course.
It's the story. We have to build the story. Yeah. We're all excited.
Yep.
So I don't know. I also want to say it is going to be a offlane Beastmaster, and then it's going to be the mid bat again.
Yeah.
So
Sentry Warfare in the mid lane then. It's like, does Bat actually have the Sentry? If he gets it dewarded, then Bat can pressure Sand King. If he doesn't, then Lyle can just farm. So you have to look at that very importantly in the first couple minutes.
Well, before we are looking at that, we are looking at Sir Action Slacks, who's talking to Moon.
Yes, apologies that you have to look at me, indeed. The game is starting. Moon Meander, we have time. Look, it's already Whitemon gets first blood. Your reactions to that? Nice, bro. All right, I can tell we're ready for the morning interview. My man is awake. My man is ready. Let's talk a little bit about this Team Spirit draft. I am a little perturbed about the mid Sand King. Can you explain this to me? Did you see this coming at all? Where's this coming from?
We knew it was coming.
What? How?
Because Maureen set the meta. Mid Sand King, Maureen, and we banned it against him first phase because he actually 1v9s the game on it. It's like a hero where like he doesn't lose mid, he just trades farm, so it's like a cool blind pick mid. And then if the subs die to epicenter in the mid game to you, then you just kill the subs, which we kind of have Kato Jakiro subs, and they just die to epicenter.
Thank God we had a pause. That means that we can talk the entire... Oh, shit. All right. Well, we better hurry up then. Okay, you need to explain to me this Medusa. Now, I am just a poor 5.5k player. Why Medusa against, like, Pangolier, Weaver? These are natural diffusal buyers. Aren't you afraid?
The thing is, Parker is a unique player, and we have to play to his strengths. I'm not gonna be one of those coaches that be like, can you play Winona Parker? Can you play Kes Parker? Like, this is the meta, you have to play this. And then like turn him to a player he's not. I'm just, if I have Parker on my team, I'm gonna abuse the fact that, you know, I'm gonna pick his Morph, his Dusa, his Terrorblade, his Templar. If we lose, we lost, but at least I got as much juice out of him as I could.
Hell yeah, baby, that's your job. Get the juice out of Satan. Fantastic, that's what the Reddit thread, that's what they called it. But anyway, all right, let's get into the game. We are well underway. Thank you so much.
Pressing Parker for all the juice he can get. Make sure he's picked all his heroes. Give him the comfort of the Medusa, even though he is into that Weaver, like the panel was saying, with the Diffusal, or the Mana Burn talent, and the Diffusal on Pango.
Yeah, we had a few things happening already. They went down to contest the trees down there and, of course, got a nice little pick-off on the side of Tundra. So a good start for them. I think, touching back on the Dusa, the reason I like the Dusa pick for them, even into these things, is that, okay, yeah, you have the Weaver Mana Break talent. That hits at level 15, and it's going to take a while until he gets it.
Yeah.
And Pango still needs to buy that Diffusal, so for laning stage, he won't be having it. And laning stage, Medusa is going to be completely fine. It's one of the hardest carries to shut down in the early laning stage. And what went wrong last game? It was lanes, dude. It was lanes.
It was lanes all the
so
way.
Just give him some farm, give him a good start. He'll come back into the jungle, and then his team can play as 4. Their active lineup is insane.
It's super strong. Having BZM Bat, and then this offlane Beastmaster, lots of ways to get on top of people, deal out that damage. Just got to break out of the lanes first. As we'll see Whitemon, the Jakiro, already getting some good damage in onto Collapse, but now the trade back from Rue gives as good as he takes.
Got to be careful for Rue. Almost had level 2, could have perhaps found the pickoff on Whitemon. But Whitemon going for this double Fairy Fire build on Jakiro, kind of new meta strat. It's very, very strong.
Well, branches suck now.
The branches are still worth buying.
No, they're not.
Just can't afford too many of them.
Buy 4 Fairy Fires.
There we go. Compensate for the minus damage on Jakiro.
Yeah, it's great. Lovely stuff.
If they didn't have cooldown, 4 Fairy Fires would be insane.
Let's go.
Just pop them all at the same time.
Quick little swarm there onto Arian 33. And brings Kotl pretty low. So you've got to be wary now where Panto is sitting. Not managed to... Oh, Whitemon. 1 Fairy Fire used. Final touch from Rue. Gets them their first kill up on the board.
Nice pick off. It's so easy for Pango to join in just with a easy little swashbuckle. That's gonna secure themselves the healing Lotus. And they got the Lotus down bottom as well over on Yatoro. I like what Gunnar pointed out, that this safe lane Weaver is gonna have a good time no matter who they threw to the off lane. So he's going to be not only good in lane, but later on a natural Link Inspire against a single target disable that they rely on Tundra.
Yeah, good point. I keep looking bottom and thinking, why are these trees still here? You've allowed the Treant to actually have access to the trees around the sides of the lane. No Quelling Blades for Tundra, just relying on Beastmaster and his axes to try and open up the map a little bit in that bottom lane.
And 33 doing the fairly unusual nowadays strat of going for the Dominator. Obviously, he's one of the players who's most infatuated with the Dominator, right? He was the one who brought the helm of the Overlord basically into the meta back in the day. And yeah, gonna go for a summon build.
Well, Rue, dragging waves, meets up with Whitemon here. Chasing into the Jakiro with the Tame the Beast and a swashbuckle forward. Dual Breath and Parker's damage, rooting up Collapse and Rue, keeps Whitemon alive in the tree line. Barely. The dagger flies, though, will impale with a dart in the back of the head of the Jakiro.
But they've damaged, at least trading back.
Spent a lot of resources to do it, though.
Yeah.
And Collapse now, 12 wand, but no tangos, no salve. Going to rely on the courier to ferry some out.
Yeah, and Jakiro dying is not really the worst thing in the world. He's going to act as a courier for his carry, bring him the gloves, give him some attack speed.
Yatoro down bottom.
And both supports on post 4 are making stacks. Caudle running over, creating double stack, and same thing from Ringmaster. Of course, Sand King will rely on farming these stacks. Already going to tap into it, actually.
Yeah, clears the wave mid. Goes and wanders back into the jungle to farm it out. As it seems like Batrider is also doing a similar thing. Migrating from that middle lane into bottom jungle. Yeah, an odd situation. You're thinking, okay, both mid laners are off the map, so it's kind of scary for the side lanes trying to figure out what the angle of attack is, but both are just being very efficient in farming.
Yeah, extra scary if you're a neutral creep. That's when the mid laners are missing. They're coming for you.
They're onto Parker here, and they've burnt through a lot of the Medusa's mana. Panto diving tower. Ooh.
Huddle TP, he could chakra him.
He can to keep Parker alive. Can't quite do it. Parker's about to die. Rue and Panto get under tower, finish off the Medusa, trading back onto the Ringmaster, but this two-man swashbuckle is going to keep Ari and Whitemon at bay.
And Medusa walking in, thinking he would get chakra. They're going to lose one more.
And Panto just keeps on diving. The tanky Treant just wanders in, breaks through the Illuminate. Might still die here, but the Collapse makes sure that he protects his brother in arms.
That was really unfortunate timing. The dive was happening, and Ari, I think, just had used his chakra magic on the lane.
Important for BZM to come in now with a haste rune. Finish off what was left to him. Kills off Collapse, while bottom lane Laurel makes a similar move of his own. So overall, Team Spirit getting the upper hand.
Yeah, good kills happening. Aggressive game like the previous one as well. Batra gonna swing back towards the mid lane. And all this action right before the Wisdom timing, so doesn't look like they have too much left in the gas tank to go for Wisdom steals.
Yeah, I mean, even thinking back to the start of this game, we caught some of the old chat and the voice wheel lines being spammed out by Parker and Collapse. It seems like they've got a budding friendship as they tip each other as the game starts, and Collapse dropped a chat wheel line, something along the lines of, "Who made this mess? Oh, it was you."
Yeah, it's the Pangolier. This whole mess is all your fault. PCM gonna get caught.
Yeah, trying to contest Wisdom Shrine. Collapse with a ton of damage out of this swashbuckle. Nearly found Ari in the back as well, while on the right-hand side, Weaver, stomped up by 33 Centaur, gets out with a Shikuchi. Yatoro will stay alive, and with a Ring of Health, can actually stay in the lane.
Okay, you'll be fine eventually, but it definitely hurts a lot. The wild axes are not something you can underestimate. Level 3 wild axes spam.
You can't just shrug it off.
And the Dominator creep is already looking to achieve something. They want to take this tower using the Jakiro plus the wild axes and the Dominator creep. Yatoro is getting healed up by a Treant, but not easy for him to stick around.
And Tundra have woken up a little bit more. Getting into the thick of things, but a Twin Gate play is coming, and 33 might have got a bridge too far here. Impalement art into the back of the Beastmaster. Tame the Beast as Rue cracks the whip onto 33, picking up the kill.
Get the kill on the Dominator creep as well. Nice bit of gold for them.
You bring 2, we bring 4. Team Spirit answering in numbers.
In general, I think moves to side lanes has been a very, very important thing in this tournament overall. Like, the team that's more willing to make the active moves is usually rewarded for it. Even if it does mean leaving someone alone for a while in a 1v2, you go and throw a 3v2 on the other side of the lane, coming out ahead.
You know what? I think it's time to change the Twin Gates.
Yeah?
I reckon they shouldn't go from one side to the other. I think that your Twin Gate should send you somewhere mid. TP into the Roche Pit. So somewhere random on the map, maybe.
Maybe there should be multiple locations and you will go to one of them. Who knows where?
End up in the dire jungle. You can go for those little holiday plans. You turn up to the airport with a random destination, you know?
Wow.
You don't quite know where you're going, just pay for a ticket.
So spontaneous support. Where are you going today? I don't know.
End up in the middle of nowhere.
I just don't like my lane. I'm leaving it.
No, exactly. This is uninhabitable here. Please get me out of the United Kingdom. Take me somewhere else.
I know a few lanes where you would press that button. You know, previous game, for instance, there would be a lot of people using that button.
Please leave. BZM invading into enemy Ancients area. Takes out the medium camp. Well, then we'll dip away. As we see a dead even game by the net worth. Slight lead out of kills through Team Spirit's early aggression. But so far, so good for Tundra, and in particular, Parker's Medusa. Like you said, even with, a death and some touches out of that top lane, continuing to farm around 4,000 net worth.
Yeah, he should be more than okay on Medusa.
Mid lane, Panto, with the help of the Wheel of Wonder, tries to get out as Laurel comes in and snipes them down. The Sand King offering so much damage with this maxed out swashbuckle alongside him.
Yeah, the slow value coming in from the Wheel of Wonder combination with the Impalement Arts. Laurel got there in time to punish him. That puts him really close to Blink Dagger. I was also not sure about the mid Sand King and how well it's going to fare. It's not something that has been meta for a while now. Obviously, we had it for TI and Malrine and so on, but that's a while back. We've had it nerfed since then.
That's what Moonmeander was saying, right? Ban it against Malrine because he takes over the game and 1v9s it. Supports really can't suffer against this Sand King with that AoE damage.
Yeah, once he gets Aghanim Scepter, supports just die. It's actually insane how hard it is to stay in the fight against a Blink Aghanim Sand King if you're a support hero. And that does mean that they kind of rely on getting damage reduction, but Beast is not going to head towards a pipe, right? He went Dominator and then back for Aghanims. He's not going to be some full aura build.
They see Rue up on this high ground, so a Solar Bind and the catch for BZM, but the neutral creep snipes him. The purple boys take Rue out themselves.
That was some perfect timing on the deny. Barely any movement speed.
And a move gone awry from Tundra.
Yeah, they still farm the area, so even if they don't get rewarded for the kill, it's pretty fine for them. And acting as a shield for the Medusa by just playing here as well.
You've got to be pretty happy as Yatoro, though, right? That one defense of the bottom tier 1 means that they still have this platform to play through, defend the bottom lane, keep playing towards the Twin Gates. So Weaver has this option to stay farming on lane or join top if they go for dives.
Yeah, I think Weaver is a hero that does not afford to lose lane. He does not go jungle as easily as some other carries. So very important to hold on to it, and that's probably why they made that big commitment.
Yeah.
Coming down there and defending.
Yeah, whereas you see, 33, BZM, very adept at clearing jungle camps and stacks. They don't particularly care about playing through the lane.
Yeah, same is true for Medusa, of course, on Parker. So he's just farming away, and that means Weaver wants to make stuff happen. Goes through the gate, joining top.
This gives an opening for Tundra to drag bottom wave with 33's Helm creep, so the tower bottom is going to start taking chip damage. Spirit wanting to speed things up, though, playing top and then into mid with a TP reaction out of Collapse, getting a go on Whitemon. BZM will bottle up the amplified damage rune, but top tower collapsing here.
Yeah, Brew with a really nice start, getting value out of his Wheel of Wonder. He's also got 8 souvenirs stored up on the Ringmaster.
Already?
Yeah, that's a whole lot of souvenirs that he hasn't had to use. Can be nice to have those handy for future team fights.
They're pricey, you know. You ever been to Disneyland? Tried to buy some merch, it's like 50 euros a pop. It's ridiculous.
Gonna absolutely rip them off.
I would like a mug, please. That'll be 50 euros. Ari, with the help of the Aurora of 33, they hold Collapse in place, but that Rolling Thunder just keeps bouncing onto the Kotl regardless. So Collapse picks up the kill as BZM bangs the drum. Panto stops him in his tracks, and Laurel, with his overgrowth from the tree, and gets in with a burst strike, blows up the bat. TP out from the Beastmaster should be successful here as there are no more stuns, but Whitemon, the slow Jakiros, caught up by Team Spirit, who yet again bring 5 members to the fight.
And Panto yet again showing his proficiency as well, just coming in with a beautiful timing, walking through quite a few heroes to get the big ulti, setting up for his team there. And Team Spirits, they are going to be the more aggressive team. We knew that, everybody knew that in this game. We see Medusa on Tundra, so they definitely want to farm a lot. There could be a time where Medusa wants to join these fights right in front of tower just to pop the ulti and secure a team fight, because they will struggle into the 5-man of Team Spirit.
BZM trying to find the Treant. Not quite in the right place. Collapse and Panto have already stepped back from that top lane. I do enjoy looking at this Weaver's itemization. Going for this first item, Perseverance. Well, hang on a second. BZM. He's pretty quick on his feet, or on his wings, flapping away, forcing Sand King back and keeping Rue on his toes.
Yeah, thinking about catching someone, but pretty hard against all the tools they have. Souvenirs to hop away. But yeah, as you were saying,
it just looks odd when you see, Perseverance in the Maelstrom. You know, doesn't really give you any stats or anything like that, but it's lane sustain, being able to stay on the map and then into the damage. Not finishing off one big item, but going for little pieces that do the job you want.
Yeah, I would like to see him not finish the Lincolns and just go for Shard first and then back for Lincolns, actually.
Oh, nice catch on the Treant. Parker makes sure he joins in here. Dire Sentries all the way back to keep vision on Panto, but with a cloak, well, he looked pretty tanky. Still going to get blasted by Ari.
And then big takedown on Collapse as well as BZM uses his ulti. Batrider showing some of his power when he has the bongo boots just running at people.
And this has given a lot of room to 33. Even going for this Helm of the Dominator, he's found time to slot back in the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he did purchase. The Shard is coming on Weaver, ramping up his farm speed even more. So with Maelstrom, And Shard is gonna be farming so fast that we can see, of course, just running into Batrider is just a bad time. Look at how fast that damage is.
I mean, all of a sudden you have 3 stacks of napalm out of nowhere on you.
It's the boots of bearing. He gets this big 50 attack speed, puts stacks on you when he auto attacks you. It just burns you down super fast.
Putting a halt to Team Spirit for the moment. That should speed up pretty quickly with Laurel having that blink dagger. We'd expect Spirit to make a smoke move out of mid after clearing this wave. It'd be nice to go and find the Parker Medusa to shut her down somewhat.
I think they also want to get this Aghanim Scepter on the Sand King so that they can start deleting people even faster. Because the damage is so quick coming out from Dire. We already see what the Batrider can do, but now we have Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster as well. Bit later than your average timing, that's because he went Dominator first.
Parker having a happy time in jungle. Closing in on 10k net worth, 16 minutes in.
Yeah, he's cruising towards what's looking like 19-minute butterfly timing. You know, that kind of pre-20 butterfly is insanely hard to play against. And that's where, even if you have Diffusal, you might not be able to hit him.
Yeah, like Weaver's going to have the Mjolnir to help out a little bit, but going to have to slot in an MKB at some point.
Yeah. Also, you itemize hard against the Medusa in this game, wanting to go Diffusal and, you know, get the mana break eventually on Weaver. But it's always that question, can you get enough fights against Medusa before she has all the items she needs? So once she gets there, she'll just stand tall.
Looking for it. Playing on this right side of the map, Rue and Laurel, between the two of them, have a lot of control and magic nuke damage. A little bit scary heading into the darkness. There's Tundra, 33 and Ari clear the camps and stay defensive behind the tree line.
Weaver gonna show himself. We can see 33 using his Dominator and his summons just to farm. Looks funny when he has 3 boars because of the chakra magic.
A much better setup from Tundra overall. Like, Whitemon in this position might look a little bit awkward how far up the lane he is, but he's pushing wave, pressing into objective, and creating this massive vacuum of space for his Medusa. While mid lane, Ari and BZM trying to do the same thing, but Laurel coming in to try and shut it down with a roar on the Weaver, though, saved by the box. Rue keeps Yatoro in fighting shape, while Parker's come in, arriving as this very strong Medusa, forcing Spirit back. Yatoro time-lapses, Shikuchi's away. Solar Bind on him, but he's got the gap. As Rue's chased by the Centaur and the Boars. Not quite enough gap closing from Tundra to get on top of Spirit just yet.
Bat might want to dive this. He has a Shield Rune and Bongo Boots. Could keep the fight going, even though they have 5 heroes. They're going to back out in the end.
Well, before their blinks, Tundra very good when Spirit walk into them, but the chase just isn't there yet.
Yeah, no, they don't really have the catching tools yet. As we see them itemizing, of course, towards that farm speed early on. The Aghanim's Beastmaster going to clear through a jungle. He's actually queuing up a Diffusal of his own.
But I've got to say, yeah, Tundra's support's doing a much better job this game of kind of playing forward, being the vanguard, right? Those frontline heroes taking farm where they can, you know, occasionally dying, but giving tons of room to their cores to pick up their items.
Yeah, they're on top of their game. And Ari also scouting the Roche, setting up potential Roche take before 20 minutes. They have the Aghanim's Beastmaster heading into the pit. Do they realize on Team Spirit? They're pinging it. Yeah. They saw him walking around.
They're repositioning. Spirit continue to play as 5. Very tight grouping here as they get onto Whitemon. Jakiro looks like he's going to drop to the swashbuckle and Laurel's final touch.
Got a nice ice path before he died, so at least that buys time for Beastmaster to run to safety.
And Roshan half health, 30 seconds before he moves.
That's a nice present. It's not even Yatoro's birthday anymore.
I don't think Tundra want to pass the parcel just yet. They want that Roshan for themselves, but a jump from Laurel gets on Ari. Trying to blow up the Kotl and the Beastmaster after the Sand King damage is enough. As Spirit, the onslaught, gets on the Batrider with the Rolling Thunder. 2 crashes in, BZM stunned, and Yatoro with the damage.
Just insane team fight from them. Beautiful connection with Sand King, the Ringmaster ulti as well, and then the Pango to finish it all off. Didn't even need the Pango ulti, I think. But very, very dominant area denial coming out from Team Spirit. And while the pickoff game is strong on Tundra, they do have the Batrider and Beastmaster, their 5v5 is not nearly as threatening at this stage of the game. We can see again as Laurel sits in a nice position to get a deep blink in.
Oh, it's such a good trade ulti too. Based on overgrowth, very annoying. I mean, these heroes, not going to be buying Manta styles or anything. Don't want to buy Greaves, going to have to rely on BKBs as the game develops. So far, Panto just keeping them held in place.
That was enough to turn their decision-making around as well. Like you mentioned, the Panto ulti forced 33 now to change his mind. He wanted to go Diffusal to have a Linken's Break built in, but instead he said, you know what, I need Lotus Orb. I need a way to get out of this.
He has to. No chance otherwise.
I'm not even sure Lotus Orb is going to be enough. I feel like he needs straight up the BKB because there's so much damage from Sanking ulti, Ringmaster control.
Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, like, say you Lotus Orb, you're still going to fall to these things, no? We'll see.
Can you still bounce back Burrow Strike?
I'm not sure. I think you can,
I think that's still how it works, right? You put Lotus on yourself, you get Burrow Struck, and then you... Zoop,
I think that one still works.
do the worm. Go all Shai Hulud on them. Parker, top of the net worth still, farming through the Ancients area.
Yatoro, very
BZM,
aggressive.
half health against Yatoro in a 1v1. 33 is here though, so a time-lapse back required. We can't forget that this is Yatoro with Lincolns and Aegis, so very confident to feel bold moving forward. Yeah. Now he's got teammates backing him up as well.
He's also got the full Mjolnir coming in. He's gonna get that upgrade.
Or BZM's TP'd mid.
Cancelled.
Cancels it very wisely, because that would have been into the waiting arms of Panto, who's just warded behind tower. And Dire scan, that's Parker again, making sure he's not being run at.
He's going to stay back and play safe. He does have the Butterfly Manta, so his DPS is nice. But what we saw in the previous fight is just his team disappears in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, he needs RA to be alive.
Oh no, Parker, he's walking up to the mid lane.
Being dived, Laurel collapsed onto Parker. There's no Chakra Magic here for you now, buddy. Parker down and out. And the dive into tier 3, finds to go onto Whitemon. The tree just pops the ulti to kill the Jakiro.
It's so aggressive here. Again, walking to a pretty risky place though. Parker just does not have much space to farm, and that's again the downside of having Beastmaster on your team, who's also pretty damn greedy, and Batrider is also mode farm right now, so they're all fighting for farming space. And that means someone's gonna go to a dangerous area. Ideally, you don't want that to be Medusa.
All right, 20-6 with a 5k lead. Team Spirit. So often we watched, his BZM's gonna get caught here. Flies over the cliff tops, trying to find a little hidey hole, but the cranny he's found is gonna get pummeled, and down he goes. Yatoro's dominating now. And Panto, he's got Ari here with Collapse coming in from the right-hand side. It looks like Kotl is about to die.
He's trying to get away. He's
no
pretty
TP.
fast at least.
There's no TP, man.
He's gonna find a way to walk to safety, Gareth. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah, look to the east on the third day. Yeah. The dawn will rise and Gandalf will come through.
He's so
Except
fast.
he's a decrepit old man.
No, he's completely fine. Just walk it off. Yeah, around that corner. This is not the way. He's so dead.
He's ended up in Moria. What's he doing over here? Poor Ari.
He's full HP, man. He's completely fine.
No, he's completely fine. 35 seconds, completely fine. He's died. Jakiro, in the meantime, Swarm is on him, and Yatoro is giving chase. How many hits does it take to get to the center of a Jakiro? Yatoro's about to find out. Time-lapse is back, though, as he respects the turnaround. Flame Break tries to push him back, but there's not enough control here to deal with him.
Yeah, I don't really think they want to give away a big team fight as well on Tundra, so not really jumping the Aegis Weaver. Sand King was eager to get a chance to jump in with his ulti.
It feels like there's a big shift in the vibe of Team Spirit as well. So often, through this tournament, I mean, hell, historically, we've seen them, drop a game in a series, not look good in laning stage, the whole story being spun. Richard was saying he's a little bit tired by now, but I think it's still factual that Spirit want to look for these late game fights. They look for this individual moment to try and turn the game around. Now in this series, they've been ahead both times, and they haven't given up any of that lead. It's very scary.
I think overall it's true that Team Spirit is a team that levels up a lot as tournaments go on.
That's also true.
They are experienced, they're top-level players, they're very, very good at, you know, understanding a tournament meta. And right now Parker thought he was safe to push the tower.
Oh dear, no he's not. In comes the control from Spirit. Everybody here to deal with Parker. And top lane, Panto. Well, he was left alone by his squad. The straggler will get picked off.
There is zero hesitation. They see Parker hitting a tier 1 and everyone slams the TP immediately.
Donde es Parker? He's down bottom, go kill him.
Get him quick. Unfortunately, Medusa, while their timing was really good on the Manta Butterfly, since then we've only had the Dragonlance added and working on a Hurricane Pike, but it slowed down significantly. Weaver is actually ahead in farm, and Weaver is a much slower farming hero.
And then Batrider on the other side of the scale, really slipping behind now. 10k net worth for BZM. Did get a good leg up at the start with that farming build, pushing out waves, clearing camps, but now this mid Batrider, you know, not really scaling all that much.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to take team fights is the thing. The big teamfight ulti focus, like Radiant essentially picked 4 good teamfight heroes and then a Weaver who shut down the laning stage really hard, and then they've been abusing that. Team Spirit have just ran super strong fighting combos over and over.
And
Collapse under vision.
Tries to go for the Rolling Thunder. He'll shield crash over, but the Roar and Lasso there to take him down. Some serious hate from Tundra.
Just burst everything. Finally, they're going to catch under that ward.
A super important one as well. But yeah, pre-BKBs here, it is suffering for Tundra as Lal just keeps jumping and stunning, catching core after core. And trade offlane for offlane as we wait for that next Roshan spawn. I think he's going to slow down a little bit here, and Tundra can catch their breath. Get Parker back into a position where he can farm and maybe set up around him, because Medusa is strong.
I think they need him to go full glass cannon build from here. He went for the Hurricane Pike, but I think they need to allow him to just burst through with damage. That's what we see him queuing the Daedalus, yeah.
Sort of rapier territory?
Yeah, basically. I think Daedalus is fine first. Maybe Daedalus into rapier even. We'll see how much time he has though, because right now 8k lead, they keep finding these pickoffs.
There's Whitemon bottom, Aria top. Does get the full staff away from the Weaver for now as they eye up a potential go in Yatoro. They've got to pop the Lincoln somehow. There it is from Ari, BZM, Dust, and Lasso. Gets the grab on Weaver to drag him back in towards the Beastmaster, but 33 is not close enough to be able to catch up to Roar.
Yatoro is going to be happy with that. Gets himself to safety, no big cooldown expended. Weaver has a very low CD ulti.
What do you think about this Beastmaster with no blink BKB?
Yeah, I mean, he went back for the Diffusal into a Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
This is very pick-off Dota, never aiming to win the 5v5. And I just fear that sooner or later, you're gonna have to fight for the 5v5. There's no pipe on their team there against an Aghanim Sand King. And again, no BKB. I don't think you're gonna have any authority to do a single action in the 5v5, right? There's way too much control.
So this is like cut wave delay, pick off delay.
It's a good glimpse into the way that 33 sees them winning the game. It has to be on the back of splitting the map, and I kind of agree.
Yeah.
I think they need to split the map until the point where Medusa gets to actually carry in team fights. The unfortunate part is the game is slipping faster than intended, and then this build might fall completely flat.
The dust fall into the pebbles, into the rocks, into the avalanche. Tundra about to be covered by Team Spirit's aggression as they swarm into this bottom part of the map on the eastern side where Parker resides. Jump in from Laurel, spots out the Medusa, but doesn't land the stun. I think he saw the creeps moving, but not the actual hero herself.
Yeah, it was a blind stun. He was hoping he would connect. Almost got him, but the nice Hurricane Pike by Parker gets to safety.
And Parker's like, guys, they saw me. They knew I was here.
Yeah.
I just lull with the read.
Yeah, with the shard on Treant, you never know exactly where the vision is going to be, so they're going to try to de-ward a lot with the gem they have now on Whitemon. So some important D wards as well. You cannot afford to get picked off that close to your base. There's this thing where if you push yourself out on the map, it can be okay to die. But if you die right outside your base and all the enemies are there, they're just going to go high ground.
I think one of the most worrying things here for Tundra is we've talked to death about this Sand King from Lal, the Yatoro Weaver. They've been popping off and looking incredibly good for sure. The Collapse Pango, though, we've seen him go toe-to-toe in like 1v3 situations. Now he's got Aghanim Scepter. He's a real scaled core. He's hitting his timings.
Yeah, he's getting very strong. And the double Lincolns is going to be really nice for him as well.
Yatoro, has he seen him?
Yeah, they spotted him. They saw him running left.
33, runs to the east.
Oh, barely stays safe. Finds a little pocket of Fog of War. Shadow Blades from there and runs to the right. Nice move by 33.
Houdini 3 gets himself just barely out there, down the river.
Yeah, sentry was placed, but it was after the fact. So Ringmaster not able to catch him. Coddle, a little bit of wisdom stealing.
And a bit of dying as well.
Nice.
Unless... Goes Scepter TP, he is fine.
He does have a lot of utility items. Gold Scepter 4-staff, even Holy Locket on the Coddle. Been shoving out the lanes. And for now, this is kind of what they need on Tundra. Split the map, keep the pressure off your buildings and off your Medusa. The net worth has actually stabilized a bit over the last minutes here.
Yeah, only a 5k lead.
It's not that significant. The important part is not net worth in this game. It's about team fight, right? Team Spirit, if they can force a team fight right now, they're still going to dominate it. And Tundra, they need to delay the game, drag it out, split the map.
So Parker's BKB offering protection against that team fight.
Yeah, I think also offers him the safety to get out and push the map. We've seen him get caught before. Right now, there's no BKB piercing catch other than the Treant. So as long as he knows where Treant is, he's going to be fine. Pango hasn't opted to go for a Basher build.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, the BKB Medusa is maybe a first step towards being able to win team fights.
Still a difficult bit of terrain to fight into, though, this bottom Roshan pit. It looks like Tundra not really entertaining the idea of coming down here and contesting. Radiant Vision also spots out Ari.
Yes.
This time, no Ghost Scepter TP.
Double inhibit coming out from the diffusal on him. No chance for him to move at all.
And then straight swing into the pit here by Yatoro.
Yeah, this is a Roche they cannot afford to contest on Tundra, so just gotta give it away. Even if they hear the roar, this is more a roar that signals that the coast is clear, you can farm the map, do what you want. I like that 33 changed his mind. He was queuing up the Silver Edge. I would not really enjoy seeing that here, but he changed his mind into a Disperser, which I think is completely fine. That can actually be a pretty good item against Treant Protector. You can dispel yourself and yeah, maybe always, you know, have that chance to run around.
Yeah, Lincoln's Popper as well. BZM, though, is being found here by Panto and Collapse with a Rolling Thunder roll up and the Overgrowth post BKB. Get the physical damage in from this Pangolier and try to finish off BZM, but he's got to high ground and juke the Swashbuckle. The Aghanim Scepter from Collapse, though, seems a little too much. BZM gets the Blink TP, though. Panto grasping, trying to reach, but doesn't get there.
The tree, quicker than he looks, almost got close enough for a punch there. Would have rooted him and knocked him out.
Well, that's BZM, BKB down. So maybe a chance for Team Spirit still to strike.
If he did not juke that Swashbuckle, he was dead. Nicely done by BZM's Batrider. Up top, 33 walked under a sentry.
Sand King and the Ringmaster right on top of him. Stun into Epicenter. Roar comes out onto Rue, but the Wheel of Wonder already placed. Hypnotizes the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna consider the BKB still. Like, Disperser looks nice, but I still feel like that BKB looks even better. These control spells are just dominating him. There actually is a BKB piercing disable now, by the way. We have Laurel going for the Basher.
Nice.
So Weaver didn't go for it, but the Sand King...
Oh, it's so good with his Ags.
Yeah, can apply it.
Yeah, I still don't know how I feel about this Shadowblade Beastmaster. Like, you know, I understand your point. I understand it's not a bad item. It's just you buy the Shadowblade and then enemy buys gem. right? Your 3k item is undone by something a third of the cost.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at it realistically here, he's trying to drag out the game, and that's the only value.
Yeah.
Mango ulting in.
Zoning back Parker while Yatoro hits into 5th gear. Gets on the tier 3 tower, bringing it down all on his own, basically. But BZM, he's in. Lincoln's being popped. They don't get the lasso, the drag, or anything. As Batrider holds his ulti, and Parker trying to frontline to keep Team Spirit out of their base. So far successful.
Difficult coordination to get the Lincoln's grab, as Batrider does not have his own Lincoln's break, so they had to coordinate with the Caudal to Solar Bind. Didn't really get the timing, but even so, he had Aegis. I'm not sure they want to take that fight. But yeah, no, dude, you're absolutely right. For now, we're 35 minutes into the game. The Beastmaster has been part of 3 kills, and it hasn't really looked like it's come to fruition.
The way Parker was microing that courier, I thought there was something really important on it. Just the sentry ward. Oh, yeah, glip it up, run it around, micro it. I mean, 33's being eyed up on the opposing side of the map, though. Hypnotized in the Wheel of Wonder again. Yeah, no BKB, no safety net.
It's an all too familiar story, isn't it?
It is.
2 heroes just take him out, same 2 heroes even.
Sand King and Ringmaster just playing this top lane continually.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for ever doubting the Sand King mid. He's 9-0-9. Laurel is absolutely popping off.
And then they've got this outpost. And the Dire Ancients, they just TP there and play into bottom lane.
I'm just going to defer to trusting Laurel in general. I feel like the last 2 or 3 years, he's been such a god player. Just everything looks insane that he does.
He's thinking about a go there. Yeah, I think people still, I don't know, hold him to his skill level when he first joined, right? He had a very small hero pool, looked a bit shaky, but he has developed as a player incredibly over the past couple of years.
Yeah, for sure.
And people's memories, sometimes stronger than reality.
He's gonna jump in.
Jumps in, looks for Ari. Misses Burrow, but the magic damage is good enough. Blows up Kotl. Buyback's available for Ari here, but Tundra just being dived and slain by their tier 4 towers. Wymon's gone for 50 seconds. Tier 3's down, Barracks falling.
And still Aegis for 50 seconds on the Weaver. Medusa's here with decent damage, but it's not really enough to stop the push.
And they had already previously set up that middle lane, so they can just go into mid, finish off the tier 3, get another lane of Barracks if they want.
Yeah, I think they might even be happy to just reset. Aegis is about to time out soon, and they are in full control of the map. They're not going to give any fight without Aegis inside the base of Tundra. That's basically the way for Tundra to come back, is to take a favorable fight.
Yeah, no defender's advantage for you.
33 finally changed his mind, by the way, and decided to go back for the BKB first.
It's felt necessary.
Yeah, it's felt necessary for a while.
There's a double damage up at top spot. Incredible rune if Team Spirit can go and get it. For now, just repurposing. Farming backwards through the map, being as safe as they possibly can, holding some high grounds, waiting to see if Tundra smoke across, because that's a way for them to get back in. There's a smoke pick-off play.
Yeah, at least gonna go out and get some D-ward going for them. Sand King is ever watching, though, wanting to drag another team fight their way with the ulti.
Panto sees Whitemon coming, started out with Laurel's arrival. The Jakiro doesn't last long. They try and barrier up and save him. Ghost Scepter forced out from Kotl. Get some distance from Team Spirit. They roar up the Pango. The damage is just not coming, though. They box up the roll. He's going to dish out as the Sand King comes in. The damage turn from Parker, though, brings the Laurel Sand King down. Collapsing Yatoro can open up, though. The Medusa, she's falling so quickly. 99 seconds, Parker is out of the game. Tundra double buyback on support, but Team Spirit have the rapier in the hands of Yatoro. Chasing towards Ari, Ghost Scepter's up. Whitemon, a few hits and clicks will finish off the Jakiro. And BZM goes the same direction.
That was an all-in right there. Might just be one of the shortest Divine Rapier holds, but ultimately, yeah, it was a nice attempt, but it's way too far this game gone.
38 minutes. Yatoro beyond godlike with an ultra kill at the end, dealing with Tundra and shutting down Parker.
I mean, Yatoro absolutely owned the entire game. Laurel was on point, finding so many kills, and big props to the supports as well. I mean, all of them were really just crushing it on side of Team Spirit here. And Tundra, a little bit too asleep this draft. They couldn't really go for fighting.
And very crisp from Team Spirit.
Very crisp from Team Spirit. We knew that they were going to do well at the early stage of the game. We were maybe a little worried what would happen if Tundra would make it to the later stages, but Spirit just did a really good job at making sure that Tundra never really had an opening, and they were just so slowed down that Spirit could really capitalize.
Yeah, Spirit just so methodical. I think just strategically coming into this series, Spirit knew exactly how to play against Tundra. They always had elements of map play and pickoffs and skirmish, and Tundra, their default mechanism to getting Parker online is split the waves, get him to like 20,000 net worth, allow him to be this kind of like 1v9 style player. But that wasn't the case. Spirit, they just kept getting the kills, and we're going to see the net worth in the clips. As this clip package rolls out, Parker's up top, but that's kind of it. No one else kind of followed suit, and yeah, Spirit, this, I think, really good prep coming into the series.
I want to say there's some, like, the Beastmaster build to me is a bit interesting. He goes for like Diffusal Shadowblade, doesn't really go for like the Shivas or the Blink that we usually see. I don't know, like, I'm trying to figure out what their mentality was, because then they have like Crimson on the Bat Rider. He's going for like the auras. I feel like they didn't feel like they ever had like a good timing that feels like, okay, we have our items, it's go time. It was always kind of like everything was just a bit like step apart from each other.
It doesn't help, I think, for Tundra at least, that, you know, Parker did die here at mid tier 2, then he goes to the bottom tier 1 tower, he dies there as well. So like Tundra's kind of itemization, their path into this game, you could argue is post that Aegis, that's their go time. But then somehow this Aegis became way more than it really could have been, because Tundra, they didn't get into that map play state because of how kind of ruthless Spirit were. And then there was an ambitious Rapier pickup. He tried to do it, got a couple kills, but yeah, that's just gonna be the end of the road for Tundra.
Yeah, hopes and dreams crushed. Not just for Tundra, for a lot of people that were hoping to see Parker versus Heroic later today, but that is no longer a possibility. I will say the man of the match has to be Toro, 12-0-9. I'm just going by the scoreline because I do think it was a team effort, and we can highlight Collapse again because he's one of the few people that can pull off Pango the way he does. It's crazy. It's really fun to watch. Laurel did a good job at a Sand King that hadn't won a game yet this Wallachia, but based on the scoreline and just overall consistency throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are very impressive for Yatoro, right? Of course, I think Spirit, you got to give them the commendation that they are picking heroes that no one even cares about. Sand King mid, 1 game, 1 loss on other teams, and then, of course, the Pangolier. So are there other heroes that Spirit have that no one really thinks about?
You would think yes.
I thought it was a good shout out by Moon in the interview where he was like, Maureen's playing it.
Yep.
That's why we kind of understood it was coming. It wasn't a big deal. It was a big deal, but
it was also a big deal.
What was a big
Hold
deal?
that thought. Collapse is quite a big deal, and he's standing by with Slacks right now.
That's right, Shiver. Collapse is quite a big deal, and he is with us here today. Collapse, are you happy with yourself? You denied all of us the Parker Heroic game. Yeah, you feel good about that? You could have just taken an L for the community. Why did you decide to win this game?
I mean, we discussed yesterday with Muon that, I mean, Parker versus Heroic is not like, it's not that serious like in the past, because there's no like old players like Davai Lama, Anaok, then he probably have beef maybe with Coach and King Jungles, maybe. So it's not that, I mean, interesting right now.
So it wouldn't have been that cool. Okay, I guarantee. That's fine, that's fine. So you are going to give us something cool then, right? You're going to give us the big rivalry that we're all going to get it just... No, just lie. For what? Everyone knows you're nice, Collapse. Just say how excited you are to play against Heroic or Liquid, in your opinion. Who's winning the next one?
Yeah, honestly.
You don't care? You don't care? That is a badass statement in itself. You get no joy from destroying these guys anymore?
No, I just want to sleep, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to put him to bed, baby? You want to put him fucking down, have him snoozing? Absolutely. I feel it, dude. He wants to put that fool to sleep. Hell yeah, Collapse. Let's talk a little bit about your gameplay and your drafting here. We've seen a lot of this Pango coming out. I'm getting some old Collapse vibes of this guy plays too much shit. We don't know what to ban anymore. Do you think we're going to get some Pango respect bans?
I think not. People still will ban like Mars, some other shit. Not the Magnus already, because Magnus is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he says. Don't believe him. No, go ahead.
No, it's dead.
Yeah, huh?
It's dead.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, Panga is a good hero. Like so many said, like it's like hide and poke hero, like bullshit. What can you do with this hero? But I mean, I'm finding some way to play this hero to stomp noobs.
Yeah. Noobs, you say? Noobs? You're gonna call Tundra noobs? That's unreal, dude. Ain't no way.
It's just a joke. I mean, I feel kind of unfair, you know, to win teams with stand-in like Tundra, and Falcons here. So it's kind of unfair, to be honest, because if they play S5 like those the players, it would be tough.
More of a challenge. Yeah, understood. Now, I got some bad news for you. You say you're sleepy. You say you're tired. You're playing again today, dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm playing first one and the last one.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You sleep on your bed of money. But how do you wake up? How do you wake up? What do you do on Team Spirit to, you know, get out of the sleepiness? Can you teach us?
First time, like when I wake up, I'm sleeping with Slava. Like,
You're doing what?
I mean, in 2 different beds.
Oh.
In the room with Slava, you know.
Yeah. And then?
And then I woke up. I hit him a few times with PO.
Oh.
Yeah, just to wake him up also. Because like past times when I was with Zwaro, he always wake me up. Like every time, because he wakes like early.
Maybe we should stop the interview. Thank you so much. It was really good seeing you, Collapse. We'll see him later today. Big wake up, Collapse. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much.
That's amazing. There's no one who can talk to players quite like that, and I don't think there's anybody who can make the jokes that he does and get away with it as well.
I love the phrase. Oh, sleep on a bed of money.
That was good. Also good to know, of course, Gunnar, that it it was discussed. You know, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, they discussed the drama. That's what Milan is there for.
Yeah.
He's very in the pub scene, the pro scene. He knows all the guys. He knows all the drama. They probably brought him in as the coach for the kind of, is this series important for the lore, the storytelling? And they're like, it's better for us to win a Wallachia than it is for Parker versus Heroic.
A lore coach, that sounds scary. Like
that could be Slacks.
That's what I'm thinking. What do you think? What would happen?
He did get second place at TI.
And but that didn't really then.
But that was as a player.
That wasn't a catalyst. There's more lore, right? Like it was just a one and done until maybe now.
Well, we still talk about it to this day. Slacks second place TI.
That's part of the lore Now it is. We're going to find out what's part of the lore of Team Spirit, because they will have to have a team to go up against tonight. Is it going to be Heroic? Is it going to be Liquid? That's our upcoming series. We'll see you after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. You're, of course, watching PGL Wallachia Season 7, and we are getting ready for another lower bracket series. Heroic taking on Team Liquid in a best-of-3. Loser gets left behind on top 6. Winner will be guaranteed 4th, and of course, a chance to still make it through to the final day. Goes up against Spirit at the end of the day. But we need to talk about Heroic and Team Liquid, because both of these teams being here, well, for one, it was a little bit more likely than the other, potentially. I think a lot of people didn't expect to see a Liquid down here, and that's why we're focusing on them first. So here with Teagoff and Gunnar. Gunnar, when we're focusing on Team Liquid, there is one thing that they do that maybe other people don't do.
Yeah, it's well, I think other people aren't doing it because it gets banned every game. But for Liquid, for some reason, they actually get this hero very consistently. They've gotten Largo 6 different times.
Yep.
That's impressive.
That's I think that's the most of any team. I want to say that's
bold statement.
Okay.
Best Largo team in the world at the moment.
I don't think it's that bold.
I
think that's fair to say.
That wasn't bold at all. I realized
Yeah,
that was
like
the word bold.
Guys, this team that has won a lot with the hero more than anyone else probably is the best at it.
Another bold take. One of these two teams will win.
Whoa, no way, Teagoff.
I can go 3 for 3 if you'd like.
No, I actually.
Yep.
They're both going to lose because the Parker versus Heroic is dead.
Oh.
So no matter who wins.
How many series is that going to bleed in?
We'll bring it up every game.
Okay. Grand finals, it'll be like, oh, it's a real shame.
It could have been if they went through the upper bracket.
Think about what could have been.
Do you think they spoke about it? Okay, what are we talking about? Yeah, either way, Liquid, Largo, I do agree. I feel like from the off lane to the support role, they just understand the hero really well. And they just, I think what was in the bottom line of that graphic, did you say Heroic hadn't played against Largo yet?
So Heroic's stats for Largo is they played it once and they lost with it this tournament, and that was their only Largo interaction. I think they had it on their team in Blast or Dream League, and then they won that game. But currently, I think the cool thing to look about for today is kind of what Yandex banned versus Liquid yesterday, because it was a 2-0. Yeah. We were not expecting that. We were kind of saying Liquid's been looking really good. If anything, it's a 2-0 for Liquid. So I think Cass did his research. I think for him today, or yesterday, he was like, what did Yandex ban? What did they do to beat Liquid? The big things Yandex did was on second pick, they banned the Largo. Like, they basically banned the big 4 versus Liquid. And then on first pick, I think the cool thing they did was they pick a bunch of magic teamfight skirmishers. If you see in that draft down there where they have like the Voker, the Kez, the Phoenix, they just pick all this damage. So then when Liquid does their standard group run at you, like you want to fight, you have even more damage than they can provide.
Yeah, and to me, I just really enjoyed the Luna game from Yandex. The idea of Luna rising in stocks. Liquid, also a team that can play the Luna. Like when you're picking heroes like DK, even the Tidehunter, leaving like the off-lane blob exposed in a draft, there is going to be a chance that Lunas can come into play. And I really I want to see it once in this series.
Yeah. That would be nice, and potentially it does come out as
a big huddle
here.
happening.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of strategizing happening here. They're all gathered around this laptop.
I'd really love to know, like,
cool stuff.
When they won, was that the Wallachia that they were doing the like yell before every game?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It was Heroic, right? Maybe they got to do that today. Maybe they need the
huddle,
the energy, the vibes.
Oh, one thing that they have started doing though is doing the kicking the little football outside. They kind of took that from Mastini and PVISION. But
well, actually,
they actually took that from Astini and Nouns. Yeah,
that was from Nouns.
Yeah,
we had a mental coach, and we would throw a ball to each other, and Astini was on the team. So it's actually, another Nouns classic and a Dota back on top. But to talk about the drafts for Heroic, I think yesterday they kind of like adapted their drafts. This is games 2 and 3, where they lost the second game, and then they kind of like changed some stuff up. So in the second game was the one they had the Timbersaw, and they didn't really have this like connection. And then in the next game, they pick Void Spirit. They pick this more aggressive hero. They have someone who can make plays. And I thought it was really interesting that between 2 games in the same series, you can see the core of the draft is there with like the Shadow Fiend, the Shadow Shaman, the Beastmaster. But then you change up what you need to fix, and they did it really quickly and efficiently. So I'm hoping that they kind of keep those adaptations. They know their strengths at this point, because at this point in the tournament, you kind of know what works for you and what doesn't. So just do what works for you, make the drafts good, and hopefully there isn't much adapting they need.
Yeah, and for Heroic as well, like Tai Lung, it's a player that you will always talk about on this roster due to the stardom, the pub star that he is. But against some of the more experienced mid laners,
like Nisha,
yes, potentially like Nisha, even like GPK earlier in the bracket, he has been not exposed, but it's more like he's been put to the test where he's like, playing like a Razor mid, right? And then suddenly GPK's on an Ember, breaking the entire map. It's like Tai Lung is like, because of his heroes, like, I cannot follow GPK's movements. I'm just here. So I feel like Tai Lung, he knows his role for the team exceptionally well. He's like kind of like a pillar of the early to mid game through the Viper, the Primals. Like, all his heroes are just ones you want to play through. But
How does Nisha get away with only playing 4 heroes this event so far? 5, sorry, math.
Okay, so banning out any heroes are quite difficult after the first phase because you either have 1 ban or 2 ban depending on the side.
Sure.
And then, you know, Puckstorm, Ember, Tiny, because he's so good on them,
he can kind of blind pick them. So
exactly.
Pick them in most situations.
But I'm just looking at a very big disparity between the 2 mid laners where Nisha, he follows the same kind of logic of GPK, whereas like he's going to win his mid lane, break the map. And Tai Lung, depending on how they want to draft him, he might not be able to match that pacing, which puts even more pressure on. He has to be efficient in the lane. The supports need to help out the rune contest. Like, you cannot allow Liquid to give Nisha the 4-minute rune, like both water runes, potentially 1 water rune, the 6-minute rune as well, and 8. Like, it is, like, as much as we look at both mids here, I'm also looking at the supports.
Yeah, I think Tai Lung, there's like games where I think he gets picked a hero and he can't do anything on it. Like there was a Razor game I remember I saw where he was just picked Razor in a really bad Razor game. They picked the gyro in that, and it just I felt bad for him. It's like he's dealing with so much struggle, and then you see games where he gets like a bristle in a good game, and he just runs over the entire game.
But that's the thing, is like in some of those games where the Razor, the bristle, whatever, even though they're not like playmaker killing heroes like we saw from Nisha, if he does get his timings, if Heroic can utilize the first aura or the first 15-minute mid-centric moment, they are going to break a game. It's not as consistent as let's just put him on a Beastmaster, let's put him on a Void Spirit, and even if the early game doesn't go well, you'll still be able to play out the mid to late game.
I have a question about the start of the draft, as we have established that Liquid loves Largo. Everybody bans Largo. Heroic lost 1 game of Largo and then haven't had it since. Do you think that means that Heroic, first pick or second pick, they will have to ban Largo, or will they still take it if they get the chance?
I think they'll honestly probably ban it both sides. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban it both sides, because their 1 Largo performance was pretty bad. Like Whisper got kind of cooked in the lane.
He did get IO Marcy, if that was the correct game, right? He lost his tower like minute
like
3
5.
minutes 6.
It was like on the 5 siege, he just lost the tower. There was like a point in the mid game where they kind of came back. Yeah. Like they won 1 fight, and you're like, maybe if they win like another, the game will be even. But then they kind of snowballed it out of there. Yeah. There are some unfortunate things that happen, but I don't know. I feel like it's not their playstyle. When I think of Whisper on teams, he's some like beast, not like beast master, but like a beast player type. And he controls the game. He plays like so active. He plays so strong. And when you're Largo, a lot of these like really impactful offlaners, sometimes the Largo I feel like is a nerf to some extent.
Oh yeah, there you go. Heroic first pick in this game. They do ban out the Largo in their first. Like that's costly because you only have 3 bans.
It is, and other bans that they've done in this position, I feel like they've always had 1 respect ban available from first pick. They've never really fallen into a trap of having to ban 3 heroes from first.
Yeah, the other concern now for me is I think Liquid's going to leave Shadow Fiend and Marcy in the pool. And then if Heroic takes the Shadow Fiend, they're going to get instant Marcied.
Yeah, Boxy will very happily want to play the 4th position Marcy. Yep, it's Shadow Demon, Shadow Fiend.
Even the carry. Mickey plays Marcy a lot too.
But I mean, this draft line, you will assume SD first pick for Heroic is the most stable. Doesn't create these opportunities that you're mentioning.
Yeah, I would just ban the SD right now if I was Liquid. You leave Marcy, Shadow Fiend in the pool.
Bat Rider is then also in the pool though, and Whisper Bat is spooky.
It is spooky, but we are now seeing more and more games of Bat Rider not taking over the games like it used to, at least. At some point, you have to try and go, is it truly as strong as it used to be? Like, you have to make a statement. Okay, no, we are. I'm
trying to think about... I just think that it's pretty interesting when the drafts play out like this in terms of, kind of like what I was saying, you leave way more heroes in the pool. Like we have Huskar having to be banned because of timing. We have Largo having to be banned. Ursa's now, like this is really giving me like SF's going to be really impactful in this draft.
But okay, so it's like you ban Ursa, Heroic, let's say take SF, then it opens up the Mars pick as well for Liquid instead.
Yeah.
Then
it opens up so many heroes like Mars, Marcy would be the big 2. Then there's also the Bat Rider.
And then is the trade of taking SD, them taking SF, does that actually feel good? Because then in the later phases, Liquid can still take a Marcy and a Mars and start protecting and buffing SF in other forms.
Yeah,
right?
like if you take the SD here, they can just go Shadow Fiend into Mars.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you're also sad.
Yep.
And they can even ban the Marcy. And then now, if there's no Marcy in the pool, what are really the responses and to like a Shadow Fiend?
And this all stems from the fact that you have to self-ban Largo. Because whenever you enter a tournament, if there's a hero that is like the hero of a tournament, like back in the day when Chen Io, like you have to have a Chen Io player on your team, right? If you're self-banning these heroes, you're gonna put yourselves in a difficult position. And after all of that, they
It's
just
just a
take
whisper bat.
they just take
Yeah,
the bat
I,
right
mean,
instead.
I would just pick, anything. Shadow Demon, SF, or Mars. Any of those three to me are just like a really simple, just pick it. You'll probably get one of the other three on 13. Like you're fine with any combination of those heroes, like Shadow Fiend Mars, Shadow Fiend Marcy, Mars Marcy, like anything of that is good.
Also, I feel like the way that we were discussing it as well, I feel like Shadow Demon felt like it wasn't giving as much oomph to a draft. And then Batrider, it's like, okay, you have the beekeeping stun, you've got ways to punish the inevitable Shadow Fiend, where picking Shadow Demon, yeah, I feel like Heroic got the nicer of all the options.
I think Shadow Demon's the best support to first pick because it's good versus a lot of the meta supports and it sets up for the draft. But if there's some like Batrider Shadow Fiend in the pool, it's like
you have to
probably just take it.
But now Heroic has 2 bans. Surely one of them is going to at least be Shadow Demon, because you're having bat. You gotta let the bat be.
There is also the Tiny. There's like so many annoying heroes to deal with. Tiny, Shadow Demon, Mars would be
Oracle. Actually, Liquid is one of the
Liquid was one of the Oracle teams.
It's BB and Liquid are the two that do it, but okay.
And they, as we talked about this morning, they do it against Batrider.
Yeah, with Shadow Fiend, of course, there are multiple ways to enable him. You already mentioned the Tiny with the toss, but having just a strong position 5 to get it through lane, having offlaners that initiate, so then Shadow Fiend doesn't have the pressure of needing to do it alone. I've seen a lot of carry Shadow Fiends where they try to buy Silver Edge, but because their draft doesn't enable the fight, you're expecting a carry Shadow Fiend to like walk into an aggressive position with like maybe only a Shaman to help you out. You have to just enable him, facilitate the fight for him to do the damage.
Right, 1 ban for Liquid. Jakiro was the other support they remove on the side of Heroic, so leaving the Shadow Demon in.
I mean, most teams in this position will always ban Meepo just because of Yuma.
Yeah.
But if Liquid have the idea of throwing down early heroes that want to break the map, want to be aggressive, maybe they just let it through.
Yeah, I think the Meepo for Heroic has been one of the ways that they have been able to deal with Shadow Fiends.
Yep. Ever since the old Mega Meepo, it really just changes some of the matchups. Like, because here it's like when you go, oh, Liquid will pick a Tiny and some more ground stun. It's like, it doesn't really matter. Like, he'll get stunned for a bit, he'll Mega Meepo, and then he'll just kill you. So Meepo is just very scary when he gets to his like 2.5 item timings.
I still like the Mars for Liquid.
Yeah, no, 100%.
To me, that's like such a simple pick. I would ban the Meepo. Like you don't really want to deal with. It's 18 pick as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like so much stress to alleviate.
Would you worry that if you don't ban / pick Mars here, they ban Shadow Demon actually? Would Heroic pick Mars?
I don't think Heroic's gonna pick Mars now. I think they're probably gonna pick a support, if not the support duo, because if you pick the Mars and the Bat, it's kind of like both of them are committed. You have the Mars commit offlane. You have the Bat likely committed mid. Sure, again, we say like, oh, there's like technically Batter to carry, but you're not going to really draft around that. So I think it kind of like pigeonholes Heroic's draft too much.
You also need to give credit to Tai Lung, where he will not play a hero, get told, oh, you need to try it, and then he'll get to a point where he can competitively play it very quickly. I think a good example was when he joined Heroic. It was either Bristle or Razor he didn't play mid. He played a qualifier, didn't really work out. He then practiced the hero, and then they won the qualifier with him playing these heroes. That could be the argument for Batrider. He's got, 4 competitive games on Batrider, hasn't played it for 4 years. After seeing some of the mid laners play it in the last couple of days, something to consider.
Yeah.
But Heroic, poor KJ, man. Just 7 games now of Warlock.
50,
you don't like Warlock?
No,
Why'd you say poor?
Because we spoke to him on the...
You say lucky KJ getting to play 7 games.
We spoke to him. He was like, there's like 0 dopamine in Warlock. He's I press heal, I play early game, I win.
Previous PGL Wallachia winner, Kaori, had 16 games or something last season on Warlock. You think he didn't have a good time winning the tournament with Warlock?
Again, just to remember, I'm speaking from someone who has like 200 plus ranked games of Warlock in like the last year. I have accepted my fate that Warlock is number one, but
KJ has not reached that point yet.
Yeah, I think it's
on
light.
6. Yeah,
you have to play it enough that the boredom becomes fun.
No, that's true. Yeah, I mean
acceptance.
Yeah,
it's acceptance.
He's still in denial. We got a Tusk coming out for Heroic and a Tidehunter as an answer to Team Liquid from Team Liquid.
Okay, I like the Tide as opposed to the Mars. It gives you a little more anti-Bat Rider. Like this guy can just walk in, won't really get lassoed. The Dead in the Water is also decent versus Tusk. Like if you get him, it prevents his snowball saves. But I think it's mostly this like pure anti-Bat Rider hero that builds pipe.
It also explains the Ursa ban maybe a little bit more.
It's just very good. Against, whenever you are second pick, you have the one ban in the second phase. Having an investment ban is always helpful, right? Shaman and Ursa, you could argue, are both investment bans for Liquid, where you're not expecting it to be like big statement openings for Heroic, but when you get to the next phase, like, what if we wasted it? So, yep, I like the bans. It does mean that Heroic, it saw what Luna did against Tide yesterday in the Yandex vs Liquid series. Maybe there's an argument for that hero to come into play, but Yuma is yet to play at the tournament.
The Bane.
Guys, is Yuma going to see this Bane be like, aha, a single target spell that will not work on multiple meepos?
4 of my heroes.
Yeah, but it's like sure there's a Ravage and a Shadow Fiend ult.
Yep.
And an Avalanche. but Bane does not deal with meepo.
Bane does not, and that's why we Gyrocopter. Oh no, that's why we Viper. The old Thailand.
Because you're gonna bait out the ban on meepo so that you don't get 23. Interesting. I see your game, Tafs.
Huh?
He's baiting out a meepo ban.
I see. So smart. So
smart.
For the last phase, is it correct to saying that we are looking for a hero for Yuma indeed, and their flex potential is minimum, but the potential is there, but they're actually gonna flex is probably not happening on both sides. So Nisha still for Liquid looking for.
Yeah, I think it's like a very straightforward, honest draft.
Yep.
Hero that I want to say will get banned. TA is 100% going to get banned by Liquid, but if it's not, that's like you don't even think. Like you get your pick and then boom, TA lights up, just click, go next.
Yep. Yeah, for Heroic it's Yuma, we need a carry, and for Liquid, you need a mid to play into the Viper. Again, normally in this position you think about like Beastmaster, anything that has wave shove and doesn't really care about Viper. Like you don't allow Viper to play poison attack and stand on your high ground. So you want to turn it into a farm trade, and then like Viper's farming but only in Ags, and you're farming like just better. So yeah. Beastmaster's in the pool.
Yeah.
I think that would be good for Nisha. He hasn't really played it this tournament, but like obviously he can play it.
I mean, you just also get you get Roshan for your Shadow Fiend. So then if there is a world where Bat Rider wants to lasso on objective push, but they ban out
also in theory,
ban actually.
Tiny mid is decent versus Viper. It's like okay, because it's easy for you to get the last, like you walk in, kill the creep, and then walk away, and then you can start nuking out the wave at like that level 4-ish timing with Crash Landing.
I honestly forgot about Invoker, so yeah, good ban there. It would have inevitably got to the point of Cataclysm late game. Tundra tried to run this type of lineup earlier. It didn't really work out, but yeah, always a scary combination with. They have so many stuns on Liquid that Shadow Fiend and the mid laner will thrive.
TA still in.
Yep.
I think it's such a good TA game, and Yuma really likes the hero. I hope they actually don't get baited into the meepo, but they might. Like, why not? But TA just looks like it's.
That's not a meepo face. You know, if you're a meepo player,
he's like kind of grinning.
Meepo,
he's
that's
more
like,
happy if he's.
That's like I'm playing TA potentially. That's like 15 and whatever hero. Like if he's got meepo, there's like a smirk. There's a bit of meepo. You know, there's some life in him.
I wonder if there's a.
That's a very.
I wonder if there's a world of Nisha just plays Ember anyway into the Viper. For the game, like Ember's very good versus Bat. It's very good versus Tusk. It's not my favorite, but it's definitely a possibility.
I mean, if you want that logic, then Storm, I think, would be the better version, because you can just...
I just think Storm loses the lane more.
Because of Flame Guard, sure.
Well, you don't go Flame... You go Slight Chains, usually, and then you play to, like, chain the creeps, and, like, hopefully Slight and, like, drag it out, whereas Ember kind of has to... And you can dodge attacks with the side effects, whereas Storm plays a bit more honest. Like, walks in, remnants, he takes 3 Like
Three
he
hits,
was like,
yeah.
ow. Also, the movement speed from Ember, he has like 25 more than Storm, I think, 20 or 25. So it's just like the ability to walk away from the Viper feels better. Luna.
Luna. You wanted a Luna today. You get one.
There we go.
You're welcome.
Interesting.
So happy to see Luna.
Are you actually?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. All right.
I've been raving about this hero.
I've been raving about this facet for time. So right now, Wallachia is like this is the start of what Luna has to offer in the competitive scene. In tournaments to come, you guys will be bored talking about Luna because teams are going to be picking it more and more. That Moon Shield 2-2, it's okay. In the future, it'll be like 8-3 or something. Yeah. But yeah, free lane against Tide, damage reduction when you're playing quite a bursty lineup of Liquid is going to be very helpful. And then you always itemize to be tanky. You want to buy BKB, you want to buy Hurricane Pike, you want to buy Satanic.
Lena. I actually was like, Lena could be interesting here, but I don't know if they want the double turret with Shadow Fiend. But it survives the Viper.
Yep.
I think the hero's a bit underrated. There's also technically a chance I've seen, I believe it was Maureen did it, Greaves Lena, which would be pretty good this game versus like the Viper versus the Bat Rider, and gives you this early game
But
timing.
it's still magic damage Lena.
Yeah,
build,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Sure. Okay.
You can even go the physical with the Greaves. The idea is that any hero that kind of has built-in damage can go Greaves, I think, but he's probably going to go either the Treads or the Travels, go like more of a standard build. I would assume physical damage this game and become like a tanky right-clicker, but...
I mean, Liquid's lineup is about punishing Heroic's way to start a fight, right? You've got a Tusk initiation or a Bat Rider initiation. If you don't initiate correctly, the double turret of SF or Lena will be ready to kill that hero and then turn around the engagement, because the teamfight Heroic is more like get tanky blobs in objective positions and right click. And that is not going to be a good recipe as the game progresses with the type of lineup that Liquid has. So yeah, for Heroic, they need to hit their timings really nicely. And I think the Lena just puts this team fight timer on Heroic. Like having a pick off Lena, a Shadow Fiend, all the control. It's actually just going to be a fun game.
Is there a favorite? But merits to both sides, seems like.
I worry about the stuns of Heroic scaling into the game, but I like the heroes.
Okay. I think for me, honestly, a big move this game is going to be Tai Lung level 6 TP into the safe lane. If Luna does like good in the lane and then Viper TPs and ults the Tide, there's this like really big thing in the matchup where you ult the Tide, he gets broken, you kill him. Luna maybe gets the tower, you get the 7-minute Wisdom Rune that they always fight about.
Yep.
I think if that like early game all goes to plan, it's going to be really good for Heroic.
Do we think Liquid is going to hard address Yuma's need for experience runes?
Honestly, probably.
That was actually hilarious. Good.
Probably, yeah. I think that they're the type of team to watch replays, figure out, and it's kind of, he's been having that type of play style on every team for the past like 2 years or more, where he's like always wanting to fight this 7 minute.
Like no, it doesn't matter if his lane's going well or not. We're going.
He sees 3 heroes. He's like, no, I'm going to stand in the middle of that.
I'm going to fight you guys.
And you're going to have boredom and then leave. No, they don't get bored. They just kill him. But yeah, kill Yuma if he goes for the 7-minute wisdom. Just be ready for his aggression.
Yep. And for Heroic, just like you bring even more heroes, bring your mid laner, bring your off laner, 5 heroes in the safe lane, 7 minutes. Whisper, there's a gate. That's what gates are for, you know? Whisper shows up, takes the gate back to top, sacks only 1,000 gold and 2 levels of XP, but it's all good.
It's all good. It sounds like a fun time happening at the Experience Rune. First, though, a fun time before the game starts with Caps and Slacks.
Fun time. This is a very serious time here. Caps is all business here today. Walking out of that booth, not a smile. Don't look at his smile now. He's lying. He was very serious. How do you feel about this series coming up? I mean, Liquid is what many you in the past had said the team to beat here, but you know they can bleed, as we saw yesterday. Did you prep a lot? Are you ready for this team?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we didn't expect to play them so early into the tournament. But you know, Yandex looked very dominant yesterday. I think they improved a lot throughout the tournament. And yeah, we did our best with prep. We didn't expect them to leave bat, you know, because it's Whisper's bat, and they left it. But I think like at least this first draft, 2 drafts were good. Let's see how it goes.
Absolutely. They gave you 2 iconic heroic heroes. You got the Whisper Bat and you got the Tai Lung Viper. I want to ask a little bit about that. Does he enjoy playing Viper? Because I talk to these players, they like playing, you know, the Storms, the Flashy, and Viper's kind of the hit button, but he's really good at it.
I mean, he actually really enjoys playing it. It's like, I think he sees the hero a bit different than other people sees it. he sees all the opportunities that the hero gives for you to take over the game and pressuring early game. And pressuring early game is fun, you know? You go and you just like, you know, just fuck people.
Oh, okay. Let's just say it out. Let's just get it out there. Fantastic. Now, would you say that the mid Viper, in your opinion, is a lot better than this off-lane Viper that we've seen sometimes? Because it's kind of like we've seen a lot of tri-lanes developing over the course of this tournament in response to that.
Yeah, the Viper offlane is way more punishable. I think Viper offlane, you just need to make sure that you have good supports for early game and you have a really good matchup and play around it. I think when like 2 patches ago, we were playing Viper offlane when we had the Lama. I think at that point, Viper was way stronger than now because the eggs were broken and the hero got nerfed, and then it would work in every single role, carry mid, offlane. But right now, it's like, I think it's not even that good of a hero. It's just a decent hero, but just Tai Lung just completely dominates the hero.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of the opposition that I've been talking to, the coaches have been saying against Liquid, the main focus is shut down Nisha. Don't let him breathe. Get in his face. Is this kind of what you guys are thinking, or are you going to be playing on your own style for this series?
I mean, it's just to not giving him puck, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I think I learned my lesson.
Okay.
Fast.
Absolutely.
He's playing Lina for some reason. Have you guys seen Nisha playing Lina this tournament?
No, not picked, not banned, not anything.
Yeah, so I think it worked.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we'll see if that Lina can carry or if it will hopefully be destroyed by you guys. Thank you so much for your time. Let's get into the game. Heroic, Liquid, Cavs, Blitz, Dota time.
Dota time indeed. Let's get back into the lower bracket here. Game 1, best of 3. Team Liquid taking on Heroic, and as Caps and Slacks were saying, there's some little nuggets of information. Bat left in for Whisper, one of his classic signature heroes, and then Nisha shifted onto the Lina.
Yeah, Lina, a hero we haven't seen at all in our games. We get to see it mid. We were talking about different heroes that can lane against the Viper. It's not a very big roster that actually feel comfortable against him, but a good laning start here with a nice body block getting on the high ground. Lina can be one of those problematic heroes for Viper to deal with.
Absolutely can. And panel talking about Tai Lung and these first moves. Caf saying that this young player sees Viper quite differently. Notices all the little building blocks that can actually get you into this early game domination stage. We'll be looking towards that early rotation to bottom lane to safeguard Yuma and that Wisdom Shrine, which he so regularly contests.
Yeah, it will be hard for him to be as mobile as the Lina, though. Viper, not necessarily a super fast hero, but if he can get off to a good start, maybe he can make those connections to the side lane, come in with the ulti, especially onto Tide, as Gunnar pointed out. It's going to be really strong to break him early.
Yeah, curious to see what the item builds are, because we've had Viper go for, bongo boots or boots of travel, deciding kind of how fast you want to play, and Lina has been a similar story. Guardian Greaves mentioned, we've had previously magic damage Lina, physical damage Lina, but she's also a hero that can go boots of travel too.
Yeah, and with the travels, she could play very fast in some of the setup that they have on their team. They have Tiny, they have Bane, good heroes to catch people on the side lanes.
And I'd imagine they're looking at Nisha's quick buy. Yeah, boots of travel after the couple of nulls and bottle queued up already. So should be able to keep tempo with the Viper and his moves.
And Nisha just doesn't strike me as a player who wants to go for Greaves first on Lina. It is a certain 5-man type Dota playstyle, and Nisha quite often more farm-oriented, play towards his own strength.
Yeah, play back, farm jungle, and then join when you are needed. So far, 8-2. Compared to the Vipers 4-3, or 4-4 now. So Nisha ahead ever so slightly in that early laning stage with the first couple of waves going pretty well for him.
Yeah. Tofu on the Bane. Definitely a clear advantage against Tusk in the laning stage. Tusk with boots can't really drag the waves the way he wanted to. He tried to go for it there. Gonna miss. So his top lane is already starting to look pretty good for the SF and Bane.
Yeah, Bane, one of the best heroes at stopping any lane shenanigans, making sure these melee pos 4s are shut down somewhat. And they're going head-to-head with a poison attack stacking up, and Nisha's got the better of Tai Lung. First blood, mid lane, solo kill.
Yeah, Nisha gets the outplay. He tried to contest the top water rune, got there a little bit too late, and then there's that thing where Lina is just a really fast hero.
8 sticky stacks on Mickey, but the Nightmare save and the turnaround raise. Boxy's arrival, speed from Liquid, coming in with tempo to blow up the bat. Mickey stands his ground, he's tanking through it all. Deal the core, can't kill him off! Ooh. Liquid 3-0 start.
Fantastic start for the lanes. Mikke gonna get some heal from the healing loaders coming in as well. Bane happy to pass him some tangles. Give him any bit of resource he can.
That's got to feel so good as Liquid. Boxy's first move, Nisha's first kill. Incredible beginnings to this game. And then Ace, happy as you like, dragging wave behind his tower to keep on farming.
Oh, Mikke dropping pretty low. Healing lotus is ready to save him though.
It's spooky. Shards will miss though as Mikke gets further to the north to dodge any further aggression.
Top lane definitely the place to look. As the pull happens, they could try and dive with this. Whisper already stacking up Tofu.
They've got a full wave and a glyph on it arriving, so Tofu dive by Theolacor and Whisper. Mikke trying to raise and successfully so kills off the Tusk. Yes, they lose the Bane, but the turnaround play, Liquid. Oh, it's glorious. They get 2 in the trade.
Gotta love Boxy showing up and literally just auto-attacking. Yeah,
just tri-laning?
Tiny with no mana, just slapping him a little bit like, yeah, you go down.
I mean, we've seen this previously in the past, you know, oh, we're against the Terrorblade, let's go gank him in the tri-lane. Oh, mid lane, I've got a strong hero, let's go tri-lane there. Tri-laning your safe lane, something we don't see very often, but Boxy basically making it work.
I mean, we've been seeing it a lot, how moves towards safe lane, just TPing and reacting. It's not necessarily that you start out with the mentality that, oh, we're going to play hard towards this lane. It's adaptation to how the game is going. If they're tower diving, you TP.
Where's Mikke? Where's Mikke going? They're ganking mid lane. The tri-lane has moved middle lane. It's a quad lane from Liquid onto Tai Long to blow at the Viper. Nightmare and a toss back on Theolacor. He's got no snowball. He spent his shards and another kill, a 7-1 start.
Wow, no team that you and I have cast have had this type of start against Heroic. Heroic are always the team that come out swinging. You know, early game is their strength, has been their strength throughout the games that we've been casting. Liquid are addressing it hard.
We had this exact conversation during our cast yesterday, right? Talking about Heroic, and I think Liquid was the only team's name that came up as even being close to the speed at which Heroic plays, but usually as a reactive play. Ace being run at here by Yuma, Theolacor, and KJ. They've got enough damage eventually to tickle him down. Took a while though, as Ace is quite tanky on his own. Meanwhile, back, Nightmare toss back into the Avalanche and Razors. Whisper, his signature Batrider being annihilated as we've got 7 lasting presence stacks on Mikke's Shadow Fiend.
Yeah,
where's your armor now?
It's just chain feed at this point. You have to wait out the stacks, but at the same time, you need to get experience from lane. Minus 18 armor.
God,
you're not fighting
bonkers.
This. It's funny how the little 60 damage auto attack is gonna suddenly do 100 damage.
Mental. Incredible speed from Liquid. And now Nisha, level 6 on this Lina. Having got that solo kill first blood halfway through level 6, double nulls plus bottle up. Tons of damage output from this mid lane now.
And they get the DD rune spawning top as well. That's why he's the GOAT. He gets the rune, Scareth.
They need another kill. They know that this lasting presence is about to time out, man. They can't let it wear off.
Yeah, they want to produce more, but sadly, Batrider is respecting it way too much. He's not going to feed into the SF again. We're not going to get 8 stacks at minute 7. A bit too early.
Heroic, no, they need to break free of Liquid's grasp, trying to make a twin gate play up to top.
Everybody is coming for this.
Usually we see them play into this safe lane to contest the Wisdom Shrine, but they know they've got to come back to defend their own. Mikke out in the open, getting wrapped around on, goes for the Requiem because there are no more stuns after the snowball. Hid in the trees, tucked away, forces them back with a fear, and they can't follow through. Lucent Beam didn't come in, while Tofu and Boxy, they're on the Viper. Nisha's double damage rune into Whisper, the Laguna Blade. Half HP Bat gets up on the high ground and stays alive for now with the Fatal Bolts out. They try to turn and battle with King Jungle's there, but they lose 2! Nisha with a double kill, Snowball, Lucent Beam, finally Heroic gets something, but they've lost so much already.
That was really costly for them. The stolen Wisdom Room as well. They do get some kills on the back of it, but SF lived and walked away. Luna just didn't ulti, or didn't stop the ulti with her Lucent Beam. She had the cast range. I'm not sure if there was some miscommunication happening.
Or it got into fog? Yeah, I couldn't figure it out.
No, it was definitely in vision.
That's after the fact.
Replay, we can already see him walking away happily. So Mikke back to farming immediately. Went working on his power treads. Then we see the DD rune just standing tall because of it. Everyone kind of running away.
I mean, overall, Heroic getting some big kills there. 1,200 gold going their way. A decent swing in net worth as Yuma picks up the double kill. Important to give it to the carry hero for sure. But it doesn't stop there. They've got to keep this train running. And snowball towards Boxy. Invis countered by Sentry, but the toss back under tower puts Theolacor in an awkward spot. Laguna Blade and the right clicks from Nisha. Plenty damage to take him down.
Very nice toss back, recognizing that, you know what, just throw him to mid laner. He's going to happily throw an ulti on him.
But man, Whisper has been shut down so much. Not even 2,000 net worth. Not even level 6, 8.5 minutes in.
And more importantly, he does have a point in Flame Break, so this is this fighting build. It doesn't recover as fast. He doesn't have maxed out Firefly. It's going to be pretty rough for him. The journey back, 16 CS only.
And it's a little bit reductive, a little bit linear, but these heroes, Viper and Batrider, magic damage, right? Lots of magic damage, very good early on, very good tempo, can play fast. If they get shut down early and you're looking at Lina SF, the double turret, which Gunnar has been saying this meta so far in the tournament, relying on these kind of turret heroes just to stand there and deal damage. If they get BKBs, I really worry for Heroic to deal with them.
We have a setup up top, Sleep pulling him in, SF races. Not gonna get him killed, but does bring him extremely low again, and he does not have Tranquil Boots. I think more importantly as well, it's the fact that they have all the physical damage needed to go through Viper's high magic resistance.
Yes.
Viper typically a hard hero to kill if you only have magic damage. But when you have both Lina and SF, either of them could kill the Viper quite quickly. And on the side of Heroic, like you mentioned, the magic damage is going to be their key damage output early game. If Ace goes for a pipe, how is that going to feel?
Rough. And now Ace, he's got himself a quickened chipped vest. So even faster farming through the jungle. He clears out that bottom wave and looks to join his team. Minute 10. Rune spawns top. A shield rune there, not going to be grabbed. Boxy is sprinting forward towards Tai Lung.
Can get the range. Toss
Very
back is possible.
speedy Tiny puts the Viper onto Tide. Snowball saved though by some time. Snowball back towards Nisha, but the Ravage on 3 catches them out. Theolacor and King Jungles trying with the Fatal Bonds to run forward with Yuma. They've picked up a kill on Tofu, but Tide Hunter's going to slip away. And Boxy
running to safety. Batrider TPing, trying to go behind.
Trying to catch Nisha on the back end of the fight, but the Avalanche provides enough cover. Boxy, the umbrella of safety here, might just be the sacrifice, but he tosses Batrider back. Lasso's still ready, though. They're going to have to spend it, right?
I think he did.
Maybe not.
He did. He did. There's nobody TPing. No help. They're looking towards SF now. SF does have Bane nearby behind him, so even if they do commit on Mikke, it might be turned around by Bane's Nightmare.
21 kills in 11 minutes. Very, very high-octane game.
Yeah, we kind of knew it was going to happen with these two teams clashing heads against each other.
Theolacor is being set up on the Nightmare. Sleepwalk again back into the Shadow Fiend. Boxy's Avalanche provides the stun to stop the Snowball. In effect, acts as a root against the Tusk.
Yeah, very nice combination. These heroes work so well together. Tiny can toss on to the SF. We have the Bane to set up for SF races as well, even for the ulti. Just two supports that really complement Mikke's hero.
And this Lina about 1,000 ahead of the Viper. We see that earlier boots of travel. Viper has just finished his, but Lina is already well on her way to the Dragon Lance. So more stats, more range.
Looking from the lens of Heroic, though, they're on the back foot. They have some things that didn't go their way. The Batrider struggling a lot. But Luna, she is 5-0-1. She's top farmer right now by a mile. And she has a really, really ramping build with the Mask of Madness into the Manta style. From there, already queuing up the Aghanim Scepter. I think that could be the pivotal point when they can start taking big fights.
Nisha and Boxy sat mid. Having already taken that top tier 1 and having 2 Dire Observer wards watching from top left corner through to the Radiant Ancients, they see every access point other than the southeast.
Yeah, the haste rune on Lina as well with the shield rune. Just full rune control from all these dominant early game fights.
Clear out your opponent's stacks. Take away all the pieces of the pie. So Heroic can only really play bottom lane, bottom jungle, while Liquid have access to 2 lanes in the entirety of the map otherwise.
Yeah, they're getting a whole lot of farm right now. 1 minute from now, the Wisdom rune will spawn, so probably they want to still hang around the area up top.
The TPing bottom of the Viper.
He could break the tides. It's possible he could die. They need Tusk to come closer.
The Ace of Spades getting snowballed on, broken by the Viper Strike. Golem dropped on his head. Ravage. And it's going to stun them up. Looks nice, but there's no follow-up at all.
Best case scenario right there. You get the kill, he spends the Ravage. He probably thought that maybe there would be some TP coming in from his friends, but no. They were on the way, but not quite in time.
Liquid readying themselves to defend this tower, though. Tofu smoked with Boxy wrapping around. Nisha trying not to show on the wave, speeding forward and aiming for the backstab. Boxy can't quite get the grab onto Yuma. They spot him on his way in, so instead it'll be King Jungles dragging their attention. Follow me, come and chase. Shard tried to block, but Nisha has a nice gap to play through and finds the Warlock in the end.
Yeah, sadly, this Warlock not quite enough to run away from the Sorceress chasing him.
And what started as a heroic push into bottom tier 1 turns out to be Liquid getting the objective.
Yeah, Golem not getting what it wants. Quick deny on that. At least Luna dipped out of the area and stayed safe. Getting her to Manta style is going to be very important for them. But yeah, the tempo coming in is also greatly favoring Liquid in many ways. They stole the Wisdom earlier, but all these objectives they're taking now, the tier 1 towers, the kills they've gotten, look at Boxy. He's already sitting at 1,650 gold.
Yeah.
It's so early in the game, and he's closing in on a Blink Dagger. Once Tiny gets Blink, you and I have been seeing some crazy stuff coming out from Team Spirit with it, tossing on to the SF repeatedly. Here, you have combos abound. He could play with Lina or with his SF, or he just supports.
And it's the fact you can take 2 heroes out of the fight, right? Like Tiny can go on 1 and do this toss back in the Requiem play you're talking about, and then Bane can look at another and say, okay, I'm going to Nightmare Grip the Batrider or the Viper and make sure that this counter initiation doesn't happen. Maybe shut down the Tusk to stop a snowball save.
Oh,
he's lots of answers, but Boxy is going to get run at. Snowballed, eclipsed, tossed back into Requiem, not going to pay off properly. Theolacor still being clicked, but Mickey can't take the Tusk down.
Yeah, timing wasn't quite there, a little bit early on the SF ulti. That's why we kept singing the praises, how it's not the easiest combo to pull off. The SF ulti with Kayasha is so fast, you gotta wait for that toss to fly a little bit.
Getting feared mid-air.
Yeah, actually stops him from moving as well, making it even worse.
Nisha's gonna come across, has a couple of levels in Light Strike Array now, as he had skipped out on them early on. But with this Nightmare into stun, perfect setup to take down the Batrider, who is still floundering down at the bottom of the net worth of the cause.
Yeah, Lina, meanwhile, at the top, and I like the build that Nisha is going for. Travels into Hurricane Pike immediately, prioritizing a safety tool against the catch that they have. Speaking of catch, Theolacor is going to be safe for now. He does have the ward, so...
Boxy.
Uh-oh.
Pos 4 recognizes Pos 4. Boxy knows something's not quite right over here. But the shards are going to block the approach while Mickey sprints in from the north. The river offers protection to the barroom brawler. And we can have a listen in to Mickey and his call here.
They don't show bottom Boxy at all. I don't know. They're like so fucking scared on the map. We just keep farming them.
Really funny timing to hear him. This was not a live listening. This was a little bit before. He's not saying that while he got ganked.
Well, they were not scared. You can't keep on following on the map. Heroic are going to run at you.
That turned into a very comedic effect. Poor Mickey gets taken down, and this time they can start sieging up the tower with the SF dead, the Golem.
A big kill for Heroic.
Yeah, but you can tell the intentions from Liquid. They want to play a big map, set up with their supports on silence, use the travels, and keep picking off anyone who goes alone. Unfortunately, this time it was the SF going alone.
Right, tighten up again, though. Playing as 3 with the Bane Tiny tied in towards Lina. Now we're 17 minutes in, so we're in this period of the game where we're looking into Core Kill, to Roche, to Tormentor. That spiral effect.
Well, the pipe is a big, big item here.
Top Boxy. He's got the jump on Batrider, and there's one of the combos. Toss back into Light Strike Array. Dump the damage onto Whisper and keep the Batrider locked down.
Yeah, I think they want to start forcing a lot of 5-man engagements due to having both Golem on cooldown right now and Pipe ready. So they can go for Roche, they can go for tier 2 pressure even. It's gonna be Roche immediately.
And Mickey making sure he gathers up the farm mid so there's no simple push into tier 1. While Ace tanks up for Nisha.
in the Roche pit. Need a little bit of help from the SF. He'll arrive momentarily.
Yeah, Titus gonna be completely fine.
Just need that added bit of damage. So in the meantime, Heroic trying to absorb some of the space on the map that's uninhabited. Viper is on that far right edge, gathering up some farm. Luna's in the bottom jungle, while Liquid go for a bit of a slow Roche here. Eventually going to be able to bring him down, thanks to that core kill on the Batrider to start it off.
Yeah, it's not the fastest Roche, but they can take it, and there's not much Heroic could do about it. No. Golem is going to come off cooldown 40, but now with Aegis over on the Lina, it gets harder and harder to set up some good fights.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Shadow Fiend and Lina, and it seems like they're having differing ideas within themselves what items to buy. You know, Nisha was looking at Lincoln Sphere, Meke thinking about Blink Lincolns himself. We have this shift towards BKBs potentially, as Nisha does change his mind and heads towards that. Because this timing with BKB cores on Liquid, again, coming back to the fact that magic damage for Heroic is so vitally important, you completely negate it.
I think Lina going BKB is the important one. If she has Hurricane Pike and BKB, she can basically just go in and start laying in the right clicks onto either Bat or the Viper if he stands his ground. Viper does have Crimson Guard now. That will protect him a little bit. But if SF is there with minus armor aura and Lina is auto-attacking away, you still drop pretty fast.
Yeah, then you look at a situation where Heroic kind of have to spend Lasso, Viper Strike, Eclipse to kill off one of the Liquid cores, and there's always going to be this backup one still remaining. Reminds me of a couple of years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, we were casting a bunch of those qualifiers where we had TB Sniper.
Yep.
Right, two kind of glass cannon, high damage dealing, long range heroes. It can be greedy, but it offers two targets, and only one of them will be gone on and die if you get yourselves out of laning stage, which of course Liquid have done.
Yeah, the double right-click core can be really effective sometimes, and that's what we're seeing happening in this game. Usually it does depend on getting a good start, getting good lanes, and you can't really ask for much better start to the game than Liquid had. So here it might get away pretty unpunished, as it is a little bit greedier. Short goes over to Tiny, not the most impactful for a support Tiny. It does give him a tiny bit more burst.
Faking out the twin gate. Is Tofu going to come through this time?
Yoloko is just watching.
Like, really, bro? You're gonna keep doing me like this? Toying with the Tusk.
It's a smoke up from Heroic, but they smoked under a ward, I think. Ooh. At least very close to it. I think they may have realized on Liquid.
Bane draws the circle, and Liquid.
Yeah.
Repurposing. Aegis on Lina here, gonna get lassoed back in, but has the Hurricane Pike after lasso ends. Snowball going deep. This is risky from Heroic. I think Thealacor is just gonna pay the price. Boxy could still look with a jump in 2 seconds with Blink coming off cooldown. Has the potential to toss back into Requiem, and this time it's good. Ravage clips onto 3. Viper stunned up by Nisha. Chain disables onto Tai-Lung as Ace stands his ground and delivers. Buyback from Whisper wanting to extend this one, and Liquid disengaging while Ace is being focused. A little too far forward, the Tidehunter will get turned on.
Bane also drops before he could TP out. Big punish coming out from Heroic. They actually turned that into a great fight. Started out very promising with the combination plays, but in the end, they got caught by this golem drop onto them, bound. I mean, a lot of heroes just dropping very, very quickly because they stacked up. And I guess we haven't really pointed out, but the AoE damage they have on Heroic is really good. Once you all clump up, there's a lot of different things. Just spit on the ground,
the Fatal Bombs,
Firefly, Luna ulti, kind of AoE.
And it all starts out with Thealacor going very deep, but buyback from Whisper.
Yeah, this felt like it should be a fight that works out for them. They get the Batrider immediately, but the buyback turned this thing around.
As Luna ags.
Yeah, and Crimson Guard as well, because Lina was turned. Yeah, Lina had to run basically, could not finish the Viper, and they just stats and deliver.
And Ace is just left alone in the upheaval.
Yeah, give it up for Warlock, man. What a team fight winning hero.
Tidehunter soup.
I don't know who says that Warlock would be boring to play. This is a satisfying plus 5.
He's the best hero in the game.
You drop a golem. You watched him suffer a bit.
You put Fatal Bonds on 5 heroes and watch the demonic pentagram appear as damage is dished out onto all of your enemies. Yeah, it's great. Oh, a little breather here, as we'll have a bit of time to think about.
I mean,
actions and consequences.
So that was a one fight with the Luna Aghanim Scepter. Now she's closing in on the BKB as well. Just 1,000 gold to go.
I really wonder if Mickey will reconsider this Lincoln Sphere, because it feels like he needs BKB into this magic damage of Heroic.
I would agree, because he has Blink, right?
If you're going in...
Yeah, blinking forward, having BKB is nice. There is a whole lot against BKB is the thing, though. Right? You could say that there's technically 4 abilities that pierce BKB. You get the Viper Strike, the Lasso, the Punch, and the Golem as well. So I can see the argument, and he feels the biggest problem for him is if he gets Lassoed or Viper Struck, which I can agree with.
Makes sense.
But even so, I still think the BKB mitigates most of the damage he would take. And if they all want to blink in together, it's this all or nothing. They all blinked in the previous fight, but then they couldn't stand and just fight because of, you know, the goo on the ground, the upheaval, the nether toxin, bunch of stuff on the ground. They just had to bail. If they have BKB, they can ignore those things.
I mean, do we live in a world where he just goes both Lincolns then BKB?
He could, but it will take a very long time before you get both. And I would rather see him, you know, probably just head towards like even Silver Edge in this game. BKB Silver Edge. Because he is playing against the Viper. Even breaking Luna is not that bad. Or even Batrider for that matter. You slap him and he gets no movement speed. Silver Edge is a very good utility item overall now.
Luna quite ahead in terms of the farm metrics. More last hits, more net worth, more GPM, of course. In effect,
Bane got to give it up top for just a split second. He will TP away though.
Still got to give props to this Whisper Batrider though, right? Shut down in lane, heavily focused. Having to buy back to win fights, but still having impact with incredibly low net worth and playing as if he's another support. The worry is, as the game gets longer, that impact is going to wither and die.
Yeah, he's doing what he can, but it's soon gonna be passing of the torch where he says, okay, Luna, you have to hard carry me. Like, I can only do so much. He didn't finish the Bongo Boots. He's going for an early Aeon Disc build with Blink Dagger. This is much more a sacrificed, like, initiation-based Batrider.
I'm a clockwork.
Yeah, he's gonna serve as a catching tool. Other than that, he won't be having that much damage to bring to the fight, nor staying power, for that matter.
Well, it's not been one fell swoop from Liquid after that laning stage. Fast Roshan and Tormentor, which it felt like as they built up a nice head of steam in the first 20 minutes. Heroic being able to bite back and play through this Yuma Luna have given themselves some room to play into. So now they can start thinking about top tier 1. Maybe a Roshan of their own. And a smoke here from those 3 heroes going to gather up and try and find a catch on somebody.
Yeah, looking to connect on an important target. Tide could die, but he does have people nearby. It could backfire extremely hard. Lina will, of course, be able to travel in quite quickly as well. Looks like they have a good read on Liquids. They're all backing away from it. Liquid as well, queuing up the double Silver Edge. So, like we talked about, against the Viper, gonna be insanely good to have the break. Both SF and Lina wants to get one.
And it acts as both an aggressive tool against Viper, but also a defensive tool, right? If you're not dusted or under sentry, you can maybe get away from Eclipse or reposition in a fight.
Yeah, and Nisha did go back for the double, by the way. BKB and Lincoln Sphere.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, this is very similar to old carry Lina. Old carry Lina, or the most recent successful carry Lina, was basically the Gleipnir build where she went tons of survivability and would have like 4,500 HP, and you hardly built any damage item because you didn't need it. She has so much built-in damage on this hero. All you need is to stay alive. Look at this itemization. BKB, Hurricane Pike, Lincoln Sphere next. You could even argue that Shadowblade and Silver Edge is a bit of survivability added. So
best way to do damage is to stay alive.
Yeah. As long as you have a good chassis, let's say, as Lina is, she just does the damage on her own.
Some ability draft talk right there. The hero body.
Yeah, it's a good base model to do damage with.
Absolutely is.
Lincoln's number 1 is complete. Lincoln's number 2 not quite done yet. 500 gold to go for Nisha, so they're trying to delay the next big fight until then.
5k lead being held, not being advanced. And Heroic coming into this top jungle, preparing for their next potential Roshan, who could be up in the next 10 seconds. Looking for a kill deep in the enemy jungle, but Nisha has already extricated himself from what could have been a really awkward position.
They've been doing really well with dodging the ganks on the side of Liquid. I don't know if they realized just how close it's been, down bottom, now up top, but obviously they realized that they're gonna play the area. It was just so close both times.
Very tight, and that's given time there for Nisha to finish off, or very nearly finish off that Lincoln Sphere. Just needs, the 2 camps on the right-hand side should do the job. And then Boxy comes across with a D-ward so they can reclaim that northern jungle. And we see that there's a minute left until Roshan comes back up.
It's going to be a top Roche. That area is being held for now by Heroic, but I think Liquid are trying to make claim to the lands. Throwing down the banana observer by Boxy. Didn't know he had bananas.
What is that, Radiant Roche on the dire side of the map?
Yeah, I mean, Radiant, Radiant
Is their
Roche.
outpost nearby?
Exactly.
We'll see if Heroic can actually claim it. So I think Liquid have an idea that's part of their core territory.
Yeah, Aeon Disc on the Batrider is complete, of course. He does have the chance to jump in first. Problem is the save could be there. What if Tiny reacts to the goal by Batrider and tosses the Batrider towards a teammate, dragging the lasso target along with it? That would be a play right there.
Just break the lasso.
It's not even a break. It would pull him. It would keep the lasso going. He could break it, but why not just use the Batrider to transport your teammate to safety?
Yeah. Liquid gathering up. Invis rune for Whisper. And a smoke from Liquid. They found the Warlock. KJ on this high ground, trying to slip away with his Glimmer Cape, but he's been tossed back onto Mickey. And Roshan has respawned.
Yeah, he got a little bit too close. He does have buyback, and of course, top Roche still close to the outposts. But does seem like Liquid are starting to have all the tools they need to go for a big fight. 400 gold for an Aghanim Scepter to complete, 200 gold now for a Tidehunter. He's trying to work on that. We see him scribbling on the map saying, guys, I want to farm these 2 camps, then I'm joining.
So close.
There might be a fight happening before them, though.
Heroic. They want to make something of this. Whisper and Yuma, Eclipse and Lasso finds the Bane. The Tiny jumped in as well, so both Liquid supports fall to a beyond godlike Yuma, and Heroic, it's their Roshan.
Makes you wonder, did they need to finish the Aghanims on Tide? You know, had he been there with the pipe, things could have looked so different. Obviously, he wants to play to a power spike, but now Heroic.
And there's no buybacks on Liquid either. So they're moving forward in a 3v5. Gush into the pit, Roche about half HP. Liquid thinking about how to approach this, because they do have some very strong core heroes, but it's risky business without your supports, without your Tiny in particular.
Yeah, they're not auto-attacking fast enough into Roche, though. Finally going in and starting it.
A dire scan the top jungle, so they know someone's coming from that direction. Ace is going to keep trying to poke at them with a Gush spam. Roshan down, he got the last hit on it, but now broken by the Viper Strike. Heroic won't chase it, respecting Liquid. But Aegis for Yuma, snatching it up.
Yuma is 10-0-4. He's still absolutely owning in this game.
Double smoke. Both teams about to clash. Yuma leads out. Ace the Eclipse over towards them. Boxy tosses Yuma into the Ravage, so Luna down the first time now. Mika and Nisha, the Hurricane Pike out of the Igloo, gets distance for Liquid, but the lasso on Tiny drags Boxy back into Viper and Luna. A toss back, a little awkward, but looks like Yuma's all right.
Trying to toss him forward, not enough though to put him out of position. Heroic standing strong.
And immediately losing the Aegis as well, so any inkling they had there of playing aggressively across the map suddenly shut down.
It stays a volatile game, open for anyone.
At this point, 5k lead means very little.
Yeah, the gold lead is nice for Liquid, but Heroic definitely have everything they need to force fights as well. Batrider may be weak, but Luna is insanely ahead.
Theolacor with a shard, very adept at clearing waves now. Whisper. Nisha.
Get spotted.
Gonna get jumped on. Pops the BKB. Lincoln's popped. Eclipse comes in. They've stunned her up. And Nisha's Lena dead. Not even a shield rune could protect her.
She wanted to play for the tournament area. He was the first one to TP top and try and set up, but did not have his entire team with him. So they lose the Roche, and now similarly gonna lose the Tormentor as well. Heroic are clawing their way back.
That feels like a dead even game. I mean, from the laning stage, it felt like the snowball was building and Liquid's pressure was going to be too much. The Heroic have found their way in.
Yeah, the free shard is going to be really nice for Batrider as well. Get something for himself.
He's still not that far behind the Tide.
Defending this without Nisha? What a fight.
They're going for it with a toss back on Viper into the Requiem. Half HP Tai Long getting burst down. Tanky fella, snowball save. Breaks free of the grip as they move back in. Catching out Mickey, but he's got a bit of distance as the Tidehunter bound and broken. Fatal Bombs dishing AoE damage back into Liquid, and Yuma just opens up, shredding through Ace. A few more touches will do the job. Bane down, and Mickey, he's been scouted. He needs a bit of healing and saving, but Whisper with a stacks of napalm on him, take down the Shadow Fiend.
I mean, they're chasing for more even. I don't think Whisper can quite catch the Tiny. Defending without 20,000 gold net worth Lina.
And for what feels like the first time this game, Heroic have the lead. 21-21 in kills. But the items just keep racking up, and Yuma on this Luna is just monstrous.
Yeah, getting so many good fights, and a lot of it on the back of Whisper going first and initiating. Recognizing that, okay, I can head in. This time, sure, they tossed in the Viper, who proved to be really tanky. Saved from the Tusk.
And the Crimson Guard on the Viper, the Eon Disc on the Whisper Batrider, keeping him alive. And these Fatal Bonds. And Tide, of course, is going to get the blubber off, but the damage was already done.
And back in live, we have a high ground push. Tier 3 tower already dropped. Luna, when the Tier 3 tower is gone.
With upheaval attack speed?
Yeah.
Say goodbye to your base.
It's just the immediate. They saw the Tiny on mid, trying to catch him with Tusk.
Good avalanche from Boxy, but can't get the toss back. Nisha wanted to try and get something here. Laguna Blade and Clicks regen up with a Crimson on him. He's fine.
Wow, he thought he would get the kill.
No.
Nisha even turned around confused like, what? He didn't die, but it was Tai Lung with the Crimson Guard saving Teolikor.
Oh, incredible.
They've done a great job saving each other. There's been some like small details, passing healing lotuses, you know, the heal, the snowballs. A lot of things have just been signs of the teamwork that they're showing on Heroic.
Well, Nisha sending a message to his team that he thinks they need a gem, queuing about 10 of them in his quick buy, and Boxy's like, fine, I'll buy a gem then.
I think he's not wrong. The Silver Edge on Luna. Silver Edge is just this crazy item. 17-second duration invis with 20-second cooldown. It's nearly like becoming Ricky on any carry that buys it.
When a Tide is buying BKB, you know it's bad.
Yeah.
Or good, whichever lens you look through.
The BKB is good, but yeah, the game state's it's pretty rough for him right now. He definitely wanted to be able to go for like Shivas or something to be able to frontline. But in this game, it's going to be hard for him to just stand his ground. Even the Tusk is closing in on a BKB. Teolikor, Blink, Face Boots. Almost BKB on Tusk is going to be very useful for him, not getting feared up by SF. Makes it easier for him to save people with Snowball as well.
And the fact that this Luna can go for a pretty early Ags and then, of course, consume it later on, has what? Mask of Madness, Ags slots to replace, Treads can be changed into a Swift Blink. Still tons of scaling left for this Yuma hero.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get a refresher. Double BKB, double ulti is going to be massive. Maybe he wants to go Butterfly just to hit that power spike where, oh, you don't have True Strike on Lina and SF yet. I can have Butterfly and suddenly it's hard for you to fight me. Looks like he even going more aggressive with the Daedalus idea.
Wow.
Just wants to bring the damage.
Just raw damage output.
A few different ideas. Ultimately, he settles. No, doesn't settle. He started buying the Lincolns. Changes his mind again. You can see how much these players try to adapt and crack, you know, what's the best thing I can do in the situation.
Because you're not buying the item for like right here, right now. It's like, what do I buy now for? The next 5 minutes until my next item comes.
It's going to be the Lincolns.
And that's the way that Liquid get back in the game. Kill him.
Yeah, I mean, against Bane, Lincolns is usually extremely good. Sure, he can break it by putting Enfeeble on you or something, but then you don't get Enfeeble. That's a pretty good thing as well. Enfeeble is insanely good against carries.
Liquid on the back foot somewhat. Need to try and make their presence known on the map. Trying to play through mid with the wave shove of Ace, and likely a smoke once they've cleared the wave. And the trouble is, top lane has been pushed all the way into the buildings with double catapults. So Shadow Fiend has to come back and show.
Ideally, that would be Lina defending as well, and SF could smoke with the team, because he's the insta-burst, and Lina has the travels, so it's much more comfortable if Lina is the one split pushing for them.
We can see Mickey now going back for the BKB. And having no save or friendly dispel on your team really can hurt a lot against Viper, Bat, Warlock. There's so many dispellable skills. You need some kind of Manta or BKB to deal with them.
Yeah, you definitely do. And with the smoke gang, the crew didn't connect initially, but Silver Edge Luna, she's gonna be on our ward. He sees them all.
Yeah, Whisper tries to jump, but Mickey a step ahead. And Nisha with Tofu, looking for a lineup here. No info given by Heroic though. They show for a moment, then back into the shadow.
Yeah, just an attempted gank, didn't work out, that's fine. Go rinse and repeat.
Playing under the cover of darkness. Scary for Liquid out here on the map. Relying very heavily on wards like that. A little bit of intel lets them know the maneuver here from Heroic is coming in towards middle lane.
These double Silver Edges could bring down Viper surprisingly fast.
Spurs jumped. Eondas BKB popped. Eclipse onto Tofu with the lasso back. They'll drag the Bane into his death. Now he's got buyback, but we're in a situation where there's still 2.5 minutes till Roshan even spawns.
Man, this Eondas is just, I don't know, breaking their idea. They go on the Batrider and he kills you. His team obviously behind him, ready to help him out.
Oh, I don't need to blink in on you. I don't need to see you.
Yeah, it was very grateful. That felt like tossing in a tide
yeah.
kind of moment, like, we got him, guys. But sadly, Whisper is the initiator in this game. He's not really a big kill, even if you did get him, because he's not a damage-dealing Batrider. And I love this choice next, coming in Refresher. He says, you know what? I'm never going to be a right-click Bat in this game. I'm going to be full utility. I will have double ultis, and Aghanim Scepter afterwards is going to be absurd. Then he's going to actually have major impact.
And how does Heroic feel heading into late game? Because we had all this discussion about early game magic damage, their tempo, their speed. Is there still this worry that Liquid have outscaling potential?
They have the better carry, right?
Carries.
Yeah, because they have double carry. So their right-click potential is amazing on the side of Liquid, and they have good team fight with Ravage. So it's hard to gauge. I would still probably favor Heroic by the state of the game now, just seeing that, okay, there's going to be a lot of control coming out from Batrider. Luna is enormous. Golem is still a good tool even in late game. And I think Tai Lung has managed to do more work on Viper than I expected him to.
He just sees the game differently. Tai Lung's built different. The fact that Yuma still hasn't been touched this game. 12-0-8, 500 last hits, top of the net worth, top of the pops Luna. Liquid start to approach the Roche pit. Heroic looking to keep all the waves shoved out.
Boxy wants to blink.
Oh, good from Theolicor. Make sure he doesn't get caught.
Yeah, very nice. Throw the shards, blink back, baiting the Tiny. But yeah, Liquid have not really had a fight where they are able to use these turrets that we talked so much about. The double right clicks from far, standing their ground and just delivering. That has not happened. And now with the Refresher on Batrider as well, there are a lot of different wrenches being thrown into the machinery.
Whisper looking for smoke break. Theolicor, same story. Making sure they can keep tabs on Liquid's positioning here as both teams a little blind heading into this third Roshan.
Aeon Disc on Boxy is complete and assembled. Same with Shivas. Over on Tide.
A smoke from Heroic though. They've scanned the high ground and they know Liquid have prepped over by their own ancients.
They're basically saying someone has to defend mid. It's going to be Tide. It's quite obvious. As the creeps start dewarding, I think that tipped off Liquid that, okay, they're definitely on mid. Creeps suddenly starting to kill a ward that they already walked past.
Ace doesn't have to show to clear the wave. Stays tucked away in the trees and spams Gush. But that means Yuma are pretty comfortable just to move forward and start shredding the building. Now some long-range poke from Liquid to clear the wave. The tower still stands at around 500 health.
Catapult wave up top, awkward for Liquid.
They've got to do something. And Heroic really poking here to elicit a reaction. Someone has to come back and defend. That's Mickey. So information advantage Heroic right now.
Yeah, there's still good words though, spotting Tai Long moving over to the triangle.
Right.
These words from Liquid are really giving some nice information.
In jungles. Okay, just steps forward. I thought maybe there'd be a jump, but Liquid not going to bite anything off just yet.
We need to keep our eyes peeled on Nisha in this fight. He has a Daedalus now.
I haven't blinked in the past 3 minutes, Waga.
It's very good, Gareth. Keep that up.
My eyes are very dry.
Holy.
Theolicor gonna get tossed back in. They get away from the Eclipse. Safety for Liquid as Tai Long is forced to BKB. Run away. Theolicor down, but with buyback available, Liquid wanting to make more of this. Running forward towards the Luna. Nisha trying to open up. Force a fight here, but Yule's on the Tiny. Stops the toss back. Light Strike misses, so Tai Long could turn alongside Whisper and Yuma to fight back. A reset from Liquid. Eon Disc popped though on Tiny. A little unfortunate for Boxy there.
No blink forward just yet. Holding high ground as Mickey is standing. Looking for an ulti with a Silver Edge.
And Tai Long doesn't have BKB. 60 seconds without it. Terrain being used by Liquid just to hold the staircases, and Heroic can't really breach the ramp.
Very difficult to move forward for them. They still want to fight. You can see that on Whisper. Looking for blinking forward.
Readying himself for the jump, but the jump comes first onto him. Eon Disc BKB again, offering protection though. As Theolicor goes and punches Nisha down. The second jump in from Whisper catches the Bane. Eclipse comes down, raining Hellfire onto Liquid as Yuma dropping low. Died to Mickey and Nisha. They didn't deal with the turrets. Liquid's carry stand tall. They lose 3, but they're now out of gas. Heroic have the chase, the control, but the damage from Liquid breaks the Batrider's back. Tai Long cannot stand his ground.
There's a long death timer for the Batrider. Still moving forward, the 2 top farmed heroes.
Oh, the gem. Well, they can't go and claim it. They kill the courier and he drops the prize.
Yeah, they killed off everything else, but Luna started taking some serious damage. You could see the Lina. It was very awkward because Lina did by far the most in the fight, but they still lost the fight really hard initially. But is it a loss if Luna has to lick her wounds and start running away? And the carries just get to take a free Roche now.
That's the crazy thing, right? It's like Heroic get 2,000 gold from that. Liquid get like $1,000. Overall, by the metrics and the kills, Heroic win this fight, but strategically, Liquid come out ahead.
Yeah, they lose the position. They had to retreat. And that is, look at that Lina. She's just standing there laying in the damage. Yuma is lucky they stayed alive. The Metal and Runaway, that could have been a few more Daedalus crits and he would die quickly.
There's a close one. Yuma stays unkilled. Now got to start considering the next item for this Luna though. You know, do we go Butterfly? Do we go more protection? Do we go damage?
You know what? He needs to respec to the other facet. Get the damage reduction going.
Yeah.
Because Tiga, you know, he's been talking about how this Moonstorm facet is old news. The other facet is so good. I agree with him. I think the other facet is really, really good. Since he went for Aghanim Scepter on this game on Yuma, the Moonstorm has paid off. It's been really good. But he wishes he had the damage reduction right now so he could actually stand and fight against the Lina right-click.
I still can't believe how close this game has got. From that opening 10 minutes. Heroic coming back into this, making it dead even by the metrics, but we are in a game state where Liquid, they've got to jump on the Tusk. The toss-up and Requiem finishes Theolicor. Gem claimed up by them as well, and they've got Lina Aegis for 3.5 minutes. Cheese, Banner, and the Refresher Shard.
So many tools for them right now. I think it is a testament to Whisper's Batrider, the fact that this game was not over early. Oh, Tofu might just get eclipsed. He pump faked the eclipse a few times there on Bane.
Hey, just waving hello. Lifting the glaive, saluting Tofu.
Over here, Bane, over here.
Come a little closer, why don't you? Radiant scanning.
They didn't have True Strike over there, so Glimmer Cape on Bane. You can't really ulti him unless someone goes in and provides a dust. Always a very useful tool to have against the Luna Aghanims.
Oh, Heroic backs against the wall. Again in this game, trying to figure out what the next approach from Liquid is. Yuma going to slip into the shadows as Boxy and Ace look to reclaim some territory with a D-ward. And the lane pushing into bottom.
Yuma is trying to go behind. He really wants to fight.
See Whisper and Tai Lung. They're out by this tier 2 tower.
There is 2 gems on the field. You have to be so careful if you do now. 2 gems on Liquid, that is.
There's so many ways to get invis as well. So many ways to reposition yourselves. And now we're looking at Nisha with Satanic arriving.
Yeah, Aegis, Satanic, BKB and Backpack. He's going to have a lot of lives to go through.
9, 2, and 8. The big turret, the primary carry for Liquid, it feels like, is coming through this Nisha mid lane Lina.
Whisper, realizing the push is coming, wants to go for a grab.
Who does he see? A flame break, a Lincoln's pop. Whisper tries to make the jump, but the reactions from Liquid too quick for him to get the grab. They dealt with the banner though, so the push is going to be halted.
Yeah, the high ground defense is not that shot, you know, it's not too shabby on the side of Heroic. And Liquid, even with the Aegis, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Look at their base. They have so many creeps heading into a tier 4. Someone has to defend. It's always this constant pressure they got to go back and deal with.
They got weeds in their garden. Someone's got to come back and prune it.
I mean, he almost needs to have travels on SF as well, but he's 6 slotted, so kind of difficult to fit more items. He's got a backpack refresher shard already.
16 health left on that tower.
I would like to see him get the shard for himself. Already has the Shadow Race applies damage talent and a Daedalus. Shard isn't bad, getting the cooldown reduction.
And when's the next Tormentor? Just go and get one for free.
Yeah, Torm's still a while. Can't remember who the last one went to. Oh, it was Tofu. Tofu got it.
Looks like the Aegis is going to peter out. 30 seconds remaining. Liquid looking to make something happen in the enemy Ancients. For now, just a little incursion here to get some wards down.
King Jungles, this is the second time we see him do this, by the way. The Wind Waker on Warlock quite early. I mean, we're 50 minutes into this game, but let's just say Glimmer Cape into Wind Waker is not super usual to see on a lot of heroes. But in this game, against Bane, Fiend's Grip, against some of the initiation and the burst that we have seen, could be a good save for his teammate. There's also no nullifier yet.
That's true, because he had been using the Yules as a way to cancel Tiny's Blink Initiation, right? Similar to like against Ursa or Axe, you just Yules the guy who jumps. Boxy's tried to blink Avalanche Toss, he blinks, he avalanches, gets Cycloned. So now you can actually use your allies rather than the Tiny himself.
Yeah, I think now the job of Tofu becomes very difficult because either Snowball or Wind Waker could save people from getting Fiend's Crypt. So he has to worry about that. He has to worry about the Aeon Disc on Batrider.
Heroic. Whisper gets tagged up by a few spells and loses his BKB and Aeon Disc. He has Refresher, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, they're going to be the ones to smoke up. This could be hard to read for Liquid, that they're actually going to make a move immediately after he spent his stuff. Boxy is in a smoke-breaking position, though.
Oh, the jump on the Shadow Fiend. Eclipse comes in. Boxy trying to save him. They've lassoed and got the SF locked up in place. Heroic slay the beast. Nisha on the run now as Liquid from this high ground, realizing they can't really fight this, can they? Nisha from the tree line trying to hide in the fog and turns for the damage. Ravage from Ace. Clips onto the Batrider in the back. They turn on it, surprising Heroic just like they done to them. Whispers on the run, toss forward, Nisha sent in. Dunks on the bat, a triple kill for him, make it ultra. Nisha pops off.
Mikia just sitting back, tipping Nisha. He's like, okay, that's fine. You can carry. I guess I died, but yeah, great read by Nisha. Hides behind the one tree there, like a cartoon villain.
Like, surely you're not going to fight this against Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, buybacking into this, difficult when you don't have Batrider. He's dead for 1 minute.
No buyback. Viper can. But we'll see if he pops it. You're losing a mid lane for sure.
Yeah, Mika just chilling as well. He could buy back into this, but no stress to do so as well. Just let the Lina push.
Eclipse It's thrown out there to try and deter their advance, clear out a wave, do some damage, but it just tickles Liquid as the pipe is popped.
So against Nisha, you just ban Puck, and that's it. Then it's easy. I think he had a word about that.
Yeah, apparently not so simple. That's what Cass was saying. Yeah, ban his Puck, and then, what was he doing? Playing Lina for the first time?
Yeah.
First showing this tournament? Wow.
Dusting off his Lina, yeah, I don't know.
Glorious.
He doesn't seem too rusty on it.
18 seconds, no bat. Boxy jumps in, finds the grab onto Theolacore, forces the snowball, but Ace and Nisha unload the damage, force the BKB as Yuma jumps in aggressively. Looking for the go on Boxy, but Nisha's damage is substantial, just unleashes it. Yuma has to retreat with a defensive BKB and Shadow Blade as Liquid, they regroup.
Yeah, SF has respawned and made his way over as well. He's like, I'm back, guys. Did I miss anything? Hey, we see, of course, the initial jump catching SF was good.
It's so good from Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like a fantastic fight. They even get onto the Tiny, chasing onto the high ground. They looked like they were in complete disarray, but no. Nisha makes this insane call to take this fight right here.
It's like, surely not, Liquid, surely not.
Yeah, underestimating the DPS from him. And Ace lands a very nice Ravage as well. Even if King Jungles jukes it, what are you gonna do? You're a Warlock without ulti, dodging Ravage. Yeah, but then what? You can't cast anything.
I've never been so happy to eat my words. Liquid, popping off big time. Yeah, Mickey's pogging. Absolute cinema.
Cinema.
Glorious stuff. Are now Heroic down a couple of lanes themselves, leveling the playing field, Liquid, making sure that top lane isn't going to be assaulted over and over again like it has been the past 20 minutes.
I mean, the story as well of Yuma, he is still unkilled in this game. Despite everything, despite all the crazy fights we've seen, 53 minutes into the game, he is still putting on the carry performance of a lifetime here, trying to win this game against Liquid, but they are just so damn strong.
I mean, it's so hard now. With his Tide 25, having the extra Ravage stun duration, having Refresher.
I think he needs the Rapier. He's queued it up already. I don't know if the Swift Blink is even going to happen. We'll see what adaptation he does, but he has 6.5k gold. Could buy out a Rapier already.
He buys the Shard.
Yeah. I mean, Shard is decent. Does do a lot of damage.
Toss back. Who's this? Theolacore. Sent in towards Ace and Tofu. Forced to BKB early on. Nisha under the cover of Invis, looking for this wraparound still. As Yuma, they make the jump. Lincoln's pop, catch on the Lina, blowing Nisha up. Ace, well, he's tried to hold on here, but broken. Nightmare saved. Mickey Requiem's back. Heroic holding the line and falling back away from Liquid because Nisha bought back. The break on the Viper. Difficult for Toylong to disengage now with no Hurricane Pike, but he has safety from his friends. The Blink, toss back not good, but the Ravage is good! Ace is in, finds the opening. Toylong KJ dead. Oh, the Viper buys back the grip on Luna! Mickey! The Requiem unlocked by Tofu. The first kill on the Luna this game, and Mega Creeps coming for Liquid.
There's still no buyback on Lina. They could maybe try it. Round 2. Batrider does have ulti. Luna has buyback ready.
They've got one shot, one chance. A buyback on Luna. Liquid, they're on your tier 4s and breaking your base. Nisha has multiple Lincolns put on him. The lasso the SF, Nightmare save. Yuma's in to defeat Mickey. They've taken down the Shadow Fiend, but a snap buyback. Tidehunter broken and killed, a double kill for Yuma. Eclipse thrown in, but Tylung's in trouble. Mickey buys back and gets the kill. Yuma now with no ways to slip out of here, hides in the trees. Silver Edge on cooldown, Tofu with a glimmer, but Yuma is gonna go on a little wander.
He's gonna run away. He wants to fight, but he can't. He's so outnumbered. Batrider is only friend in the world right now.
Go and find a cottage in the trees.
Whisper. He's pulling out all the stops. The Blade Mail Batrider.
Trying against Nisha, but your throne is dying. Avalanche there, the Batrider tossed around, comes to the floor with a thud. Yuma, one more chance, 1 versus 4, but Liquid, they've got the damage, knocking at your door to kill the throne and take game 1. Incredible.
And that's insane, man. What a game. Back and forth the entire way. 21-8 is the final score of Yuma as he loses to Liquid.
Now that's some Dota 2.
that was quite the Dota game. Oh my gosh, I can only hope that game number 2 lives up to this hype, because it was that back and forth. And if you would have told me half an hour ago that it was going to be Heroic that won it, I would believe it. I would believe it either way. I believe it to the very end of the game almost. This was super, super close. And a lot to think about for both teams before getting to game number 2, but that gives us some time to attempt, Gunnar, to try and break this game down, make some sense of it all.
Yeah, I think the Liquid laning stage was like way too good for them. They kind of crushed every single lane. I think the off lane for Heroic kind of faltered a bit. And
a little, yep.
Yeah, a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
And then Liquid kind of made some mistakes. Like 20 minutes was the first, and this was the second big one. I think that Nisha gets caught top trying to set up for like a Tormentor. And then they're like, okay, you know what? Maybe we can fight in this tier 2. They want to do a toss back, but Ravage was cooldown. And also there was a flame break that actually pushed the Shadow Fiend out of the one shot because of the like toss Requiem. And then the fight goes bad, and you're like, oh no, is this GG? Like, look, Liquid's kind of falling behind. But then they start hitting these team fights where the Lina has items, the Shadow Fiend has items, and you see how much damage these heroes take. Like, look at
their position.
Dying.
Like, Luna nearly died, but to me, this game is all about just Heroic having to break Liquid's formation, right? Some of the early clips we saw here is because Liquid was, not in that perfect position. Lina getting caught, SS maybe getting caught, the Requiem not layering, and Heroic was doing a pretty good job at creating the chaos in the fight, but unfortunately, they weren't able to replicate that every single time. And the 1 or 2 fights that Liquid weren't just getting their backline jumped through just the raw aggression, and again, major props to Yuma. But yeah, Lina and SF into the late game with a Tidehunter to protect you, with Tiny just going crazy. It's like you need to play some flawless Dota.
There's just a point in the game where it felt Nisha like hit the peak of his items. It was like right around there, and he just was unfightable. Like the heroes would walk in, and they would just get like melted by him one by one. And I don't know. I genuinely thought Liquid lost this game at around that like 25 to 30 minute mark. I thought the game was getting really awkward, and for me, a lot of it was because of Yuma. Like Yuma was, sure he lost, but he popped off this game.
That scoreline, 21-8, that was very close to the scoreline that we praised Etora for just a series ago.
What we need is
it was better.
Do you know when you have like the hero loss graphics on the loss, we need like an asterisk, because like it's a loss, but for Luna it's a win, right? Because other people will be looking at this game going,
oh, Luna's bad. Luna lost again.
Yeah, but Luna, you kind of can see what it can do. But yeah, Nisha.
Lina, however.
There it is. 16, 3, and 12. I like the adaptation there from Liquid, of course, when you see Viper being picked from Heroic constantly in the mid lane. Lina, high-ranged hero, you just farm up. Viper's kind of this clunky hero that can't really make too many moves on the map. You have to kind of preemptively think about it, even by boots of travel. But Lina, yeah, very, very scary. If you give him the farm, she can just become that additional carry in the game. Especially because SF is going for like the magic builds. Put physical damage on your mid lane. It's going to feel like really nice layering between the two.
Yeah, speaking of layering, I thought on the side of Heroic, Gunnar, the Warlock and the Luna combination, now that's illegal. Like, that's so strong.
It's so much teamfight. Just
it's got to me. I just reimagined it.
Just the Warlock. Oh God. I think so. Something that Yuma does, and he did in the past, which I liked a lot, is he goes for the Ags plus the damage facet, where I think the kind of current version people are going the Moon Shield, which is the damage reduction. But I know ever since back then, his idea was you get Ags, and I think it gives you like 120 damage, something like that with that facet. And we saw in some of the fights, he did so much damage. You just press the Ags, he would get like 1 or 2 kills based on just magic damage, and then the rest of the fight, he just gets all the right-click damage in.
But yeah, it's this is where I think for Liquid, at least, I loved the early game, right? The early game from both teams was hilarious. Heroic's aggression in the offlane not really working out. Liquid bringing SF to the mid lane. But then for Liquid, it got to the point where you had the Ags pickup that you're mentioning for Luna. This is the big reveal, and the Viper Crimson. And if Liquid didn't dive in this position, again, hindsight, wonderful tool. If they did dive in this position, if they did respect the fact they are going behind a tier 2 at 20 minutes, maybe Liquid should just be in a much better position in this game. It wouldn't need to be dragged out as long, but yeah, major praise to Yuma. I think with the Aghanims pickup, taking the correct fight at the perfect time. It's if your carry player didn't have this mentality, you are probably conceding this game. But the fact he had damage in his mind the entire game, it really just kept the game going much longer than it should have.
Also, this was the fight that kind of like turned it and gave Heroic a chance. And we're going to show you here, they have like these 2 really big timings, right? It's the Crimson on the Viper, and they have the Ags on the Luna. So you have basically kind of like a defensive replacement for that Moonshield facet and the Crimson Guard from your Viper, and then you have all this damage from the Luna, just like being able to beat into the. He killed Shadow Fiend and Tiny by himself with just an ult.
Axe, yeah.
And then again, that because of the facet, that damage from those heroes converts into more damage on the rest of the team. So it was this really nice kind of choice. I'm really happy he went for that, especially I think a lot of the other carries, when they see this like double artillery, like the Lina and the Shadow Fiend, they're like, oh, I'm going to take so much damage. I need to get the damage reduction so I can kind of man fight them. But instead his mind was, I'll just kill them first.
Yeah. And honestly, I liked it because like in the draft, I was always praising the other facet because to me, that's where Luna's moving towards. But again, Yuma showing that Moonstorm can be good in the right hands. Again, they didn't win the game. It's really weird that we're saying good things about the hero that's lost, but it really is. It's so many indicators.
It's also going to be in Liquid's mind, surely.
Yeah.
If I could give a second MVP, it would be to Yuma. Even though he did lose, I think that he just, kind of like you said, there's like an asterisk. It's like, he popped off.
I mean, what if Tuscan Bat didn't just like roll into the tier 1 tower like relentlessly?
Yeah, I mean.
Like, this could easily be Heroic winning the game very cleanly if their offlane wasn't, taking so many trips back to
because this game was so close. I mean, we can say a lot of things about the draft potentially, but it didn't really have any bearing on the game itself. I feel like gameplay really decided this one. So where do you go with the teams in the break that they have right now? Where are you going to adapt?
I mean, for Heroic, you can say the simple thing like, oh, our early game was kind of an issue with laning. So focus on that. But it's like hard to say the mid to late game stuff. Like genuinely, I feel like both teams. I actually feel like Liquid has more notes that they would want to put on this game. I feel like Heroic, you can say, like, we made some mistakes, but it's really hard to like pinpoint that stuff in the middle of a series. But overall, they played really good. Yuma played good. Trust Yuma to like be successful in this game and have a cleaner early game. But Liquid is more, wow, we had such a good early game and we fumbled. And that's like the scary thing where it's like, what if we fumble and then Heroic doesn't fumble back?
Both teams are over aggressive, right? One team's over aggressive in laning phase, one team's over aggressive at the 20-minute mark. So at some point, you're going to have to find when do we want to turn it back slightly. But realistically, we love watching these teams because of that aggression.
Yeah.
So I don't want them to change. I want them to keep playing like this because like this was probably one of the more entertaining games that we've had so far because of how they had to fight, how they just didn't care about the 10 death bat, right? It's like, I'm going to go in again. I don't care. At some point, it's going to work, right? So yeah, don't change.
Don't change. Just fumble a little bit back and forth and make the game fun. It's a viewer sport after all. It's all about us and our viewing enjoyment of the series, which will continue with game 2 after a break.
Yes, I'll take it. On me, guys. I can buy, but no TP,
I'm looking. I cannot blink right now. I think we should kite. Can we kite into our vision?
Yeah.
I'll fight you.
I don't have TP, guys. Okay, he's dead. Tough. Nice. He has refresh.
Battle's no way on.
Okay. He's 1 HP, guys. Nice.
Should be a guy near tipping out.
Oh, he shot, guys. I bait it.
I have a chase for you. Yeah, can I make foot?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
we're watching a best of 3 elimination on the line. Heroic Team Liquid. And Liquid is 1 game up. And we said, and we still stand by it, that the game draft related, not so much the result of it. But we are going to go back to a draft of game number 2 very soon. So I do want to bring up that topic to see if anything would change, because yes, Liquid won, but I think they also got a little bit of taste of the Whisper Bat Rider. And I wonder if we're going to have a similar situation, Tiga. Would you let him have it again if you were Liquid?
If he doesn't improve his laning from the last game, yes, I would be like, please, Whisper.
Surely he will.
It tasted pretty good in the late stage for Liquid, so maybe you go for round 2.
No, of course, you have to try and pick what you give away. I think Liquid's bans is really quite fun, trying to take away Shaman and Ursa, giving away some of the first pick priority, but it simplified the later picks in the draft. You know, Theodokor has been an absolute menace throughout this entire tournament on his Shaman, so a lot of respect was put in his name. On the Tusk, you could argue he looked a bit shaky, right? There were some snowballs where he was like snowballing, and like you never want a snowball to go further than where you've cast it. Like when you're like running away with it, you know that you've already kind of messed up, right? And I think Theodokor just didn't look as good on this hero. So putting them on different heroes is really helping Liquid a lot. So sure, Whisper's comfortable, but Theodokor not being comfortable, that's actually quite a good little win condition.
I think my biggest take on drafting, at least, is the Largo. So their first pick on Heroic last game, and they have to ban their own Largo, which is not. Is there like another team that's kind of been doing that?
The funny fact is that in Dream League, that was smooth.
Good coaching there.
Yeah, good coaching. In Dream League, it was Liquid that banned Largo both ways.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's the only team that I can think of.
They also, during the tournament before that, they tried playing Largo a couple of times, but they didn't really hit the rhythm on it. Like they were good at it, but they didn't feel like they perfected it.
I was looking. They had 1 game before this tournament, which was a win, and then 1 game during this tournament so far, which was a loss.
Yeah.
So they have 50% win rate. And I don't know. I genuinely think that they either have to be able to beat it on second pick, which is like bad, or they have to be able to pick it, because otherwise the drafting just gets way too awkward. Like we had to do so many computations for like, oh, they have to leave this hero in and this hero in, and
it's made a bit easier by being second.
They're second pick, so now it's a normal ban. That's what I was worried about if it was like a run back of the first draft order, but now it's not a bad thing.
Yeah. And for Liquid, banning out Shaman again in the first phase. They did do this against Yandex, at least in one of the games they did ban out the Shaman, but again, Saxa, incredibly good on the hero. Same thing here for Theodokor.
Also, they've shown that they flex Theo's lane when he's playing the Shadow Shaman. Like he's gone into the safe lane, which frees up KJ to play like random Chens in the off lane, or Jakiro's, like these really strong laners, which I think is also pretty good for Liquid. And then we see the instant puck ban, which is just kind of like somewhat of a Shadow Shaman and a Huskar. Like you ban these 2 good heroes against puck.
So in the interview from CAF, like I've learned against Liquid, you ban puck.
Yep.
Like when they have pick 18 in the draft, that is the puck position.
Oh yeah.
So you either ban it in your first phase or in your second phase if you're heroic, but yeah, just don't give Liquid this hero.
No, and because you only have that 1 ban on second pick, you don't want to have to worry about the puck. So they ban it out. They ban the Shadow Fiend out as well. 1 more ban. What is it? There's Bat.
1 more.
There's Bat, there's Tree, there's
Tree, yeah.
Anything else we're missing? Bat, Tree?
I mean, if you want to say TA or Beastmaster or something, I don't know if you would first
there
face
was
that.
Wind Ranger from the previous draft. There's plenty of heroes.
You leave it all in the pool. Maybe ban Tree and then.
I'll ban Ember here.
Oh, nice. On the same wavelength as Heroic.
Because you don't want to pick it on 16, 17, and they'd want to pick it on 18. So it's like
both Puck and Ember are doing the same role.
Yeah, you're basically like pre-banning for the second phase.
Like we always speak to great length, like the amount of heroes that you can first pick, and at some point you have to accept you're not banning them all. It's probably better to give more. I think that's come to a conclusion in modern day Dota. Giving more meta heroes is very good. So I love investment bans. I praise Liquid for the Ursa Shaman, and now Heroic. Again, the guy mentioned the Ember. Then there's the Puck. Like it's very, very good bans when you're on this pick order.
So there's right now, there's so many good offlanes. There's like Bat Rider. We've seen Timber as a treant response. Mars, Beastmaster. I think any of these are, for me, when I think of Whisper, the Timber Saw like stands out the most out of all of those. Sure, the Bat too, but I see the vibe of changing it up. or not.
No vibe.
No, it's just
you were on a hot streak, and then
well,
yeah. I mean, it's just bad.
Bats. That's bad. Fire beats tree.
That's how that works.
Elemental wise, that's pretty good for heroic. I think that also there's a lot of 13 picks that are still in the pool that are good with Batrider. The Clockwork is good. They picked Tusk. I think that's also good. Just these like melee heroes that kind of body, which are also generally I think the melee heroes are good versus tree as well because you can pull the wave somewhat easily versus him, and then also when he like all in commits, you kind of can all in back him, like with the Tusk for example. Like when tree goes to hit you, you press tag team, you press ice shards. He can't walk through the ice shards, and then he dies.
That's why I personally really like Clock.
Clock is good.
But we don't see it too often. But like you press cogs level 1, you just smash it into the trees. You kill them.
That was Immortal Faith was actually the first person I've seen do that.
Sure.
I'm sure other people have done it, but it was actually really cool. He like just cut every single tree with the cogs because you can also hit them.
You have so much time to hit them. Yeah.
So it was really cool.
And then on top of that, you mentioned shards. Tree can't walk through it. Cogs, same thing. Battery assault. Tree now can't.
And you have flare.
Yeah, and you have flare to check for eventual true sight flare as well, which is very good.
Really selling me this Clock here.
Yep. No, I love true sight.
Yep, Clock is very good.
In the previous game, Heroic, when they had their hands on the Batrider, they banned out the Oracle to prevent Liquid from saving with that. The chances that there is an Oracle is, of course, a lot lower now that there's a tree and already on the side of Liquid. Is the tree, in and of itself, enough to count as a save against the Batrider, or would you like to still have something else?
It's not a save in the sense that the guy who's going to get lassoed is being saved. It's a save in the sense that hopefully your tree is going to like blink in and press on overgrowth and limit the damage he takes. I think that's like the main idea. But I don't think you want to like double down on save supports. The only one that I think would be acceptable with the tree is the Shadow Demon.
Yes.
Maybe the Tusk. Yeah, Ringmaster. It's like the like kind of fake saves that
two of them are already out.
Have damage. So like Shadow Demon, you have the ult and you have the W, which both provide a lot of damage. Ringmaster, you have a teamfight ult, and then you have just your E, or is like both damage. Whereas you compare that to an Oracle, it's like, all right, man, go pressure Purifying Flames. Like, I don't know. It's just like two low damage heroes just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I'd argue even the ban of Oracle in the last game was maybe a bit too playoffs reactionary rather than a good ban in general. I don't think like Spirit or Tundras or those type of drafting teams would have used a ban on it. That aside, against Batrider, having vision is important. And if you aren't going to have supports that buy saves, just at least have a Lotus buying offlaner, or at least cores that may entertain Lincolns in the future. You can't have a draft with no save, no Lotus, no Lincolns. It kind of gives Batrider complete freedom.
KJ Chen, I think, is good. You can even lane it with the Batrider in the offlane.
Whoa. There's a Warlock available, and KJ only plays Warlock. All right, so
let him get it. He has to.
It'll be his 8th Warlock game.
His love.
He's gonna go with the Jakiro. Just as I predicted. Definitely wasn't gonna say Chen.
No.
Once again, I repeat myself.
No, that's all right. But
another Liquid Fire hero versus the Treant. So really like doubling down, trying to burn him down. That was a weird update with the Brewmaster.
Yeah, it was very. Yeah.
The only way to ignite is you had to pick fire damage.
Thank God Dota didn't move in that direction.
Imagine if that was just like everything had an element.
It'd be so bad.
Pokemon.
Hello, new player. Would you like to play this beautiful game of Dota?
Would you like to learn 50 different elements?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, lightning.
But also, there'd be like they'd concoct some new element as well, and you have to deal with like
kinetic.
The void element.
Yeah. This only works at night time, and on even minute marks.
That'll be fun, for maybe a day. All right, so we got the Weaver coming out. Weaver tree, solid lane.
I get the vibe that this is a boxy Weaver.
Ooh, how come?
Just I don't know. It feels like weird to pick your Weaver here already.
But that works when you pick like. Oh wait, Tiny's already banned. But if you pick the Tiny, because then you can double flex the Weaver, the Tiny, kind of everything goes around in different places.
Yeah, I don't know. Just pick your.
I like the idea of Weaver support just for the fact of Twin Gate into Bug by early Vessel, and you're just killing the Batrider.
Pick like Mars or something.
All right, no, it's just carry. No support then.
I don't know.
They reveal a lot here.
Yeah, it shows the full support duo. It shows their carry. This also gives Heroic the opportunity to flex the bat to mid. Liquid's taking this gamble because they have 18. So it's like if you commit the bat to mid, you pick an offlane that's good versus Weaver, they can instantly counter pick.
But let's not forget though that you pick Weaver, you want to flex the bat. Let's say they are. Now you have to reveal Yuma's hero in this position if you are going to try and flex the bat like this.
Exactly.
Or you have to reveal. So I think the Weaver is just more of a, you're not utilizing second pick, guys. Like you have to show something right now because of this Weaver.
What about the position forward faces Void? Vici Gaming may be out, but
their
they could
spirit
be here
lives
in
on.
spirit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dilation. Anytime you see skirmishing heroes, Dilation will always look good.
They got one more pick. It could be the pause for Void.
Yeah.
It's good with
Holding
Ursa.
on
Lowers
to
the
that.
cooldown, I believe.
Okay.
Okay. Well, outside of your belief, they have ways to not really care about overgrowth.
Yeah.
And they have explosive pick-off damage. Batrider plus Ursa, double jump. You see Weaver with Lasso, maybe even a little basher situation on the Ursa. You are going to be able to kill him off. But if you don't kill him off any time lapses, things can get awkward.
Would you like to lock in a mid because you feel like Tai Lung's going to otherwise get banned out?
Nah, you take your support.
His Viper is still in the pool and he's pointing it out. We'll pump it down.
It gets weird when you end up having to guaranteed 24 pick your core, unless they put the bats up for, which I don't think is a good idea.
Yeah.
I think it's really easy to just pick like a Skywrath Mage here, which forces the Weaver to go like Manta or Lincoln's or BKB relatively early.
Or a Beastmaster.
Okay, so they do pick the mid.
Okay.
That?
Tigov! They picked the mid! You like Tai Lung Beastmaster.
I do like Tai Lung Beastmaster. It's very, very good. One of the best hero player combinations. I'm just always scared that Batrider's going to go mid, and then my hype for this player and hero combo doesn't exist. But if it is Tai Lung on the mid lane, my god, this guy can play Beastmaster. He's won once at Wallachia. He dominated Tundra at some slam, and then he never got the hero again because Heroics just forgot to pick it.
Yeah, and then they were reminded yesterday, surely Whisper Bat, if you're going to have Tai Lung Beast and Whisper Bat and you're going to actually swap them around.
It just sounds crazy. It sounds ludicrous.
That would be mad.
But this way, Heroic, their lineup, it's one of those very disciplined games of our heroes with items do not care about Weaver in the later as the game progresses. So play very clear, disciplined Dota, shove your waves, get your items. When you want to make a smoke move, make sure the correct heroes are inside that smoke, get the kill. Don't allow Weaver and Hoodwink to get in and out of the fight, break up your positioning. Like, Heroic, if they can play their game, they are going to be in a good position. But now Nisha gets the Storm Spirit in a awkward pick-off style game, because Heroic's pick-off is big single target spells on one guy. That doesn't really bode well against Storm, because of course he can zip in and out, play the limits of his fight, kind of bait you to initiate on him.
10 seconds remaining.
Very good Storm game. But also I think Heroic's going to be very happy with their general lineup. They just need to find a support solution to this Storm.
And do we keep in mind the Bat swap?
Oh, they're banning out Night Stalker because they think maybe Bat could be position 4.
Yeah.
And then you find like a Whisper offlane Night Stalker. That's a really cool ban, actually. I think Night Stalker is a hero you always want to talk about against Pucks and Storms, but because no one's picking it, you don't want to talk about it because you'll just sound like a madman. But fair play to Liquid. That's a good ban. Into Weaver as well. Yeah.
It
Very
means
good
that
ban.
they're not really worried about any of the position 4s that are still in the pool, and rather make sure that their cores are going to have a good game just in case.
Yeah, just for the sake of the show. No respect to Fiolok or Liquid.
Oh,
Do not care about
They do
him.
not care what he plays.
the support that
For the
actually
show, for the show.
good for Heroic is Lion on 24.
Yeah, simple Hex.
It's very, very good. It's basically the Shadow Shaman replacement. You have Burst for the Storm, you have Burst for the Weaver. And then Liquid, I think with this Mars ban, you're kind of identifying that they need team fight. Some type of control or save. Centaur is also good versus like the Beastmaster Roar.
But you're playing against an Ursa.
Everyone's laning versus an Ursa.
Ooh.
You gotta just commit.
If they, I mean, you are playing into Centaur, but I'm leaning maybe even like, no control but Bristle, just for the, like the itemization wise of Lotus. You plus Hoodwink can actually play into the Ursa lane. You just kind of walk forward throughout the entire game, and then your positioning enables other people. But the problem there is no stun, and Gunner, you're mentioning stuns. It would help Liquid a little bit, having one more. So you said Centaur, right?
Yeah, the Centaur looks good.
Okay.
I think the Ag scales really well into the Beastmaster. The only other option I can think of is something that maybe would buy like a Yules. Could be okay. Or maybe Lotus. I think Lotus is just like the big ticket item.
Yeah, it's so good this game. Like if Beast and Bat can't cleanly initiate, they just have to wait for Lotus to expire. So I'm looking at just any hero that can buy Lotus, but also play into the Ursa lane. But luckily, Hoodwink is quite aggressive.
5 seconds remaining.
So it kind of fixes, like, it's not going to be Ursa versus melee, Ursa auto wins. There is a bit of nuance to it. Of course, Jakiro plus Ursa, equally as scary, but...
What is he gonna play? Not Brood, right? There's no way Brood's.
They go for the Bristle.
Nice. Now it leaves Heroic with
what? Don't say
Faceless Void.
Yeah,
Pause 4.
I mean, it is a really good game for it. Dilation goes crazy. I was waiting for you to say Shiva's Ancient Apparition. I was like, please don't.
No.
No.
Me? Sorry, Shiva.
No offense taken. You're good.
That is a 0% winner here.
Is the lion
no
longer an option?
Oh no, the lion's still perfectly fine, and probably like that's the more realistic pick. But I think the spiciness of the Void, it works really well with the entire draft. Like all the cores really utilize the time zone that well, and time dilation is really good versus the entire team of Liquid.
How about the Bane?
That's kind of not that exciting.
No.
Oh, and it's Jakiro 4.
Yeah, Theodore does like to play that, but using 24 pick for a 5 position and.
Do you think Bane is a high dopamine hero?
No.
You like half your game is like, I hope I don't get caught before I use Fiend's Grip, and then you press Fiend's Grip, and then Nisha's like, you must die, zip, dead. You know, it's like it's gonna be
okay. There in the last game, there were some like good moments. I remember it was around like top lane, and there was a Bane like sets up, and then the Nisha Lina TPs in on the wave, gets a free kill on the Nightmare. There's this very big playstyle. I want to say one of the best used to be Miposhka. He would just be alone for like 80% of the game, but he's always like, well, there's a guy Nightmare here, and then some guy Boots of Travels in, or some guy was like farming the camps close. So
Heroics have plenty of pick-off and single target like initiation, and at some point you will argue Weaver with a Lincoln's, what was it? Nisha with maybe a Lincoln's, Bristle with a Lotus that could overwhelm them. But if Heroic can play it nicely, like finding their limits, they have the tools to win a game.
Well, I'm sure that there's a guy that doesn't want them to have the tools to win the game, and that is Coach Blitz from Team Liquid, who's standing by with Slacks.
Absolutely, yep. We are here with Coach Blitz. Blitz, an honor and a pleasure to have you here. Once again, I know you're able to decline these interviews, and you choose not to every single time, and it's so good to have you. So let's talk first about the mid matchup. You got the newest coming up of age man, Mr. Tai Lung, 16-year-old stunner, versus Nisha, who I believe rated him as best other mid in the series or event. What are your thoughts on that lineup there?
I mean, I think Tai Lung's very talented, but primarily, you know, most of his experience is from pubs, and, you know, whatever pubs couldn't teach him, Nisha will.
Damn. All right. That is the daddy is coming on. Very good to hear. Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the control that they have in this one. You guys have some, you know, very wily little heroes. Weaver has been traditionally on the panel. T-Governor said he would rather die than see people pick up Weaver. And now we're seeing Weaver over and over again as we get later in this tournament. Is this hero good? Do they have too many stuns for you? Are you afraid?
Did T actually say that, or am I about to just shoot him for no reason?
No, T said that, and he said bring it up in the interview.
Okay. I mean, I don't think he said that, but so then I'm not going to say, but
he did, though.
Okay.
I did not say anything of this.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess fuck T then. Like, I just saw Yadzoro win with this hero. Like,
yeah.
So I think it's a good hero.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it'll be chill.
Okay, but don't they have a lot of control for you guys? We're talking Bane, we're talking Jakiro, Beastmaster Aurora, of course. I'm sure your team doesn't know what Lotus Orb does. So do you think that might be an issue in this draft?
We don't know what Lotus Orb does? I think we do know what... I think Bristle's probably going to rush a Lotus Orb. I feel kind of confident about that.
Did you talk to him about what it does before the game?
No, because I think he has like an idea of what it does. Like, I would be surprised if he didn't.
If he doesn't buy Lotus Orb, what are you gonna do?
I mean, if he doesn't buy Lotus Orb, like we can like both get butt naked, and you can just like kick me in the butt repeatedly on stream live, and I'll just take it. Like, it's...
Ladies and gentlemen, we have something to look forward to. All right, game 2. Let's see if we're gonna get naked, my friends, as we head into the game.
Collapse and Laurel in bed, naked Blitz, another classic Slacks interview to add to the archive. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into game 2, best of 3, lower bracket, Heroic taking on Liquid here, Waga.
Games are getting more and more crazy, and the interviews are getting more and more unhinged as we proceed later into the tournaments here. Slacks is ramping it up as well as the players.
Devolving into degeneracy, as there is no Lotus Orb queued up for Ace yet.
Oh, that's dangerous. That quick buy. Blitz is sweating bullets looking at Ace right now.
Please, he knows what it does, right?
We'll check in with him later. Yeah, I mean, it's a half-decent Lotus Orb game, I would say. We play against Batrider, Beast, and Bane. Also dispelling off any of the Jakiro DPS.
Triple B threat. Well, there it is. So mid lane, Nisha against Tai Long. Blitz saying that, Tai Long, a lot of experience from pubs, but Nisha's going to teach him everything he can't learn from pubs. All the pro player tricks, as Nisha has this Storm Spirit.
Yeah, this is a comfortable matchup as well for Storm. You can easily push the lane, even though there's really good last hit potential for Beastmaster. You spell farm so hard on Storm Spirit. It's already dealing a lot of damage to him as well, as Beastmaster has to go close.
Yeah, just out spamming, trying to chip away at the boars to kill them off. As we saw early days there, King Jungle's made a move into that mid lane to place an Observer ward. I was pretty sure he got spotted. There was a flurry of pings, but so far that Dire Observer has stayed up.
Yeah, I think maybe he will pick up a sentry at some point. Yeah, I also think that they saw it. They did check earlier.
And down at bottom, Mickey on the Weaver. A good hero, according to Blitz. Watching Yathro win with it. And it has definitely shifted up in priority, especially into lanes and heroes like Bat and Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think it's mostly adaptation, seeing Batrider first phase pick almost every single series. This hero does tend to slip through the bans. Oh, Ursa very aggressive. Might be in trouble against Ace.
Yeah, plays forward onto this Bristleback, who stacks up the Quill Sprays. Acorn shot thrown out. He's got a Fairy Fire on Ursa, so Ace can't go for the finishing blow, but now the Bear has basically been butted out of lane.
Yeah, difficult for him to stand. I've talked about this matchup many times before, how it's very volatile. I thought they would go for the Warlock. I believe he was unbanned throughout the entire pick phase.
Taylor Core dying to Mickey. And one of these core carry heroes that is very good at making that support duel a little unbalanced. Foxy getting run at by Yuma. A few Fury swipes here, but living armor's there.
Yeah, he's gonna be completely fine. Yeah, Weaver, of course, hyper aggressive. Both side lanes showing aggression already. But yeah, I thought we would see the Warlock come out for more sustainability. You know, protecting Yuma has been the play. They've played the Warlock Ursa so many times before in the tournament. But in the end, it's going to be a little bit of a trickier lane. He hops in for a courier snipe.
And there's a lot of laning items there. Tangos and Blood Grenade. Would be very useful for Boxy to stay it out. As KJ goes for the Nightmare Sleepwalk to try and steal the Lotus, but the Hoodwink comes in to grab it anyway.
Yeah, pretty costly to throw out the Nightmare to try. I mean, obviously it's nice if you get the Healing Lotus, but that's mana gone.
Mickey, 6 stacks of Napalm on him, spends the wand, holds the Fairy Fire. He's going to take some more damage over time from the Dual Breath, but he's under tower and safe, while Tofu gives the clicks onto Whisper.
He wants to try and turn it around, but too much HP on the Batrider. Weaver's going to have to chill for now.
Yeah, all thanks to that living armor.
At least Tofu is pulling the creeps for him, pulling them onto the range creep, trying to make the wave push under tower eventually. And also healing some auto attacks.
We'll take a lot of damage here, though. This is stacking up on Tofu to get Thealacor a kill.
Yeah, a lot of Magic Stick charges going the way of Mickey, though, at least, so he is going to get his HP back using that. And it's better if Treant Protector dies than your Weaver going down.
That's for sure. Mid lane, pretty much dead even. Beastmaster has 3 additional denies, and he's going to add another one there with the Water Rune also.
Cliff dive up top, chasing after Yuma, just doing a lot of damage to him. Don't have boots yet on Bristle, though, so he's getting outrun.
Turning his attention to King Jungles. Boxy. Acorn shot Bushwhack, but doesn't really connect on the Bane.
And Tofu making this classic move that we keep talking about, how you die on the support and then just look towards going to the other lane, trying to set up on Yuma.
Ace has a couple of mangoes here to pop back that mana pool. Would like to get the Quill Spray started now so they can have that lead in to the attempt on Yuma.
Yeah, full HP is hard to go through. They still haven't seen Treant Protector anyway, so I think they realize they might be ganking.
They know something's amiss. And also the fact that Storm is off the map. Jakiro is going to track back into that bottom jungle to see Nisha farming through the little frogs.
It's our experience, my friend. Yes, keep farming. Jakiro will go in, join in the farm.
And get some damage on the Storm. Nisha wants to stick around here and finish the camp with the living armor on him, but Theolacor offering enough damage to shove Nisha back.
It's a
Courier snipe as well.
Gonna delay the gloves, and he's gonna steal up all these 4 creeps. A lot of Croakers going his way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this little move may seem insignificant, but it's really nice to shut down the Storm's level 6 timing. He would have been level 6, I think, just barely, or maybe not. But that power spike is so important.
Especially giving a lot of impetus to your Beastmaster now. Oh, Mickey down at bottom lane pops that one, but the damage from Whisper enough to sustain the chase as he heals himself back up and goes on to Boxy over the trees. The raindrops and the lotuses, all the little tickles of heals there from Whisper keep him alive.
Mid tower's being sieged up as well as Storm can't really defend it. This is a very early tower falling.
Yeah, playing through Tai Lung, level 6 Beastmaster. I always sing the praises of this Tai Lung beast. And knowing how important the Aghanim Scepter timing is as well, any additional influx of gold, vitally important for him.
Yeah, and this is well in time for Torment, or for Wisdom plays as well. 40 seconds for the rune, for the Wisdom rune coming in. Beastmaster gonna take the DD rune before then.
So does Liquid bring 5 up top to defend?
I don't think they can. Storm TP'd mid, so he would have to start walking over. I guess he is joining in.
They're migrating to the left. The window's shifting here. The courier flies over, gets sniped out by KJ. 10 seconds for Shrine to pop up and emerge. As on the right-hand side, Whisper looks like he's got free time to stack camps and take his, while Ace is being looked at by 4 heroic heroes. A Fury Swipe start. Tai Lung with his DD rune wants a roar on the Storm. Nisha caught up, the damage is done. Ace now falling flat as Tai Lung comes in and swoops onto Liquid to get 3 kills in a row. Tofu the third. Weaver's arrived though, wanting a turn. Hello, Mickey, and then goodbye. Yuma with a double kill.
He's level 5. He's got
a team wipe incoming. Boxy falls, a double-double for Heroic.
You gotta respect the Yuma buff, all right? Wisdom rune is his spot to fight. He stands tall with his Ursa. Every game we see him, always on that 7-minute rune. Whisper's gonna get jumped by the Storm bottom. A little bit too low HP, so he gets punished at least, but a full wipe. I did not think they wanted to contest that anymore. But they commit for the Tormentor fight, and ultimately, even though Bristleback was strong, he does fall eventually.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on Heroic basically getting a free level. Tons of gold going into their pockets.
And just a good catch onto the Storm. If they didn't get the Storm immediately there, that fight could have been possible for Liquid, but he got roared up, and from there, it was just easy kill.
It could easily have been a roar on Ace here, right? But
yeah.
Tai Lung waits, biding his time for the roar on Nisha, and he tried to bull lightning out of it, but far too quick from Heroic.
You see how Heroic are so on the same page, though. The roar came, and literally all of them just laid DPS immediately into him. Man, it was so close. And poor Mickey runs in, gets 1 kill, sure, but then dies in 3 hits from Ursa. And this has just snowballed the, the Heroic early game even more.
Nightmare onto the Ace Bristleback now with Tai Lung TPing top. Another roar. Yuma's damage stacking up. The quill sprays.
A lot of
irritating,
kills.
but it looks like they've got the damage to kill him, although Ace brings down Tai Lung first.
Yeah, you're so happy about that if you're Ace. People going top, you get roared, space for your team, and you still get the kill on the Beastmaster. So Ace, he's gonna be completely fine with this. And I think Blitz is sighing of relief because looking at the quick buy over on this boy, he does seem to be buying a certain item.
That's good. Lotus Orb. Very handy in this game. And Tofu just taken down to half health by the Jakiro. As Theolacor says, this is my home. I inhabit the middle lane. It's my golden experience, not yours.
Yeah, strong presence on the lane. Liquid are trying to take control of the top part of the map again.
Even with that, not a massive difference in net worth. The Radiant cores all still doing pretty well for themselves. It's just the Radiant supports, right? Having that lack of experience, lack of gold, really going to start struggling as a Treant and Hoodwink.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And we already have the mana boots coming out over on Jakiro, so he can keep that tempo up. Always nice when you have Bane in your team as well to give him some mana.
Ice Path.
Ooh.
Preemptively placed. There's no grip yet, though. And Nisha going to zip over onto Feel the Core. Tai Lung has
Still
Roar.
alive.
Doesn't come to fight, and you're right.
He saved
the
him.
shield wall.
Yeah, he saved him with the Ash Legion shield. Man, that's so good. He thought he had the last hit, so he started turning around there, and by the time he realized that he didn't get it, again, sort of reminiscent to a Crimson Guard save on the previous game. Yeah, by Viper.
Exactly. They will safeguard the stacks for themselves, though. Give Nisha a little bit of boost to his bank account, while Whisper does a similar job on his own to that far right-hand side. A way more straightforward Batrider game for Whisper this time around.
Yeah, definitely. He got the laning stage that he wanted. He's doing completely fine. I mean, he even found the one solo kill onto Weaver as Batrider, and that's just a testament to his skill. I mean, Mickey Weaver, he definitely knows his limits really well, and yet Whisper found him. That's just so difficult to do.
Weaver does get this free lane bottom for now, though. Able to push wave, dip into jungle, get an additional bit of efficiency going.
Yeah, he needs every bit he can get, because it will be hard to keep pace with the Ursa once the Battle Fury comes in. Yuma has shown time and time again, if he gets a good start on Ursa, he will snowball that into more and more. And we're sitting at 3-0 and 3 for Ursa so far. Fantastic start.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What do you reckon the timing on their Roshan is this game? Maybe minute 12? Are we going to hit the bingo?
I feel like it's going to be a 14-20. That's the timing. We're not going to go faster and faster. It's Liquid after all, right? Liquid is a damn strong team. Not that easy to dominate, but yeah, Heroic, they have been, throughout the tournament, taking Roche faster and faster, it feels like. The 17, 16, 15, 14.
Speeding up, ramping up. Nisha going to poke at Tai Lung in his middle lane, looking for a reaction out of Heroic. He comes in slowly and surely. Roar lined up, Overgrowth binds him. He doesn't chuck the ulti as Beastmaster and just dies. As Whisper, he's come in as well, looking to turn the tide of this fight for the living armor and the healing. Nisha stays alive, the ball lightning not enough to keep him invulnerable through the damage over time.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation on throwing the ulti there, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Liquid already diving with so many heroes, and for now, Heroic do not want to take a massive fight. Ursa just wants to get his Battle Fury, does not want to join for this mid-fight. And they were pretty low resources, I think, on Jakiro as well at the start of the fight.
Yeah, the aim of the game is scaling for Yuma. As long as they can defend these side lane tier 1s, keep the map as wide as possible for Heroic, they're pretty happy to defend their jungles.
Yeah, both teams are just stacking up Ancients, trying to get as much farm as possible out of this. Yeah, there we go. We can see a double stacking. Very nice. Efficiency going on all over the place.
And the difference being Beast and Bat already here to clear the stacks.
Yeah.
Liquid not quite in position to immediately snap and bring them down. So there is that threat that Heroic, if they move quickly enough, could come and contest them.
Yeah, we might see Brazil go over and clear it, but you're absolutely right. If there's ever a team fight top before the stacks are cleared, that would be very disastrous for Liquid. So we see Ace making his way over. This is enough gold to finish up his Lotus Orb as well, once he kills all this.
And then Beastmaster, we're 14 minutes in now. He must be closing in on the Aghanim Scepter. Important timing for him to hit. Kind of similar to the Ursa Battle Fury, in that it can allow you to fight and get involved, but for the most part, it is that farming for the next few minutes to get into your blink. BKB on Beastmaster.
Yeah. We do have a smoke coming in with the Batrider, though. They have Fiend Script and Lasso available.
That's 14 minutes in, Waga.
Actually, does he have Lasso available? I thought he was holding a skill point, but then I forgot. He has 5 points in the Sticky Napalm, so no Lasso.
No Lasso, no. Hasn't even skilled it. Well, surely it's Roshan time.
14-20 was my prediction. And,
bang on!
It's exactly when they went. They must have heard me over there in the player area.
Nostradamus, you've written a book about it.
They were just waiting for me, so my prediction gets right.
So Bane is frontlining here, smoked and trying to give vision. Break any kind of initiation from Liquid, but the thing is, Roshan's already died. Storm zips in, finds the opening on Bane. Ice Path to disengage. Heroic happy to give up a pos 5 here as long as they came in, got the Aegis, and fully evacuate
Yeah, they're going to dip out of the area. They have their farming tools ready right now. Obviously, the Battle Fury and the Aghanims on Beastmaster, we talk a lot about how it ramps up the farm. I would even make a case that the Boots of Bearing on Batrider is essentially a farm accelerating item as well.
With the attack speed?
Like, it's more than that. It's the HP regen. It allows you to play in a different way when you're farming. Because before you have Boots of Bearing, you basically drop low HP by farming jungle. You keep getting auto-attacked. And now he doesn't really bother with that. His HP regen doesn't break, so he can keep farming and stay on the map. So it's not crazy like a Battle Fury, but it does still accelerate him.
Still dead even in the net worth, though. And Liquid have done a good job keeping up in that farm rate.
Yeah, with the early Lotus Orb ready before any big team fight, it's going to be a little bit tricky for Heroic how to take the fights into it.
Yeah, you see that, Slacks? Lotus Orb on Bristleback. He knows what it does.
Maybe he has no clue. He just buys it and clicks it. Hope for the best.
It's a passive, right?
Gives me
regen and armor.
Next. That's basically 2 Lotus Orbs.
I go for all the defensive tools. Liquid wanting to crack open this top left corner. They've seen that fast Roshan, and they know that spiral can happen where Heroic go from objective to objective. So already looking to unlock the Tormentor in that top left corner. Theolacor thought someone was lurking.
Tofu with a good positioning to smoke break.
Doesn't get scouted.
Yeah. They pop the dust, but he runs away to safety. Gonna be completely fine. For now, farm is the name of the game.
Yeah, a bit of push and pull. Liquid show up top. Heroic turn up to try and force them away from the area, but quickly going through the twin gate as Weaver to farm bottom.
Okay, at this stage of the game, it may seem like it's literally just farming, but yeah, the observer is pointing out there's triple Lincolns going on right now. They're building towards a massive power spike on Liquid right now. They're gonna, you know, rename themselves to Team Lincolns. They're gonna go together, and once they do, it's gonna be very hard for Heroic to teamfight into triple. It's this item that one of them, yeah, you can kind of track it and keep count, like, oh, how long cooldown is it? We triggered it.
3.
When there's 3, they're gonna be passing them on to each other. You're not gonna be able to keep track of which one it is. You hear the noise of Lincolns. It's like, which one did we break again? It's so much more difficult.
3 Lincolns, Jeremy? That's insane. Well, Mika is getting very close to it. Heroic are running down to this bottom lane, and they would love to get some utilization out of this Aegis as well, but King Jungles has stepped very far forward. Met with stiff resistance already. Nightmare saves himself up as a roar from Tai Lung catches Nisha, but overgrowth from Tofu. They can't get onto the Storm Spirit. The turn from Liquid's too strong. Heroic, they're going to try and bang the drum of Tai Lung, stand his ground, deliver on Bristleback. Essence Ring heals him up as Yuma goes deep onto Boxy, but Liquid disengage. Ace left alone and slain. Heroic do get a core kill, but it looked risky.
Yeah, Tofu might still get caught here as well, trying to get safety. Yuma cutting behind, should be able to find the Treant Protector.
A dominating Ursa. Another swift move from Heroic. It looked like a really good hold from Liquid, but they didn't quite have enough.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately you're fighting into the Aegis of the Beastmaster, so even though the fight started out pretty well, they can't commit for the Beastmaster kill because he would just come back and turn the fight around. So they have to cancel out, dip out, and retreat. Very nice save by Tofu, though. That last second overgrowth, Batrider was millimeters away from lassoing the Storm, and he would have died.
Super close. And with the remaining moments of that Aegis, they get a fight, they get a tier 1. And now Heroic with his gem.
The gem? But he might lose
to try and control the map, but he's walked into Nisha and Boxy. Ursa dealing with them, though. Protecting King Jungles as Nisha gets the kill and the courier grabs the gem.
Protecting gem, bringing it back home. Nisha really wanted him.
Bushwhack from Boxy is going to keep the Jakiro at bay, but look at Tai Lung. Another roar straight into the Hoodwink now. Plenty of damage to dish in. Kill off the Hoodwink as Nisha utilizing his entire mana pool there to poke at Heroic and make sure they stop their advance.
Still fighting in the area, trying to hold strong. Weaver is split pushing, not joining for the fight. Lincoln's is coming out for him. That's really one Lincoln's done.
On a knife's edge though, isn't it? Liquid are playing to their strengths, but it's a tightrope act to quell Heroic's aggression while holding onto areas of the map yourself.
But they prepared really well. They set up the ice in the forest, taking over Torment area. Heroic, they are strong right now, but not going to be able to shove Liquid away, and that does mean Tormentor looks like it's going Liquid's way. Minus armor from the Swarm along with Bristleback is going to take it down really, really fast.
So Bristle has pre-bought his shard. Are they trying to give this shard to someone in particular?
Oh.
Because Weaver wants to buy one as well.
Yeah.
It's going to go to Nisha.
Oh, I see. Already shard over on the Storm. That's really nice.
Because what, Treant has bought his? So it was like Hoodwink or Storm, right?
It's not so much to pass it, it's more that it's just an insanely good shard. The Bristleback shard is one of the best ones in the game as well. It's really good for fighting.
True.
It gives you farm rate as well. It's not even expensive. And against this lineup, it can be used to try and blink cancel.
Whisper. Lincoln's pop on the Weaver. Ace with a Lotus Orb on him. And he's being eyed up here by a ton of spells out of Heroic. Out in no man's land as he paired up with Mickey to try and do something.
Still hanging around in the area. Liquid wanna fight.
And pinging Tai Lung.
They think better of it, I think. There's so many spells available still. They didn't use any big ulti. Just Macropyre dropped.
They have this element of surprise though. Still shifting down to this bottom stream where they see Tai Lung and Heroic. They've gone through the twin gate up to top.
Oh, they catch the beast.
So Tofu has the info. They know the beast is left alone. Tai Lung getting juked around. Still going to land the roar on Mickey. And the lasso there to make sure no time-lapse comes in. Storm zips, TP's home. No more connections from Heroic, but a good kill on the Weaver nonetheless.
That was an optimistic attempt, but didn't quite get him. The burst wasn't really there.
And now striding forward. 3K lead for Heroic. Beastmaster and Ursa leading out in the net worth department right up at the top. Feeling comfortable to pivot from bottom lane into mid, playing two lanes.
I mean, Tai Lung spoke of him as the guy with a lot of pub experience, right? Young and talented player here in a pro game, but he is delivering up against Nisha. He's leading the way, 13,500 gold on this Beastmaster, doing a fantastic job so far.
It has felt like the Liquid supports have found room to kind of catch up. No longer languishing down at the complete bottom of the net worth. Treant able to hide in the trees, push out waves like this, gathers Tofu, much needed gold and experience, but also opens the map and opens the eyes of his team so they can find a Bane or a Jakiro potentially.
Yeah, I think they have to do this. Again, we have the similar situation where one team is just stronger at 5 manning. They have better team fight over on Heroic right now. Sure, they have overgrowth on Liquid, but other than that, their team fight is not the strongest, so it needs to be towards the triple Lincoln's timing, and that's still a while away. Storm, Bristleback, they both need to finish theirs.
Storm?
Ooh. A lot of mana used.
A little spooky.
Can't stand still for too long.
Got the haste rune.
And right now, how do you kill Batrider? Crimson Guard, Plate Mail, Boots of Bearing. He may not be the bottom farm carry, or core, but it's so thick.
Yeah, casual Plate Mail as well. I'll start poking at Whisper. Bushwhack dealt with, cut down the tree. Whisper killing off the Swarm as Heroic, they hold that aggressive line up in this top lane. Liquid still poking at Whisper, but you're right, the tanky Batrider holding 21 charges. Overgrowth comes in, Tofu, the Yules on the Ursa keeps the tree alive, but they got a lasso, the kill on Nisha, Tai Lung jumps in, Ace and Mickey looking to turn back on the Beastmaster with some good damage, but no finish. The Essence Ring and the Nightmare keeps him alive, while Whisper and Theolacor, Yuma jumps in, finds Mickey's Weaver, and blows him up. Foxy falls, and another 5-man wipe incoming for Heroic.
He's hungry for more, chasing with the face boots, Basher is on him. Ace should not have any chance to get away. He backs up to reset the Blink Dagger.
But there's the move from Yuma and Whisper. Plenty of damage to give the Ursa the triple kill. A massive team fight victory for Heroic.
I mean, they're playing it so well. They utilize their strengths really well. We were talking just before how Batrider is so hard to burst, so he puts himself in the front. Looks like he's out of position. They dangle the Batrider. Liquid fall for it. They say, okay, maybe we can kill him. But there's too many save mechanics. They have the Pavis ready. They have the Enfeeble Nightmare. Just a lot of things disjointing the attempt to kill the Batrider.
Oh, it looks so juicy, isn't it?
I think they even body blocked the Hoodwink ulti. Like, look right here, as the Hoodwink is charging up, looking for a chance to get him. Nope.
Onto the Ursa. Make sure Whisper survives. the proverbial anglerfish. Heroic dangling that juicy morsel, all lit up in front of Liquid. The Nightmare saves the Essence Ring, all this tankiness keeping Heroic alive while Yuma just dishes some serious damage out.
Yeah, back in live, they're going for more advantage as well, trying to invade the enemy triangle. There were some stacks being made, and they're going to say thank you very much, Hoodwink. These stacks belong to us now.
We're up to a 9,000 net worth lead. Ace has tried to come in here to contest the stacks, but stuck between Ancients and a Macro Pyre. Ursa munches on him, and Theolicool picks up the kill while Tai Lung jumps into the back for a freebie on Tofu. And look at that, Roshan's respawned, wouldn't you believe it?
Top Roche, he's going to fall very rapidly here as Ursa makes his way in. And they're playing so well together on Heroic.
Well, this is the Heroic we've come to know and love through this tournament. The Ursa, the timings, Yuma understanding how quickly he can play, and the rest of the team rallying around him when he hits his timings.
This is what they've been doing so much, and this is what Liquid very successfully stopped in the first game, but now getting their comfort zone. We have Whisper on Bat, we have Yuma on Ursa, and Tai Lung Beastmaster that T-Gov has been shouting for forever.
Top of the net worth, look at him, 17,000.
I can see why, He's definitely playing it insanely well. His targeting has been perfect as well. It's not just about how well he's farming, but he identifies when he needs to go on the front line or when he can go for the back line, cut deeper for even more advantage.
And we were looking at this confluence of Lincoln's timings for Liquid. One of them's here, the Weaver has it, but Storm and Bristleback still a little behind. And now Beastmaster has Orchid to pop the Lincolns to counteract those items already.
Yeah, it's taking forever to finish them. They did take some detours, right? They went for the Kaya Sanj fully, and we had the Shard over on Bristleback. But yeah, I thought they would try to get an early power spike timing with triple Lincolns, but that's been delayed a lot.
Now you're playing into Ursa Aegis for 4 minutes. Difficult to keep Heroic at arm's length from this objective bottom. Liquid just going to say, screw it, we'll push out other waves. Some massive pink arrows there from Yuma, though, saying, hey, after this, top lane, mid lane, push it out, and force Liquid back into their base.
Yeah, they're just looking to catch. They have good heroes for pickoffs as well. You can't really ask for a better pickoff team than what they have. Anyone can set up, essentially, and that's what King Jungles is trying to do on Ace.
That's the Nightmare to start it. Tai Lung follows through with the Roar. Bushwhack holds them back, but they're going to break free.
Yeah, very chill as well from King Jungles, not even using his Fiend script despite the Bushwhack. He's like, it's fine, we don't need to expend any more resources. There's a nice quality of life to Bane against Bristleback where you throw the Sleepwalk on him and then that naturally turns him around.
Yeah.
Easy to focus the face.
Quick and easy lasso onto Tofu. Whisper dominating now.
This is just their lineup doing what it wants to do. This is basically heroic identity in a draft is this. Good pickoffs, dominating early game with a lot of aggression. And then, of course, the Roshan, which was, again, taken out so early.
And then, yeah, being ahead and having this Boots of Bearing, Crimson Lotus Batrider, pretty much unkillable. Yule Scepter, Solar Crest on Jakiro, Ghost Scepter on Bane. All these defensive items means it's still very challenging for Liquid to find any moments of weakness. You know, they want to find a snipe on a support or maybe catch a core unaware. With a Storm, a Weaver, and a Hoodwink, they've got all these ways to wriggle into team fights, find openings, but I don't think they've got enough control or damage to break through Heroic's itemization.
No, it's also about Heroic just doing a great job not showing alone on lanes.
Yeah.
Like, they ghost push a lot of lanes with wild access or sending out the boar to push lanes. And once they do show on a lane, it's usually with a Bane behind them ready to save.
And that's always been one of Storm's weaknesses, right? Very good at finding individual targets, stragglers, but against a 5-man death ball, hardcore push that's coming to your base now. 30 minutes in, Whisper just heads to high ground.
Sticky Napalm been stacked up a lot here. 2 out of the 3 Lincoln Spheres are done, but they're not ready.
The Arsonist has arrived. No insurance plan here for Liquid, just losing their buildings. No payback.
Nice little nightmare to keep him safe.
Keeps the bugs off him as he opens up on the melee barracks now as well. Misha zip zap in and out. But no follow through from Liquid as they're now bunkered down in their base.
Just a few more auto attacks. That melee axe could fall fast.
Range barracks gone. Storm zips in, an opening on the bat. Nightmare save as Yuma gets poked at. Aegis gone.
First life down as Heroic have to deal with the bugs on Liquid. They're in position here to hold the base. A Yule's into the sky. Ursa not going to get bushwhacked though.
Gets himself to safety, and they're going to be fine with that. Already getting the range racks. Not going to get too greedy for more, even though they have ultis ready. Aegis is gone, and they will respect it. And with the Abyssal and Ursa, their pickoff is just getting even better. You thought that you maybe could be safe showing on the lanes. It's going to amp up even more. Now you have these Lincoln breaks. The Orchid on Beasts, Abyssal Ursa.
So what's the timing we're looking for Liquid now?
I mean, it's still the same, I feel. It was the triple Lincolns, and it still is the triple Lincolns, but we're
approaching go time then?
Yeah, we're 400 gold away from Bristol having his.
It's like Aegis is down, you're getting these Lincolns.
At this point, though, I'm not as convinced that it feels that overwhelming, since there's a lot of Lincolns breaks.
Well, Deep Dive Ward spotted Nisha and Boxy coming into the bottom lane. So a quick move through the gate, and maybe still a go on Nisha here, as Theo Lacour tries to get in on top of him. Ice Path starts. Nisha behind this tree has the Lincolns broken, zips northeast all the way back across to the wave with the TP.
A nice jump there. Barely gets to safety. That was very close to him getting held in place. But this shows how scary the map is for Team Liquid. So yeah, the Lincolns are complete. They have all of them, but how many Lincoln's break items do we even have now? We have Orchid, we have Abyssal, we have the Yule Scepter. So already looking at 3, plus some of them have multiple spells. Bane could break all the Lincolns on his own. It's getting complicated. Certainly not an easy puzzle to solve.
Yeah, it's a massive challenge. 13k down.
At least they have the gem on Storm, so he can D-ward, make sure that they're not playing under any enemy vision. That's basically the most dangerous thing at this stage of the game. When the enemy has such a good pickoff lineup, if you suddenly get caught standing under a ward, the game could just be over.
At least you know, as Liquid, your base is unlikely to be assaulted again until next Roche. So there is a bit of breathing room here.
Yeah, that's true. For now, Heroic are definitely just going to hold on to areas. Try and build on the lead they already have. It's Diffusal into Disperser coming out for Ursa. I like it. More Lincoln's break, but at the same time, mana burn against Storm, which is great. Against Bristle, also great. And he gets a Dispel against Treant Protector. And as Liquid, I mean, I'm trying to identify how they can turn this around, but honestly, I'm a little bit flat on ideas. I think just high DPS on Weaver and hope that he gets to auto attack, but the burst damage is just faster on Heroic's lineup.
We're buying all raw defensive items, right? Storm's buying a Lotus Orb himself.
Yeah. I mean, they do have one Yules at least to kite the Ursa a little bit if he's not in BKB form. I think that's really key for them. But that Ursa is hunting for kills.
I mean, usually we'd be looking at Overgrowth into Cataclysm, some kind of big Ravage play.
Yeah, they don't have...
Or like the Bristleback with that Aghanim Refresher build, right? We saw from Heroic previously, can dish out DPS, but here it's just tank up, stay alive, and try not to lose.
Yeah, maybe we've understated just how impactful it is that they fell on the back foot on Liquid, because their lineup doesn't have natural comeback mechanics. What I'm, expressing by that is sometimes we look towards big black holes or RP or some ability like that.
The high ground hold.
Yeah, high ground defense. They can go for maybe an Aghanim Scepter later on Storm, but what AoE do they have to dish into it? Like a Bushwhack, I guess, to chain stun?
Not much.
It's not easy for them to upset when they're that far behind.
I think Liquid need to thrive in chaos. Not allow Heroic to approach the Roche pit for free. Not allow them to approach the base for free.
Yeah, Nisha needs to work some magic, I think.
Yeah.
Like, maybe he can zip through, reveal people's position, waste some spells, Lincoln's.
It's like him in tandem with the Weaver, right? Like, Bristleback can be the focal point for Heroic, show Ace, and then the Storm and Weaver find the Bane, the Jakiro, someone in the back. It's just there are so many targets you have to kind of ignore. Like, ignore Whisper, ignore the Aegis carrier.
Yeah, and the Ursa is also going to give some presents to his friends here, because this is the third Roche. We're getting the Refresher Shard as well going out. Refresher completed on Beastmaster as well.
Immediate TP's top.
Liquid have run away.
He sees the TP out, even though it's while invis. But they're all gonna dip out, so Liquid not getting caught, doing a good job staying safe. But with Aegis in hand, you know they're gonna start making their way over towards your building. The line has been drawn by Yuma. A 9-0 and 7 Ursa is a scary thing on its own, Gareth, but when it's piloted by Yuma, I mean, he's been looking like a god on this hero.
I was just going to say, this series for Yuma has been pretty freaking incredible, right? The last game, his Luna was 21-8, went unkilled for what? The majority of that 56-minute game, now unkilled on the Ursa. Yuma's putting up numbers.
No, this tournament overall, it's not even just this series. Yuma has been playing outstanding. He's definitely one of the absolute top carries at this tournament.
Nisha gonna zip to try clear the wave. They do still have the couple of catapults and the flag bearer coming in.
5k gold on Yuma unspent. Could be bringing in the disperser mid-fight too.
Banner placed pretty far away. Storm again gonna zip in, try and force a reaction as Bristleback walks towards them. Yuma starts to open up. Lasso into Lotus, fine. Whisper says, I'll tank this one up. Just watch the Bristle die. 70 seconds with no ace now.
Yeah, that's a long time. And the banner is keeping the catapult wave alive, and we see Batrider back to the same position we saw him before.
Front line.
Burning that building down.
Trogdor the Batrider. Whisper comes in, burninates the Radiant base, breaks through that living armor. And Boxy's gonna buy back here as Nisha lurks on the left-hand side.
He's watching, but how can they even initiate?
I mean, they jump on the bat to vortex him, but they've got to die back on Boxy now. Yuma makes short work of the Hoodwink. Buildings falling quickly, and I think Liquid out of answers, out of options.
Yeah, this Whisper Batrider, he's just going from lane to lane. He's got more buildings in his sides. He's an arsonist. He doesn't care about the people right now. This is about the buildings, man.
Got the flaming hot Cheetos going on with a cheese in his inventory as well. Down to bottom lane. Backed up by the rest of his team. Liquid got to wait for the Bristleback to respawn. Hoodwink still out for 45 seconds as Yuma forces Weaver to back away. A Zip and Vortex not really going to do much here to Yuma as he toys with them. At least Liquid have dealt with the waves, so the backdoor regen kicks in.
Backdoor regen, but that's 25 stacks of sticky napalm. They could stick around. They're going to back out though. Get the lanes.
Get the lanes.
So Ursa has the Disperser and Abyssal. He can break Lincolns on his own and jump anyone now.
Ace. The Bristleback usually feels so comfortable to frontline and be tanky. And Yuma literally doesn't care. Starts to shred into this tier 3 again alongside Whisper. Another objective down. As Nisha, he pings and says, I'm going in. A zip forward and then a zip back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole lot of mana spent, but not a whole lot happening from it.
Okay, did he place that vision, right? He zipped in to play some observer wards. Try and give any information they possibly can. And bottom lane is pretty far away. The creeps, that is. Not approaching this Radiant base.
Yeah, but still plenty of time. They have 70 seconds on the Aegis. That's enough for them to go one more time. Ooh, a line is being drawn with a smoke. They want to go around, catch anyone who's poking the top wave out.
A kill here would be monumental for them.
Yeah.
Weaver, no buyback. Bristle, even same story.
Hoodwink as well. Even getting a support is big.
And Storm trying to utilize his hero to zip out of the base to clear waves, doing whatever he can as Nisha.
Oh, they
might not see this one coming. Top lane. That smoke doesn't accomplish anything. Not yet, anyway. Mickey being looked at. Jump in from Yuma. Finds the jump on Boxy. As Hoodwink down for 50 seconds. Nisha and Mickey poking back. Ursa half health, but has the Aegis for 30 seconds still.
Yeah, still cheese over on the Batrider, as well as the Refresher Shard. He's ready to drop a double lasso on someone.
Heroic, respecting Liquid and retreating now. Saying, okay, you defended your base, we'll go back and gather all the resources left on the map to us.
They do not want to throw this. They just want to hold on to their leads. We have given some criticism, you know, times that they've been in this spot and jumped a little bit too aggressively, threw it away.
Is it disciplined or is it overly cautious?
You could argue either way.
Okay.
Maybe it gives a way back for Team Liquid, you could say, but I think I struggle to see how Team Liquid are gonna turn it around, to be honest. The only way they can win it is by a fight in their base, I think. So Heroic, they're just saying, okay, let's back up, get the objectives. Tormentor's about to spawn, control some power runes.
I mean, it's been crisp the entire game from Heroic, right? No need to change things now. No need to mess things up. A perfect record through this game too.
They can also get the block of cheese now. They have 2 greater Lotuses over on the Jakiro already.
Lovely.
And 1 on the Bane as well.
And all the pools are empty. Drained of the flowers.
Yeah, we can see them.
Bolters.
Can see them staying tight together. Respecting that Liquid have some jump potential with the Storm. And Tormentor finally spawns. Ursa is gonna quickly make short work of that.
Yeah, I've been sitting and thinking, you know, like even a Storm Aghanim Scepter, while it could be cool, we had that conversation about Black Hole and ways to hold high ground. Actually dishing damage into it still is the problem.
I think Mika has the right idea. He bought a Daedalus, right? He all in for damage. He queues up the BKB, but I almost feel like he has to just send it with like a rapier or something. They need to. Perhaps a nullifier wouldn't be a bad idea.
They have
Ursa too.
They have come out of their base though, Liquid. Not down and out just yet.
See the Ursa?
No
Does
Aegis.
not have Aegis. That could be the target. No Aghanims on him either.
Oh, it would be massive if Liquid could find him.
There's Nightmare behind him though. Bane is ready to save.
Nisha from the high ground. Smoke up from Heroic. Smoke breaks. Where are you? Liquid, we know you're there.
Oh, they know that. Yeah. Process of elimination. They realize they must be above us.
Tai Lung says hello with some of his wild axes.
And Liquid have to run back. They're going to get forced back in their base as the creeps are pushing in.
They're on the tier 4s. And Whisper on the hunt. Not able to get away quickly. Ace, though, with a quick Lotus Orb. Oh, Lincoln's popped.
Yeah, Lotus gonna keep him safe as he cannot commit the roar. Beastmaster didn't want a BKB for that either way.
And the amount of times Nisha is zipping out onto these creep waves reminds me of that old meta where we had Storm Chen, where you would put the recall on the Storm, zip out, and then having TP back in.
That's true. I mean, he has enough mana that he can basically zip out and zip back in again as well. He's been doing that quite a bit. But yeah, they need to try and keep the creeps from going under their base.
Shout out S4 and Alliance for breaking the game. Level 25 Ursa's here, even more raw damage output as we see a Lincoln's delivered to Whisper. So another defensive tool there to protect himself or teammates.
Yeah, gonna be pretty nice, I think, against the initial jump. There are not too many ways to break Lincoln's. Storm is gonna struggle to grab him now. And Roche could spawn any time, but it's going to be 1.5 minutes. And a few big items being eyed up. 3.5k gold on King Jungle's Bane. Aghanim Scepter would be nice for him to get his hands on.
Well, the standoff continues. One lane to defend, one lane to push into.
I mean, Team Liquid, amazingly, have not fallen that much more behind, even though the situation is extremely bad.
23k is nothing, Waga.
Yeah, it's nothing. Small, minor inconvenience, Gareth. But it's not
the flesh wound.
It hasn't grown to be 33,000, okay? That's the impressive part here, is that they're actually holding on to it pretty decently.
You've only chopped my arm off.
Yeah, I can still fight.
Nisha showing it.
What are you gonna do, Gareth? Bleed on them?
Well, Nisha's gonna ball lightning on him. Kill off the creep waves, keep the lane pushed out as best as possible. And Heroic now kind of scratching their heads, wondering how do we approach this? Top lane's pushed out. Difficult to get a grab on these Liquid heroes currently. But I guess the overarching game plan is wait for Roche.
Yeah. They're waiting for win condition. One more round of Roche, get themselves their refresher shard again. They didn't even use their previous one. They still have one on Jakiro, but they're like, you know what? Our Bane doesn't have a refresher shard, so everyone will get a refresher. Ursa with the swift blink coming in soon. He's saving buyback as well, being very, very diligent, very respectful as they have the tier 2 towers still available as well. They don't want any chance for Liquid to turn it.
Miko's changed his mind going for Butterfly. Didn't want that BKB.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was hinting at with the Rapier shout earlier. They need DPS. Butterfly is probably a more sensible choice. it would be hard to hold on to a Rapier, and Butterfly will keep him a little bit safer.
So here comes 5 minutes of oppression, though.
Yeah, I don't even think it's going to be 5 minutes of oppression. I think they're going to come in swinging pretty soon. Maybe it will be a minute or two, but...
I don't know, Liquid have held on this long.
Yeah.
I've set the map up in a pretty good state here. Top lane's at the tier 2 on the Dire side. Weaver's going to clear out mid.
I mean, they are farming their items at least, getting their neutral item.
We have 9 buybacks available.
Yeah, the next fight is going to be a brawl, especially as Dire do hold the outposts, so they could TP there if they respawn, or if they buyback, sorry.
So what, Heroic have 8 lives in effect? Plus buybacks?
Yeah.
Versus the 10 lives of Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a bloody battle, and I think the only way that you can maybe beat Heroic is gonna be wear them down, make them run out of ultis and refreshers.
You've got to be quick with these Lotus Lincolns, though. Placing them on your allies. Try and bounce back some spells.
The push is coming. It's going to be Batrider going high ground.
Maybe that's going to be the thing. Bounce back Aurora. Bounce back some of these single target abilities. Just doesn't work particularly well against Fiend's Grip or Lasso.
But this banner is pretty enormous as well. They can put it so far back.
Storm can't do the same job as before. Even had his Lincolns popped on the way through.
Look at that banner. The upgrade on banner is actually so relevant. It's so far out of reach.
With the AoE range, yeah.
Yeah, the catapults.
Miles away. And Storm's going to come in and try and say hello to Heroic.
Don't tell me this is the game plan. End the game with the catapults pushing and just protect the banner. Is that the play?
Yuma jumps in. He wants a piece of this action as well. They'll chip away at the buildings. There's just no way to get onto this banner. Like, pre-placing Ice Path on it as well.
It'll be a few minutes, but the catapults will get the job done.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Fury swipes. Jump in onto Ursa. Dragon back with Vortex. First kill there. They blow up Yuma. Now Mickey, he's on the banner, so they can stop this game plan from happening. There's the jump back with a time lapse. Overgrowth binds them. Banner down and base held. Liquid defend their bottom barracks.
And Heroic, a little bit too scared to go in. A lot of resources committed for that defense. Weaver using his ulti as well. But with level 25 and Butterfly, Mickey is pretty damn strong at this point. Net worth be damned. I think this 29,000 net worth Weaver might just be the strongest hero.
And again, disciplined or overly cautious. Heroic slowly trying to poke at that high ground. Trying to make sure they don't make the slip up they did previously with that Beastmaster jump from Whisper.
Oh, they walked over a ward. Bane is looking for a catch.
Ah, they've TP'd out already. Weaver, Hoodwink, long gone.
Gotta be in time, get to safety. And still, it's 24,000 advantage. Liquid somehow managed to conjure enough gold in this situation to not lag more behind in gold. I mean, they do have sort of fast food delivery, the push coming in mid and top. It's very nice.
Not very nutritious.
No, it's junk food for sure. These lane creeps, they don't really give you too much gold.
But in a pinch.
But you have a lot of it, Gareth.
It'll keep you sated. Boots of travel 2 for the Ursa being picked up. So ideas there of playing that wide map and then rejoining from long range.
Okay, so previously I talked about the idea of the 3 Lincoln Spheres, but it's the 4 Lincoln.
30 minutes ago?
I think it's the 5 Lincoln Spheres is what's going to win it. You know, Tofu has his. I'm just looking at the one guy who didn't buy Lincolns. If they lose this game, we know whose fault it is.
Liquid's Exodia. Missing 1 Lincolns, are we?
He's going for an Aeon Disc. What kind of selfish item is this? You can't pass an Aeon Disc to someone.
No, you can't. Heroic.
Napalm damage. Oh boy.
Come back down bottom for another go at this lane. And without a banner this time, though, maybe a little more challenging to break up the high ground. Still playing into their vision, though. Scanning forward. They know someone is lurking in the shadows, and that would be Tofu.
Yeah, using the Bane, trying to find anybody. Realize the trees need to be taken out.
It's one of those situations where a lesser team, would have lost this 20 minutes ago, but Liquid have found all of the avenues just to plug the holes, make sure they keep bailing water out of this sinking ship.
You did touch on something very important, though. If this was a lesser team than Liquid, do you think Heroic would have been this cautious?
Perhaps not.
I feel like they are giving a lot of respect, and some of it is definitely worth it, but...
So then notoriety precedes them?
Yeah, certainly to a degree. A lot of respect.
Mika and Nisha even out of their base. Look at them stepping forward here.
Thinking about if they can kill the Ursa. He's being accompanied by the Bane, though.
Buyback status now down to 2 on Liquid. Treant and Bristle, the only ones holding it. But Heroic have done a full retreat across the map. They're trying to finish off this Aghanim's Blessing, this Lincoln's on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, a few more items coming in. We have the Swift Blink, of course, on the Ursa, but still no Aghanim's consumed. We can get bigger. He's got the Travels level 2 getting ready. The ultra late game.
And I guess then dealing with that Lotus Lincoln's out of ace, so he doesn't roar himself. But we're getting to a point now where this next Roshan, 5th Roshan, could be spawning before we see the game end. And Liquid, they're smoking out onto the map with a scan. They know someone's here. It's been a long time since they've found a kill, but a jump on Theodore. Nightmare buys a little bit of time, yulls into the sky, but there's no response. The Ghost Scepter comes, the Jakiro's finished. And the Bane TPing home. There's no more stuns, but a kill for Liquid.
There's an attempt with the Overgrowth there. Not quite gonna reach him.
That's their first kill since minute 19.
Is that really true?
Unless I'm reading this wrong.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That is something for sure.
That's wild.
That calls for celebration right there.
First 10 kills, 51 minutes in. There you go, Liquid.
I mean, that's a moral victory, right? We can do it, guys. They have the Hex on the Storm, so...
Balmy situation.
Got some chase.
Oh, Scythe of Ice from Nation. That's a game changer.
Yeah. I mean, this late into the game, we do head into dangerous territory where anything can happen in ultra late game in Dota. If you have the wrong connection into each other, you suddenly get jumped on the back line. Even if you're really far ahead, you might still lose. Even Dota Plus is saying it's a, you know...
A 1 in 3 chance.
It's not too far from a coin flip. Like a really bad coin, it's a coin flip.
Just land on its edge. I was actually kind of expecting that Dota Plus craft to go 50-50. I was waiting for it to move to the middle.
Who knows, man? Who knows?
It's like, oh, Team Liquid's in this game. That's basically the same as a Spectre. A Spectre of victory. Yes. Heroic still in a very commanding position. You know, jokes aside, they have been leading out this game and looking very, very tight. But it's getting to that situation now where that old adage, you know, net worth lead, who the hell cares if you can't break high ground and take the throne? Your lead is false.
Mika is basically gear capped at this point. He got himself the Nullifier, getting insanely strong. He can still upgrade just a little bit. Like, sure, you can go Moonshard and Aghanim's Consume. Maybe he wants to slot out the Lincolns for Satanic mid-fight or something, but...
What do you think about being able to consume a Lincoln Sphere and just having a passive on you?
Please, no. That would anything that incentivizes teams to drag out games more, I think, is in the wrong direction.
Yeah, you're right.
You should be able to do the other way around. You should be able to mulligan one of your inventory slots. You should sell a mulligan, you know, sell an inventory slot and get yourself some extra advantage. I'll play with 5 inventory slots this game. Give me some boost.
And instead you get plus 100 damage? Or what are you thinking? I get crit. I get 20% crit. There we go.
You get a one-time item usage, you know? It's like... It's
one
like
hex.
It's a super Dagon. It does 1,600 damage once.
You get to choose...
But you burn your inventory.
You get to choose to blow up one building in the enemy base.
Okay, I know which one I'm choosing.
I know which one I'm choosing as well. Tofu out of the base, gripped up and killed as Whisper and King Jungles meet him. High ground vision, of course. Understood there by Liquid that they saw that one coming.
They're waiting for Roshan. This key objective, so key that you need to take him out not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but I'm not even sure how many times it's going to be, Gareth.
Plenty.
This might not be the last one.
Myriad. That's the one. A minute to go.
1 minute for the respawn. Ursa is closing in on being able to get the full Aghanim's Consume. He's got 8k gold in the bank, 40,000 net worth overall. Again, a game where Yuma hasn't died at all. In this game, maybe a little bit less impressive than the Luna game, where he was on the back foot for such a big part of the game.
such a difference, though. You know, when you get into this flow early game to mid game, you're building up pressure, ramping, heading in towards base, getting Roshans. It's all building blocks towards this key idea. We're going to end the game. Now having to take your foot off the pedal, slow down, pump the brakes a little bit. Going to jump on Mickey, but he's quickly got free.
Chasing a little bit. Gonna go in, get the D ward.
And we talked about Liquid's resilience, but honestly, Heroic's resilience here to not throw away the game, not to get too aggressive or eager, and wait for this next Roshan to make sure they can secure it.
Yeah, definitely not too aggressive, I wouldn't say. They've been very methodical about how they want to do this. At this point, they might start talking about, oh, we can get the tier 5 item advantage, keep the opponents from getting it.
And with the Roshan roar, it looks like Heroic are a little...
They're expecting Liquid to come out.
I'm concerned about the jump. I mean, there's the chance for like a storm zip to steal, right?
Yeah. That could be a double reason to delay that Roche just a little bit there. Partly go and scout if you get jumped, but also I was mostly memeing about the tier 5 items, but it does coincide with the Aegis still being up.
And there's a roar. Tylung pops through the Lincolns, refreshes up for the double disable onto Ace, who's dead for 90. Boxy also caught outside the base. 2 heroes down and only 1 with buyback.
Yeah, no buyback in sight. He bought out the heart, so it's going to be some precarious timing. Surely now, with Aegis on the Batrider, he has been the high ground sieger, so they decide to give him the Aegis. I like that he's queued up 6 Hyperstones. He wants to attack faster.
Just moonshot it up. Misha continuing to just shove out the wave with a static remnant spam out of his level 25.
50 seconds on the bristleback. No sense of urgency, but they're slowly heading down towards bottom. Is he gonna get the respawn without a high ground push? There's no way.
It can't be allowed, right?
No, surely they will go.
Mid lane's approaching. Tylon catches the bottom wave to shove that in as well.
They're being awfully cautious about how they're approaching this. 20 seconds. Maybe they think the game is a lot closer than we see it to be.
Might be so, but here we go. Heroic up to high ground. See how quickly they can dispatch with these buildings. The Arsonist living up to his name. Killing off the ranged barracks. And 11 stacks of napalm on the melee.
Burn it a little bit. Liquid is striking out.
Storm zips in. Vision through the Shiva's guard. You can see there the rest of the team itching to get involved. Wanted to make a meal of that, but Heroic, another very tight defensive line here. Always falling back as a unit. No stragglers. No one left behind.
Ohana.
And his family.
You're so ready for that. Double refresher shard still. The Aghanims to Kiro and the Ursa has a refresher in the backpack. Still not really wanting to commit the Batrider onto the high ground.
I don't see what's going on, do they?
They want to catch someone, but Weaver's constantly in this.
Liquid have the info advantage. Eyes in the forest, keeping tabs on Heroic. Whisper just edging forward. Smoke, jump forward. Lincoln's pod, BKB used. He wants to commit. Overgrowth is there, though. Backing away as his Nightmare saved and gets out. Still holding Aegis. Storm, well, he zipped in to kill it. So now the Aegis is gone, and Liquid haven't lost that final lane of barracks.
They're healing it. Treant Protector. Trying to fix it. Finally, we have a block of cheese.
Lovely.
There we go. It's been so long that they could have made it. They decided, you know what? It's cheese time. 1 minute for the next wave of items coming in.
Tier 5 neutrals as well. Coming up shortly.
They're pinging the racks. They're saying we should go for it. It is low HP still. Glyph is available for Radiant. He eats the cheese. The block of cheese. The entire thing.
Gobbles it up. I want to make a move. Mickey playing out of the base. Looking to get on top of someone here. Storm forcing a reaction, and the way Liquid are playing with such confidence, they know this is a losing game, but Heroic are just getting shoved away from base over and over again.
Yeah, Liquid are playing like they have nothing to lose. They're like, I think they feel like this game should have been lost a long time ago, so now they're starting to play with confidence, just going out there saying, you know what?
Yeah.
we're not scared.
Do we start buying Hands of Midas now to get these Madstone bundles to get your neutral items faster?
We could definitely see some purchases for that. I mean, Treant has a refresher orb. He could get one next, but he doesn't have the gold.
Full Midas is going. I mean, 60 minutes about to hit. 34,000 net worth lead has felt, I don't want to say meaningless, but all the bash. He's got the stun. Never mind.
Gonna be fine.
Never mind. I got a bit hyped there.
Didn't really have Bane close enough. No chain stun.
What were we talking about? Neutral item?
Midases?
Midases?
Yeah. I mean, so far we're not seeing any of that, but we are seeing Dire clearing out a lot of the jungle creeps. Everybody is clearing a jungle camp right now. They're getting all their items. Not really focusing on restricting Liquid, but instead getting theirs as soon as possible. We'll see what they get their hands on.
There's just so many good items, right? Divine Regalia, Stygian Desolator, Minotaur Horn.
Spiderlinks are not bad. Fallen Sky also pretty decent here for Ursa. He's gonna go Fallen Sky. Get that jump in.
Tower damage.
Yeah, we have one Necrobook as well already picked up over on the Beastmaster. 2 Necrobooks as King Jungle.
Oh, here we
3
go.
Necrobooks. Oh, God.
Sick and tired of you defending your base. Let's send the swarms of army. Necro units in. Here they come. Start chipping away into the barracks.
This is the strat. Necrobooks.
A banner on the catapult behind as well. Giving cover here for Heroic to start, again, chipping away at this final lane of buildings.
This barracks will never fall, Gareth. It is unbreakable. Liquid will hold it.
Just an impregnable base here from Liquid. They've got a moat, they've got a bunker. The Bane is falling quickly. The damage out of Mickey, enough to kill King Jungles. Buybacks available for the Bane, but a catch on Yuma here. Forces the BKB. Tai Lung also. BKB Lincoln's Overgrowth comes, has to refresh. He's on the run, but he's in trouble. Tai Lung's dead. Liquid, the Nisha Storm. He is held in place and falls quickly. Buyback out of Nisha now as Tai Lung also does the same. TP's in. Mickey time-lapse is out. Ace front lines and holds them back. The Hex on Ursa. Liquid, a triple for Mickey. No fucking way.
They're doing it, man. They're going.
What am I watching? Mickey, what a beast, gets an ultra kill.
They're back from the dead somehow. He has 15,000 gold on Mickey, dude. He's so fucking rich.
What is going on?
Start buying some shards for your entire team. They're getting out on the map for the first time in a long time.
Incredible scenes. Right, what was it? 34k lead? Nothing. Down at 20.
And more importantly, 2 buybacks were used on Dire. They lost the fight. They expended more buybacks. So yes, Storm doesn't have buyback. He's going to have to play so cautiously on Nisha now not to get caught out. But it's them with the win condition.
The first time they break that defensive line, Bane, the straggler.
Look at the Treant here. Gets the immediate ulti in a little bit when they start running away with Beastmaster. He forces the first or the second BKB, but then the refresher on Treant holds him even longer. Gets the DPS in there.
Oh, it's just so good. And the buyback from Nisha, like, they did have to expend it.
It's almost like killing Storm is a mistake there, because he respawns and then he has mana to zip in and take a long fight.
Full resources. Straight back into it.
Yeah, back in live, they have been farming up some of their items, by the way. They have the Stygian Desolator on Weaver, massive minus armor, and he also has the Boundless on that.
And Liquid playing as though they've got a bloody repair kit, the way they've kept that bottom barracks alive. And frustration's starting to kick in here from Heroic.
Yeah, not feeling good about how this is progressing.
They've halved the net worth lead. 15k, 13k, it just keeps on dipping.
Yeah, this is...
Mariana Trench there in the graph as Tofu, okay, does get picked off. Buyback available though.
Nicely played together there, gets one isolated target.
Roshan number 6. How long? A minute to go.
And this is a Rosh they're gonna be able to fight for as well on the side of Liquid. They get the Tormentor, it dies in a second. Aghanim's is the next item for Weaver. He has already consumed Moonshard. Aghanim's is consumed. He is literally getting to gear cap.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
An evolved Book of the Dead for Ace.
And these Book of the Deads are almost better than the Book of the Deads the Heroic got, because this will allow them to scout, get out there, get information, send some vision in.
And proxy push, like ghost push, right?
Yeah. It's really, because I don't think you can siege high ground with the Necrobooks as easily as you can scout the map.
Now, like top lane being shoved in. That's all thanks to those Necro Warriors of Nisha. Liquid starting to feel themselves. How many holds did we have? How many Roshans, Aegises have they actually fought through?
You know, I think this is one of the first times I've actually seen someone take the Wise augmentation for a tier 5 item, but it makes sense on Storm. The extra mana is really nice as an addition to the experience per minute as well. He's gonna get himself to level 30. The bouncing overload attacks is a serious DPS increase as well. Roche is up.
I mean, well, yeah, watching Storm's XP counter just tick up. And Roshan, number 6, he's spawned up and is wondering why there's still heroes on the map. What is going on out here?
He's a pretty strong Roche. He has 60 armor. Like, sure, they can kill him, but it's not that fast anymore.
Boxy scouting. Sharpshooter into the pit.
Yeah, and this is where the Necrobook value comes in. Scouting the field. Both teams have access to it, of course.
Well, Liquid have to continue maintaining lanes. Top has to be dealt with as Mickey contends with all the Necro Warriors and Archers. Don't forget them.
Nisha not gonna get caught on the mid lane, just pushing it out. Power Rune is spawning, both teams vying for control.
And just keep going back to the itemization from Liquid. These Lincolns and Lotuses just make it so challenging for Heroic to have the easy jumps, right, they had in the first 25 minutes. No longer simple.
They're gonna poke back into the Roche. The shield rune is really nice for Yuma.
Another bellow from Roche, roaring, giving the signal to Liquid that he's being dealt with. Half health Roshan.
There's definitely gonna be a zip.
A sharpshooter again.
Feel it. Backing out.
Hoodwink the spotter. Nisha the zipper gets into the back line, sees where Yuma's sitting. Bottom has to be pushed though. As Whisper has come into the base, the Batrider cyclones himself, but he's dying to Mickey. That gives Heroic the Roche though. So Whisper dies, has his buyback, and now we've got Aegis, Refresher, Cheese, Lizard for Heroic.
I mean, they get it, but I wonder if it's even worth it. That was a planned move, right? He TP'd bottom, he knew he would die. That was already premeditated. The question is it okay to die and get the Aegis there, or is Liquid going to be able to make something happen?
Don't ask me questions, Wagga. I don't know what's going on.
It's so... it's a dangerous choice, is what I'm saying.
Dead even by the odds pretty much there. As we've seen Heroic go from a winning position to now being in a level playing field. Liquid just keep tipping the scales, putting their thumb on the scales.
And we have Yuma with 12k gold, Rapier in the quick buy. Hard to fill his inventory with any more items, though. He's gonna buy one Rapier. It's on the courier.
Yeah, 12,000 gold to spend. Gotta buy something.
So, does look like Batrider will get to respawn quite safely, but there is a smoke attempt.
Yuma's alone at top.
Oh, nice scan. Defensive scan.
He scans and blinks. TP's out.
He's completely fine. Gets out of the area.
Wasn't too far away from being caught, though.
Yes. As long as he gets to respawn safely on Batrider, the move worked out. They got the Aegis, didn't lose anything important for it. And now the counter smoke.
Take a breath, take a beat. Bottom lane, smoke up down here again. They're hunting and looking to reward the area, get themselves prepped for another high ground push.
1.5 minutes for the Aegis, or for the buyback timing on Storm Spirit. I think they're trying to make a play before that. That's also their buyback timings though on Beast and Bane.
Super important. Nisha currently thinking about shoving that top wave with the Necro Warriors. Ursa jumps on Boxy, but he's got the Aeon Disc. And Yuma gets away from Mickey. Scary amount of damage following through. Bane, Nightmare saves. Yuma, he's dead though. And an overgrowth with Ace's damage. Theo the Core and King Jungle's dying. Fiend's Grip on the Storm, but there's no damage to follow through. 3 heroes dead and 1 gone for 2 minutes.
Team Liquid, it just seems destined to be, man. They were so far behind, they were so far down, and they just seem to have this protagonist buff to them right now.
In a game that seemed inevitable for Heroic.
They're just going to win, man. You can't take it away from them.
No way. A 56% chance, 57 for Liquid.
I think it's higher right now. I think it's way higher.
No Bane for 100. They're coming for you now. Liquid, they sense blood in the water. They've seen how passive you've been, how deliberate and defensive you've played.
Bane is going to have buyback soon.
Close to 50k damage done, straight towards the tier 3 tower. Mid lane, Barracks about to be dealt with here as they force the glyph out of Heroic.
Weaver DPS from so far away is insane. This extra range from his neutral item along with Hurricane Pike.
1,071 last hits.
I mean, look at that. One volley takes out the tower.
The buildings just crumble.
I think I've never seen a Weaver this farm. This is fucking crazy, man.
Absolute insanity. They're going to go for Megas. Bane is brought back, but Mickey's dealt with your tier 3. Bottom lane, Bat trying to trade out. Looks like he's dealing with the backdoor protection. Trying to set up with a Treant going on him. Whisper might be in trouble, but he gets the job done. Now they move in onto the Weaver. Tai Lung, the roars. Weaver's caught out, but he's not dead yet. Still alive. Mickey stays alive. Nisha into the back lines where the grip comes in. They've killed the Storm.
Weaver still DPSing, kills the Beast.
Mickey from long range. The Beastmaster down for 2 minutes, but Ace, same story. Buybacks on all 3 of those cores.
Ooh, the Ice Path just a second too late. Not gonna catch the Weaver.
And bottom lane Barracks did die. So what is it now? Megas versus Megas?
Megas versus Megas. And he got out safely as well on Whisper. That is crazy, man. This
71 minutes.
And now it's anyone's game, really. It's so open. There's one single player without buyback right now, and that's Bane. Everybody else is ready.
So does everyone say, let's just wait for them to respawn? They don't want to spend buybacks, do they?
Yeah,
We're waiting for next Roche? 7th Roche, Waka?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Why not?
Why not? More Roche?
Not indeed.
What about the Tormentor? Is there any player who doesn't have Shard by now?
I think everyone should have theirs right now.
There's a few players who still don't have Aghanim Scepter. We almost have a full Aghanim Shard and Aghanim's Scepter on Team Dire.
And then Yuma with his Rapier still in Courier, right?
Yeah.
Waiting for his moment to shine.
Yeah, he's ready to send it out, but I mean, it's just difficult to juggle out some item for him as well.
And especially now he's against Mega Creeps. He doesn't really want to get rid of Battle Fury, right?
Yeah, he
might just have to.
Puts the Battle Fury into the backpack. He's considering if he can swap around the items. I think if there's a fight in his base, he can put the Rapier in his inventory. And yeah, of course, the 6 Necrobooks are definitely doing a lot of ghost pushing, so this game is ever more volatile. Everyone is freed up to make moves.
It looks like everybody's going to be alive, so we're going to be in that situation where it's just the Bane without the buyback. And Jakira will get his 70 gold, no problems.
Yeah.
But Heroic, it feels like they've deserved their pound of flesh in this game. Liquid, though, with a 2k lead. I cannot believe how they've managed to weasel themselves into this position through itemization, through defensive posture, bringing that game dead to even. They had that long period, what was it, from minute 19 to 50 without a kill? I don't know what the math is there, but all of a sudden a flurry of action on the graph.
Yeah, I mean, 2,000 lead. By the way, the overall gold is like 180,000 per team, so it's insane how closely matched this is at this state of the game.
We've gone past 50 minutes into percentage minutes.
Yeah, we can see the Rapier, and so can Liquid. They spotted the Ursa has equipped the Rapier.
Space-time is warping on the graph. Well, Ursa Rapier, definitely a game changer. That's what Heroic will try and levy to their advantage.
If Weaver gets his hands on that, though, that would be absolutely terrifying.
Oh, it's game over, potentially. And Liquid looking for this killer move. They're going to go for the jugular, heading down mid, run it down towards the tier 4s and throne. Lines forward, drawn on the map. There's Lotuses on the floor, there's Necro Warriors and Archers waddling around and looking for info as Mickey pokes his head around the tree line.
They can sense it, though. Heroic are reacting pretty well to this, putting down Vision, sitting behind Yuma. They have to focus the Weaver. Weaver's DPS is absolutely unmatched in this game.
But Nisha has done such a good job just hurling his body into the midst.
Yeah. Guys demanded the attention. They could still wait up for Nisha's Aghanim Scepter, actually. It's not a bad idea to let him finish that. Against these Lincoln Spheres as well, he wouldn't have to worry about it. And maybe he could grab multiple heroes.
And we come back to that discussion about black holes and ravages, right? Having this storm with the blue hole definitely could do the job. More neutral items, though. 74 minutes in.
Yeah, he's purchased up everything. Aghanims Consume coming in for the Storm.
And the Ursa considering what exactly he wants.
I mean, at this point, it's hard to buy much more. Surprised they didn't buy a Moonshard for him, at least. I mean, yes, you almost always have overpower, but it gives you a bit of night vision too. We're about to head into nighttime here. Seeing the enemy first is insanely important in this game.
And Treant now no longer has to keep putting living armor on a building over and over again. Can start looking at living armoring his allies, putting them on some of these creeps as they push out the waves and get onto the tier 4 towers. Slowly does it.
Big tower damage done. Necrobooks go.
Like, not even joking, like every little helps.
Roche is back and he's added even more armor. He hits for 600 damage per hit, by the way. Almost 700.
Oh, monster.
You don't want to fight him.
Big man sitting in his cave. He's just chilling in there. And Nisha going to start things off with Mickey alongside. Ice Path, a little annoying, just giving the indication there that Heroic not giving this one up without a fight. Both teams in position to control the pit. Boars scouting inside, Mickey clears them out. And then the armies of Necro Warriors battling it out.
It's a proxy battle. It's a drone war.
You don't want to fight each other head to head, just send the little squirmy summons in.
Okay, DD over on Ursa.
Oh, hello.
Bit of extra damage, hitting for almost 1,000 per hit.
Liquid say, screw Roshan. We don't need number 7.
They get a new volley of neutral items as well. They can swap into... I've never seen that in Aurora Gaming that I've watched.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Ursa's still sitting and wondering what he wants to upgrade here.
Yeah.
Holding his Fallen Sky. Might go for a Book of the Dead if he needs it.
Not one more.
Yeah, one more. I mean, look at Whisper. He's got the Fallen Sky and he's in the enemy base. Not sure what the goal is here. Maybe Courier Snipe or...
He's moving on another Moonshard. Oh, he wants to try and base race it.
No way.
Oh, they have backdoor. Okay, poke the reaction.
TP from Storm. Nisha zips in and forces BKB. So Liquid, full retreat. Do come back to their base to defend, but that's half HP on that remaining tier 4 tower. Now Liquid spring into action again. Another smoke. TP's all on cooldown. Good thing to notice there because Heroic could go back for another play the same.
They have so much vision on Liquid. All these Treant, Eyes in the Forest. Scouting with the Necrobooks as well.
Summons on the front. Giving vision towards the pit. So Heroic, no, Roshan's being done. Nisha, though, with a Hex in the Vortex. Ursa Nightmare saved. Yuma breaks free. Bushwhack annoying, but Yuma's alive. Stays up and running, at least for now.
Roche is falling.
He is. The almost 2,000 crits out of Mickey is going to secure them. The Aegis on Weaver. Bat Rider. He flame break, push back. He has no BKB. Whisper, he's dying here.
Roche and a takedown. A single hero can mean so much at this stage of the game. There's no way he's going to peacefully get to respawn as well. Not with Aegis over on Mickey's Weaver.
Liquid. Can they force the bat buyback?
I mean, they're definitely going to head in. There is no doubt in my mind. They are moving forward. They've been on the back foot for so long.
Divine Mickey. Eon Disc. Fiend's Grip. Ice Path comes. That's an Aegis Weaver, though, as Tylon commits. Ace moves forward. Storm zips to the back. Yuma has to BKB and retreat now as Bat buys back. Tylon running back to high ground as the Jakiro's focus. Nightmare buys some time, but his death is inevitable. Heroic.
Ursa doesn't have BKB anymore.
Buybacks being used. BKBs expended. And Liquid knocking on your door.
Liquid have 0 BKBs that they need to rely on. All their cores are playing without it. In the better spot right now.
And they've got the AoE living armor. Look at them go in. Nisha dives, poking at Tylon and King Jungles. Jakiro buys back as in the back. Yuma made a move. Has to retreat though as he spent his enrage and the jump is spent as Tylon nullified, forced back the fountain. The damage on the buildings now comes to fruition from Liquid though. Tier 4's gone and Yuma in trouble. He's dying. The bat has died back. The Ursa, he'll return, trying to deal with the Weaver, but Mickey has the time lapse. Turns, slays Tylon. Jakiro's done as well. Mickey, oh, he's too good. The strong Weaver stands his ground, and Yuma is going to get finished off as well.
Heroic have nothing left, Wagga! GG's called! Liquid have done it!
I can't believe what I'm seeing, dude. What a hold by Liquid and Heroic. It seemed like it was inevitable that they were gonna win.
What a
waited
game!
For so long. I think they broke Gareth. He's just wandering in circles.
How can you be so calm, Liquid? After what we just witnessed, how can you be so calm?
What a show, man. What a show. Yeah, cinema. I agree, Nisha. What a performance.
Heading back to the panel, I can't breathe.
If you ever need a reminder that you should not ever give up in a game of Dota 2, watch this game again, because oh my gosh, Team Liquid brought it back after being on the brink of losing this one. They bring it back and eliminate Heroic in the process here with T-Guff and Gunnar attempt to break down this near 18-minute Dota 2 game.
I mean, in Liquid, kill it 19 minutes, nothing, absolutely nothing. Kill it 51 minutes, game still feels a bit awkward. Like they're barely getting a kill. I think it was on like a Bane or a Jakiro. 61 minutes, there's another kill. And sure, we're going to start all the way at the 7-minute mark.
It was important, though.
It was very important because Liquid did not respect Yuma and the concept of Heroic. They kind of chain feed here, and which maybe kind of creates the problems for Liquid.
Yeah.
Sure, they made an epic comeback, but the early game was very, very underwhelming from them, and Heroic was able to really just put such a big lead into the game. But still, what a comeback.
All it takes is one melee Rax.
And one melee Rax, you gotta hold on.
And then it's crazy, it's like they finally get Mega Creeps on Liquid, like they win the one fight, and then it's a trade of Mega Creeps.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like, oh, we got a free Mega Creeps.
Yeah, and I even love the Whisper. Do you know when he went for like the tier 4, right? He was trying to force out the glyph, even if he was to die. If Liquid used glyph then, Boots to travel 2 on on the cores and Heroic. They will mass TP in, they have Refresher on the Batrider, he'll have double BKB, and they will win the game.
Yep.
The Liquid not using the glyph, being very patient, understanding that even if they lost that tower, not like using glyph is the way to lose this game. So at the very end of the game, under the kind of the intensity of the back and forth, the Mega versus Mega, Whisper was trying to kind of create a little comeback for Heroic because they needed one after their inability to just close out a game, which I'm sure if they played it again, they would be able to close out.
Yeah, I will also say that final hit from the Hoodwink, just clipping the Ursa just barely as Yuma.
So much, yeah.
He just stepped into it with like tiny steps. Oh my gosh, and then he has to go in because he has to hope that he can then die and buy back and be at full health again.
I think the Hoodwink actually hit the neutron that increases the AoE for like health. And that was like why it like barely clips the Ursa there. Like everything mattered like right there. Look, he's at 15 health and you can see like, he's trying to think like, if I go base, I don't have time to heal full. So he just like commits in with 100 health. He has the block and cheese regen, which is kind of cool, but it's like, what do you do here? It's like no options you have at this point feel good.
I mean, it's too late at this point. You're not
like something got messed up
before.
before.
To be clear, you're not analyzing this stage of the game for either team. You're just enjoying them. Yeah. Well, actually, I feel like Ursa should have played. No. This is like.
Well, if he prepared multiple salves on his courier, had it following him around.
And yes, and then was force feeding, Lotuses and whatnot. But
sure.
Oh God. I mean, for Liquid, when you look about how they got into the comeback, right? It is everyone understanding how bad the game was, and like Storm at 25 taking the kind of the remnants talent, right? Him skipping waves, Mickey skipping waves, or like they knew like all we have to do is eventually get to a point where we maybe can get that one fight. So again, it's like clearly someone on the team said, don't kill them, skip the waves, and it worked out.
It worked out great. There, to be honest, you can make everybody on the side of Liquid an MVP, but Mickey on the Weaver, I mean, chef's kiss.
I mean, the way he played the fights when they were so far behind, there were so many different kind of obstacles he had to tackle. It was like, there's a lasso, there's a roar, there's an Ursa that can kill, there's the Bane Fiend's Grip, and they're behind like 30,000 gold, and he's still like maneuvering around with different, like the Lotus, the Lincolns, like his team helping him. You have Nisha cutting every single wave. Like you said, he went to 25 talent, no one goes, but to kill every wave. You have Ace.
He was 184, he had a bit of a rough game, but he picked it back up again.
But he locked in.
He locked in.
And he kind of ran in front, and he tanked a lot of spells in the fights.
It's very important.
Light on Boxy, because guess what Boxy was doing while everybody else was having fun in the Dire base? He was the one that when they still had that one melee Rex, he defended that.
Yeah, that was his job.
That was his job.
And Tofu wishes Living Armor was better at healing buildings, because my God, they needed it.
And that 2 health HP regen per second
yes,
really kicked in there.
Yeah. we looked at all the heroes and all the items.
Yeah.
And one thing that Liquid might look back in this game is they all itemized for Linkers and Lotus very early, which on paper is very good, but it did mean that they had like no damage, no way to actually kill and progress the map. Hence why they had to play so defensive. But at the 80-minute mark, they look epic. They look great.
Yeah, when you got
like
when you have 5 Lincolns with the Barrett,
of course,
very good, very good.
But maybe everyone buying it at like the 30-40-minute mark and realizing, wait a second, how do we kill a hero? Because we all just have defensive items. Might be a smidge of hindsight, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. They won. And if you get the win, you get the winner's interview, and that's why Ace is talking to Slacks right now.
Absolutely. Yep. We are here with Ace. Ace, incredible game coming out here, at least from a viewer perspective. Are you guys happy with that game from a player's perspective? Did you think, are you proud of yourselves or could have gone better?
I think we are relieved. I don't know, happy. Not so happy, I would say.
Oh,
it was a bit of a shit game, but I think like I'm still happy about how we like kept our cool and like understood that like this game is still like very winnable.
Yeah. And I do want to talk to you about what that's like coming into that. I mean, we have 1 Rax left. You guys, everyone on the team has like a Lotus Orb and a Lincoln Sphere with absolutely no way to do anything. But what is that like, the planning-wise? Is someone just saying, we can hold this Rax, boys, or is there big talking? Can you walk me through that?
I mean, I think we all know on the team that Beast is a very weird hero that falls the fuck off. Like, this hero falls off like a cliff. It's like the strongest hero in the game, and then it's the weakest. Yeah. And then also their lineup is like really weak against both Lincolns and Lotus. Like, they actually can't play against it. Yeah. So I think it's just like, no matter the net worth difference, at some point they will hit a wall. And also at some point they're buying all these troubles too and shit, so all the net worth is like kind of fake. And then it's just, we just scaled kind of better. Like, I think they had chances to just send it like, be more manly and like try to end it, but they were like pushing out a little bit. Yeah. But I can also understand like it's not that eeasy.
Coming from you guys and saying they were pushing out, not pushing high ground is wild, but that is very, very cool. So what moment do you think they could have cinched it? 100%. There was that fight bottom with the banner, Ursa goes in and you guys barely get him, but what time do you think they could have really ended that game?
I mean, that's probably more than one time. The game is so long, but I also think the banner got like giga big at some point. I don't know if I've seen a banner that like big in range, but I think they put it a bit too far back. At least the bottom push. If it's closer, it's a bit harder for us, I think. But I don't know the specific time marks, but like I think they were playing a bit too far back and like passive.
All right. Absolutely. So I want to talk to you about what it's like being the guy who has to be on the front line. Obviously, I would imagine that's not as exciting for you. We got Mickey cutting waves, we got all these guys doing crazy stuff. Your job is be a 3-10 bristleback. What's that feel like for you? Is that like you got to do your duty, or do you really feel like you're putting in that effort for the team, being that frontliner?
I mean, I was pretty sad because I had a pretty good like game, and like I had a really good lane and good game, but the other lanes, especially Zen, didn't go so well. And then I ended up using my lead to like feed a bit. So I feel like the people could farm, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, most of the game I'm just like standing in base and like making spirals. Because I feel like I go out of base, I instant die. But also thank God for the update with the Bristol auto quilling. Because else I would have to go out with an injury after the game. So I don't even have to click the W all the time,
Yeah, thank God. Absolutely, the cerebral palsy coming in very quick after that. All right. So after that game, are we going to see a long game like that again? Traditionally, we've had pretty quick games, pretty even games here so far, and it's, especially in this series, super, super long. Do you think long games are the meta from now on, or is this a fluke?
I mean, I think for our team now, after like we're going to have some confidence now after this game. Like if we get behind, we're like going for the long game from now on. That's like we're not backing out anymore.
Yeah, definitely the longest game of the series. And my final question, how far behind do you guys think you were? Net worth-wise. I have the number, but I wanted your opinion. How screwed were you guys? What was the biggest it was?
I don't know, 35K?
He got absolutely 100%, 35K behind. You guys clawed it back. So well done. Thank you so much for an incredible game. Giga indeed. Incredible series. We're going to be seeing more of Liquid. They have survived as we head back to the panel. And Sue's coming up next.
We're going to see more of Liquid in just one series time. They get a little bit of a break. In the meantime, Team Spirit got a lot of break, especially after this series. Because it's going to be Liquid versus Spirit, a matchup that we all thought, or a lot of people thought, that we're going to be seeing on the final day, maybe upper bracket, maybe...
No, we'd see it next.
Yeah,
like the next series of the day.
Yeah, we're still going to have it just in the lower bracket, but that's hype.
I don't know how Spirit can prepare, though, for plot armor. That's something that you don't really factor in, and Liquid now have it in abundance going into the next best of 3.
Just, do they... Team Spirit has kind of their own plot armor.
They do.
It's like their plot armor is the even game they win, whereas Liquid's they're behind they win. So in a battle of that, is like, do you want to be behind? Do you want to kind of lose?
But normally Spirit, when they're behind, they normally find a way back. So
that's what I'm saying. It's like, do you actually want to be behind?
Maybe it counters each other out, and nobody has a way back.
Boring game then. No worries. Back to you.
100-minute game. Everyone's sitting in their base because they're scared to leave base. Techies, mines everywhere. It's going to be a good time.
Techies. Ooh, heard it here first. Well, that will be the final series of the day with Liquid versus Spirit. Of course, first, it is time for the upper bracket finals. Yandex and BetBoom are ready to start that one off, and it will be Jenkins, Kezu, and Richard that will take you through that one.
I was a cheese, but
Just be careful, Viper.
I can take the refresher.
I need Linkers and Lotus, guys. I have no Linkers.
I gave you Link now.
Okay. Ursa. Hitting him. I'm hitting base.
There's Victor on Ursa. He's 1 HP.
I'm hitting base, guys. Chill. I need a kite of it.
No buyback on this one.
Yeah.
I gave Links on my...
I ulti you. Okay, I'm roared. Gas. Nice.
I win. I got you.
We fight.
I'm killing him. Ursa by.
Kill the beast. Yeah, on me.
Double bites. I'm trying to...
Look at Ursa, guys. Ursa, no buyback. Okay, I kill him.
Beast?
Yeah, beast.
Nice. Stay out. Free.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Everybody here with GPK, we're going to be ranking the top mid players, 5th being the worst of the best and 1 being the best. Who's in position 5?
It's just on this tournament, or it's...
Just from the list you see, only people on this tournament. We don't want to talk shit to people that didn't make it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's 5, it's Mikota.
Mikota?
Yeah.
Alright, why is that?
I don't know, he just play good. He have very good lane stage. Just always I play against him, he just super try hard.
Okay, super try hard, plays good. Not good enough to be past 5, but no problem. How about number 4?
Okay, number 4. Maybe it's... Okay, I'll put Larinov, number 4.
Oh, okay. Lornov, Mr. Stand-in. All right. Why is that?
I just watch him, he have always just good ideas about how he play, how he buying items, it's just very good.
If you couldn't make it to a tournament, would you tell him to get Lornov?
My English is not very good.
That's okay. Would you be replaced by Lornov if you had to be?
I mean, we don't understand.
Okay, no problem. All right, we'll skip that. Don't worry about it. Next, number 3.
Okay, number 3, I think it's me.
You, number 3? No way.
Number 3, yeah, it's me.
Okay, why is that? There's 2 people here better than you? The GOAT?
Now I think I'm just not very good. I just need more time before TI, Riyadh, and this time I'm gonna be number 1, yeah.
Right. Powering up.
Number 2, it's Swaro.
Okay. Laurel?
The Swaro back after he chilling. He play very good now. Doing very well job.
Yeah. Vacation buff. Okay.
Number 1 is Nisha.
Nisha. No. Yeah. Now, are you sure? I mean, the guy, is he really that interesting? He just plays the same 2 heroes every game, right? Just Puck and Ember, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good Puck and Ember, though, right? All right. Okay.
Nisha got.
Okay, Nisha got it is. All right, well, thank you so much. I agree with your list, except for you. You should be number 1 100% of the time. All right, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome back to PGL Wallachia. We're going to have a hard job to beat the series we've just seen, but we're going to try here on the Evening Crew. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me, we have, of course, the great Kezu.
That's me.
Yeah, well, I'm getting sad now because our time working together is coming to an end.
I feel like it's getting cut short.
Yeah, I know. It's been great, though. It has been a blast.
I agree.
A personal hero of mine from the
It's not been a blast.
And then
it's been a Wallachia.
You know, Andrew, it's been okay.
You were very cold. I think you're nervous.
I tend to be nervous, especially when I sit next to you.
Is it because we're getting close to the grand finals? Is that why?
We're getting close to the end. You know, I enjoy working with Richard, and I watched.
I mean, I am.
Let me see that.
I'm not that old.
It's both of them.
I'm getting close to the end. Let's feel. Temperature check.
Oh, you're warm.
Yeah, I'm always
He's
warm.
nervous too, though. He's a little bit of nervous.
Several layers.
I feel like this guy, he's quite chill. He might be too chill, some might say.
Some might say that. I'll tell you who isn't chill. Team Yandex. They've been very unchill. They've been powering up as the tournament goes through. Their opponents, BetBoom, sort of doing the same. We're essentially looking at the 2 momentum teams that are in this upper bracket, and very surprising. I do want to start by focusing on Yandex, though, because I just think this story is amazing, and it's so typical of a Wallachia that we get this surprise team. You look at the roster, you go, well, you know, okay, they're going to be fun to watch.
It's a Soxa +4, you know, wrong.
Can they do it?
Yeah, wrong.
Wrong, correct. And you can see this is the journey that they've had. They've beat some heavy hitters, none more so than Team Liquid that we saw in action just now, showing how good they are.
That was devastating, may I say.
Yeah, I know. Let's just talk about that for a second. The impossible comeback. Well, Yandex 2-0'd that team. So that's how good they are.
No, like Yandex, of course, they look incredible. I do want to say, like, just for a short one, I think Heroic, that loss is definitely going to hurt. I think Yuma as well, he played really well in both those games. And giving that one up, like, I can just emphasize, you know, or like
empathize.
Empathize. You know,
you can emphasize your empathy.
Exactly. That's what I'm doing. That's why you're here, Jenkins. Lock that in.
Like, you're so cold.
Thank you for the English.
Yeah.
Back to you, Richard.
Right. Why don't we talk about some things we might see coming up in this series? We're going to start with you, Jenkazoid. Apparently, Oracle is sort of back and doing interesting and cool tech.
Yeah, we saw Oracle get picked with. What was the combo with Oracle? No, it was picked against Batrider, right?
Yeah, it's essentially a counter to Batrider.
But then we saw Oracle get banned, and there was no bat in the game, and we're like, well, what is this? Where'd this come from? And it turns out it's just good. And I wanted to look at one of the more underutilized or I guess, thought about concepts when it comes to Oracle, and it's this innate ability where you're able to predict the runes for your allies. And this is something that BetBoom has played around incredibly well. And which, by the way, I was digging into their replays last night, because if a team is getting this far, if a team is doing this well, like, there is some secret tech that they're using. The teams are so close right now that you have to be utilizing something to get that little advantage. So, you know, here we have 6 minutes in. Of course, Oracle is going to go to the rune. But what I think is really cool is with Void Spirit, you can just pop a Remnant on the rune, and you you cannot contest it. You're literally going to run into the Remnant, right? So it's kind of a cool combo there. So with the regen rune, he blasts out the wave, in particular on the catapult wave, and then he walks towards bot and uses the regen rune. And I want you guys to look at like where his camera positioning is. He keeps looking back at Laurel, even pinging Laurel, like showing that, like, hey guys, he's dealing with this siege wave mid, so we can do something here. So it means at the 7-minute mark, he's able to show up to the Wisdom Shrine fight, which in a lot of these games has been hugely deterministic of who wins the game.
Sure.
It doesn't go exactly that well for BetBoom. They do lose their carry, but he gets a trade. And then here we have on the next rune spawn, 8 minutes of course, GPK pushes the lane out first, so that way Laurel is having to deal with this creep wave, and it's not really comfortable for him to get the rune. Of course, the supports are going to help here to get the rune, and then he gets a haste rune. This is like one of the most devastating runes you can get. And I omitted a kill there, by the way. He did kill the Jakiro without the haste, but with just his supports being there. So he pushes the lane out again with the haste, and then heads towards bot. And avoid Spirit with a haste rune. It's one of the most like devastating rune hero combos.
There's so much threat on the map.
There's an insane amount of threat. Honestly, there's like very few runes that you can come up with where there isn't a ton of threat with this hero. And I omitted them getting the rune for this one, but he is using the DD. This was the next rune that he got, and he kills Panto. Not only that does he go top, but he looks to like double utilize the rune and to go bot. So Collapse doesn't die to this gank because he's a 2-time TI winner, but GPK is like putting this pressure on the map where with these runes, he is in the most annoying place at the most annoying time to apply the most amount of pressure.
And this is a crazy stat.
And in the game, Laurel got one frickin' rune, man, on Puck. Like, come on, of all the heroes in the game, it's like Storm, Puck that desperately need the runes. So in a way, like Oracle is countering Puck if you're playing around the runes, and it's especially true if you're going for the Oracle Void Spirit combination, because then the Void Spirit's countering Puck, the Void Spirit can secure the runes with the Remnant, and I thought that was a really cool thing.
And remember, without a coach as well, as we've highlighted in the past, they're sort of coming up with this stuff by themselves.
No, for sure, and it's just like, because you're already saying, you know, like Void Spirit's already good, and like Oracle adds like all these layers, you get all the runes, and I also like, you know, just looking at the player perspective of the player, like I think the best players, when you give them something, whether it's small or big, because runes, they matter a lot, but you can also tell from like how much he's looking around, he's really utilizing it, I would say, to like the biggest level possible. Sure, you know, you pointed out Collapse, he dodges a gang, but half the other players, they will probably die to it, or even then you're forcing him like away from the moment. So I think it's honestly like a really cool combo.
And it is so fun to watch these guys draft right now, just because I feel like since they don't have a coach, they're kind of picking their like favorite heroes and their specialty heroes. So Katomi, one of those, of course, is Oracle. He's always been a really good Oracle player. So, you know, it probably was him that came up with these concepts, I would imagine. We saw a couple of Necrophi, if you will. And sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. But it's one of Miro's favorite heroes. GPK also, for some reason, like he has had patches where he does play it a lot. And I think this is something that it can be a double-edged sword where you're either griefing your own drafts, but you can also do things that subvert the meta. And that's what's winning right now.
Yeah.
If you can figure out how to beat Largo, SF, Batrider, these types of heroes, like that's a tournament-winning draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And Yandex have had moments like that of their own. I mean, I think what's been great is just watching, you know, kind of how explosive they've been in general. You know, Watson's popping off. Everyone's doing their job to such a high standard. And one of the things you wanted to highlight is just elite level understanding of how to move around the map.
Yeah, like they do so many cool and clutch things. Like here, first of all, you have Lunar Blessing. You're really good if a lot of heroes are like at the same place. You also, you know, Saxa, again, I want to highlight him and DM, like their relationship, even though, you know, they're not actual teammates. You know, DM is a stand-in, but they're slotting it in very well. Saxa goes to the bottom lane because you have DM. He's in the off lane against the Warlock. You know, it is one of the weaknesses of this hero. Warlock is not really good at moving around, so he can leave him. He goes bottom. They go against Ace, get a triple kill. You can just see, like, you know, DM, he's just chilling. He's some retaliate guy in like this top lane. And here also, this is super cool. Like some of the first moves in the game, all their player perspectives, you know, they're looking a lot. Look already down bottom. The fight just broke out. They're already double moving to the gate. The puck is immediately TPing in. It's also very important that Saxa is the guy that gets gone on first because he has Snowball. He can delay this entire engagement. Then your puck TPs in. You get the coil. You stampede. Your other two bros are coming around. And it's just like very simple. It's not like a super complex move, but it's like combining all your heroes very nicely. And then here, this is later in the game. Malady has super cool wards. Like this ward, even though it's in sentry range, they don't actually see it.
Was this a Quelling Blade ward?
It was a Quelling Blade ward.
He loves this
And
item.
here too, like just how they set up, you know, they go in with the Silver Edge and they immediately kite back. You see Watson, he's like moving out. And now pay attention to SD. You have Jiro Juniors, who in a moment, you see him on the bottom on the puck. He's only going on Boxy in the backline because he knows that if he's zoned out, Ace here in the front line, he's just going to get cooked by the Luna. He presses BKB. Malady as well. He has an Aghanim Scepter already, which is just cutting through them. Snowball to furthermore delay and delay. And it's all these small things. Like Watson wouldn't live here with 200 HP. He does end up going down, but at the same time, you know, Nisha had to give his life for it. So it's all these small things that really like work into one another, whether it's how much gold you get on your support, how you're moving Saksa around, what vision you have, you know, with what you pointed out with the Quelling Blade. Like you need to be ready for the small things, because if you're not, they're going to bleed into a way bigger moment like this one.
I want to do a quick PSA about the Quelling Blade tech. I really do believe this is like the Tranquil Boot stuff, where for years it's been good, and for years you just should be doing it. It's just that it wasn't really necessary, so nobody like adapted the play. It was like Boxy for a long time.
It was only him.
But it looked good when he did it, and I think people understood how good it was. I believe the Quelling Blade tech is the same thing. Like every Pause 5 should do this. It's just something that people haven't deemed to be necessary, but I think you said this yesterday, Kazu, that like all the teams are so close in terms of just individual skill that what is making the difference nowadays to irk out that little tiny advantage that could be turned into a snowball are these very fine details, you know, these small things that you're doing to make the difference.
And so we turn our attention to the draft, and just so you know, BetBoom, this is what they ban, the 4 big heroes.
The classics.
The big 4.
Yeah, the classics, the big 4. And what that means is Watson can just lock in that super strong TA.
Yeah, but what I see here, because this reminds me of a movie, they should pick the Panda Man, Brewmaster.
Right.
So if they lock in the Kung Fu Panda here against the TA, I think that would be quite good. It's a good closing pick. I think Miro plays it well. But of course, there's many options. You can have your Phoenixes, you can have your Brewmaster, there's Warlock in the pool. So you have a lot of good heroes, but we've seen the first pick TA. Answer it. For now, it's just going to be a casual Shadow Demon.
Is it a particularly good matchup into TA?
I wouldn't say so.
It's pretty normal, right?
Because I think also like TA is actually one of the carriers. Like even if you disrupt her or you, like if you ulti her, if refraction is up,
she can blink
like
out.
Yeah, she can still blink. So overall, I think it's just a hero that they value a lot. Maybe it's like a lot of if we pair this with the other heroes and they become strong enough that they can run it like onto the TA. Because the 1-to-1 matchup, I don't think TA gives a hoot.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, there's a lot of the time that we see first picks like this where it's just kind of vanilla.
Yeah.
And it's usually the case when it's the supports, like the Jakiros, Phoenixes, Shadow Demons of the world. I guess you can argue something like a Phoenix would be, you know, good here because it's good against TA. You can take off the refraction. But it's like you said, I really do feel like they're like kind of both blocking the SD and picking it for future picks. Like, for instance, if they want to go for like a Luna or something like that, you know, and then you have SD Luna. There's like all the, you know, Centaur plus SD combo. Like there's a lot of good SD combos in the game right now.
And we have seen the rise of Luna. I think the heroes looked like very strong, actually. We've seen it win multiple times, even in the game earlier today. Like Yuma dropped like a 20-in-1 bomb. Like this, you know, it's not random. Like when you do see the stuff come out, like maybe it's new items that are kind of like making heroes better, and like other offlaners that pop up because Luna, she can buy the Silver Edge. You already mentioned her, like with the SD, that's already a cool combo. So there's a lot to keep in mind here, I think, for Yandex. I mean, I would say the biggest reason we've seen TA lose some games is because she either went up against, like, I think Medusa in like 1 or 2 games.
Yeah.
Maybe a TB in like another one. Because
BetBoom actually that did the Medusa, I think.
Yeah, so like, you know, if that's something you want to run back, you absolutely can.
Yeah.
They even ban out the Oracle.
Yeah, that's, once again, it's cool to see how these things develop. Something
Super
starts...
happy you dedicated all that time to the segment on Oracle.
That's great. Thank you, Yandex.
Yeah, thanks, Yandex. Cheers. Keep it up.
Because actually, it was Yandex who did a very similar thing the other day. I mean, like you just mentioned, they were the ones that did the Medusa into the TA. And I think like they picked the SD like very early on, that then the enemy team also couldn't have the SD into the Medusa.
Into the Medusa, right.
So maybe that's something, you know, BB looked at. But, you know, they're just going to go for the SD into Starter. Can be flex overall. I like the Phoenix ban. It would be quite annoying for the Slardar himself, no matter what core role he's playing.
Also blocking the Slardar plus TA, which I think we saw Spirit run.
Yeah.
Like the double minus armor looks incredibly good, in particular for taking a super early Roche, even like 10 to 15 minute Roche you can do. So it's something that on Dire feels very good. So blocking that is solid.
So for Yandex, I mean,
Warlock is a classic.
There's I would say like, I mean, if you look at Saksa, like Rasta and Tiny are the heroes he has played the most. I think they're both quite good. I think also having a hero who like innately has like some built-in form of armor as a support against Slardar is pretty nice, which Tiny of course does have. I wouldn't really see it as like a strong flex in this game because sure, while core Tiny also has armor against Slardar, you actually get overwhelmed quite a bit by it. So you mentioned the Warlock. I think that's a cool pick.
Yeah, Warlock Tiny is a pretty nice support duo. I think they like cover for a lot of things that each other lack. And you mentioned the Shadow Shaman, and maybe that's part of why the SD is first pick as well, because there's a lot of heroes that don't like playing into SD that, you know, single target disables like Shadow Shaman. You kind of block that stuff out. Even into Tiny, if you can like, he goes in for some Ava tossback, you can disrupt that.
So I want to see if your BB team, what do you lock in here? Maybe
let's get. Oh, I was thinking maybe they go for the. No, they can't do so because then anti-mage could come out. You could do TA mid. So they go for gyro.
I do like that because I think it's nice if you can keep this flex open between like the Slardar. So you were looking at like a carry who is like semi-good, even blinds, like a Wind Ranger, or here with the gyro Tusk. I think it is very solid. It's a tiny 4, so most likely I think what Yandex should be looking for here is also like an offlaner who gives you some type of team fight. I don't love Centaur overall into Slardar, but I think this is the type of hero you're kind of looking at, because most range offlaners, they get owned by Gyro in the lane.
What about the Brew for them? It's like, does he get too owned by Gyrocopter in lane to justify? I mean, Brew Tiny's a bit sus as well.
No, I mean, the lane is not good, but I think the lane is, I mean, the game overall is good. Because you're good against like the Slardar and the SD. I think also with like Brew has a 15 talent where his Brewlings get like more HP nowadays. You build the Axe, so like your Brew, like the split is a lot more tanky than it used to be. So Gyro doesn't like counter you that much in the game anymore.
This is a very good Storm pick though into Tusk SD. If Storm can comfortably get 6, there's just not really much that threatens him at all. There's no good disable. But BetBoom does have 24 pick, and you know, it's a Storm versus GPK, so you have to ban Puck. I think you probably have to ban Huskar as well.
I think so.
It would make BetBoom's draft a little weird, but I feel like Huskar always makes your draft a little weird, and you're just banking on like you're gonna destroy this guy so heavy in lane that it doesn't matter. The draft is a bit weird.
I mean, you have good lanes. Like Tusk can like then also like leave the Gyro eventually. He goes mid. So at least for now, they ban out the Centaur. I mean, Yandex overall to like complete their draft, I think an offlaning team fighter is pretty good. You mentioned the Brew. They took out the Centaur for now. Tide, I would not like. It's not a good lane against Gyro. There's an SD eventually to break you as well. I mean, what else is up in DM's wheelhouse?
5 seconds remaining.
He's played Darks here before.
Bristle,
pretty bad. Bristle is fine.
It's like
SD Slardar.
They really lack disable if you go Bristle, but I feel like every time Bristle gets picked up, that's the case for the team. You know.
Yeah, Bristle could work. You can also like, it's a quite good Crimson game, or like heroes who build, I think like physical mitigation are quite good here because you have Slardar, you have Gyro. You don't really have the guy that goes in yet. So like, because Tiny isn't just going to randomly get like a blink tossback, when Storm isn't just going to magically get this zip off, you know, that's good. So I think it's a very nice call on the Bristle.
They banned the Bristle. What do you think about Doom? Just like hard counter the Gyro?
Yeah.
Because I know like this hero is just the worst for Gyro players to play into. Maybe it's a little different with the builds these days, but like a lot of the time Gyro is just you run in, you Satanic, you heal to full HP. Like you kind of get that second life, and Doom preventing that is one of the more annoying things in the game. But then you're playing into like Tusk can really punish you in lane, but it's so hard to come up with something that conceptually beats Tusk Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, you're not beating them in lane. I think that's for sure. I mean, I don't love the Doom. I think it's a bit too slow. I mean, maybe you can just make up for it because of the other things.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's really good, actually.
Has Brother Bear won a game yet?
Yeah, that's the question.
No.
No. Ooh, that's nice.
Could be the first. It's at least, you know, overall he's nice against Gyro. You know, he's all this split damage. You lower his damage with your aura. You can build a Crimson. Also, roots can be quite annoying. Like if you get an Axe later, Tusk can save with Snowball.
First time with Yandex picking it too.
Yeah, I mean, DM, he's a great Underlord.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Bro, I would be really scared of the Huskar right now if I was Yandex. Like, what on their side deals with the Huskar mid?
I mean, not much. You have to kind of sack mid, or you have like a Tiny that can go over and like maybe have some sort of counterplay. I mean, GPK was talking a lot, so I would also just assume that it's kind of his pick. You just play the starter offlane. I mean, you won't pressure that TA, but you know, you've kind of set yourself up for it.
Not much. Actually, I'll just say nothing has beat TA in lane so far. Like they're legitimately. I think you beat her at the later stages in the game, like with Faceless Void. Gyrocopter is a pretty smart option as well. That's always been very good against TA.
I mean, are we missing anything? I mean, the Spirits, at least they're fine themselves, but they do suffer also at least a little bit against Underlord, which is I think another layer of why this pick is kind of annoying for BetBoom here.
I mean, I guess Queen is also okay. Well, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the risk.
Yeah, boy.
That's the risk of picking a draft like this. So now my question is, what sort of weird tech are they going to use to try to deal with the Huskar mid? Like, there's got to be wave cutting, there's got to be early boots, potentially supports going mid and Storm going jungle. Like, you can have Warlock go mid and just Fatal Bonds the wave, push it out, and Storm goes jungle. But there has to be something. It cannot be unanswered in the game. Otherwise, Huskar will go on a tear.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially also, I think that BetBoom have had these games, or GPK has had these games where, you know, he played this matchup and then like overplayed or his supports aren't ready. But this time around, he has a Tusk or an SD. You know, if they're on the money, they're like, yo, Tiny is missing, Saxa is going mid. If either of them are ready, they can just like back him up or even turn it around and like get this kill. So I think overall, I like what BetBoom have here quite a bit. I wasn't too sure about like I think their answer to TA, but I think they have a lot of tempo in like their entire draft. And for Yandex, it's really about somehow tempo controlling GPK in this early game. Because if he gets off to a good start, I think they are in for a bad time.
There is tech. I mean, I'm sure Chira has seen what Nisha does with the Courier.
What Nisha did with the Courier.
Yeah, and
that's kind of only enabled by the Marcy-ish.
I think it's fine to do it without Marcy. You just have to wait until you have the Flying Courier, which happens pretty quickly when you're mid and getting all that XP. So it is an option. Like, something needs to happen.
I'll ask what our commentators think. We've got B-Cop and Crow-Cop. How are you doing, guys? You all good?
Doing well. Yeah, doing good. That was a good one, Rich. Yeah, I think this needs to be addressed. I think they might need to actually dual lane mid at the start, but because DM, he's in his history, he's known to be left alone multiple times, but maybe not on a hero like an Underlord. It might be difficult for him, but they definitely need to do something about this mid lane, otherwise they're gonna get.
Yeah, how often have you seen this matchup, and how does it usually go?
It goes really bad, real quick.
Yeah, that's how I remember it too. We've still got time. You can.
I thought he was going to chip in something.
You know what he does? He stands there, and it's like you've got to bring him in. You've got to bring him in, Dom.
I just like listening to Lacoste. I get lost in his eyes, and I like listening.
It's true. We all do.
Yeah, that's fair.
He does look a little bit like Robert De Niro. I've always said that. He's got that Robert De Niro look.
I don't see it.
There it is. There it was. There it was.
Is that him? Is that Robert De Niro? Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Yeah.
Don't ever do that again. Hooah! Stick to casting, put the fries in the bag, put the game in the bag. Bye.
Hooah! Ready for game number one. That's Al Pacino, maybe? I don't know. Whatever. I just say I really like listening to you speak, Lacoste. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we want to see the tech, what they're going to be doing. I also think that Underlord, straight up not going to have a good time in the lane. You are playing against Gyrocopter with the Afterburner, and you're also playing against Tusk 5 with the Drinking Buddies. This is the strat when we introduced facets, I think like 2 years ago. It became very popular. We're still seeing it here and there, and I think Kataomi is one of the better position 5 Tusks. This hero trades really well. He has 5 armor, has really good move speed as well, and also just the stats on the hero are pretty nice. He gains good amount of strength and becomes super tanky early on. We can see that Saxa is going to be starting with the boots, which means they don't want to be playing this lane. They want to be trying to direct the creep wave, and all eyes on Chira Jr. CJ, let's see what he can do in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. He's been having a good tournament so far. I've been really impressed with what he's been able to accomplish. So it's going to be his biggest test up against this Huskar, which does worry me a little bit. Save. Spotted and hit with that avalanche. Shadow Word on him there too, and they'll disrupt Maladich, trying to run away from these two heroes, and they'll give up the chase. So they don't want to go for the Shadow Demon, but they'll put a little bit of damage on at least to start. And this is the matchup, right? This is really going to be, is it just going to be a complete shutdown? Can Chira Jr. find a way to make it work?
Chira Jr. immediately planting down the branch, eating it with the Tango to get extra bit of region, and starting to put good amount of pressure, good amount of right clicks. Let's see how GPK is going to do it. One Fairy Fire. In a lot of these matchups, you will see Huskars even get a second Fairy Fire, just in case. Like, if you use one, you might bring a second because of that turnaround play that you do have.
See that first blood coming through save. After taking that harassment, you end up getting that kill, and that's that aggression early from Miero, using the Slithering Crush just to get that kill. And they were talking about it on the panel that you don't really see TAs lose their lane too much. It's more about the later parts of the game where you're able to just kind of overwhelm and outpower this TA.
Yeah, I have not seen a lane where Templar Assassin doesn't have 5k plus 10 minutes in. The hero just, even if you're sitting at 0-0-0, you're still going to be having good amount of farm. Very difficult to push out of the lane because of refraction. You have one of the stronger position 5s in the lane with Warlock. Even though he died, Templar Assassin is still going to feel very comfortable playing in this lane. And Chira Jr., now with the Burning Spears being online, he's going to start to feel the pressure.
Burning quite low and already sitting here at about 15% of his health left. That one's going to be an uphill miss, but GPK sitting at that level 3 and just making sure that this Storm struggles to step in and get these last hits. Not an easy lane, not an easy time, and it'll be about the recovery potentially for this Storm Spirit if it continues this way. And wondering when GPK is going to start to be active, or what the decision making is going to be here for him, because you don't want to get started too early where you've got this advantage in lane, but you've gone and jumped off the diving board a bit too early, you'd end up dead, and then that advantage kind of dissipates pretty quickly.
It's not a traditional mid laner by any means. This hero doesn't really rotate. He wants heroes to come to his lane. And then he wants to continue to farm up because the hero farms extremely fast. He wants to be in the triangle, get his armlet, and then we might see, you know, Sanj go for the Roche maybe afterwards. And they have the tools to go for early Roche. You have Slardar, you have Huskar, so two big objective takers already. And a good start for Slardar as well, 15-3. Usually you don't see Slardar on top of the network, the offlane Slardar. From the mid lane, he can definitely pop off. But from the offlane, the heroes sometimes struggle, like getting the levels, getting stuff done at the early stage. Doesn't have that much damage, but off to a good start with that first blood, extra bit of a gold coming out from killing Warlock.
See Kiritich just continuing to farm on this gyrocopter, and the build has not been the Ags for quite some time. It's been a lot of these smaller items that you were talking about in previous gyro matchups. What made that change more prevalent? Is it just from getting that Ags first? As looking over and seeing that bottom lane kind of open for them. DM not exactly putting the pressure on to Kataomi as well as this gyro.
DM farming okay, 14-5, good amount of denies. When we look at the physical damage output that they do have on Yandex, it's Templar Assassin, and also good amount of right clicks coming out from Underlord, which should be okay in theory against Huskar.
They want to go for him down bottom. They get that kill into Kiritich. DM just coming in and starting with the Pit of Malice Firestorm. Didn't think the damage was going to be there with Kataomi if he was there to get the save, but doesn't have Snowball at the moment and was unable to pull him away from the Avalanche as well as the toss with that Pit. Didn't work out. Now Chira Jr. just kind of sitting here, but doing well. I feel like well for what we expected from him, right? Yeah. Only 2 CS behind, but there are a lot of denies for GPK, but he's not in a bad spot overall.
Definitely not. He also brought Boots of Speed as his first item after the bottle. Knows that he needs to run away. Does have Bounty Rune to work with, so he's going to go deeper in the jungle, replenish that bottle, maybe get the stack going before he goes and picks it up.
Looking at stack being made on 5, like you said, get that bounty, get some more potential into that farm, and make sure you can at least kind of keep up with this Huskar, who now sits top of the CS chart, 27-16. But DM, we've talked about it. He's got Soxa still here, but we've talked about how he has not really always had a support that sticks in lane in previous teams in his career. But
Yeah,
right now, he's got Soxa.
What is this? Like, I've not been used to seeing... Because a lot of the times, he's left alone. You see position 4s leaving. He's getting the solo XP. We saw a tri-lane from Yandex the other day where he was playing alone in 1v1 situation. And I think these are the type of situations where DM shines the most.
Miro stepped forward into the Shadow Word. He's got 8 charges on that wand. He's also got a Lotus. Not too worried to just kind of eat this Shadow Word for the moment. But has the ability to heal up, continue to stay in the lane, and continue to CS quite well. Shutting down the Sword Art could be a chance for Yandex to expand if they're able to do so, but we are getting to that 6-minute mark where now the Invis Rune has been picked up by Save. And they're also looking over probably for that 7-minute Shrine. Over mid, Save goes to the Disruption, drinking buddies. There, the shards to block in Soxa, but he's got the toss. The ulti dropped by GPK to get a quick one onto the Tiny. And they've pressured this Storm out of the lane. So just having creeps pushing on the tier 1 tower, then blocking that camp from being stacked and allowing Storm to kind of make up some more farm inside his own jungle.
All he needs is level 6, then he's going to be okay, where you can be dodging the spells. They don't have that much lockdown, especially early on. You have Silence coming out from Huskar, which is not online yet. He did not go for it. So 1 point of Silence is relatively good duration to be able to maybe land a second spell. And XP Shrine battle. This time around, it's not going to happen. They did make a move to the mid lane, which means that 2 supports from BetBoom team not going to be able to pressure too much.
Not too bad for both. Miro getting that Shrine, and that'll push him closer to the Corrosive Haze. Toss, Avalanche under the tower, snowballing. But 3 heroes here. Soxa going to stay under the tower and put him back into the Pit of Malice by standing close enough to it so when he hits, he's still locked up. Not that he's getting out of that one anyway, but they do get that kill there on a Kataomi, and they split it 3 ways. Nice shared bounty to pick up. Cher Jr. just still looking to ultimately recover. Not down by as much as maybe I would have thought going up against this Huskar, but still going to be a bit of an issue. He needs to find his farm and continue to just use this jungle to get back into the game as he's sitting where the Swordar is. And Swordar, CS-wise, was looking good too, but he's towards the bottom in core net worth there as well.
Kataomi playing super aggressive, going underneath the tower. I mean, with the toss back, but also Snowball is not going to be as effective. The root mechanic is something that he doesn't like to play into. Like, maybe you get the Snowball, there's going to be a pit, there's going to be Aghanim Scepter pit later on, which means that it's not going to be as effective, and your Blink Dagger from position 5 is not going to come in as quickly. Soxa using his full combo to toss him in. Get the Raindrop charge. Consume 1, and then maybe trying to look for something in this bottom lane. Maladich soaking up the XP, has 1 Black Grimoire, which is going to push him towards level 6, but they need someone else to come in. DM just got level 6, but doesn't have a point in Fiend's Gate.
We've been seeing this more and more, lanes just not giving up as much to Warlock, like being very hyper-aware to not give those extra Grimoires early on in the game, and then they're forced to kind of pop it closer to 6 because they don't have as many, and that Chaotic Offering slower into the mix.
Yeah, usually you don't see this. This is pretty much giving XP, like off-lane, to Warlock so that he can get some XP to get himself to level 6. You might see him in the top lane, like in the safe lane tower, trying to collect some, maybe in the mid lane if mid laners are making a rotation. But from the off lane, it's really not that common. And now the Twin Gate rotation, they're trying to potentially get a wraparound onto Miero and save. Not the easiest kill to get.
Miero has 12 wand charges, but Chaotic Offering comes in. They've also got the Avalanche into the toss. He'll pop that wand on the run. Shadow Word is there, but They cannot get Miero out. That Shadow Word doing the last ticks to get that kill. Yandex, good movements to take out this Slardar and slow down his farm. Not a hero that really farms too efficiently. So Sox is still on it. Has the toss back towards his team who are sitting under the tier 1 tower. And both heroes are going to die as they dive the tier 1.
And that's going to be the tower. Very nice move from both of the supports on Yandex.
They made that look pretty simple. And they have themselves this 2,000 net worth lead. And this is all kind of without the Storm initially. He's still bottom of the core net worth. He's still trying to make everything kind of work out. And they're showing that in these side lanes, they don't exactly need him to be fight ready immediately. TA stealing some stacks, and now as it's going, as they have a fight over bottom, that'll throw the snowball his way, but top lane Watson just burned up. GPK came over to help out. Ball laning in, Karatage trying to get the damage out of the DM before he's in trouble with the avalanche and the toss. They'll take this Gyro's life. Look for Ketaomi, who drinking buddies over to the creep and move over with these shards, still alive to get under the tier 1 tower. So he gets back to that siege creep with drinking buddies and just skirts out, makes an escape.
Underlord's very difficult to kill in these early engagements because you are maxing out your atrophy aura. That's 30% reduction, and you don't have enough. If you run out of mana, if you don't have Rocket Barrage, gonna be extremely difficult to kill. And also, Chipped Vest. He picked it up relatively early on. You return 30 damage to heroes every single time you hit, and also reducing some of that damage. So it does feel very nice. And this was also Vanguard, so that's gonna be some extra bit of a damage block coming out from him. DM immediately buying into Aura. You are playing against Slardar, you are playing against Gyrocopter, so Crimson Guard's value is gonna be through the roof.
From what you've been seeing with Underlord, why is it that you think he's yet to win a game in this tournament?
I think he has some really bad matchups. I think also the popularity of Silver Edge is also we can see it. And not sure which teams did play Underlord, but it could also be the losing team that did kind of try to force it. It was very popular during the previous couple of tournaments, and the meta did slightly change.
Okay. See if it finds success going for that Crimson Guard, having this early lead.
Yeah, we saw teams not being afraid to pick heroes like Luna, which is very good against Underlord. Monkey King as well, becoming more popular from the safe lane here and there. Saxa, so far, he's been doing a very good job. Been very active, involved in every single kill, getting decent amount of farm. Does have Soul Ring, Raindrop, that's going to be his mana sustain, and also does have Ash Legion, Shield, Mystical, so extra bit of a mana regen coming out from that one as well.
GPK wrapping around, looking for Watson. Shards lock in this Templar Assassin, but the Chaotic Offering, they'll snowball. Brings in GPK. They go to the call down, they've got the Pit of Malice, they Fiends gated into this one, but GPK's in some trouble. They'll get the kill on him, but they'll end up losing Watson as well as Maladich, and Tyr Jr. doesn't have a lot of mana to throw back in the way of BetBoom. The chase, though, is on, popping these traps, slowing these heroes down on BetBoom as they try to retreat from the tier 1 tower. Tyr Jr., despite not having the mana, was still moving forward with the Golem and DM, but they both just don't have the mana to really punch back that hard. As they try to take the Golem for 100 gold, Karatage will claim the 100 that is dropped by it. And they do get themselves a bit of a victory, despite the fact that they lose GPK.
2-for-1 trade. The Storm, as you said, didn't have that much mana to work with in that fight. They were trying to reset one more time. Saxa's abilities were coming off cooldown with another toss, with another avalanche. If they managed to have extra bit of mana on Storm Spirit, could have gotten maybe 1, even 2 kills out of it.
Now Miero has that Blink Dagger initiation available. Could use that where they jump in and have the save of not only the snowball, but also the disruption. Coming into the 14-minute Shrine, Save's going to pick up one. The other one is still available, and Watson, I think, going over there. But there's the GPK jump in, coming through with that life break and getting a kill easily on a Maladich, even with Tyr Jr. showing up to try and defend.
Very nice thinking from GPK. Usually you see no boots upgrade, sometimes power treads. Can Miero get the stun?
Yes, they can. Get that kill. And Saxa. Karatage is also here. They are moving as a unit. This is something we have seen BetBoom do continually through the tournament.
Bring the numbers. Exactly. They just love to bring 4, bring 5. to every single engagement. And to go back to GPK's itemization, he did pick up phase boots, wants to have extra bit of armor playing against Templar Assassin, even against Storm Spirit, who deals good amount of right-click damage, and of course Underlord. Atrophy Aura maxed out, sometimes you'll see the hero come in and have 300 plus damage.
So far so good for BetBoom team. Seen that Underlord kind of fall down the net worth chart, but the supports are a big difference on the game at the moment, and it is the dire supports that have
smoke from Yandex.
More gold. They are going to smoke together, move over towards bottom lane, and trying to get a catch on a Karatage. They'll even Fiend's Gate. Both might be in trouble. Doesn't pull Karatage into the snowball, but they've got the pit of malice to get the kill. So he's dead, but Cheer Jr., he falls to Karatage beforehand. And that means they end up trading there, but Kethomi is the +1. That is claimed by Maladich.
Yandex trying to expand the area where they can get the farm. This smoke, it's going to expand like Spandex does. They are going to be able to take the tower. They're going to be able to get another entry potentially to the Twin Gates as well. And BetBoom team, they understand that with this move, they're still going to be able to get some kind of a trade, and that's going to be Roshan. This is relatively early Roshan, 16 minutes in.
Very early Roche and an Aegis to work with. And we talked about the Corrosive Haze and the early Huskar potential for Roche. As they've got 5 minutes to now make a move. We'll see what they want to do to continue to shut down maybe the Storm Spirit, who's struggling. Yeah, they got that kill over bottom. And hey, it was Storm involved, but he still dies. He still tumbles down a little bit more. And True Jr. still looking to, I would say, recover the net worth, but he is having that impact when he can.
Definitely a hard matchup for him to play into. Still doing okay-ish. Does have amplified damage in the bottle, and GPK, he killed Maladich one more time in no man's land. Trying to set some vision for the team. Like, cause he didn't upgrade his Robe of Magi, at least now. Warlock's item build looks so fancy. It's he's gonna get drums. He loves to build drums, but right now the courier was delivering it, so had Arcane Boots, Robe of Magi, and Windlace.
Now he's got the drums, so he's going Ghost Scepter next. He just wants to try and survive. I mean, multiple times he has been picked off by GPK. That's why the tip came out as well. I think that's like the 3rd or 4th time that GPK himself has killed this Warlock, who has died 5 times just 17 minutes in. You can see he is looking to a hope to live, maybe a little bit longer. That gives him the opportunity to get the level 4 Shadow Word out in an ally and even drop that Chaotic Offering. So anything to kind of survive just a touch longer.
GPK, S and Y completed. We'll have extra slow resistance, extra status resistance on top of that, and we've seen good amounts of Crimson Guards from Huskars. It's pretty similar to what Vipers have been doing, Razors from the mid lane as well, if necessary, but even Huskars lately starting to pick it up, realizing that this item makes you super tanky.
Look for Karatage, Ball Lightning, Vortex. However, he is still alive, trying to run, getting some help with the Pavis. Walrus Punch up into the air. Cheer Jr. dead again, just doesn't quite have the damage to get the kill there onto the Gyrocopter. Saxa trying to get out, and he'll blink, but will they find him if they continue to chase? They are on his tail. They are trying to find Saxa as he'll go towards this Twin Gate, but instead, Miero, they'll farm the creep wave instead of going for this Tiny initially, and now finds him. No, they blinked and kind of missed each other inside the trees. TP attempt, first hit bash. Of course it is. It's always ready, locked and loaded, and they are going to life break. That does not disjoint, so GPK goes on a little bit of a rocket ship trip and catches Saxa.
They need to bring the numbers. They need to be able to have this Templar Assassin join the fights, but it doesn't seem like Watson wants to join every single fight. Needs to be careful. Once he gets initiated on, he's gonna die. Compared to Karatage, who has good save behind him. This Tusk is doing a pretty good job using Drinking Buddies, using Snowball as well, and something that we didn't talk about is the combination between Tusk and Huskar. We can call it Tuskar, that's the old name for Tusk, where you are getting 110 damage with that insane amount of attack speed that you have, just getting huge value out of it.
Always good to just take a drink. Always drink with your friends. Never alone. GPK going to be happy to just continue to farm and go for this Crimson. So he's going to be here with Kathomi quite a bit. There's this, honestly, offensive, defensive kind of pairing. Can play at both sides. But what's the answer for that from Yandex? How do you shut that down?
Their lineup is still pretty strong. You did mention at the start, Underlord with Aghanim Scepter, with 2 Pit of Malice. It makes it very difficult for you to maneuver in the middle of a fight. They're going to wait out until Aegis expires, which is going to be in a minute. Templar Assassin still doesn't feel fight ready. Blink Dagger, they have the trap upgraded, so extra bit of a silence, extra bit of a control in the fight.
Speaking of shards, this is going to be a shard for Kathomi, so he's got the upgrade on shards. I don't know how many times I could say the word shards, but the shards have just been upgraded by the shard. And 30 seconds left on the Aegis, so they do have time to kind of make a move with a second life for GPK. It does require them to kind of cross the river. They haven't exactly been playing too deep. They're very willing to kind of take the fights on their end, or maybe a little bit across, but using this time to continue to farm and get a couple of items under their belt. That being said, Heritage gets chased for a second. He's fine. Has that Manta, has a good amount of health to work with.
And I like that Heritage is playing a bit more active. He is joining some of these earlier engagements, knowing that he doesn't necessarily need to be like the real carry of the team. You have really good scaling mid, you have great scaling off lane as well, and there's a lot of synergy between all of them. And now with Aegis gone, still feel like they're going to be putting the pressure on the map. And something interesting also cooking for Huskar.
Yeah.
We've seen this type of a build on Storm Spirits before. I think BZM was the one who kind of started it from the mid lane. So you can have Holy Locket, which can give you that extra bit of a heal, extra bit of a burst of a heal that you might need with Cauterize.
Holy Locket? We'll see how it ends up keeping the Huskar alive. But now that Crimson has been finished, more survivability for GPK. Junior searching with this shield rune. The only one nearby is this Slardar, but he's already TPing back home.
Yep. And it's also going to amplify the amount of heal that you get from Cauterize. So we definitely need to keep a track on the heal. It's going to be something like Mars with the Victory Fast Arena, where you jump in and then suddenly you get a kill. You get an insane amount of heal. Let's see if he's going to be committing to that. I don't remember seeing this before on Huskar, at least.
And it's not like it's a cheap commitment either. The recipe's kind of expensive.
Not as expensive as it was before. Like, it's still an expensive recipe, but you have the slot, you have Magic Wand. The turnaround potential is very good with the Armlet Toggles, Cauterize, Heal. Maybe you pop the Crimson Guard, so you can be, it can be like very deceiving how much damage you can tank with this hero.
Shiva's Guard is the work on for Cheer Jr.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, the recipe is more costly now because it was Diadem that you needed to buy before compared to Crown that you need now.
1340 is kind of a bit.
It is big. It's an expensive recipe.
Also, can you guys record Lacoste saying that I was right? It's the first time I've ever heard it in my life before. Just need to keep that for later. Have that one in the soundboard.
Yeah, I think we're recording. It's an official stream.
Oh, yeah, right. You are right. You can clip that too. Anyway, bottom lane, Heritage here, or Melodich here with Cheer Jr. And the Templar Assassin not too far away, but like you said, not looking to fight just yet. Watson trying to get completely fight ready on this one, and that's going to require that Hurricane Pike, just trying to get some distance away from these heroes. Maybe if you get locked in by shards, or if you're next to this Sardar, you really want to get some distance away from Bash, Crush, and honestly, there's everybody on the side of BetBoom is somebody you don't want to be right next to.
I guess he doesn't feel too comfortable joining the fight right now. Even when he finishes off that Pike, there's still Shadow Demon ulti, so the spell is gonna be there. If you use it on the enemy, you're gonna push yourself like 100 range away. It's nothing too crazy, but at least maybe it's gonna get you over the shards, but a lot of BKB piercing tools on their side. So, still BKB needed on Templar Assassin. Chura Jr. zips out. Miro does have a Blink Dagger ready, but doesn't seem like they're gonna be able to get any kind of opening here.
That last 5 minutes when he had that Aegis didn't exactly turn into a major bloodbath for BetBoom, but there is another Roche in 2 minutes. Both teams very capable of taking it, and of course you've got the innate, the third eye from Templar Assassin. Yandex might be making more of a move towards this second Roche, now that they've got a couple more items under their belt and can kind of defend against this. They'll have that exact timing. They can start to set up there. You'll have Fiend's Gate. You have ways to kind of get in and out of the fights, blow up these heroes. BetBoom are going to have to be very careful about how they approach this second Roche. Saxa. Actually, instead, it's a silence. A Slither Crush. Jr. almost dead, but will TP out. Just escaping from the initial fight from BetBoom and not quite getting that kill onto the Storm.
They needed some extra lockdown. They are checking out Roche. He's gonna respawn in a minute. We'll see if this time around Yandex wants to take the fight. They would definitely love to get another round of items. Templar Assassin just finished off Hurricane Pike. Maybe a casual Crystallis will do. Let's see how tanky DM is.
Quite tanky in the moment, but the call down comes through. They've got the silence on the DM. They'll get the kill. So with everybody there and nobody really around to help out Yandex, they are close, but they don't commit to helping him. DM ends up melting away, and Save gets credit for the kill, but he should be back close to when respawn happens for Roche, and it's all about him being able to join the fight. He's got Fiend's Gate, so they don't have to necessarily wait for him if they could just kind of poke and prod at BetBoom and make sure that they don't take it within that small span of time of it respawning and him coming back.
Yeah, he should be able to come in. This is also Aghanim Scepter, so 2 Pit of Malices that are going to be around with level 15 talent, slowing you by 20% on top of that. But this tower does seem like it belongs to BetBoom team. Also, this was a good test drive to see how much time you need to be able to kill Underlord before he gets a Dispel mechanic, before he removes that minus armor that is doing quite a lot of work. And immediately into Roche Pit they go. Underlord, he is out.
There he is, and now they'll go on to Roche.
No smokes available on the supports of BetBoom team. A lot of the times you see this where they trying to go for Roche and then smoke, immediately go out when Roshan uses the roar and smoke on the other side of the map.
GPK committing in the pit. Blink toss back to the team. GPK's in trouble. Chaotic Offering gets committed, but he's still not dead. He's still sitting at a little bit of life, but they've got themselves the Fiend's Gate. They go to the Venn diagram of the Pit of Malices. That will root up and lock down this Tusk. They'll even disrupt him to try and save this Tusk, but they just don't have the ability to get him out. There was a Slither Crush that came in from Miero. They're going to kill him out, and she already is going to have buyback available.
Okay,
they're diving in far. They'll look for the Templar Assassin. They'll get that kill on a Watson. They'll look for DM. These heroes are melting on Yandex. GPK not being stopped. Hitting him with the get punked, kid. You thought you had me? No, I got you. And that's going to be Huskar now combining with the rest of BetBoom to clean up this Roche.
He is extremely tanky. He is having Reaver in the previous fight, Vampiric Enchantment, which does give him a good amount of lifesteal, pops the Crimson Guards, get cauterized, and then gets saved for a short period of time by Kataomi. He pulls him in with the Drinking Buddies. Sucks up. They take the Shrine. So something going their way. You're gonna be fighting into Aegis one more time. And I like that GPK is building into Heart. Just, he wants to be as tanky as possible, because rest of the team can save him, double saving support on his side. Plus, also you have very good vision. You have Slaughter, who's gonna be providing vision. You have GPK in the front line, which will make Kiritich's life much more easy. You want to have those vision. You want to have vision in the team fight for your Flak Cannon to deal the damage. Miero, nice try.
Aegis again for BetBoom and kind of putting Yandex in this odd spot. Huskar's been tinkering with the build, and like you said, he's committing for the Heart and went Holy Locket. He thought about that first, then he thought about Ags. Now he's going into the Heart. Wonder if he backs for any of those items. Probably not going to be the Holy Locket.
Holy Locket, yeah, that's going to be too late. Yep.
But maybe the Axe?
We'll start thinking about Aghanim Scepter for sure. Maybe even a BKB, but this build kind of says I don't want to be buying into a BKB. I just want to be as tanky as possible. I have enough to survive, and he is running out of slots. So, one slot, probably going to be Aghanim Scepter. Watson, he's been struggling dealing the damage in the last couple of fights. going all in with the damage. Even though they have BKB piercing abilities, it still feels very difficult for him to deal the damage if he doesn't have it.
Did feel like they were lacking the damage a little bit there in going for GPK, because GPK was in on that with, I want to say, 15% health overall, and he gets tossed and isolated away. It looked like that should be it, and Underlord able to Fiend's Gate and also have that Pinamouse to try and keep them away from helping GPK, but that just still wasn't enough. They'll drop down the banner, they'll have this with the catapult, they'll jump in. Karatic on the high ground with the help of GPK. Pinamouse is down to lock them up. And you can see Saksa waiting in the trees, waiting for their moment to jump in, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Again, they're going to try and toss him back to get this kill on a GPK, but he's got the silence to still survive. Fatal Bonds in the upheaval, but it's just not enough damage. Life breaking onto Saksa, though, commit the chaotic offering. The arrow's going to be the one who dies, actually, between the two. The damage being done to Saksa is not going to be enough to get the kill there just yet, but GPK running away, finally losing that Aegis. He's away from a good chunk of his team. And can he get out a second time?
Oh, he's blocked off.
Accidentally touches the Fiend's Gate and doesn't get to go through that. Now he's forced to life break in. This is a problem for GPK because he is dead a second time. The rest of his team bailed.
They left him. They understood that they don't have enough to take that fight anymore. And finally, Templar Assassin, she manages to get the right clicks in, dealing 6,000 damage. And look at the damage from BetBoom team. 7,000 damage and one attack from Gyrocopter.
That?
2 supports as well didn't do much. They are saving support, so they want to keep the distance, come into a fight when things get easier for them.
And the rest of the team pulled the ripcord on that really early. A little bit of an overcommitment, life breaking deep past the barracks, and you're just in a little bit too far. They also kind of got zoned out, to be fair.
Pit of Malice is like one of the best zoning tools when you're defending the high ground, and having 2 of them makes it almost impossible.
Makes life pretty tough. And this is a way for Yandex to, despite the fact that BetBoom have been controlling the objectives for some of the game, and I say that as, of course, Saksa does get the Tormentor Shard. You know, now it's turned around completely just off that fight. 5,000 net worth lead where Watson has been given the time and space to get these items to deal that damage.
Big items coming out on the supports as well. Warlock, he's level 16, Aghanim Scepter ready. Ideally, you would want to be level 20 on Warlocks, having 25 damage reduction for chaotic offerings. They have a good amount of physical damage, so they can still kill these golems. And something to talk about is this GPK's itemization. Heart kind of is, after we changed the way Heart works, where you get increased regeneration for percentage of your missing health, it does synergize nicely with his abilities, where he drops low, and I was looking at his regen, it went up over 300 per second, even standing close to Shiva's.
Oh. Scouter's putting up some big numbers. I know I like talking about the neutrals for supports. It's the one thing that I have been hyper-focused on, but it is Warlock trying to get a refresher, and he's held on to his Tier 2 greedy, because Tier 3 he did not get greedy. So he's sticking with that 75 GPM, not as good as the 100 GPM, but you can see he's holding the next neutral because he didn't have that, and he wants this refresher as quickly as he can get. So a little bit of bump in that GPM is going to help out. But he's the only one who had that. I think he's the only one who had greedy in general, which is a little bit of a surprise because usually we see these supports more willing to go to it, and I don't think the other 3 did. They'll find this storm, silenced, Pinamouse with the Fiend's Gate, so now Cheer Jr. is trying to ball lightning a TP out, burning low, but does survive. Burning Spear is not going to be enough. The help from DM to throw down that Fiend's Gate and lock up the heroes so they couldn't continue to chase, so it saves the life of the storm.
Very clutch. Aghanim Scepter plus Fiend's Gate play from DM. And in terms of scaling, like, this is a very good scaling lineup from BetBoom team. It's just that they need slightly more items on Gyrocopter once he finishes off that Satanic. Daedalus is also completed. It does feel like the damage from Gyrocopter, you're gonna start to feel it. We could maybe look at the damage numbers. I feel like his damage is not gonna be the highest, because he's been focused as well. It's Huskar sitting at 12,000 damage. Like the Warlock dealt more damage than the enemy carry, like even Tiny almost.
Yeah, Gyro at the 12, Huskar at the 21. This is not been the easiest Gyro damage dealing game. We saw in that fight over bottom, it was 102 damage. He bailed pretty quickly. And it's BetBoom just kind of looking for that open space, hoping to get him more of that ability to output that damage. And I do wonder, coming into the next Roche, because it might spawn in the next minute or so, if you're giving the Aegis away, it's probably going to Gyro at that point, not Huskar again. This is Kethomi caught, and maybe even the +1. Saved, he's in trouble. Yule's in the air, called down, committed. Kiritich is coming over. The Chaotic Offering's going to be committed, and they're jumping for more. They want Kiritich to try and stand his ground with the help of GPK, but the Avalanche, as well as the toss on to 2, is slowing that damage down. Vortex pulls back in GPK. They go to the pit of MOUZ, so he's locked up for a split second longer, but is able to walk out before it re-grabs him. And that was the Aghanim Scepter on this Warlock, trying to just go that Ags refresher build.
Descaling. This is what I like about Maladich, is that he always builds to scale. His first item in most of the games is drums, which is a very good stat item. It helps your team to disengage potentially, get the chase going. Good amount of boost in terms of the overall damage output with his stack speed increase. And then he picks up Greedy on Jakiro, maybe a Glimmer Cape, maybe Guardian Grease, and then Aghanim Scepter. We saw how much of an impact yesterday he had with that Ags. And they're still not done chasing. He could be available on him.
Woo!
And just to blink out. Quick fingers.
Miera. Had to Miera go away from that gank. And then goes in onto Maladich. Has the help of Kiritich to get that kill. Cheer Junior. Ball Lightning through the creep wave and out. He'll TP away again. Has that Arcane Rune to work with. You can see the game plan already for Kiritich drawn up in the queue for items. Satanic, Aghanim's Blessing, Divine Rapier. That is a lot of gold to have to get collected.
Yeah, this is 10,000 plus gold. Probably wants to sneak in the buyback there as well. So we're talking about more about
15,000
gold in total after he finishes off that Satanic. With the second life, it's going to be much easier for him to play the fight. And something that Gyro does have is you always have the damage. No matter what, you can always win the game off
Crush
of Gyro.
on 2. Shards are there, forced that from Saksa. DM's kind of left alone. GPK's in on this one.
DJ.
He's burning, but they've got the pit of Malice.
Save.
Cheer Junior on the back line. He gets disrupted. Do they have the fall down to lock him up? But no, they don't. They get the kill to DN. They'll take out this Underlord. He's got buyback, so can always come back into the fight with the Fiend's Gate if they want to try and kind of get this Roche. Or even just try to fight it. But they all split up off the pit. They're going to concede a third Roche to BetBoom. This time it should be going to Kiritich, right?
Yeah, he's gonna be the one picking it up. They do want to have him sieging, so basically having 3 lives. Him and Huskar do have Flare's Boda as neutral item, which is an insane amount of damage increase. You get the kill, the cooldown resets, and it seems like BetBoom team is gonna be ready to potentially siege the high ground. Refresher as well, available on Kiritich. Aghanim Scepter completed on Huskar, so some big upgrades that they just got in the last couple of minutes.
I'm on Refresher Watch 2026 for this Warlock. He still needs 2,600 gold for that, but he has swapped off the Greedy, not getting as much, the 75 GPM wasn't exactly what he wanted, but he got the cast range. And that extra cast range gonna feel pretty great for him, and especially when he's got 4 golems to lay down.
And keeping mana drought. You are playing with Storm Spirit, so give him any kind of mana that you can.
Gotta sip on some of that mana, or give a little sip. Tastes good, and you get that mana back, you can put some more impact on it, as you almost hit 25 with the Storm. Cheer Junior, he's been caught only twice this game. And I want to say, for a guy who's, in theory, with the Huskar, shouldn't have had that great of a lane, his game has been pretty good.
Yep, and he's super tanky.
Really impressed.
Love the itemization from him this game, going Kaya Sanj, making him tanky, then picking up Shiva's Guard, knowing that he's going to need that extra bit of armor. And also Parasma. There's a lot of synergy between Parasma, and whenever you have any kind of spell damage in the team, the Firestorm is gonna hurt. Firestorm, Fatal Bonds, reducing their magic resistance by good 20%. Ooh, Hero jumps in.
Missed the crush. Not sure it's gonna matter for this Warlock. Maladich is dead to Kiritich again. And now they'll stop the TP Cheer Jr. He's in some trouble. They'll hit the Walrus Punch. His mana's kind of depleted and he is dead. I'm sorry, I cursed him.
This gives them a very good opening. Minute and a half without Storm Spirit, who is one of the heroes who can actually go and try to cut the creep waves. So this gives them opportunity to go in and try to put maybe even force buyback out of Storm Spirit. Warlock's going to be out in 30. Bit of Malice, Traps, Tiny. They all need to be alive to be able to stop the push, and seems like they are going in. Kiritich in a good spot. I would also love to see Gem being picked up. You are playing against Traps.
Toss
Tiny
back.
immediately.
Where's the rest of your team? You're gonna need some help. Kiritich now pushed back and pulled in with the drinking buddies.
He's dead.
He lost the Aegis. He lost that Aegis with the Satanic activated. He's got the Refresher Shard in his backpack, and he's got BKB finally. Quick usage of the Aegis, though.
CJ's looking for the opportunity. If he gets another toss back, Storm Spirit's going to buy back and get the follow-up stun. Let's see if they can find it.
Pin of Malice, Slither Crush comes in. Team's going to be the one who's kind of isolated away from the team with the shards that came through. Kiritich with the BKB and the Rocket Barrage takes out DM. 3 heroes dead because they still don't have that Storm, but they lost Saksa. The right-click damage on the GPK just not going to be felt for the moment as Watson with a Hurricane Pike was throwing it on, but that still is just not enough. They buy back on Saksa. They're still trying to hold the buyback of this Storm Spirit. 15 seconds to go. They'll hold it, but maybe go once he's up and buy back on the Underlord, because he'll have Fiend's Gate if he does buy back. They lose the tier 3 bottom. The Cenoracks are going to be next. They go to the blink, into the toss. They'll buy back on the Underlord. They still have 2 seconds without the Storm. GPK off to the side. That was the Fiend's Gate that was used. Lightbreak comes in on a DM who just bought back. He's solo. He needs some help. Able to run. Has the Lotus Orb on him. Ball lining into the Vortex. They get the Kona Kataomi, and now they'll look over. GPK is going to be silent. They get the Kona Team as well as Maladich. Kiritich getting the double kill, looking for more. Miero with the Slither Crush, but the blink away from Watson. Avalanche toss. Miero getting right click down by Watson, but still doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the control. Vortex pulling back. GPK, who will try to survive and has some help with the disruption. But do they have enough on GPK? No, they don't. He's gone for 95. Save might be next. Miero in the vicinity. And do they turn this at all? They've got these heroes doing a lot here from Yandex. And I think that they've given up on BetBoom, going for any sort of play, and they'll TP out.
Oh man, GPK, somebody needs to control him as well. Other heroes, they don't have life break. They can't really close that gap. And if somebody blinks out, he's going to be following them, plus the toss back as well. But this is a very costly fight. 3 buybacks being used by them. Divine Rapier queued up on Watson. He can sell his treads, buy it, and try to force things out.
Divines from both carries are being thought about. Aghanim's blessing for Gyrocopter.
These Bit of Malices are so disgusting to play against. And then Bit of Malice, you can't really enter the base. You're sitting in the middle of a fight. And then Shura Jr., he's the one jumping the backlines, being very annoying. Another reset, and then Saksa goes in, gets the toss back onto Miero, and GPK, he's following him. I can't really blame him. I think the key hero here is Tiny, because if he's gone, he just used the buyback. So it's probably a good call. Rest of the team, they were not on the same page. Gyrocopter, unfortunately, didn't have too much mana to work with. Slayer didn't have too much life, and they find that opening, which potentially opens up the game. If they can get one more fight like this without dying. Storm also hit level 25, looking for Shard as well with the Overload bounce. Gonna be good amount of damage between him and Templar Assassin. That spill damage, you're gonna feel it.
That spill damage dropped right on them. If it's a problem that Boom need to worry about with this Ags now picked up for Kiritich, do they have the damage to kind of fight back? And they are looking for the Divine Rapier for Gyrocopter. Of course, he's also got Chop Shop to work with if he doesn't want to buy it out just straight up. Is Chop Shop too broken? Or is this like just right?
I love this thing. Also, when it was first introduced, we haven't seen many people that theory craft too much with it, and still, like we've seen up to today, like we've saw some like insane amount of disassembly coming out from Gyrocopter. I think now it's been figured out. I don't think we are seeing any of the new tech, but took professional e-gamers a good amount of time to figure out how strong it actually is. GPK
They're in
caught.
on GPK. They've got the Vortex and the kill. He's gone for 95. No buyback available on GPK.
Watson, he's committing. He does have Divine Rapier ready. Roshan, it may be up in a minute. They need to be careful. Watson doesn't have that much move speed to work with. Butterfly, oh, back in the days, the flutter mechanic that we had on Butterfly, that was good. Which gave you move speed.
The Abyssal Blink stun that existed, all these
they don't like that one as much.
That one's not as cool. I will say, just going back to the Chop Shot discussion for 2 seconds, you know who I wish was still playing? God King. He would have new tech for Chop Shot. That was the guy who was the master of disassembling. That guy, I'd like to see what he would come up with this gyrocopter.
That's the name I haven't heard in a while.
One day. 45 seconds. Huskar is still dead, but there's still a minimum of 30 left on Roche potentially respawning.
Not telling me he just blanked into them.
Oh no, that is a caught Tusk. So the brothers Carr, they're both dead for some time. $60 seconds on Tusk, but he does have buyback. Watson outputting so much with the Divine Rapier, and he's looking to go into that Swift Blink. Again, these Pit of Malices, this zone denial from DM. You have to commit the BKB to kind of jump into this and make a play.
Another Divine Rapier. Kiritich, he's ready to go. I also can't believe that this guy didn't change his name to Kiritich. Like, he's just missing out on the opportunity. And then if you swap, for some reason, swap the role in Dota, you could still go with something different. Or you could go back to Kiritich. That also sounds pretty good.
The backup name.
Yeah.
Play well, Kiritich. Play not so well, Kiritich. Hide the identity of the bad play. Saxo, almost level 25. What's the experience difference between these two teams? It's got to be something significant. It's not that much. 5 levels, 8%. But almost 25, and then Maladich, we were talking about the Ags refresher. He is close to the refresher. And by close, I mean he's about 800 gold away from getting the recipe. No greedy, though. Double Rapier. And by double, I mean 2 in the game. 1 per team. Going into a 4th Roche fight. But BetBoom, they're already here in the pit. They've got the trap down. Smoke's going to be broken. They have some information. And they've got an Ob Sentry, but that will be dewarded. I don't know if that Sentry, it does. So it does see this Obs. But they got to get there.
Nullifier also on Miero. Ready to jump to supports.
Avalanche into the pit. But nothing doing. At least not for now. Roche down to about 60% health. Cheer Jr. now hides in the pit. GPK is going to walk back into Roche with Roche. Need to be very careful for Yandex. Game sitting about even and now picking up a shield rune. That's one to work with. Smoke immediately used. And another move from BetBoom, just trying to wrap around, maybe finding Cheer Jr. Blink Slither Crush misses on the ball lightning. They've got the silence for a second on the Miero. But there's the Vortex. Pit of Malice down with that Fiend's Gate. That's how it came through. But the life break going for the kill. They get the Kota Katomi as well as save. It's going to be a double for Watson. Down with Saksa. Kiritich as well as Watson trying to put the Divine Rapier damage out. But Kiritich popped that BKB, so he needs to be careful without it. He's got access to that Satanic and the Flare's Boda, but no BKB for the Gyro anymore.
He's trying to see if anything's happening in the pit, using the traps, attacking the traps, and Pit of Malice. What an insanely good ability in these small areas where you're trying to take the fight. Double buyback from BetBoom supports.
They use their buybacks. They don't have Tiny. He had bought back a ways back and actually has buyback
it's coming
in 6 seconds. Got the gold from the courier kill that DM just got, so he actually now has buyback. They aren't gonna elect to go to it because they've got the Aegis now for Gyro. He'll try to hold out as much as he can. But the potential here is mega creeps if they just run through top. Maldich. Still no refresher, no courier. And now they're going to vortex and pull it.
He's just gone.
He's
What was that
dead.
damage from TA?
He died in a heartbeat. Oh, that force F didn't get him up on a low ground. Now he's still stuck on the high ground with Kataomi as well as Miera going in. They go to the walrus, but it's going to be on the tiny. They get the kill on Asaxa. He's going to be dead immediately after buying back. There's the pin of Malice. Locks out Kataomi. The look for GPK. The damage from Tier Jr.
Oh, another trap attack from Watson.
Getting that kill. The pin of Malice. Can it lock up save again? Tier Jr.'s here. Watson doing the damage. They get the kill on a save. It's going to be a double kill for the Templar Assassin.
Oh man, really like the play coming out from TA in this one. He's keeping the distance, knowing that he doesn't necessarily need to jump in. So he's playing off the traps. That's why they died so quickly. And then once you kill a hero or two, then he feels much more comfortable jumping into the fight with the Divine Rapier. He did not commit. Okay. And Underlord also being in, because when you think about how much HP Huskar has, he's sitting at 5.3k HP. Firestorm deals percentage-based damage, max HP.
So those supports bought to secure the Aegis. They bought back. They won't be here for 50, and now you've got to defend. 3v4. They'll look at tier 4s. This is tough. Not easy to get these tier 4s. With all the buildings still up. With the damage that Watson produces, though, it may not be an issue. Huskar's not going to buy back just yet. Ball Lightning forcing them away, and they're going to have to deal with these Pit of Malices.
Watson exactly just going for the buildings.
And Watson's not even focusing on getting these kills out of these heroes. He's just looking for the tier 4s to finish off the game. BKB's going to be popped by Miero. The third's going to be exposed.
From Warlock. They're going all in.
That's 4 golems to just go for throne. They don't care. You used your glyph to save your tier 4s. But do they have the damage to get the kill here on Watson? He's in trouble. The Walrus punch. They've got the silence. They get the kill. Divine Rapier on the deck. They'll take out Tier Junior. Down goes DM. They have buybacks, but they don't have the Divines.
Golem get gone. They killed all of them, and they killed them instantly, even with that damage reduction. Watson, how much gold does he have? He has only 3,000 gold. Without Divine Rapier, his damage is going to be not as much, not as high as they wanted. And now you have Kiritich, double Divine Rapier. Daedalus in his backpack. Let's see if he decides to keep the Manta style or put in Daedalus to go in and try to end this game. Running down the mid lane, GPK was forced to use the buyback in that fight, and you can see the damage. 10,000 damage coming out from Gyrocopter. Never underestimate the damage output that this hero can deal in the late game.
That was Slardar locking up the TA multiple times. Crush, bash, bash, crush, bash. I mean, Watson not having the opportunity to survive. Look at Miero. He jumps in. He doesn't have a lot of health.
Flak Cannon destroyed those golems. Like, usually, if you don't have the AoE to kill the heroes, you might just win the game off of that. And Pit of Malice, they're fighting outside of it. Miero does have level 25 from a couple of fights ago, where Corrosive Haze is undispellable. So he pops the Manta style, switches in Daedalus, ready to go and get Megas. 20 seconds, long 20 seconds. Let's see how they approach this. Kiritich, he still has his buyback available.
The favoring on this game, going back and forth. Him, you, him, me, him, you. We'll see who has the advantage. Ball Lightning, but they glyph the creep wave.
Banner planted.
With the banner. So the banner planted keeps those creeps alive while he tried to Ball Lightning and clean them up. And now your tier 4s are going to be gone in a second. But unfortunately, for the side of Yandex, they're dealing with mega creeps running at their base. And because they skipped the buildings going for the victory, there's still a tier 2 in both the outer lanes for BetBoom.
And I love the Ob Sentry. It's mirrored on both sides of the map. They see what they're doing inside of the base, and the other one as well, just in case they want to get the initial jump. Can TA farm another Divine Rapier? It might be a Divine Rapier with no buyback.
I don't know if it would matter at this point if you had buyback. Could be the scariest proposition of 3 Divines on a gyro at that point.
They don't have the glyph. That's one of the issues. If they lose 1 hero or 2 heroes without buyback, their throne could be exposed. A lot of traps around the throne, though. It's going to be good amount of silence, good amount of slow, and good amount of keeping the distance type of a play that he did. Attacking the traps, and now Aghanim Shard upgraded.
Den looking to come with this creep wave top. They're moving around, and Roche is so far away, but it might be to that point where we wait for it. And if it is almost 5 minutes with a full extended timer, that could put us at 60 minutes. But when you've got Mega Creeps, you've got 2 Divines, you are looking to make the move as soon as you can, but especially before the Templar Assassin gets the Divine back in their pocket.
They still didn't deward this Observer and Sentry, so they see Saksa, who is level 25. 2 toss charges, you could end up in the fountain.
That is true. Looking, Jir Jr. avoiding the jumping that came through from the side of BetBoom, and they go and find the Chaotic Offerings. Do they have the damage to get the kill in the arrow? They do take him out. He's going to buy back immediately. The Snowball's going to be deep inside this base of Yandex. They're very far in, but there's no buildings to worry about. The Pit Mouse is going to be down. They get the kill in advantage. He already used his whole load. They drop down all those golems. They'll look for GPK. That's going to be another hero dead for 2 minutes. They're bleeding through these heroes, but they do have the buybacks for the heroes on Yandex. They got the kill into Heritage. The Divines are down back towards Watson. They've got a double shot kill on the save. Oh no, I was gonna purchase a Divine for myself, but hey, why don't I just get 2 for free? The greatest deal you've ever seen when you're looking to get your own Divine.
And Jura Jr., he was about to jump them right when they were about to jump him, so he he ended up outside of the base with the 3 teammates from BetBoom actually getting the jump, and then being inside of the base, getting fatal bonded, the double golem, actually 4 golems getting dropped on top of their heads. So CJ, he's ready to jump, and then everybody is in.
And this is just, look at this snowball all the way in, and that's going to be towards TA, towards the back. They have the Walrus Punch, but Watson's not taking any damage. The silence and the damage coming in, Heritage can't survive, and instead of buying a Divine, you get 2 for free. Watson's like, sick, dude, sick. I just got 2 Divines, top of the net worth. I've got a lot of damage now. Awesome. I mean, this is great. There's not a feeling better than that.
Roshan, 25 seconds, he might respawn. How big can he get? Sitting at 7,000 gold. And they are getting 1 more Crimson. So this is the second. This has to be the latest Crimson on a core in the tournament. And this is like 57 minutes we're talking about. So maybe they're thinking, if they go for the play, if they go for our throne, we can protect the throne with the double Crimson. There's still 1 available on GPK.
Now here's my question. You've got Megas against you. Do you try to get Megas and even it out on the buildings, or you've got both Divines, you just have to go and finish the game because the throne is exposed?
He has another Divine Rapier. Gyrocopter also did pick up Swift Blink, so his damage is going to be pretty massive. Dragon Lance. Let's see what he's going to do with that Dragon Lance, whether he wants to sell it, maybe get the Butterfly, but no heroes with the buybacks available right now. And now, finally, Heritage, you can feel the damage coming out from him. 60+ thousand damage.
Yeah, but there was 205,000 damage being done by Yandex overall. That is a lot. I will say the total on BetBoom, I think still less than that 1 game Faith Beyond had on that Veno, but who's doing comparisons like that? Not me, certainly. 5 heroes alive for both. Roche going to be up in a minute 30. We are closing in on that 60-minute mark. We'll see if we wait for Roche, if we wait for the tier 5s, then we're really getting into chaos. I'm a big fan of chaos when it comes to these games in this late minute mark. You never know what's going to happen.
No, for Spandex, it's very important that they do have buyback available on Tiny. You need to get close to the throne to be able to kill it. You have, Slardar, Huskar, not the highest range heroes. 1 is melee. Gyrocopter, he can keep the distance, but with the 2 toss charges, you could easily end up in the fountain. That's Octarine core as well, lowering the cooldown on it, 8-second cooldown. Both the level 25s on Tiny are insanely good once you get to Octarine, Octarine timing, where you can either go for Avalanche cooldown, which makes it almost perma up. It's less than 3 seconds.
Could be perma tossed into the air though with those 2 charges. Get refresher, throw them up 4 times. Start juggling these heroes.
Warlock also hit level 25, so we might see another golem
summons a golem on death. Does that add a second golem when you've got the Ags on death?
I believe so, yes.
So that's potentially 6 golems.
Yes.
All right. So
it was his older talent. It was his level 20 talent, but it was a bit OP because with Black Grimoire, you could have easily gotten to level 20. And seems like Kiritich, he wants another Divine Rapier. He was like, 1 is not enough. I see the enemy carry has 2. It means it's a good item.
If I'm Warlock, do I not just go to kill myself and like drop down 4 golems and then throw 6 at the throne while they're trying to fight at Roche or something like that?
He needs to be careful. You need to get your golems ready because he doesn't have buyback available. 60 minutes in. Let's see what they're going to be able to get.
And that's the ultimate legend play there, that you get the buyback and boots travel, get the 6 golems out by dying, boots travel next to them, die again on purpose. Toss back, Huskar in a lot of trouble, and by trouble I mean dead. 100 seconds, they do not have GPK, and they will not have Kethomi either. That's GPK short 6
that just
gold
might
on
be it.
buyback. So now they jump in, they go to the swing, their crush is going to be on the 3, but now the chaotic offerings are coming through. That's going to be another and another. Kiritich with the BKB and the damage coming through,
he's alone.
but he's losing out. He'll heal up in a full. The Satanic's not going to be enough for him. Triple kill, full team wipe for Yandex. They have expanded far, but they kept it all together. And the throne, it's being attacked, but will be cleaned up by this Underlord they'll call GG, and Yandex will take game 1, 61 minutes in over BetBoom.
Whew, man, what a game. They catch GPK without buyback in the end. And
60 gold.
Did not have it. Oh. Saksa, again, doing heavy lifting with this Tiny, with the tossbacks, with the plays, making sure that they always have something. And what a performance from Yandex in this game, number 1.
Yeah, definitely. That Tiny, a big marker there for them. So we'll toss it back to the panel.
Some of your best work, Ben. Love that. Yeah, what a game. I mean, we've just been spoiled today with the Team Liquid comeback. Now this end-to-end swings, throws, mistakes. Just this game had it all. And then at the end, even ends in a crazy way for the matter of 60 gold on a buyback.
You just have like rapiers back and forth on both teams. Like you already said, one team is kind of throwing, like they're going to the high ground, they're getting tossed in. Then Watson is like killing half of them. He has his own rapier. They go to BetBoom space and he all-ins on the throne. And it wasn't even that close. Then they throw the rapier like back to them. There were also like so many things that even happened before the 40-minute mark, you know, where it's a constant like back and forth of what they're doing. But Jenkins, the Husker that you called, not victorious here.
No, I mean, because at the end, he went for the neutral camps. They thought that Yandex would also go for the neutral camps because it's 60-minute neutral items.
Look at the trap.
Yeah, this was really nice. Like, that's one really underrated component to TA in the late game is that you're getting all of this pure damage. It's only 2 hits if you have a single trap. If you have a bunch of traps, like you're defending high ground, it's a little bit more, but it's not something you can really bank on for like late game carry potential of a TA. But if you have a rapier and you have a Daedalus, like you can do so much damage, especially to a bunch of like armor and, you know, Huskar resistances. Like that was super well played. But yeah, I mean the end of the game was entirely determined.
And this is not even the end of the game.
No,
yet.
this is not even close. No. For 10 more minutes.
I mean, there was some people here saying they should call it.
Yeah, all the time they said they should call it.
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of times it looked like the game could have instantly ended. I love that both carries, by the way, at the same time picked up a rapier. It wasn't like one saw the other get a rapier. It just felt like the game was so close and the damage numbers were so close that like they needed more. But then since both of them bought the rapier, it evened out again, and we ended up with more fights that were going evenly both ways. But yeah, you have to look at the supports in this case. Like, I really do feel like Soxa
he owned so hard.
He was the guy in this game.
Yeah,
like the tossbacks. Otherwise, I think they simply would have gotten Huskard. Maybe you could argue there's a little bit of like, you know, GPK is out of position there, but when you get last pick Huskar, you want to play aggressive. He's got 2 save supports in the Shadow Demon and the Tusk, so I understand, you know, what he's doing. There's 3 like man up on you cores on the side of BetBoom, so it really did provide these opportunities for Soxa to hit the big tossbacks. And boy, did he cook with some of these plays.
No, for sure. Like, I would say he's like one of the reasons why this game even lasted that long. But this guy on the screen, like 15-4, 13, 87% kill participation. And we showed it in the clips, like just abusing the traps to get the pure damage on like the gyro and like staying in the game. I think apart from, you know, the one, I guess you can call it a blunder where you're all in the enemy throne. You know, that was like where they nearly lost the game. But whoever also made the call at the very end of the game to say, okay, 60-minute items, abuse the clock in our favor, let's hunt them.
Yeah,
they're going to be somewhere, and then suddenly you get, they got 2 guys without buyback, right? GPK and the Tusk. And then the game is just, cooked on the spot.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, you know, I want to give some credit to CJ as well. Like when you're getting Husk guards, and you're having a TP back to base constantly over and over again, your farm's a bit diminished. He like hung in the pocket, you know, like he was fighting for his life. And if he died a bunch and hadn't have been as disciplined, you know, the game obviously goes a very different direction. So credit to him, you know, it's never easy in that situation.
No, I would say he did really well, because this is not a good matchup for him by any means. So, you know, hanging in there, being able to like still get his game going, it was super important for them.
Yeah.
I mean, this year too, like, it's one of the reasons, like, what I want to talk about, like, Jenkins called this pick, and I think GPK did a lot in this game. And it's also, like, the skill of the top-level players. He gets a haste rune, and it's, like, just how he's using, you know, his hero, his positioning. He runs into the enemy woods, they get this first kill on the Warlock. Like, if you just look at how Yandex are moving with all the heroes, Storm move backwards, the Tiny, everyone has to go back. They get, like, 3 kills, and in this early game, it's why this rune control is so important. You also highlighted that before the game. I think in this entire early game, it's the same story again, right? You're playing this Huskar, you're getting all the runes, because this hero, he will always dominate like this early part of the game. And
he was unkillable at this part.
Yeah, and I like his items too, right? With the Crimson, then he goes for the Heart later, but we highlighted the time they go high ground, you need to respect it. Like, it's like the type of moment where I like to say with specific heroes, there are moments where it's so crucial and it's illegal to lose a fight or to make a play like that. And it kind of happens here, right? It's
it does.
30, like, look at this separation. They have like all these traps and they have the root as well. It's super hard for his team to like come over. So Miro, he's trying, but then you're jumping in even deeper because at this point you can't really get out. So he's committed. And if you just look at his team, they're like, bro, we can't help you. Like, they're all like, they're calling it, you know, they want to go back and like they don't want to have any part of this, because if you try to go back, he even tries to channel, he can get tossed in again, and then there's another pit, so no one can really come and help him.
The fight is so weird after this point.
Yeah.
And you know what? The more I see it, the more I think that Tiny is like conceptually counter to Huskar.
It is, absolutely. Like, look at this. It's 30 minutes. You have Aegis. He dealt 8k damage, but look at his team. His gyro couldn't deal damage. His supports can't save him. If there's this distance because there's a Pouch, a Bad Rider, a Venge swap, or in this case, there's a 2-meter giant Saxa who's just tossing you back in the base, you're cooked.
Yeah, the repositioning element Huskar really doesn't like. Like, he needs a team behind him that's able to save him. He needs to be like playing on the front. If you can just break the formation of a Huskar team, it feels
he gets owned.
It feels bad. And I think with Tiny, you're breaking the formation with the Huskar, but you're not. It's kind of pokey. Like, you're not really committing a lot as Tiny. It's not like he goes in and he dies like something like an Axe. You know, it's like an Axe jumps in, he's dead or you're dead. That's it. But Tiny, you're going to force staff out. You're going to toss back. Like, Tiny's all about going into the fight, jumping out, going into the fight, jumping out. So I don't want to call it a counter just yet. But it's really good against Huskar.
Yep, you needed a break in the game. We need a break in the show. We're going to catch our breath. We'll see you in a moment.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. The Yandex story continues. They are just so much fun to watch. Never out of any game. We've got BetBoom swinging for the fences with Huskar picks. I really hope this game too can deliver something similar, guys. That was awesome.
I think it will, because it was not up to the drafts. It was up to the gameplay that brought the game back. They played good. They played
honest
well.
Dota.
Absolutely. Isn't that what we want, Jenkins?
Yes.
Batter up.
Yeah, okay.
You swing for the fences, buddy, because that's what BetBoom's got to do again in this one. Because I think
it's baseball. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know what that is.
Guys, I'm European. Keep this not like American
it's
stuff
like
with yourself.
Mine bratwurst.
They play.
Relax there.
They
This
play
is all I
handball. Handball.
Yeah, what
handball. That's what we like.
Ausgesehen.
I just hope this game goes to 3 games.
I actually do.
Very good
This
segment.
is
These teams have easily been the most fun to watch.
There's been some 2-1s, and to be honest, the games are quite shit. It's like one team figures the other team out after getting destroyed game 1, and they win 2 games.
Or you have a really well constructed draft, and there's not much you can do about it.
Give us a 3-game series that has some hype in it. We had the hype Liquid game, but that was the second game. We need a full 3-game series where every game is like the last one.
And I feel like here you have it. Like both teams are, because they're not afraid. Like you can see that both teams, there are mistakes being made. But this is also, you know, it's a high pressure situation. You're going for like, I would say they're the teams that go for like the more risky plays. Like overall, you know, like going for the high ground, maybe rushing some plays, you know. So that's still something you need to like level up and like level out between the series, talk about it, maybe take an extra second to think and then execute.
I mean, you saw what kind of characters they're like. I mean, we saw the interview with CJ. He couldn't stop smiling.
That's so true.
He could barely answer the questions because his smile was so big. So, and there you go. They say, Watson, we've seen enough of your TA. That's over.
I mean, I like the respect. I think also, did the pick order change?
Yes. Yandex first picked TA last game.
Okay, yeah. So the pick order has changed, so the drafting will change. Because I just don't think that either team was really that unhappy with the draft last game. Like,
no.
It was more play that delayed the game out and like gave Yandex the win. And even until the very end, it could have gone either way.
Yeah. Very different bans.
Available.
Yeah.
Like in Oracle first, I think we've seen Oracle banned, not first phase, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
so
that's
like
the first time
phase.
it's into the first phase.
Yeah, like even Mars is not the type of hero that really makes this happen. But you know, Yandex must have an idea because you are not giving up SF randomly at this stage in the tournament. So I do hope that, you know, they've got something where they're like very happy with it, whether it's like some offlane dual lane, you know, where you feel very happy. There was like a time, I think a couple weeks ago, I kept seeing like Darkseer pop up in like some of the pubs. You play with like another melee 4 guy, you get on him and like try to be very annoying.
We have seen Marcy carry as well, like Ursa carry too. I mean, I guess Shadow Demon is like a soft Darkseer in the sense that you're getting illusions of the SF and they do a significant amount of damage. And at the very least, it evens out that minus armor trade that comes from the aura, because you also get the aura.
Any idea as to why they would prioritize a Mars ban over taking the Shadow Fiend out?
They must feel like that maybe it just lets Miero play like a completely different game. Like outside of, like if you compare all the carries to all the offlaners, maybe they feel like it's the biggest difference by, you know, taking out the Mars. And, you know, if you give Kiritich one of his range guys, maybe they feel like they're all somewhat similar in terms of how strong they are. Because Miero Mars, you know, I can't really fault them for banning it out.
Fair.
They are also dire. So the dire offlane is the one that usually spends the most time in the jungles and like on the island, because you're not going to get the safe lane tier 1 as early necessarily because it's away from the Tormentor. Like everyone is playing top. So the dire offlaner is like, okay, I'm going to lose lane anyway and I'm going to go jungle. So whatever, if they have SF, I guess, you know?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, if I'm Yandex already, you need to... I mean, we've all seen SD. The hero is super good, especially if unchecked. So if you're BB, you're already looking at heroes like Puck and Storm from the mid lane. You're looking at Centaur from the off lane. You can jump him. You have the Stampede against the Purge. And just like overall to like look and like create this draft where, you know, SF, he needs to be...
Tiny is a big one, too.
That too.
That's a
like,
really big one.
And we've seen it in all these games. Like these heroes are super important against SD. That's what you want to have.
I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised by Yandex just 13 picking Tiny, so they don't get it on the BB side. It seems a little bold to me to give away Tiny SF and just have like SD as the answer, you know, unless they want to go like some Lifestealer route where you just don't.
I feel like they wouldn't do that.
But they wouldn't do that because they have
Yeah.
Watson, right? He's like range carry specialist.
5 seconds remaining.
What is Luna versus SF like? Is there some like more, you know, the last couple of days trending carries that can deal with SF that we're seeing that are ranged heroes?
I mean,
Medusa?
Yeah, I think Medusa is good, but the problem is like you have to 16, 17 your guy, and like Medusa is not really that type of hero. I mean, you can ban the AM and like do the thing.
They would need to ban AM. That's the next.
Like I think there's just
12.
a world where you're looking at like maybe some Wind Ranger type hero if you're Yandex. I think that's fine.
Wind
Like,
is good, yeah. That's
because
really
then, I mean, if you want Wind, you probably like ban out the Centaur, and I think you're overall pretty happy. Then there's no Mars, there's no Cent, if that's something that you do want to do.
Maybe that's also part of why if they do go for Wind, why they picked SD, because then BB can't take SD.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, they're picking 9 and then 13, so they like effectively do have the double pick. But a lot of the times you pick this stuff early in the draft because it's very convenient. Okay, so they're you know, effectively block picking the Tusk SF, but it does leave the Tiny SF in the pool.
Yeah, so there's Tiny, I mean, what else do you have? I mean, it is pretty nice, I would say, if you can play melee 5s with Clockwork. And I think, yeah, like, so if you want Tiny 4, which is obviously super good, it makes then you kind of want a range 5. So maybe you can still like swap lanes overall, because other heroes that are in the pool, ooh, this I like against the Tusk. Just, you know, for the root, you have overall good laning. I mean, let me see how they combo this, because 4/5s, you know, there's still Warlock is in the pool, which has always looked good. I don't think SF Warlock is like the most crazy lane. It's good, you know, it's solid.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, maybe they just take like Centaur or something here, because then you know that Yandex is not taking a 4 or a 5, right?
Yeah.
They've picked it already. I think go for Marcy. And this can lane with SF, which is really nice. It also like blocks the potential Marcy pick coming out from the side of Yandex, which we've seen other teams answer the SF with a Marcy carry, and Watson was the guy that invented the Marcy Helm Dom build.
True.
So it's something you always have to consider from him.
I mean, it is a soft flex for the BB side, which is cool. I still think like now, I mean, he does have a lot of options, I think, on Watson. I would like the Wind a lot. I think also if you look later, Muerta is something that can come to mind, like if you're looking at SF and Marcy, which I think is good. And then you need to look, I would say, at some of like the other cores. I mean, I guess you could lock in one of your offlaners here as well for DM. Something that gives you catch would be kind of nice, so just so you like help against the SF. Because they also, at the same time, you need to be expecting that the 18 pick on BB is very likely to be their mid pick for GPK. Like a Spirit already looks really strong against the SD and the Tusk.
And technically, DM could still go for the Darkseer. Like Darkseer, Tusk lane.
Yeah.
It's not so bad.
They will just go for the Centaur. Yeah.
Centaur is good too. Yeah, I mean, the Centaur ulti, it's a little weird into like Dark Willow Brambles. It's hard to run out of those, but other than that, there's no like real hard lockdown on the side of BB, and they very much so like commit to fights. So if you can just disengage with the Centaur ulti.
Yeah, I think also that it makes a lot of sense, because there's still, if you don't pick the Centaur, there's a very high chance BB take it on 18.
Yeah, you're getting it picked.
Like you can put the Marcy 5. I do think
you
it has.
You also have 3 saves.
Yeah, true. That's a lot. And I mean, there's the
4.
There's the Storm now we talked about.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
Because he's on BetBoom, yeah.
He is saved.
Correct. There's a save on the server, yeah.
I would say like both teams are drafting very logically, in a way. Like they are taking, you know, what they want, and they're covering it in like a very nice way. Like we talked about the Storm earlier against the heroes. The Wind makes a lot of sense against the Marcy. Like it makes offlane Marcy a lot worse in that sense. It's good against the SF. Storm overall, like everyone in this game actually is set up for like a pretty good game. Like currently I don't see any of the cores like being set up for a bad time. They're all getting what they want. It all makes sense together. It makes sense against the opponents.
Just to take a step away from the draft for a moment, Andrew, can you explain that stat to people at home, just in case there's newer people watching, the divide between the Dire and Radiant win rate?
56 was a lot for Dire.
56 is a lot. Dire's top right? Can you remind me?
Yeah.
It's the top right. So people are going through the portal and taking the safe lane tier 1 tower, because that's where the Tormentor is. And I think that move in general, it has been like quite devastating. Like in Dota for a very long time, that area, like the enemy safe lane tier 1 very quickly becomes your area, even though it's technically where the enemy towers are. So in a way, if the Tormentor was like on the other side, for example, then it would maybe favor Radiant, because then Radiant is taking that safe lane tier 1 and already wanted to control that area. And I think part of that is like the way offlaners scale into the game. Like they get strong at the timing where you can take that tower, and carries want to like go into the jungle and just be on their own. So that to me makes a lot of sense. I think also there's probably something there with the Roche timings and like where Roche is spawning more naturally. Because also if you're controlling that area as Dire, then that's also where the first Roche is, between the 15 and 20 minute mark. And that's when people are most commonly taking Roche. And it's really interesting because some teams are saying, okay, well, we see this stat, we see this concept, so we're going to pick a ton of minus armor and do Roche between 10 to 15 minutes instead. And that is working for some teams.
I do think it has a lot to do with like the tier 1s, like one of the like first points you mentioned initially, I think there hasn't been like this much of like importance, I think, when it comes to like the earlier towers in the game. Of course, they open up the map. Everyone knows what like mid tier 1 does, but both the safe lane tier 1s are like super crucial for like, you know, having the TP into like the instant gate. You can be on, like on the other side of the map. So I do think it matters a lot. To look back at the pick, I think the bans are quite good from Yandex. I mean, I'm one of the guys that believes in this hero. I think Kunkka could be quite good here. I think X is good against these heroes. You build Blade Mail against Wind Ranger. You could argue that, you know, SD can save and Tusk can save from the spells, but you can also always just, like, you can torrent under those things too. I mean, they'll just go for the BB. I think it's kind of a similar here in a way where you're very open with what items you can build. You could go for a Blade Mail against the Wind Ranger. You have some minus armor now as well with the SF BB. It seems solid.
Super safe. That's how I would see it.
Yeah.
It's something that can't really be like hard counter picked with this last pick. You're going to do fine in lane against Wind. If you get a chipped vest, maybe even a Blade Mail versus Wind, it can be pretty devastating for her. Wind is also not a position 1 ranged hero that likes building a Silver Edge because she basically already has that from Aghanim Scepter. She literally already has that from Aghanim Scepter. So you're not going to get a good break against Bristle.
Yeah.
Well, never mind. That's a good break against Bristle. I meant from the Windrunner pick. I mean, SD also has a break, but it comes in so late in the game that Bristle often has like BKB, Sanj, and Yasha. It's often not that effective. But what is effective is a point and click. You get level 6, and Bristleback does not get to exist. Even against SF, it's a really good break because he likes to build BKB.
Yeah.
The minus armor is very important for him.
This was the hero that whenever there was an SF in the game, that they were putting it on Tai Lung in Heroic.
Yeah, that was their counter.
Conceptually, they thought it was a counter.
Yeah, even not in lane against it. It's legit in their eyes, just a game counter, and it does make a lot of sense.
I think this is a super strong 24 pick. I think BB are in some trouble because like you can look for some moves like onto the Viper mid, but if this game like prolongs, there is so much on Yandex that can like save each other. You've got the card, you've got the disruption, you've got the snowball. Whereas I think for BB, their early moves like aren't really that easy. Like if I'm looking right now, I would actually heavily favor Yandex just because I think also CJ on Viper, he's looked very good. And I think there isn't that much counterplay from BB other than trying to create time and space for yourself.
I think they need to make chaos in the mid lane. Like punish the fact that Viper is slow as hell and that like Willow plus Marcy with a Storm should hypothetically be able to punish a Viper mid. But there are defensive supports on the other side that can help out there. So it's just about...
It comes back to the saves.
It does. It always comes back to the saves.
I'm afraid. Like if I'm a BB fan right now and I'm looking at this draft, I'm definitely nervous for them.
All right, well, it is now time for me to throw you over to the man with the most explosive trousers in esports. It is Sir Action Flex.
That's right. We're keeping it clean here today, my friends, and I am here with us. Oh, good to see you again from Yandex. Sir, you walk into the booth after last game. Absolute, pardon my French, a bit of a shit show, but a very crazy one. I thought you guys were cooked for sure. What do you say to your team? What do you talk to them? You say good job, or you say, boys, what happened?
I say good job, of course, first of all, and then what happened, guys? Why it's so bad?
What do you think happened in that last one? Was it a draft thing or was it a team thing?
I mean, draft-wise, they should have early advantage, but I think we screwed up a little bit in important fights later on when we were able to fight. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. That was that game. Let's talk about this game. I'm seeing a lot of this first pick Shadow Fiend, and it's kind of I've heard a lot of coaches talk about it's either you pick it or you ban it, or it's guaranteed a first pick material. Why not first pick the Shadow Fiend, or fight for that and make sure? Is it really safe to ever give this hero to people?
We just want to play free maps so we could get more turret, and they're not gonna make it.
All right, cool. Fair enough. Fake answer. Thank you very much. Incredible. Last pick from them with the Bristleback, a very common hero, almost in every single role. You guys are going to answer that with the Viper. Is that all about the break? Was it just about that Bristle, or were you already planning on that Viper?
Yeah, it's more about Bristol and good laning into Storm, but I think it's not like that bad for Bristol, and they can still play. So.
Watson just got First Blood on the Wind Ranger. Congratulations there. First Blood, does this matter in games that much anymore? Because I heard an old saying, you get First Blood and 4 runes, you just GG out. Is that true?
It depends, like how much resources you spend. Are you late on the lanes? Are you full?
Sometimes you can like take first blood, but give like 3 bounties and be half HP, so it can be like backfiring you. So it depends.
All right, fantastic. Well, what do you think your chances are? Will we be seeing a Game 3? Would you be prepared for it, or do you want the boys to just close it out here?
Close it out.
Come on, the audience wants a Game 3. It's not going to look bad on you. You already did a great job.
Close it out.
Okay, we'll close it out. This interview as well. Let's go into our game.
Thanks so much, Slacks. I really would like to see a full form interview with us.
I thought Slacks was going to cast the game, considering how long this interview was. Like, he's like, yeah, there's the first blood, asking about the lanes, started to talk about the analysis about everything. But Slacks, he does cast 1 game per tournament. Maybe we can give him 1 in a BO5. Like, he loves to, you know, always squeeze it in with the production. Maybe they let him do it. Probably not, but we'll have to see. Maybe it's better that this is not his last tournament, so just keep him the job that he does have right now. Let's focus on some of the lanes right now. Watson getting that first blood, which is going to be his first stat item he brought. Tangos, he is bringing Bracer as well. Needs extra bit of regen. And Validich will be playing Tusk this time around with the tag team. In the previous one, we saw Kataomi playing Tusk with a different facet. This time around, this is such a deadly combo. You have tag team damage with the focus fire, which is gonna proc. Like, you always have damage. With these 2 heroes, no matter how tanky you are, the heroes are gonna die.
Yeah, gonna be tough to withstand that. Even in the top lane now, you throw the shackles out, you have that tag team life can be very problematic. And you just kind of wonder if that first blood is going to make a massive difference up towards top. Socks are going to die, though, to a raise from Kiritich. He's got a little bit of a recovery. Katome is going to get credit for the kill, however. It's nice to get those kills early on and kind of recover as this Shadow Fiend, because, you know, giving up first blood never feels good. You need to bounce back real quick, and then, it'll start there.
Forcing a TP out. Ooh, that was quick. GPK almost dying to Viper. Chira Jr. using all of his mana pool, and this is a bit of a newer build on Viper. Before, people were still picking up Bottle, but realized that they can just get stats. Buy a couple of mangoes and go for Bracer, go for Null Talisman as well. That's going to be your mana regen. I thought people were AFK for a second. I thought we lagged because nobody moved.
Tap it a couple times, as we've said here, and had ourselves needing a decent pause at times from packet loss. But not today. That's not happening this time. DM, he's perfect so far this tournament, I believe, with this Centaur War Runner. It's not in that many games, but he has found success. And there it is. 2 games, 2 wins. Small sample size, but it's all good. And Soxa getting that courier, despite the fact that they do have that Marcy. GPK falling back into the jungle. Now has to kind of replicate a little bit of what Cheer Jr. did if he's going to be backing up and staying there for long. But immediately Soxa in deep, just trying to block these lanes and block these camps and make sure that this Storm doesn't have access to the jungle as easily.
Yeah, we've seen them farm in that area once they want to get level 6. Miero holding on to Lotus and forcing Windrun out of Windranger. I've seen Windrangers recently because people are picking up this facet from the carry role and then skipping Power Shot completely. But recently I saw quite a lot of 2 points in Shackle Shot. Still max your Power Shot to be able to keep the get the damage. It's good for the farm. You can still farm with your Shackle Shot onto the creep wave. He lands it. But also you have good amount of contribution to a fight early on, especially if you decide to join. And Windranger as a hero will definitely love to join to some of these earlier fights. We saw Watson being super active as a carry if he's playing Luna, going through the Twin Gates, trying to backstab the enemy carry.
Have to see if that ends up being the case with this Windranger, as Soxa again just move it over and continuing to block these camps, making sure that he can stop the pulls this time. Different objectives, same idea. GPK did end up unblocking that camp, so he does have access to that farm again. And now the Dark Willow save coming towards bottom, but not seeing Soxa. Might even move over to try and lock down DM, but kind of lost between the 2 heroes. Back and forth save goes and not really finding who he wants to commit on. That's now 3 heroes sitting here bottom, leaving this Bristleback alone, who's going to be cutting the creep waves. Dispose, Brambles down, but the hoof stomp connects. Double edge again on a 2. Snowball hits 2 heroes, but the pick-me-up trying to get away. DM's low, but it's not going to matter. He'll get a triple kill.
You don't see this often. Like, you don't see Centaur ever getting a triple kill. This hero doesn't like to be, like, involved relatively early on. He wants to chill. He wants to farm, get some levels. And right now, Miero making the lane for himself, dragging 2 creep waves, knowing that their catch is there, but also kind of forcing the enemy team to respond to this rotation. He is bringing boots of speed. They do have flying courier, thanks to Marcy early. Chura Jr., they need a stun.
They have a way to stop it with Saksa showing up, but
he can't start with the disruption.
Yeah, he has to hold out for the TP. That means he has to avoid getting the Quill stored in his face, and that helps when you've got the break. And they'll get the kill to Miero. He never even TPs out.
Extremely good start for Yandex.
They had a 3,000 net worth lead poking up just a second ago. That's insanely high for 6 minutes in. Where's coming off the DM triple kill. Man, if we can... I mean, we're already kind of past it, but I kind of wanted to see how close he was to dying in that exchange, because he had, like, 60 health or something like that, but instead gets a triple. They move over to try and steal the shrine. They've got 3 heroes. This might be a position where you end up losing all 3 again. Holds the snowball, avoiding the brambles. DM's in the face of Karatage. And they brought over Watson. They're in so much trouble. The pick-me-up Karatage trying to get away, but the power shot misses. DM on a Kathomi.
Watson have Shackle.
And he catch up to Karatage. Shackle. Ooh! I thought for a second that might Shackle on a Karatage on the back end of it. But now another double edge. They got the kill and a save. Power shot again off the mark on a Karatage. But Watson, he's got Wind Run to catch up to this Shadow Fiend. He looks over at Kathomi.
In a couple of seconds.
And will maybe get the rebound. Oh, no! Throw the trees into him. Oh, Karatage shackled. Oh, boy.
Karatage, he tried to help him out with the angle.
The shards are there. He is in trouble and dead again.
He stayed. He wanted to help him out with the rebound so that they get out of the trouble. But Watson, third shackle, he does land. It does connect. And this is what we said, that Watson, he will try to get involved. And he might stick around, actually, because he does have focus fire. So might still be able to get the kill. He pops the Lotus and Katawami. Tag team.
Just baiting. He's sitting here low like, why don't you try to go for me? And instead, Watson sticks around and gets that kill.
And that's going to be the tower as well. This is going to be... Or not necessarily that they need to kill it straight away, but this tower is kind of down, so sitting at 300 HP, which does open up the map. GPK deeping in, doesn't have that much mana to work with.
Snowball and Ball Lightning, Maladin, shards, but still dead. And they found the Bristle again. Viper Strike and the right clicks through. That's Chura Jr. claiming the life of Miero.
Maybe it's time to stop. Maybe it's time to play in your own triangle. You have the stacks there. He is high level. He is level 7. Saksa, he was ready for this type of a play. I think teams overall got better at understanding when they can go for this type of a play, bringing in a support with the stun, and then bringing in another hero. And now Chura Jr. about to finish off his Boots of Travel, so he can be anywhere on the map in the next few minutes.
GPK Kathomi coming through to try and get a kill here on a DM. He'll Stampede, and there's not a lot of mana left on the Storm to keep up. And he's also got this Marsh Mage in their face, Miero. He's picking some of these stacks.
The what? Marshmallow Mage?
Yes. In his off time, when he's not being a neutral creep, he is DJing around the world. 7 stacks per team so far. And DM doing the same. He's taking these camps, taking these stacks, and looking for an early Lotus.
He did build early Lotus in those 2 games earlier that he played on Centaur, and then opted to go for either Crimson Guard or a Blink Dagger. I think in this one, it's probably going to be Lotus into Blink Dagger so that they can start a fight. Stampede is one way to disengage and start a fight with these early fights, but later on you need a reliable way of starting it. Saksa, he's level 6 already.
Got that Illusion Rune, and GPK will walk out, but they've got the shards. Shadow Realm, Dark Willow trying to get away as Yandex, they'll chase, they'll strike, and they will kill. Chura Jr. now on a killing spree on this Viper. Got the Boots of Travel, and will continue to work from there as he's gone 3-3-1-1. on his build.
Putting more points into poison attack so that he can still dominate the lane, forcing GPK early to TP out. And now playing with the catapult. Not sure if BetBoom team can respond to this. Shadow Fiend farming on a different side of the map. GPK, it needs to be him. 2 supports, ready to go. Save with the TP. Nice shards again from Maladich.
Yeah, on the run, the Bramble Maze locks up and hits too, so Maladich is going to be dead. Kethomi is here, but GPK, you can't really dive in for more, even despite the fact that Cheer Jr. doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. But you get what you can, you do defend, and back up from there and continue to farm. This is leaving Watson farming top, and he's come over and moved around a bit to the point where he's top of the net worth. And comparing him to the Shadow Fiend is a bit of a scary look.
Yeah, maybe we should not do that. We should not do him dirty. They ruin his game. He does have 3 deaths on Shadow Fiend. Not the start that you want, but I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit of a hater. The Shadow Fiend, for the past 20+ years for me, has been the favorite hero to kill in Dota. Like, you show up on him, he has no defensive tools. Back in the days, it was even more easy knowing that he did not have Requiem of Souls fear mechanic. So you just get a jump, you close the gap, and he's kind of dead. Still the same thing before Requiem. Doesn't have too much mana to work with in this one. I also want to see what kind of build Viper's going to go for. Chura Jr. did play 1 game on Viper, did lose that game. Went for Aghanim Scepter BKB. We saw Tai Lung play Viper a bit differently, going for Crimson Guard from the mid lane if it's a good game for it.
He's focusing on Ags, and it will be Lotus for Centaur. Maybe we see the Crimson there. I'm curious as to if the Viper will change off this Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I might want, like, if they do go for 2 auras, if you get 5 Crimson from the mid and off lane, you are super strong. Like, if you can get the timing right, maybe you get something extra from 2 of your supports. But it seems like supports are building into different items, knowing that there's a lot of physical, so Solar Crest, and also amplify the damage of your carry. Oh, it does miss. Watson, he sensed something was up. Also not the easiest kill to get, playing into 2 supports with defensive tools, one of them TP in. I hear Requiem. Heritage fake pumping it, pretending that there's an action happening.
Gotta pretend the action's happening and envision that winning fight with your Requiem doing all the heavy lifting. But for now, it's just farming. It's not really letting that Requiem rip. The whole time, DM, he's just had such a great start to this game. 4-0-2. Obviously, that triple kill really boosting him up. But he's got Helm of the Dominator, and he's only 400 gold away from a Lotus. He's almost as farmed as his carry. He's had such a great start. The answer for BetBoom currently, at least what they believe to be the answer, is keeping up in farm. And of course, they need to get a lot here for their Storm and their Shadow Fiend, because they are quite far behind when it comes to their lane opponents or their position opponents.
Yeah, they really are. It needs to be GPK playing with 2 supports to be able to get something done. They need to control the rune for Storm. Bristleback is a bit of an AFK farm type of an offlaner. He doesn't necessarily want to join. He wants action happening in his lane. First item on Miro is going to be Lotus Orb. Makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of annoying spells that he can dispel or reflect to the enemy team. And speaking of Lotus, you said DM, he is getting close to his. Needs another 50 gold, which is going to be pretty good. Good ways of dispelling things from Bristleback. Great against Dark Willow, Bramble Maze. Probably the most annoying spell that he's playing into, so the Stampede's not going to be as effective. But with Lotus, things do change. And 2 offlaners, Lotus at the same time.
Yeah, relatively the same timing, but difference will be the Helm of the Dominator for the Centaur. There's double Bracer on this Bristle instead. Whereas it's no boots, Helm, Lotus. They smoke up as 3. They go towards top. Yandex looking to get a kill. They do have Watson in the area. Behind them was the Dark Willow, who won't get a sniff of this at the moment. and Yandex going to cut through the creep wave. Maybe they do catch this Bristle, and he's going to walk right into them. They place that ward. They spot him, but he's got the Lotus. Need to be a little bit careful. Shackles fly in, throw back at Watson, but the Viper strike to pick me up. Not going to be enough to save the life of Miero, and now it actually puts Naomi in some trouble, but the Requiem from behind them and the Terrorize, the Bedlam, they end up getting one, but it's just Maladich. It's not what they really wanted, throwing out that Requiem and having that Terrorize connect.
Yeah, it seems like they need to bring the whole squad. The GPK was not in that fight. It needs to be him to be able to get 1 kill, maybe 2 extra kills, and another good move from Yandex. They are in full control of this game. 5k gold lead, about to finish off another tower, and about to finish off Mjolnir on Windranger.
Map getting smaller, and the farm for Yandex is heavily favoring them. This is kind of going against what we've seen BetBoom have success with, because they just don't have the network to keep up. It's usually, like we've talked about, them having the numbers and looking for these ganks and getting these fights to go their way. But when you're behind like this, you just, you know, maybe can get 1 hero if they're alone, but with the lead that Yandex has, they're kind of moving around as a unit. They're not really solo in many moments. And that's a bit of an issue. BetBoom need to really punch back with everybody to have that answer. And so now you've got the Viper. He picks up that Ag, so he'll have that big nosedive, and he'll look to turn these fights crooked for BetBoom. Watson, this is the idea. Get somebody soloed out. He'll shackle this Storm. The Bedlam on top. They've got the Bramble.
Mjolnir doing
the
a
save
lot
from Saxa. They get the save. They have the disruption. GPK power shot. Oh! They get the kill anyway. Saxa finishes off GPK, and save now on the run. Another gank gone bad for BetBoom.
That Mjolnir, that was insane amount of damage in that previous fight. This is something that I wanted to mention is, let's say you throw Mjolnir onto a target with the Disseminate. Let's just do Centaur, for example. Okay. So retaliate damage coming out from him, Mjolnir procs, Disseminate, even Viper with his corrosive skin. It's going to be very difficult to bring down these heroes, and they're going to be reflecting so much damage.
Is there math on that, or is it too many numbers?
Hard to tell how many times it's going to proc, how many times they're going to hit them.
Feels like a quiz show.
Big number.
Big
damage.
number.
Big number.
Ah. I love when I can relate to the analytical numbers. A big number good. And that is definitely what we're seeing a lot of, because 15 is bigger than 4, 6K is bigger than what BetBoom have at the moment, and Yandex are leading. Continuing to stock up on these items that they need to continue their success. And it's soon to have that Blink Dagger, and not only the Centaur, but the Tusk, so you'll have ways into these fights. And honestly, ways to get these saves. You'll have the Centaur who'd be willing to be that initiator. Tusk gonna use this Blink to have the snowball save. It does line up where Yandex are gonna have a lot more boxes checked as this game gets to about that 20-minute mark. And that's where the objectives come into play. Going for the Tormentor, going for the 21-minute Shrine. Maybe they want to find themselves going for Roche in that timing as well. And so things are starting to show themselves. Lotus Viper Strike, there's the break on the Viper, nosedive in. Not committing any further than that, then once everything got reflected.
They're still thinking about the mid lane.
Snowball Shackle doesn't
connect.
GPK, he still has to kind of be careful, because Centaur, if he wrapped around, maybe could jump him afterwards. Not going to do that, though. They'll just focus on going for Roche. So that's that timing. Again, is Roche going to die about 20 minutes? They can follow it up with Torm and everything else. This is such a massive chunk of timing that comes through in a lot of these games.
Even without Focus Fire, Tag Team, they still have more than enough damage sitting inside of Nether Toxin. They will be able to take this Roche and give it to Watson. I think this time around, Shura Jr. as Viper doesn't really want to be holding on to Aegis. And the scaling is definitely there. This is not the Viper that is going for auras from the mid lane. Boots of Travel, Aghanim Scepter, straight into BKB.
What's the answer for BetBoom? Is it just trying to move around and avoid these fights? Because there were times when they were trying to get pickoffs, as we saw top, and they lose both heroes for it. But would you rather them just kind of try and move fluidly and avoid the aggression of Yandex and farm
Don't think they have enough to take the fight. Whoever gets Focus Fired is dead, if Tusk is sitting on top of him, and Tusk does have Blink Dagger. Maladich always manages to find the farm immediately to the bottom lane. So Maladich also has shards, and he has shards maxed out, which means that he will be even getting more farm.
It's the shards squared farm technique. And also making life a little bit more of a struggle when you're locked within them. Supports super farmed on the Dire side. Always got to do that neutral enchantment check, and Shadow Demon's got it for the greedy, and Marcy does not. So only Shadow Demon right now out of the 4 supports. He'll be getting more of that gold, and you can see the support gold definitely up there. Of course, with the extra 4 Tusk with the shards. Lotus pick me up, but Shrine for Maladich, and the other Shrine there for Cheer Jr. He's got boots of travel. He goes over mid. He wants to try and get the kill here onto the Shadow Fiend, but the damage not going to be in time with the CB out. Took that tower over mid.
Kiritich hits him with the outplayed. Easy 75 mana. Gets out of trouble.
Kill there on the GPK. Watson. He is so strong at the moment, and GPK is just not enjoying life with the damage coming in from this Wind Ranger. And he tried to gank the Wind Ranger, died then. Now Wind Ranger comes over, kills him, and it's just, there's no answer for the Wind Ranger at the moment. I think you need all 5 heroes to even have a shot.
Pretty much, and they're moving so quickly across the map, utilizing these twin gates. Bristleback.
Lotus trying to keep himself protected. But now they've got the Stampede. After that Lotus is done, now you can go to the Disruption. You'll have Cheer Jr. ready to throw that Viper Strike and the nosedive right on top of him, and Maladich is there. So with these boots of travel, with the twin gate movement that they are making from Yandex, they are just all over the map. This has been so good from Yandex. The fluidity that they have around the map throughout these first 23 minutes has been the star of the show.
Pretty much. DM is gonna get jumped, but quick fingers. Oh, DM is outplaying them so hard.
Damn, man. He's just out. Nothing stopping this Centaur.
And immediately the big smile. It's like, yeah, I did this. This is me. I'm so good.
You gotta think that, especially
yeah,
in
you
pubs.
have to. Yeah, you definitely
gotta hype yourself up. You don't have a caster to hype you up in your own head. It's gotta be you. Gotta make sure that every good play you make is just hyped up right in your own head.
And when people talk about like these 16, 17-year-old players, they're like, oh yeah, like what do they talk? Like, you gotta be that cocky little shit, you know. You gotta have that attitude. Otherwise, you're not gonna be winning anything. You can't have mentality. This guy's better. Even if he is, you just gotta say that he's not. Gotta pretend. Fake it till you make it.
Blink, Walrus Punch, and the Shackle while you're in the air. GPK getting played there. Still a minute left on this Aegis. I don't know if I have it. I mean, this is definitely the only reason I'm not pro, but I'm not a cocky little shit. I just don't have that mentality. But these guys, I mean, they're just so confident. They have the skill. They have the play. As you would say, professional e-athletes. One of my favorite lines of yours.
Yep, DM is doing pretty good. Slotting in nicely. He might become, you know, one of those stand-in assassins like Lorinov is.
Each stand-in looking for a home, and for just 23 cents a day, you too can help give them a home. As Sarah McLachlan's In the Arms of an Angel starts playing, we can start doing advertisements for these stand-ins, because there's been a lot at this tournament. But they are doing quite well. I mean, every stand-in, for the most part, had pretty significant shows. DM here, Vici. I know that, you know, he had a pretty solid event overall. Just a 10,000 net worth lead for Yandex that BetBoom just have not been able to scratch into at all.
When was the last time that they got a kill? It's been like good 10 minutes pretty much, unable to find anything on the map.
They have 4 kills. Their last kill was at 16 minutes to a Tusk. Their last kill on anybody that wasn't Tusk was at 2.5 minutes.
So haven't managed to kill a core.
No.
Throughout the whole game. That's a really bad sign.
It's definitely one of them.
And again,
it's one of the bad signs.
Yandex, twin gate rotation, moving fast across the map. They might be able to find him here. GPK, his net worth is very, very low for this stage of the game.
It's not good when you're below 10k at this point as the mid. Forced to zip away. Struggling to really find an answer and terrorize, but won't matter. Snowball kill for Maladich, who's continuing to roll. He's level 13, has that blink. All is going right.
Yeah, let's see if Chura Jr. commits with Orchid. He just purchases BKB, thinking maybe Orchid is going to be the item that Storm is going to be afraid of. GPK is still not showing his item, so maybe he'll going to wait it out until he shows one of the components.
And the shards.
He's just dead here.
They've got the shackle, they'll get the kill, and that's up on the high ground. There's no fear for Yandex. Continuing to expand and shut down these BetBoom heroes. BetBoom try to get in. They're going to rebound out. Save, though, taking the damage. They'll reflect the break with the Viper Strike. The BKB has been popped with the ball lightning to try and catch Maladich, who is just so deep into the base of BetBoom. Ill-advised, I would say. But you give them one back. Sure.
It's still a kill only on position 5, but that's a 1 farm position 5, the most farm support in the game, level 14. So
that was a good amount of gold for them. Well, for the Marcy. That was too deep. LGD too deep right there. You never want to be in those zones.
Yeah, they called them LG deep at the time.
They did, myself included. A long road to effective items here for Shadow Fiend. BKB and Silver Edge is going to take some time. But they're not getting that kind of time. They're not being left alone throughout this game. Tusk back in and, uh-oh. Miero? Shards, see him. Walrus Punch, no Lotus on the Viper Strike this time, but the Shackle connects onto Watson, thrown back via the Lotus. And now the rebound, they don't actually get the kill on Miero because the Snowball was going to the neutral camp to get that stun on him once more, but because of the rebound, jumps away, and they miss that Snowball. Get that kill.
Roshan gonna be respawning in 2 minutes. Another Tormentor as well.
Maladich didn't get this shrine, but Kithomi is still gonna be dead. Watson on a mega kill streak.
I'm looking for that fight. How they're gonna... Kiritich has amplified damage. Looking for a solo pickoff. That's the one.
But he's got a BKB. Nosedive, the right-click damage, doing some work, but not enough. They've got DM coming around from behind. They'll look for the Requiem. That flies out, and that's gonna now be a little bit of a way to escape, but not a great way to escape because Watson's here with his BKB of his own, gets the kill on a Kiritich. They finally get the kill on a Chira Jr., so they will get a core finally in this game, but Watson pulled back via the Vortex. Snowball for a save. That BKB running out for Miero. Save, and nowhere to be found because it's Saxa who's got the save of the disruption if need be, but the Lotus on to Miero runs out. Here comes Saxa, disruption. Hope Stomp misses. A little bit of a desync from the side of Yandex, but they want in. They want more. Lotus, Shackle thrown out, but the Snowball reflected. That stops the Shackle from connecting onto the Storm behind Miero. They looked for the angle, but they didn't quite get it. Now the Hoof Stomp into the Walrus Punch, or, well, vice versa, and Miero ends up dead. Blink away from the Dark Will, the TP out from the Storm, save. Now he's here, but now he's trying to get away, and the shards aren't going to be enough to get the kill. He'll just TP in the Shadow Realm.
Maladich, he wanted to have the angle, maybe trap him, go with the Tumbler Stoy, and then snowball onto the creeps, but a bit too quick. Still showing some signs of life. Shadow Fiend did get the Requiem, but they also need extra bit of right click. Even though there was Lotus Orb and Focus Fire reflected, Wind Ranger pops the Wind Run, so you're not receiving any of that damage. Let's see if they're going to be able to contest the next Roshan, contest the next Tormentor as well, because it seems very difficult. And I like that Watson also did go for, like, these are the items that you usually buy on Wind Ranger. Sometimes you see BKB come in slightly later because there's a very good Manta-style game. This time around, it's Hurricane Pike, it is BKB. He has the protection, knowing that there are no BKB piercing abilities. The only way he dies, I would say, if he gets jumped by this Storm, by the Shadow Fiend.
Walrus punch.
He's the one getting jumped now.
Snowball, rebound BKB, look for the Requiem, and now the Bedlam on top of Maladich, but he's able to get out. Has that Force Staff to get that distance away from the Shadow Fiend, but the blink in with the hoof stomp from DM, that's a kill and a save. Didn't catch him the first time around when they were in Yandex's jungle, but this time in BetBoom's jungle, Yandex have a kill onto save.
Right in front of Roche. Focus fire ready with tag team. This Roshan dies so quickly.
Should be another Aegis as, for Watson as he steps up. It's the Aegis, and they've got a banner on Tusk. One outer tower remains for Radiant. We can see this move in onto Cheer Jr., but he pops that BKB off immediately.
He knew something was coming. Still the damage, right-click damage from Shadow Fiend with amplified damage should not be underestimated. And you can see even with Lotus.
Yeah, they're attacking me. Guys, they fucked up.
And that's definitely the kind of confidence you need.
Yeah, that's the listening. 75% of the words were beeped out. That's just Dota players right there.
I definitely feel like a lot of comms are maybe filled with some expletives. You get excited. It's part of the excitement. Snowball then gets reflected. This was good to stop the Shackle from connecting Miero to GPK. Well placed to stop that connection that Watson probably would have killed both of them on. And then they get the kill on Miero. They look for the rest, and the TP out from Storm gets him away. Though you can see the struggles as they're going to look for the Requiem with the Cursed Crown. This is the Aegis. Tusk not able to get the save, and now they've got
What's
the fear.
The plan now?
Oh, we'll see what he's got going. Snowball, Yule's up into the air. Karatage taking the damage with the focus fire. Karatage is just dead. They get the kill on Maladich. It's actually in death, but save is gone, and he'll try to TP out, and does. But all that just for Tusk.
The only core that did die in this game is Viper. They managed to kill Wind Ranger just now. As I said, the only way she dies is if she gets jumped by Shadow Fiend and Storm Spirit with the Requiem. But the follow-up plan is not there. You don't have enough saves. It needs to be pick me up, try to maybe get him out of that focus fire range. But Watson still had the BKB. He was very patient with it. Once he respawns, Shadow Fiend dies in literally 2 seconds.
That BKB not nearly enough, and now there's a Daedalus on Watson. The damage numbers are getting up there. And Miero had the Lotus, now he doesn't. We'll see if they just try to dive him with the Viper Strike. Instead, they've got the Bramble Maze down, and Watson's got the Lotus for himself. Shadow Realm Strike doesn't really do anything. These heroes will group up, don't have an Aegis anymore. However, Yandex taking over
I
the
think
side
it's
of
time. Let's see if DM clicks follow on his carry. He found the Alpha Wolf.
Yep.
It's coming. Like he did it every single time when he played Centaur.
That's all you got to do. Can't keep up with Windrunner, but eventually he'll get there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Where do they go on the side of BetBoom to slow this down? Net worth has kind of stabilized around that like 10K-ish mark, but it's just not enough.
Huge damage increase for Wind Ranger. Daedalus, Serrated Shiv, level 20 talent with Focus Fire, and having that Alpha Wolf follow her.
Yule's Terrorize. No, BKB. And Viper's TPing in onto the creeps to get the kill on a save. It's going to be godlike for Watson. Can they stop the TP? Yes, they can with the Shackle. And there's the Viper Strike. Miero is dead. It's so easy right now for Yandex. Nothing standing in their way.
I like the play from Kirich. He's sitting next to the gate inside of Shadowblade, so whoever gets through the Twin Gate. Maybe he grabs a kill, good amount of XP, good amount of gold as well. GPK, he needs to run away. I think they managed to pick up only one Shrine of Wisdom in this game on BetBoom team. They snowballed so heavily on Spandex.
Yeah, they have expanded the belt line and continued to just grow this net worth lead. BetBoom have kind of just been quiet the entire time. They only have that one core kill on Viper throughout the entirety of this game. What do you do when you can't kill the cores? With no answers, it's a... I mean, yeah, sure, it's a question if you want to try and answer it.
I don't think I have the answer for that one. They need to pull it off. Like, there's no ages this time around on Windranger, but there is double save. There's going to be triple save later on once Centaur picks up Aghanim Scepter. Going for a BKB now might change his mind, thinking that it's still like BKB plus card allows you to jump into Requiem. You don't care too much about it. You don't care about the Bramble Maze from Dark Willow. GPK managed to recover good amount considering where he was. He still found a good amount of farm. Only 2,000 behind Viper in a game like this where they haven't killed a single core other than Viper once. Still feels pretty good.
Considering where he was at.
Yes.
Gosh. Impressive recovery. Marcy's done a good job of finding farm too.
It's that kill from Maladich.
Heroes stacked up bottom. 5 heroes coming bottom to smoke and go. They've got the Aghanim Scepter for Watson, but that's got to go and get delivered. That's on its way. Empiric Metamorphic Mandible. Double for Cheer Jr. Stampede, blink away. Now the pick me up, trying to get Kiritich out. Can they get anybody on the retreat? They even turn back for a second. They don't instantly commit back to the base. No interaction between the teams, just a little back and forth on the blinks and movements.
Windranger also finished off her Aghanim Scepter, which is invis, so that's great, but also 35% damage reduction physical. I think Shadowfiend needs MKB. I see that he has Daedalus in his quick buy, but somebody also needs to address this Windranger. Not sure how they're going to be able to kill her if he doesn't have the right clicks that can't go through. They're like right click damage. If you can't get the hits through from the Storm, from Bristleback, spell damage is not there unless you're using the big combo. And it seems like Yandex, they don't need to rush anything. They could wait out the next Roche, maybe get a pick off. If they find an opening, they will take the fight. But they don't need to rush it. The state of the game right now feels very good for them. Kiritich is going to get the D word on the high ground. Shira Jr. farming on the different side of the map with Boots of Travel, getting some extra XP.
Why not when he can enter these fights with Boots of Travel? Has that availability to be in these fights pretty quickly. For the most part, as long as the creep wave stays up. They are stacked up bottom again on Yandex, but it's 2-2-1 in the way that they're grouped for BetBoom. Kiritich using the Silver Edge to move around, but the Viper has shown back up over mid. DM's gonna go with the creep wave as he will look to finish off the complete bottom set of racks. The rest of the team pull off of the creep wave, DM included, because he's got that Alpha Wolf. Just looking, one more shot. Gets it. What a waste. Hits him with the voice line immediately.
And nobody responding to that small bad Wolfie.
DM looking to lead the charge, of course, with the Lotus and the tankiness that he's got. He's gone the Pipe Crimson duo. Nothing really stopping him there, and now Shadow Realm is done, Shackles connect, and save is dead. Nobody to save him. Not really a lot of gold gain there, and it's beyond godlike for Watson. Game kind of slowing down where Yandex feel as though that they've got this advantage and maybe they could wait to the next Roche.
They want to wait.
Aegis.
Yeah, they're also prepping to siege. I see Chura Jr. now with the Scotty finished, thinking about buying Aghanim Shard. With Aegis on Windranger, you should be able to go high ground, force them to use this big combo, and after that, it does feel like they're running out of steam. Sure, you're fighting into Storm Spirit, who's close to base, so his mana regen is going to be insane. He can get multiple zips in with the Sheaver's Guard, maybe a bit of a kiting, but let's see, Centaur. His neutral item, Idol of and yeah, it's a good one. It's a slow resistance, phase movement, extra bit of evasion. Very good against Shadowfiend, good against Storm.
The Idol of Skriok.
Yeah, that one.
Something that not Shadowfiend, Jesus, I was Skywrath Mage talks about a lot. They were smoked, they were nearby, but Kiritich invis with the Silver Edge. And now level 25, the Focus Fire kills advance the cooldown by 18 seconds. And it's only a 30-second cooldown to begin with. Or, sorry, it's, 30 seconds. Thought I read that wrong for a second. Thought my eyes deceived me. DM just gonna sit here mid, nobody could really jump him and get that kill, even with all 5 heroes. When he's got his team nearby his side, he is in no harm at all. As they will wait for Roche 13 seconds. Maladich will be the ward. Sit there and do some photosynthesis. And wait for Roche to respawn. And 2, don't show that clock. There it is, there's Roche. Back up. And he did commit to the Daedalus, so no MKB. And he's going Satanic afterwards, so there won't be an MKB to deal with this Windranger.
Maybe he thinks we can try to deal with the rest, but if this Windranger is not addressed, she's just doing way too much. And again, you're fighting into Aegis. She's still about to be picked up. Trying to go for the pickoff. Can definitely get it on the other side of the map. All it takes is one shackle, and the heroes are gonna die.
Game really hitting a hard handbrake here. And Yandex, again, have been dictating the entirety of the game. BetBoom just trying to live within their worlds. Kind of find a way to take over at a certain point when they're holding this high ground. But they still have to get out there and farm, which they've been doing pretty well. When you look at the numbers, they're not that far behind. For the cores, there's a big difference between the Windrunner and the Shadowfiend, but maybe not one that's big enough where Yandex can take the fights as easily as they have in the past. Yes, your only core to die has been the Viper up to this point, but overall, it does make me wonder if Yandex have a different feel on this game. Yes, they're ahead. We see the numbers, but maybe they lost a little bit different.
Yandex lost 5,000 net worth in the last couple of minutes, even though they are the ones killing Roshan. BetBoom team still getting something done on the map. It's only an 8k gold lead. At this point, it really doesn't matter that much. It's basically less than 2k per hero in terms of the items.
They've been sitting around this part of the map for Yandex on BetBoom's side for a while, in between objective taking. Buyback situation's a little bit rough for BetBoom because they don't have it for the Shadowfiend and the Storm, but they'll go into the base, they'll find themselves this Dark Willow, at least to start, and they'll get the kill onto this Viper very quickly. Cheer Jr. just not with the team. He sat there mid and he ends up dead. DM might be in trouble there too. He needs to try and survive. There is a cheese, but it's on the Tusk to get the kill into the SF, who now has buyback. So Watson with the BKB now looking to get away from GPK. They'll throw the Terrorize and land it onto this Windranger, as they will find Maladich and get a second kill. They bump back on the Dark Willow. Bramble's locking up Watson, but he's got the win run with the Ag, so he's back to Invis and will run away. But Chira Jr. getting ripped away from that fight very quickly.
I guess he was expecting Sports to be behind him when he gets jumped initially to get disruption, get the snowball save. Didn't happen. They blew him up from 100 to 0 immediately, and you can feel the power of Shadowfiend in some of these late game engagements. This is why this hero is the first pick material or the ban material. So DM jumps in, and he's already dead on Viper. And DM also in a lot of trouble. Gets disrupted there, but Kiritich gets blown up without using the ulti. For the next fight, they do have Storm Spirit with Aghanim Scepter. They can combine that with Kaya Yasha on Shadow Fiend and maybe get the big Requiem onto 2-3 people, which is going to make the fight so much easier for them.
And now you've taken this fight. Yes, you killed Kiritich, but there are issues. And the attempt to TP out is successful for Miero. And the fear of letting this game go does seem as though it's creeping up on Yandex a bit.
Wind Ranger can still carry this game. I see Refresher in a quick buy for Watson. He can still grow bigger. DM, 5,000 gold saved up. That's going to be another save if two supports are not able to get any saves going onto Viper. Like, we've seen Vipers fall off in these mid-late game situations where he's very difficult to deal with at the early game, but in these 40-plus minute games, sometimes he tends to fall off. Watson, off to the high ground. Focus fire. Glyph is ready.
Kiritich gonna look for an entry point. Brambles the damage, but not enough yet. They hit the break. It's going to be on the Wind Ranger. They go to the backwoods. They've got the Vortex. There's Sniffy with the BKB pop by GBK. The look and throw that Viper Strike onto the Bristle, but the pick me up with the rebound will let him escape the grasp of Yandex. They're still working with an Aegis for 45 seconds. And they're looking to rip down the top set of buildings. With the Axe, the Vortex lands on 2. Walrus punches out into the Marcy. The Snowball going to be reflected, so that's going to send them back towards Maladich. Maladich drawing him into the rest of the team. Yes, it just hit a couple, but Kiritich going to be in a bad spot. Tries to blink away. BKB going to be popped as well as the Silver Edge. He has to get back past the gate, but he can't. Watson gets the kill. It's going to be another one on the Kethomi. He's going to buy back. They do not buy back on this Shadow Fiend just yet, but they might need the help on the SF as they hit the Walrus punch on a save. Dark Willow in some trouble. Snowball once again looking to get the reflection, but it's not going to be there. They get the save, and now the Vortex is going to land on the 2. GPK trying to hold. Kiritich still not there. Marcy's in
5
trouble.
seconds for Aegis.
Naomi trying to rebound away, and finally they get the kill on him again. So he bought back. He's gone. Still no Kiritich, and they lose the Aegis on Yandex. The timing. They buy back now on Kiritich after the timing runs out, but you need to get something for this buyback. Where is it going to come from? Focus fire, balling in. That's a Vortex on to 2. They'll try to get the control, but Kiritich can't commit in. Viper Strike once more. Miero locked in thanks to the shards. He's got nowhere to go. They get the kill there. 100 seconds, no bristleback. So it's all on GPK and Kiritich. They'll call GG. It's just too much. 1.2 gigawatts in your face, and they're going back to the grand finals.
Man, Yandex, they have looked clean so far at Wallachia. DM's performance pretty insane, and looking at this game, they only managed to kill one core twice, and that's about it. Every single kill that they managed to get was onto the supports.
Man, Yandex look clean. They eviscerate BetBoom in this one. And man, they just had no answer for this roster, and we're going to throw it over to the panel to hear what they have to say about it. Take it away, guys.
I think we're watching the team that's winning the tournament, personally. I think Wallachia always throws up surprise winners.
You think they'll win through the lower bracket?
What?
Oh, BetBoom, of course.
Oh, yeah, of course. No, I am, of course, talking about Yandex. Yeah, they have just looked so good, executed everything they've wanted to do. The super cool drafts, like really high-level conceptualization. Map movement, rotations, like everything's been immaculate.
It's like the power of standing, and just I think also like all the players like understanding what they need to do. Like in the earlier clip, DM is getting like a triple kill, and then here as well, they're already up 3k gold at minute 7. You know, Save is dying. They're getting like the Wisdom Shrine. Everything is like going according to plan. Overall, for BetBoom, I didn't really love their draft. I think like this 23 Bristleback. I mean, this also, you know, he's trying to help his friends. You get it, but then he dies as well. But yeah, just having the BB, you get this last pick Viper, you have like Watson Wind Ranger who barely died in this entire game. I think this was one of like the more slower games, or like maybe more silent games I've seen from BetBoom. And here as well, it's just like a 0.1 second. You know, Saksa comes in with the TP, he saves, and he now eats the Remnant before it can also hit. Like, it's so many cool things.
Yeah, you could make a point that like any of the players could be MVP, honestly. Like even in the first fight, the fact that Watson is level 5, showing up to that play, like having power shot level 2.
It's like a Mickey move.
Yeah, it is absolutely a Mickey move. And I think in the current patch of Dota, you kind of need to subvert expectations like that, where maybe you'd expect like a Windrunner to come through the portal, level 6, but instead he's understanding that if he shows up at that timing, it's not going to be good. For BetBoom, of course. Yeah. Very good for his team. I mean, it's risky. It could actually not be good for his team. If they don't get some kills there and he's level 5 Windrunner showing up to that, it could genuinely be bad.
He's like a 14-0 win range in this game. And I think, like, talking about the skill build, that I think Mikke was kind of the first one. Like, I would say that Dota at the highest level is a lot about options. Like, how many options do you have? If you go like this normal build of Max Shackle with the Windrun, you kind of lose out on like these TP rotations or joining some earlier plays. So I think, you know, pivoting where maybe you give up like 5% of laning, but then you can actually join fights and be in more plays, because without this, he would not be 14-0 and 15, but my bro was in like every play, making all the moves. Just, this was a near perfect gameplay from this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like you said as well, you know, like anyone could be the MVP. I love the way they dealt with the Shadow Fiend. We're a little bit nervous about them letting it through and wondering what their plan to deal with it was. Well, I mean, we saw that in action during the game.
Yeah, they had the counter. I mean, honestly, their whole draft, this was like one of those drafts where instead of hard countering with one hero, they had like 4 soft counters, which effectively makes for...
Is that the equation?
I think so.
4 softs equals 1 hard.
Equals 1 hard. I think so.
I think that checks out.
I think that's definitely a good ratio.
It's also like if you look at like the laning, right? You have SD against Marcy. Like the Marcy 5, it looked pretty bad in this game. I'm not gonna lie.
Right, well, look, let's have a break. Let's all sit back and enjoy another Slacks interview.
Thank you so much, Richard and Lewis. Great panel, by the way. Incredible job. I am here with Watson, the god-tier carry of this team. Sir, incredible work. Both those games seem effortless. You guys seem like you're unburdened. That's how I would put it. Is that how you feel? No pressure, no stress?
Yeah, we're just chilling and like just enjoying games.
General chilling games. Is that a little bit of with the stand-in buff? A lot of teams talk about we have a stand-in, anything could happen. You guys have a hell of a stand-in in DM. He's killing it. Is that why, or is this just how you feel?
Yeah, I think we were trying to find our Dota with stand-in because we were training like we've noticed like for 2 weeks. And one day before flight, he got canceled on his visa and we get DM. So yeah, first the games like against Heroic, I think we just 2-0 without any chance we lost. I thought, oh my god, but then we just decided like day by day, improve, talking about Dota heroes, and yeah.
And it just seems easier and easier for you. We've seen teams like Liquid, they're struggling. These are long games, 70-minute games. You guys are closing them out quick, looking dominant. What's different about you guys? How come you don't throw on the high ground like we just saw in the last series with Heroic?
Discipline.
Discipline, okay. Discipline, skill, fantastic. All right, some could say, you know, you guys are giving them the Yandex. I'm so sorry. That was extremely unprofessional. Let's talk about your backpack. What's going on here? Can we show off the swag here? Put it. Oh yeah, hell yeah. What's up with I believe this is Blossom?
Yeah, I don't know how it is in English. Super Pulse.
Super Pulse.
I don't know how it's in English.
Now you were telling me a story earlier. You lost a Labubu.
Yeah, like when I arrived to hotel, 3 days after I like looking in my backpack and I don't have my Labubu. Oh, no. So yeah, I lost my Labubu. Here I have Queen. Yeah. Saying
Quinn, that is Quinn. It says good luck on Quinn. Great.
Yeah, and of course CY.
Oh, and CY with another good luck. Look at that. The whole crew is here. Fantastic.
But not Quinn is here.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we'll get a zoom. We got Quinn and CY there. Fantastic. Well, we can see a lot of people are rooting for you, not just at home, but on your bag. If anyone finds a Labubu, please turn it in. Watson needs it back, or maybe not. You've been doing great since you lost him, so go to hell, little Labubu. Never come back. Thank you so much. Can't wait to see you again in that upper bracket, baby. Let's bring it back to the panel.
We will. Well done.
Yandex. What is he talking about?
I don't know. Yandex, Labubus. Where are we at?
I don't know
right now?
where that's going.
I think this guy's
also,
lost
Kez, who's your favorite Super Puff?
My favorite, it's Blossom. Actually, back in Han, one of the greatest games, of course.
Yes.
One of my alt accounts was Blossom because Blossom itself was taken.
You smurfed?
Yeah, like 10 years ago. React harder? Can you react harder?
That's illegal.
That's crazy. Lock it in.
Lock it in. Now back to Yandex. We asked ourselves a question at the start of the playoffs: could they keep it up? And they have kept it up. They are keeping it up.
They're the keep it up crew.
And now they're in the final. It's actually such a cool story, really.
Okay, I got this one. Yeah, I think Malady is.
I love this guy.
We got to keep talking about him. You know, Watson, he's the GOAT, right? You got this young kid, rank 1 for super long. Everyone's expecting really big things from him, but he never had a support in lane like Malady. Not only is this, he's winning him every single lane. It is. I'm not going to say it's easy to look this good.
It's not easy.
It's not easy to look this good, but you can't look this good if you don't have such an amazing position 5 that's coming up with these new ways to subvert expectations in the lane, beating, like, I remember watching these guys dismantle Crit and Amar.
Which is, again, not easy.
That is not an easy thing. This is like the strongest off lane in Dota history, and they make them look like they're smurfing.
That's true.
A final thought
like Kezer.
Break?
I mean, to me, I think like DM as well, you know, he's the stand-in of the team. I've said it before, you know, it's always not that easy. Again, he was without any deaths in this last game. I think he's enabling a lot. Like for me also, you know, I think he's currently teamless or maybe making a stack with Astini. You know, nothing too serious.
Astini +5.
Exactly. So like people should look at this guy, not just for this tournament, but to pick him up, you know, post this Wallachia.
Indeed. Well, thanks.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Thanks for your thoughts. We're going to go to a break. Earlier today, Team Liquid were in hot water, but a spirited comeback kept their tournament hopes alive. We're going to see them again in a few moments.
You're fine.
I stand the set.
Yeah?
He's on me.
Blink. Here. I'm killing him.
McLean, help me.
Marcy is dead. Kite a bit. Guys, kite a bit. Need some help to get out. I'm fine.
Willow is alive without bite.
Hitting Willow. I'm ulting Bristol. Willow is dead. I have 10 seconds. You're fine.
Marcy.
I'm on Bristol. You can't fight.
Nice, Marcy dead, no buy.
Maybe I can cycle here. Roxas, get me.
Nice, formation.
I just stand. Guys, don't stack watch storm. Ward. Think I hit, I have what is the refresher shot? Guys, might be this guy? Don't disrupt you.
I will fight you.
Bristol dying. Yeah. Hitting
I kill him.
Roxas. I'm off refresher. Megas, guys.
Take game from me.
GG. Nice.
Nice.
Ooh, that's so useless, my hero.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. As I alluded to, with some tiresome wordplay, we are going to see Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. Of course, nothing tiresome about those two teams historically, or indeed when they play each other, gentlemen, because if you want to see a game where you're going to see lots of deaths and lots of map rotations and lots of cool stuff, these are the two teams for us. Isn't that right, Jenkins?
Yeah, I mean, I like the wordplay, by the way.
It was great.
To put that on record, I think it's been great. But what has also been great is both of these teams are insanely active, which is not always how Spirit plays. Like, there are some patches where they farm a lot and then they hit some timing. In this patch, apparently their timing has been very early because they will run at you. These are the #1 and #2 teams in terms of kills per match. You know, Yatoro can play the 1v5 carries like Morphling, later pick, TA, you know, the Faceless Void, traditional carries, but he can also play Beastmaster. In fact, this looks like his best hero right now. He can play Luna, you know, pulling that out. That's more of an early game centric hero. Kez, of course, Weaver, like heroes that will go through the portal and get really active. But then on the flip side, it's like Liquid is known for being insanely run at you. They'll connect with all 5 heroes, and because of this, it means that the heroes that they can pick are very different from what other teams can pick because they can get away with it. Like Mickey will play the Monkey King, Nisha will play Lina mid and be more of the traditional carry, Ace.
Why is he blank? He's not in the high cortisol gaming here?
He is playing very low cortisol gaming, low dopamine gaming. He'll just give him his Centaur, his Tidehunter. He'll build auras, and Ace is like rinse and repeat, do the same thing every game, which it's
mostly been rinse.
The thing is,
the Tide,
a few of these games.
He gets a lot of shit, but it's like it is very convenient to have a guy on your team when it's the right patch for him, when he's getting the heroes where he knows how to like get some advantage and turn it. Like there's a lot of games where he is top net worth on some Tide Underlord, and he will still build the auras every game. Maybe not so much in this tournament. He's had some rougher games, you know, the Aghanim Scepter drop on like Largo.
Oh yeah, that was,
for example. But when a player like this is on fire, it's very convenient to have them on your team.
Sure, and talking about an offlaner, Kezu, obviously his rival number is doing something a little bit different as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at this guy. You know, no one is really touching, you know, the Pangolier. You know, they're all keeping him like the way Tai Lung is like, keep him chained up. But this guy, he pulls it out. He gets a Diffusal Blade. He has a different take on the hero. You know, you skip the shield crash. You get your, like, the armor reduction from the passive. But he's doing, like, really, really good on those. And it's also, they have, like, really cool other things that they also do in the draft. So I'm hoping that for this series, Ace, he has been playing good or like well, you know, like an in-between. I think he needs to be solid this time around.
Yes. I mean, we watched Collapse earlier as well when he did an interview. He was talking about Pangolier, and he says that even after the nerfs, he still thinks it's a good hero. He obviously was joking about Magnus being, you know, it's dead forever. I'll never bring that back. But he says the Pango does so much in certain games that he thinks it's still good.
Which I think is also, first of all, it's funny in a way that no one else is really doing it. I think Amar dabbled with it once. But this is why you cannot trust pro players. Like, I remember Quinn at every tournament would say, this hero is dead, it's unplayable. Maybe it's unplayable from mid, might be true. But at least from the offlane, it's looking pretty good. And if you look at my bros here, you know, on Team Spirit, when you look at the drafting pattern, right, with you have the Pango and the Weaver, the SF and the Slardar, SF and Pango. So if you look, it's not like too complex, but they value like the minus armor strat, you know, very highly. It's like this, you know.
It's a strategy.
Exactly. Like you can take the Tormentor early, you can get your Roshan. It's very good. So you got to keep your eyes on that if you're Team Liquid here.
To me, that's what it's really about, is that there's a lot of focus on Roche. I mean, it's Dota, so there's always a lot of focus on Roche, but there's such a flowchart way that the game can be played if you get a Roshan, where like you take it top, then you go for the top Tormentor, you take map control by taking some tier 2. Because you have map control, the next row spawns, and then by that point, there's like a 12k gold lead, and it's just GG. And yeah, sometimes there's comebacks, but a lot of the time, you win off of that. And having the minus armor heroes, especially like an overwhelming amount of it, you can either get the Roshan or subvert the enemy's Roshan timing.
Roche is the Dota equivalent of Congo.
Of course, like for all the Han players out there that are tuning in now for the first time.
You were just looking a bit confused.
For the Han trash. It's great that you reminded me.
Yeah,
I did nearly forget.
There was a Jenkins in Han.
It's tough.
Yeah, you told me about that the other day.
That.
I shaped up my knowledge yesterday.
But there wasn't a Yatoro in Han.
And look at this.
I'm looking.
He has ascended into.
Brother has been promoted to first phase bans. Congratulations, Shaman. You're out.
I mean, Rue has been Shaman in 7 games. Like, that's a crazy amount of games. I really do think, you know, we were talking about Roshan and minus armor. the minus armor oftentimes is so the serpent wards can hit Roche. It's like that is the objective taker. The big combo we've seen is Warlock plus Shadow Shaman, where it feels like if you lose a fight, there's this snowball of objectives that happens on the map because of all the summons that come out.
Yeah. I mean, I am wondering a bit. So, of course, you know, I was talking about like the big four that you kind of want to ban out. Bad Rider is left in the pool.
What is this?
So this is a pre-ban just for later. This has to be for their second phase. So like Spirit must have an idea because first pick Husker ban, it's not really that normal.
No.
That is interesting. They legit are saying, Ace, you can't play back.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to frame it a little bit more delicately by saying, how is Ace's Bat Rider? But yeah, I mean, what Spirit are essentially saying is, we're not afraid if Ace takes it.
It's also because they have beat this hero. I think it was maybe even today or yesterday. They played like this Weaver plus the Treant combination. Of course, they can't have Tree this time, but there's a Wind Ranger in the pool. We've seen that answer many times. Wouldn't be too surprised. Weaver as well, if you want to bust it out here or in the next phase.
And we've seen the Oracle as a very good answer.
Yeah, that too.
So there are options appropriately for a draft.
I wouldn't even mind straight up first picking Oracle. Okay, never mind. They go for Windrunner, which is what we've seen. It can go both ways. Like
it can.
Here's the interesting thing about this pick and Ace as a player is that he is the aura guy, right? Like he wants to get 2 items and run at you, which is the traditional thing now we're seeing on Bat. Windrunner is good against this, but she's not good against the Blink Dagger Bat. Collapse, on the other side, has been going early Blink Dagger on Bat Rider and playing kind of like the old Bat. BKB after that, playing to like carry the game, play for your own game rather than play for your team. So this is almost Spirit saying like, Ace, if you can play Bat and you can also play it in a way that is not necessarily comfortable for your play style, it will be good against us. But you don't do that and you follow the flowchart every time, so good luck. It's an interesting gambit.
No, I think that's true because you have some players that they have a harder time, I would say, to like break out of like their norm. And I think that Ace could be like one of those. And at the same time as well for Spirit, you know, they could pair up like the Wind Ranger also with the Oracle. And then it's kind of like, it's not easy to play the Blink build. If you do go for the auras, Wind Ranger can like still kind of own you. I'm also like looking back at this Huskar ban, maybe it has a little bit to do with, there's a world where Spirit could look at a puck themselves on like the next phase, then Liquid don't really have it on 18. Because when you play against Liquid and Nisha in particular, 18 puck needs to be on your mind, whether you pick it, ban it, or pre-pick your heroes that the hero isn't good.
I'm sure they're probably having a chat about whether or not they want to use a ban on the Oracle. It really just does so much to the Bat.
I mean, I think they should, and I don't know if Panto is like the best Oracle, but like also when we have looked at some of these matchups, like Jenkins showed not just, you know, the interaction of like Oracle versus Bat, but what it does for your mid player when you get the runes and have this rune control. Because yeah, it is Nisha versus Lar, so both teams, of course, they want to play around their mid.
That's another ban we've seen when a team picks Bat. I can't help but feel that Oracle should replace this hero, though, for most teams. It's just that it's such a fresh hero in the meta that like people are not thinking about it as much.
Yeah.
Which is a little surprising for Liquid, considering like they're the team that started picking the Oracle first, even without a Bat Rider being on the other side.
Something I could see for Liquid later down the line, maybe just to make a little more sense of the support bans, could be like maybe a Marcy support, like help your like Bat to get on top of the Wind Ranger, take out the supports that like in a way protect that very nicely. You know, Disruptor has a glimpse back. On Bane, you have like the sleep to protect. Because I'm just looking at like the post for heroes. Rasta was taken out. There's no SD. So if you're Liquid, I think the next ones that come to mind for Boxy is like it's the Tiny and it's the Marcy. And with the Kaz ban, maybe Spirit are looking at a Mars themselves for like this phase. Would make sense.
Just thinking a little more about the Oracle and like why Liquid would leave it in. And it's maybe, well, number one, because they have some answer to it. That's very possible and probably true either way. But maybe the other thought process is Ace is going to be like jungling and playing his own game and playing with auras. So it's less about him scaling and taking off the sticky napalm and taking off the lasso. Like Ace will just farm in jungle regardless and put auras for his team. And it's more like Nisha that's doing the playmaking. So maybe like Oracle being picked against you matters less when Bat is not truly the playmaker in the game.
That's true. I think it's also that he just kind of prefers, like, I know that there's a lot of players who are like, oh, if I'm playing this hero, I don't care if they counter me in the game, I just need the net worth. So like, if I'm able to farm and like creep skip, you know, Oracle doesn't really stop me at doing that.
Yeah, it
I can
doesn't.
farm my back cam, so I think it's very likely.
And it's how he likes to play regardless of what hero he's on.
Interesting. So there's a chance that this Bat is just either the support or the mid. So like they're flexing it, you know, having the Mars being able to go into the offlane. I mean, it is one of the best answers to Wind Ranger. You know, there's a very high chance Spirit didn't ban it because they're like, haha, Bad Rider, he's going offlane.
He's an offlaner, yeah, sure. But I mean, come on, Bat is like... Actually, Tofu will even play Bat 5.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen that. Like, Liquid is a team with essentially 2 4.5s.
Well, seems like it is either Boxy or Nisha Bad Rider for now, so most likely the post 4. I know Boxy has played this a lot, you know, like 1 or 2 months back before people realized, whoa, this hero as an offlaner, if you go the Tranquils, into the drums, into the Boots of Bearing, is like super OP. So it's a decent pivot, but at least for now, there needs to be a bit more damage, like follow-up. You know, you have this bad Warlock, Mars. They need more things to just like help them out.
This is really smart from Liquid. I genuinely like this a lot. Okay, yeah, this
double downing.
There's levels to this. There's levels to this. So Bat Rider gets swapped to support, and they say, okay, we see it. So you swap Bat Rider to support. You trick us into thinking it's an offlane Bat, so we let the Mars through. You get Mars versus Windrunner, but guess what? It wasn't a Wind Ranger carry in the first place. We're going to pick the Faceless Void as the carry. And they have great stuff to layer into the Chrono. Only between these two heroes, like a good power shot, a Shackle to follow up. Jakiro spells are insane into the Chrono.
This is a really cool draft. I will say that I like this Slardar a lot because there's a very high chance that Liquid should be, in a way, looking at Ursa. I mean, we have seen Ursa Warlock overall, like, you know, have very good success against Slardar. But when you play against Void, it is really not that easy to find this carry matchup. So having a carry that can jump the Void, or you can build the Aghanims to still use your ult in the Chrono, and you play for the Aegis yourself, is really nice. But at the same time, Liquid have used their 18 pick mostly for Nisha, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and Puck is still there, so Slardar is like...
That also, his covers that too.
Covering that, yeah. Now, this is like masterful drafting from both sides. Like, this is really, really cool. The heroes like look vanilla, but it's the...
No, there's so many layers to it.
There's these assumptions that you're making about it based on current meta, and then the subversion happening where they're getting good picks, and then it's happening from both sides. So they gave themselves like these essential play options in the draft. If this happens, we'll do this. And this has happened like 3 layers now.
And this is also like, it just shows, I think like here you can start to appreciate that if we do something, it creates like a answer from the enemy. And depending on how they answer, it now changes what we want to do. And I think it's like really cool to see like this draft unfold. Because if you look from like the outside, it wouldn't really like happen normally like this. This pick I like quite a lot. I think we had a Morph versus Void also yesterday. Didn't work out. I think it was the Curative Void who then ended up winning the game. But Morph as well, he builds Manta against these heroes, which is quite nice. You can get the Shard against the Void. You can also play for like the Roshan and the Aegis. I like it.
It's pretty crazy to turn into like almost all of the heroes on Sphere, honestly. Like even Jakiro, just using like the stuns and the E. Slardar, I remember when they changed Morphling so that you kept your own stats. Like, in Slardar was very popular in the meta. People were like, the Slardar counter is Morphling.
Yeah.
Because you turn into Slardar, have a ton of agility in permabash. It's quite insane.
I mean, Wind Ranger too. This is a goated Windrun game.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so which makes it a crazy Morphling pick.
I mean, okay, so you have most likely, I mean, yeah, Liquid will need a mid hero. So you're kind of looking for one. I mean, let me see. You should assume Spirit to pick a new offlaner. I would say. So if you can pick a mid hero where Slardar feels bad, like going mid against, I think that's kind of nice. So it could be like a Quap maybe in a way as well. I think for Liquid that they could play through, like blind out of the phase. Because if you pick like one of the Spirits, I think Slardar will be very happy to go. Then they can put the Slardar mid, he's happy. They now pick a new offlaner. Then this guy is also happy. So if you can make the Slardar mid feel not so nice, I think that would be good for Liquid.
Yeah, forcing the Slardar into the offlane would be super nice.
Yeah, like that would be like a draft win in a way.
Morphling is very happy to play against a Slardar like that. So I like the idea of Queen of Pain to do this.
I mean, it is also Nisha. Like, he's obviously played through like a lot of the other scenarios, you know, like being high rank and like playing all these games. He might have something that can, you know, like where he can cook it up in the game. But something like follow-up damage for your team is kind of nice. You have this bad rider like with the lasso. You've got the arena like to lock things down. So I just feel like it fits, or like it ticks all the boxes in a way.
Nisha Quap as well. That's a pretty nice one. I mean, Tiny is in the pool. How is?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
How is Slardar into Tiny? For it should be Slardar favored, right?
It should be at least
I think it's still like okay for Tiny.
It gives him something nice to play through, which is nice.
Okay, so now if you're Spirit, I feel like you probably want to put Slardar mid, and you know, Tiny and Slardar are both okay with that. And then get.
Isn't it just sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe like a Pango.
Like something for collapse. Yeah, like Pango to roll into the arena feels super nice.
Yeah, like you have good counterplay against the Mars. You're good against Warlock. You don't really care. You have
Diffuse against
Blade.
Morphling.
You have double minus armor with the Slardar Pango.
Or oh no, Doom is banned. That would be quite.
Yeah, they definitely took that out immediately. I mean, then there's the world where you say, okay, I'm just gonna play the offlane Slardar with the Wind Ranger. We have a fine lane. Lar, what do you see in the mid lane that you can cook? Like, can you shut down Nisha? Because a lot of their early game, it comes from him, like on the Tiny. Maybe you can do that.
I guess Queen is a
maybe for them then.
For them,
yeah,
it's okay.
Ooh.
Okay, all right, sure. You know, Underlord, Tidehunter, both good against Morphling because you're reducing his damage, his base damage, and he's got such high damage. Strong in lane with the Windrunner, like super kill threat with the minus armor and the Windrunner right clicks. The lockdown is good. I think they definitely needed a little bit more lockdown on top of the Chronosphere. You can't always rely on that big beefy boy to run in there and kind of face tank for Yatoro to hit big Chronospheres.
He's a very big anti-team fight here. I mean, that's generally what Tide does, but especially against Bat, against Mars, against Warlock. It doesn't matter who really goes on him. So unless Liquid can play for like a tossback on the Tide, or you get this Silver Edge moment on the Morphling, I think Spirit should always have the advantage, like when it comes to overall team fighting. And I think while I really like what happened in this draft where, you know, you swap the Bat to somewhere else, you pick the Mars, I think Spirit found a really cool answer with like this Faceless Void Slardar in the second phase. So Mickey has to really impress me because I'm leaning on Team Spirit here on this draft.
I'm very impressed with both drafts. I think this was just like masterclass drafting from both teams. Very beautiful stuff. They both have options. It does feel a little easier for Spirit to execute this one, but Mickey got his like 18th pick, you know, perfect pick Morphling, so there's potential there for him to just 1v5 this. We did see this matchup previously, Void versus Morph, and it was not great for Morphling. Like maybe Morph as a hero just isn't that strong right now. We're kind of seeing why in some of these games.
All right, guys, we can actually go over to Slacks now, who's with his old friend Blitz.
Bring it in, baby. We are here, Blitz Dota, king of the tournament so far. Don't make that face like I said something offensive. Team Liquid's still strong. You've had some struggles. A rough series today, but it's not so bad.
We suck. What can you do?
Based, absolutely. Well, I know a lot of guys on Reddit that will agree with you. Let's turn their opinions around, though, hey? All right. Morphling pick. Seems like a pretty killer Morphling game. You got a lot of good stuff to steal. Seems pretty strong. However, now you're going against a Tidehunter minus armor. A little bit of stun. You worried at all, or you like the morph still?
I think we still like the morph. This draft was kind of interesting because it's like we played against each other too many times, both teams. Because everybody just flexed like 9 different heroes. We Bat Rider, they Wind Ranger, then we do the next play, and then we Mars, and then they're like Faceless Void, and then like you don't know if it's position 4 Faceless Void, and Nisha's like, maybe this will happen, and then we just kept doing the wheel. And it was kind of funny because like normal teams, like neither team would be super happy about their draft because it looks so weird and funky, and it only happens like this when you respect and play each other a lot. It becomes this weird like hodgepodge of like you're playing your own internal like dance.
Well, I can definitely tell that, and in this internal dance, since you know each other so well, are you happy with how yours turned out over theirs?
I mean, I think there's good elements in their draft. I think there's good elements in ours. I think either a lot of this will come down to skill. I think their team fight, like their big team spirit, you know, but like we also have very good heroes. I think it's a very good morph game. So we'll see.
I'm really interested in Nisha's Tiny. Of course, they banned out the Storm Spirit. They banned out the Puck. Nisha, to me, it reminds me of Tiny. He started as this little, dilapidated creature, and now he's like, he's huge and upgraded. Do you think that he can upgrade even more and get even more swollen big the final level?
I think, like, we always joke that, like, we're just going to take, like, a ton of Roys and he's going to get, like, 19 times bigger. And it'd be kind of funny if, like, he's just wearing, like, XXL shirts all the time and he's just, like, walking around like this and he's just, like, breaking things in half. But naturally, I don't know. He could definitely be more disciplined about his diet. He eats a lot of sugar, so...
What a piece of shit. Okay, let's get into the game. Hopefully he wins. Nisha, best of luck, and Blitz, dance on out of here, bud.
That was quite the dance, but they're going to be doing the song and dance over mid. Nisha against Laurel, Sardar against Tiny. What do you think about this matchup? How does it go for Nisha? Is he going to get big and swole?
Well, eventually with level 6, but I do like Slardar in this matchup. Slardar into melee matchups does tend to do well, and Slardar from a mid lane is a different beast compared to the off-lane Slardar, which allows you to get earlier Blink Dagger. You are getting more levels, also means your Corrosive Haze level 2 is going to be online, maybe even before you kill Roshan, so you will have that damage. And 2 Bashers on Team Spirit. You have Void, you have Slardar as well, and also Morphling. Like the panel talked about, Blitz mentioned it's a good Morphling game in terms of you turning into one of these 2 heroes, having high agi, even Wind Ranger. Like Time Dilation is super obnoxious to play against. This is something that Tiny doesn't like to play against either. And a lot of the spells that we've seen utilized, even from position 4, to a great extent.
Have to see how the Morphling does end up handling the mid to late game. Winning that power shot flying in from Rue, who this time around, when you've got that support Windrunner, does have that kill shot, holding a skill point for the moment. Maybe seizing the opportunity, and you're going to need that if you want to play offensive. You go to the Shackles. If you need to run away, you just go and get the Wind Run if you've held that skill point for now. See what ends up being the case for the Wind Ranger. And up top, we've got Panto Yatoro combo of the Jakiro and the Void facing off against this Mars Batrider. And we were seeing a lot of flex from last series to this series. A lot of heroes that we saw in core roles now sitting in the support role.
Laurel trying to play a bit more aggressive in this mid lane. Doesn't have much region to work with. Both water runes have been picked up.
Nisha getting a water rune and just kind of sitting here under the experience that Laurel has.
Yeah,
for the time.
I think Team Liquid should region up more from water runes.
How come?
Because it's H2O.
That's some high quality H2O. Get a little bit more region. Could you then later at like TI and stuff, when you're getting the gold and silver representation of Liquid as a fan, do you get that buff as well, or is it just the players on the pro team?
Everybody does.
Everybody does. Okay. Kind of feel like maybe Morphling should get double that buff, being on Liquid and being made of H2O.
Yeah, but there's a counter to this Morphling that's what we're going to be seeing in the game. It's called Dead in the Water, which is a very good shard against Morphling throughout the whole game. Even though Morphling has high attack speed, so he can kind of kill it with Manta style and everything. But so far, looking at the mid lane, Slardar, he is doing very good. He is sitting at 20 CS and 60 Nice, but so is Nisha. Nisha, even in these matchups, we've seen him like dominate the matchups that he should not be winning. We saw him pulling the creeps with Marcy Courier as well, playing against Huskar on that tiny roaming, being level 4. So expecting Nisha to do good and be off to a good start still.
Yeah, it's kind of insane what Nisha has been able to accomplish even in lanes where he has no business even getting anything out of it. Meanwhile, Ryu getting 2 couriers. That'll give a good amount of gold over for the entirety of the team. As Windrunner grabbing both of them, and we still sit here top looking at Yatoro, who will throw that time dilation out on Ace on this Mars.
Also,
some pretty good Mars performances.
Yeah, I also want to see what he's going to be building, like on Faceless Void, like which skill build. We saw Kiritich going for multiple points in time dilation because it's so much slow, and now Ace, like if you combine that with Jakiro plus Blood Grenade, it is an insane amount of slow that Mars doesn't like to play into.
Doesn't like dealing with that Liquid Frost and the Dual Breath combo that continues to get thrown his way. He has to back off the lane, but He will sit back and heal up a little bit, but he's not got a lot of health for the time being. See if he ends up in any trouble in that lane. They're just trying to get the vision and maybe pop this Morphling. With the kill shot, there is that potential to land a kill shot and get a kill like that. Still 5.5 minutes in, looking for that first blood. TP away from the Batrider. This might just be it, and Panto gets Boxy. A little too aggressive and trying to pull these creep waves from this Batrider.
Not an easy lane for Liquid. MOUZ is still getting good amount out of it, but a lot of the times you see MOUZ do well, level 3, level 4, and then he kind of starts to struggle, depending what he's playing against. If he's playing into these more aggressive carries like Ursa, very strong supports that tend to zone him out, you need to pull the creep waves. And one of the reasons why I think Liquid also decided to go and cut the creep waves, because if you check the bans that they did, it was Shadow Demon, it was Bane, and it was Shadow Shaman. These 3 heroes are extremely good at stopping you from pulling the wave as a position 4.
Couple of supports for both teams shifting over to mid. Fatal Bonds out of 2, Panto low. Power shot flies in, doesn't do a lot of damage, but Panto, he needs to be very careful with how low he sits and how bonded he is to Laurel. Toss comes in. Neither of those heroes end up dead. But Nisha even looking further under the tower just to grab this creep wave and keep it away from the Zarda. Another toss, some more damage, and a tree thrown for good measure.
Constant harassment coming out from Nisha. He does have Soul Ring available. He kind of has unlimited mana in this matchup. Rue will pick up the rune.
Box again, the other one. The Shrines one apiece, but the 1 kill in the first blood, it is a 1,000 net worth lead for Spirit, so they do have this small, slight advantage.
Laurel, he is farming the jungle. The big stack of these creeps already gone. Meanwhile, Panta was trying to collect some of the XP in the mid lane. The game is going to be a bit on the slower side. It is Tidehunter from the off lane, so he wants to farm. Batrider is going to be creep skipping up until Laurel gets his Blink Dagger and also Faceless Void. Chronosphere now available. We did talk about itemization or like just skill build that Yatoro might go for. He is maxing out Time Lock. Wants to have extra bit of damage to be able to kill people inside a chrono. It's going to increase his farm a lot. I think this game is going to be a lot, at least early game. How many stacks can we get going? You have very good heroes to clear the stacks, especially on side of Spirit. And it is 6 and 5 on Liquid.
Already a decent amount, nothing too crazy, 8 minutes in. But stacks and taking these stacks. Boxy just trying to make and take his own. Shackle doesn't connect to anything. Nisha, though, not really too bothered by what Rue and Panto are throwing his way initially. Is anybody going to come try to go for this Tiny? He does have Toss, he does have a Haste Rune chasing him. Really not exactly the most effective way to go about it, but blocked him on that Haste Rune for a second, not going to matter. Nobody's coming over to mess with Tiny for the time being.
Yeah, Major Hero happy, tosses Dragon into the air, so he's going to be fine with that. And yeah, only 1 kill. We also need to talk about carry-to-carry matchup. We've seen this exact matchup when Kiritich was playing it the other day. I do like Faceless Void because you have lockdown. There's, again, no real save during the Chronosphere. And this time around, they have a bunch of spells that they can throw into Chrono. With just 1 power shot, fully charged Jakiro with the Macropyre. Any follow-up stun from Iter Slaughter. It's going to feel good. First Chrono of the game.
That comes through onto the MOUZ, but where is the damage? Power shot, it's starting to get there. But they go to the arena, they got the God's Rebuke, and 2 heroes in trouble with the Avalanche from Nisha. They get the kill on Panto, and now they'll look at Rue.
Ooh, Victory Feast. Insane amount of heal. It's also very important that Nisha TP's in first. Tofu coming in second, has 3 Grimoire charges now. That's going to get him to level 6.5. Chaotic Offering will be available.
That was not great from Spirit. Kind of felt like they didn't really need to use that Chrono and go for the MOUZ, but...
Oh, man, it's so funny. I'm looking at Morphling. I just realized that both of them have Shark Head as a cosmetic.
Big Shark, Little Shark? I don't know the names of many sharks. I know Nurse Shark and Great White. That's about all I got.
Hammerhead.
Hammerhead. Yeah, that is added to the lexicon of sharks I know. But there's probably people in chat who know all the sharks. Fun fact, my name in summer camp when I was like 8 years old.
They called you the Shark?
They called me Benny the Shark, yeah.
I don't see any similarities. How come?
I had to take a deep water test as an 8-year-old, and it was like 10 laps in the lake, and I had to tread water for like a bunch of time, and I did it as an 8-year-old. So my counselors just called me the Shark.
It didn't stick, huh?
No, then my brother got called A-Cop, I got called B-Cop, and the rest is history. Avalanche and the Chaotic Offering onto the Tidehunter. Collapse gonna try and survive, but not looking likely. Power Shot doesn't really do anything coming from the Windrunner of Spirit, and Tofu gets that kill onto Collapse.
Meanwhile, Panto in the mid lane playing with the Catapult. That's gonna be tower for them. Everybody getting the gold, and also Yatoro pushing the top wave. Again, playing with the Catapult. This rotation in favor of Liquid. They are getting the kill, but also Spirit getting a lot of stuff done on the map. Also like when Boxy plays Batrider. I thought we were going to be exclusively seeing Batrider played from the offlane role. They used it as a flex because he loves to play the hero. It's one of his most played heroes. But he loves to get the good amount of farm. Tranquil Boots, Soul Ring. He was the one who also started this trend with the Tranquil Boot disassembly. And now with the Soul Ring, that's going to give him pretty much infinite mana. You never have to go back to base.
Okay, mid, Flame Break, Ice Path not going to connect. He's nearby, but so are a couple of these heroes on the Liquid. They're bringing Yatoro in, who does have Chrono, but he time-locked Hill Chrono. The Macro Pyre plays down, but there's an Avalanche from a distance. Power Shot again. Ace survives for a little while, but eventually ends up dead. And Misha was thinking about going in on a Laurel, but doesn't quite get the connection.
That toss didn't go off. I think it might be related to Chronosphere. Maybe we could see that again to see what happened, because it was on cooldown. He tried to toss somebody in. It didn't work out, and Laurel, he does continue to farm up. On Slaughter, he is the lowest net worth core at the moment. It's the same area where both of them want to take the farm. It's where Tidehunter wants to get the farm. So they are overlapping a little bit. Laurel will definitely love to get some of the last hits to push him closer to the Blink Dagger.
Blink's going to be pretty important for both these teams. Goes for Tiny and Slaughter right there. So both these mids going to have their Blinks at a similar timing. You're going to look at the neutrals, a couple of Ash Legion shields, some Cobalt Cups, which you love for Liquid. But you can see Nisha happy with what he's gotten so far. I feel like his game's gone pretty well. And now he's got this Blink. So this is going to be a position where Liquid maybe are going to try to use that smoke up. They've got level 6 on the Batrider. They could have the Lasso to follow it up. If they go Blink, Avalanche, toss back into a Lasso, or even follow up the Lasso with Avalanche and the toss, they can kind of pick and choose what they want to do.
Usually you would see these type of heroes on Spirit. You have repositioning tools. They always love to play with their Magnus. I'll hold that thought. Nisha with a Blink Dagger. That's going to be a kill. But you have Spear, you have Tossback, you have Flame Break, and Flaming Lasso. Collapse, deeping in. Not caring too much about the damage. Going to give them the high five.
Trying to send them packing. We'll give the high five over. Collapse slowing down Ace. But where is the follow-up for this one? Ace is sitting low. He's got the help from Laurel. There's the Ravage. And the Shackle connects, so Ace is in trouble. And Rue will get that kill. But Collapse goes in for more. Chaotic Offering
Nisha's
used.
out of mana.
Tofu's dead. Nisha doesn't have much more to help out with. And they are going to try and get this gold to get that extra 100 gold. And it will be there for Collapse. So you see that Ace's name has got the Ace and the Spade. And Collapse is the Shark. He's looking like a card shark as he takes out this Mars.
And this should probably be the tower for Team Spirit. The first Ravage used as well. They get the kill, and they also see that there's a lot more stacks going on in the triangle. Maybe we could see the numbers of the stacks again, because it feels like everybody is just playing off the stacks. That's an early pipe on Tidehunter. 15 minutes in with Phase Boots, Double Bracer.
And the Soul Ring, yeah. Damn, 19 and 11. That is 30 stacks if you're doing your addition.
I'm really surprised you did not have a different nickname.
What would it have been?
I don't know, Einstein. That was quick. That was fast and smart, Beck. Well, let's stick with B-Cup, and seems like Laura wants to maybe get another jump. Fatal bonded, but no damage.
Crush, but the counter lasso puts him up on this cliff, and they're going to toss two. They've got two acting as a ward here. What do you do about this? Panto's dead. Mickey's got the kill.
Lap's gonna
They're
pop
here
the pipe.
holding hands, just trying to figure out what to do. Guys, you're supposed to ward a cliff once, not twice. And unfortunately, they are in so... I mean, Collapse is there with a smile on his face. They're just going to leave him. They're going to leave him. He doesn't have a TP.
He doesn't have a TP. Hands off keyboard. That's a one sad shark. They dragged him out of the water.
He is land-bound. Oh, no. Do you just keep people around him to make sure he doesn't get his courier?
They need to smoke up. They need to smoke up with Chrono and try to save this. Save Collapse.
Oh, my gosh. Just standing idle, losing out on farm. It reminds me of King Shark from Suicide Squad. As he just gets to do nothing the whole time.
Oh man, this is like from a pub game. Let's see if he's gonna be able to bring a TP. Right now, he's just static.
Dead. They get the kill on the ace. His courier's dead for 40 seconds. He's still here.
Would you rather be Ace who's dead, or would you rather be Collapse stick on the...
I'd rather be dead. I'd rather be so dead right now. Because at least if I'm dead, I don't have farm. Like, guaranteed.
25 seconds for his courier.
Flame break, and then it still has to get there again. This is actually so crazy. Backing up and trying to get away from these heroes. So by the time walk in and they go and get the Chrono down, they're showing that maybe they don't need this tide. He can stay there on the cliff just watching as Amar's TP's in. He can at least give comms. But Mickey, he gets the kill on a Panto and they'll trade supports. So now the courier's back alive for Tide. Maybe there's a chance, because what will come first? A TP, or I guess they maybe have to build a Force Staff to get him down.
He could get a gold for a Blink Dagger. He could just sit here. They're picking up the bounty runes. It's coming on the courier. They call him Collapsant from the fights because he's not participating.
There's a Tiny and a Mars in the area. And then Warlock's coming over. Yatoro, meanwhile, he's been spotted. They've got the lasso. They'll get this kill. Oh, no! Collapse's courier's dead again! Oh, guys! This is not fair!
I mean, it's time to smoke and get him out of the trouble. Just, like, let's see how much gold they have. Somebody buy a Force Staff.
Let's get something! Call animal control. They need to help this shark. And Arena's down a spear on the two-man spear. Panto and Rue is going to try and power shot, but he's dead too. Okay, update. Yeah, take out that obs.
Oh yeah, use that Ravage.
Gold for Rue. Gold for Rue. Great.
He popped the Ravage as well.
What?
Yeah, he's used Ravage. I don't know.
Why? Wait, what?
I don't know what happened. I think he wants to get it out of the system. He's playing with one hand.
Is he trying to farm? Oh my God! Tofu's back over.
Get the courier.
They've got an obs. They want to make sure that they know if he's trying to TP out, because if they stop him TPing too, I mean, that might feel bad as well.
I mean, you're playing 4v5.
What time did he go up on this clip? Do we have like an exact timing?
It's been like good 3.5 minutes already.
Oh, they're teasing him. They put a courier by him and flew it around for a second. 5 seconds, has the courier again.
Fucking easy game, bro. Yeah, I just bought Sentry.
I gotta watch his courier.
Arteezy would be proud of this moment. Like, look at this. Look what's happening. He's not even moving.
I don't even know if it's the Arteezy cliffing anymore. This might have been renamed. They get Yatoro's TP out. This is a courier getting close.
Nisha can save him with the toss, but he doesn't want to.
Nisha could stop his TP. He's not allowed to TP if he starts his TP. Now the Obs, they're all coming in with this TP, but Tide's courier has to go on a mission. There's the arena.
Courier's coming.
The courier to Tide.
It delivered the TP.
But now he's got to be able to TP
He's
out.
trying.
He's going to attempt
Nisha.
to get out of there, and
Everything's
he's free. But they get the kill on a ruined Panto. So 2 heroes, maybe a third. Laurel now dead. Collapse finally gets to play the game.
All right, he's back. He... I mean, he would have had, like, look at his net worth right now. He still has more farm than Laurel. Oh, man. I don't think I've seen anything like this in a pro game.
I guess he can't fight triangle anymore. They set that up. Like, that felt like Lasso put him on the cliff, then they immediately went for the toss. They knew what they were doing.
I said these are like one of the best abilities that you can push people away, repositioning tools. All right, let's focus on the game because I gotta go. I gotta go through everything. I just couldn't think. Mickey, with almost a full butterfly now ready.
They're up 8,000 net worth. I guess that does happen when you take... Oh, double spear! Oh, boy. Laurel in trouble. The lasso connects with Yatoro. They'll get the kill onto the Faceless Void. Laurel now needing to run. There is no lasso, but they've got the chase. He can't blink out. He's going to toss him up. Avalanche, God's Rebuke, and Boxy gets the kill. This time now, Tide, he's got Blink Dagger. He'll be ready. This won't happen again. Still faster than the average Blink.
Yeah, because most of the Tides, they were going for Aghanim Scepter as their first item, maybe Dead in the Water, and then picking up a Blink Dagger. But Mickey seems like he potentially wants to go for the high ground. Faceless Void dead for 20, try to push in some damage. And this is the massive timing for Mickey. Butterfly, Lads, and Manta Style. A lot of spells that he can get rid of. Most importantly, it's going to be Time Dilation, Corrosive Haze. Still pushing some decent damage onto this tier 3 tower.
Collapse. He's trying to get that shard. He needs to make up the farm. How is that possible? I don't understand how Collapse for a second showed as the top farmed hero on his team. And that's without farming for 4 minutes.
He killed a courier or two. It just shows how important this guy is to the team.
Definitely. A minute and a half with this Aegis. They're sitting in the triangle. They've smoked up on the side of Liquid.
They want him dead.
Oh, God. Collapse. You gotta watch out. They've got him controlled with the arena and the spear. Collapse pretty tanky. And he will stand and take these shots from Mickey, but eventually die as Tide hitting hard. The Tide morph. Spirit are in an odd point in this game. As they're now losing this bottom tier 3, they're going to do a lot of damage with the Morphling and the Tiny and work on the bottom set of racks. Why not? They don't have Ravage. There is no Tide for 20. It's not going to buy back in a situation like this. You know you're pretty free to take these buildings, and the creeps are in on mid, so it might even be a little bit more for Liquid as they start on this tier 3. But the Glyph gets used. They'll back away for a second. Let's see if they stay, because there's still 30 seconds left on the Aegis.
Yeah, you said Morph for Liquid. That's Morph Liquid is doing the work. Mickey having a perfect game, 7-2-0, and Ace popping off on Mars. Flame break
pushing him back. Yatoro, Time Walk, Chrono. BKB gets popped. It's a 3-man Chrono. Chaotic Offering, and now the Ravage. This is the combo they're looking for. Buyback committed by Batrider, but Toss, Spear, all connecting. Faceless Void still alive, able to Time Walk out. Yatoro, he'll end up getting away from the combination that they had from Liquid. The buyback from Boxy that leads to a lasso on Panto, and they get it Jakiro for their troubles.
They want to take the fight knowing that there are no cooldowns on Spirit, no Ravage, no Chronosphere available. They're chasing. Their pickoff potential is very strong. Tiny Mars and Batrider, all of them having Blink Daggers. Off to the high ground, Solar Crest Morph with Butterfly. That tower is immediately gone.
Toss, collapse. Remembering the bad times of being tossed, and there's the spear. With the upheaval, the shackles connected, but it didn't matter. Collapse is dead for 45 seconds. And this is a mid-set Arax taken there too. And I'll be honest, I know it's not important right now, but he really is a shark in water. All you see is the fin coming from Mickey in the camp.
Yeah, this is Sharknado 7.
Yes. I can't believe they made 7. Tier 4's getting worked on. And just no answer from Spirit so far behind. They were playing 4v5 for all the right reasons. I mean, wrong reasons, really. That they just don't have the answers. Avalanche comes in. Yatoro time walk in, time walk out. Buyback committed from this Tidehunter. They'll even look for Tofu. Collapse is going to run forward, but he just does not have a Ravage anyway. They still want Tofu, but the lasso hits onto the Faceless Void. Don't get that kill, but the arena committed, still looking for Tofu, still chasing this Warlock. He's got the Shadow Word. Now the Avalanche locks down the Faceless Void. Tossed up, time walk still survives. But they do not get that Warlock that he tunnel visioned on. Tofu able to survive the entire onslaught of a Morphling, or of a Faceless Void.
2 Shadow Barracks for Liquid without losing a single casualty, also getting buyback out of Collapse. Let's see if they're gonna wait out next Roche. Cooldowns are gonna reset. We would definitely love to have that Mjolnir available. Yatoro, level 18 on Faceless Void. Still packing up a punch, it's just that the rest of the team is not doing as much.
Almost 20,000 for this Morphling. They just don't have the damage on Spirit. And pick up more of these Lotus petals, keep it healed, keep it going. Look at the difference in hero damage.
Jakiro's actually the one with the highest damage.
Really a surprise. He had a couple of Chronos with Macropyre just sitting there. Through. Shackle, Blink Crush, and the Ravage committed. They found Morphling. Can they get this kill? Can they start to bring the game back by getting this Morph? Chrono committed, and now there's an Avalanche from Nisha, slowing down the damage. That Shackle the Warlock, and now they'll look for Mickey. They followed up with an Ice Path. They've got the Macropyre down 2 years down on the side of Liquid. Do they have enough to fight back? Time Walk sticking with Mickey, and now the Gush Collapse in the face of the smaller Shark in this situation, cosmetically, but they will get the kill onto Morph, and Spirit showing some life.
The Bash Bros are doing it. Once you get focused down by them, and also Faceless Void, another good Chrono coming out from Yatoro, landing a 2-man. Can't believe that Shackle didn't connect, actually. But still, managing to get the kill. And we gotta point out the very interesting build from Rue. Having Vlad's, increasing the damage on all the cores, and also going for the Spirit Vessel, canceling the Blink Daggers. They do have 3 Blink Daggers, plus also very good against Morphling. He has only one way of dispelling things, that's Manta style for now. Collapse, he's so back.
Yeah. Both net worth-wise and physically, because he is with the team and he's showing how much he really does matter to this Spirit lineup. The Ravages have all been on point. He's making a big difference for this Dire team in coming back, being at such a big deficit. Giving enough time for Yatoro to start to catch up a little bit.
Another small item for Yatoro. Picking up the Fusel Blade, trying to burn mana on any of the heroes. Like if you think about his late game scaling, that's gonna be Mjolnir, BKB, Disperser, probably Scotty as well, maybe Refresher. The question is, can they get another big fight? Roshan is available in the top part of the map. Mickey scouted it out with the illusions.
BKB next on the docket. Yatoro just trying to survive as much as he can. He's been very patient on these Chronos. And even with the Avalanche that followed up, they still have the sustained damage throughout these fights. And make sure that they can lock down Liquid, but now Roche is definitely the objective. Can they get in on this? As Roche peeks out, they know where the damage is coming from because Roche kind of giving it away, but the Crush doesn't connect.
Oh, it would give them vision.
And now
Roche got him shard. Would apply Corrosive Haze. Slightly off the mark.
Smoke comes in from Liquid, but the blink jumping them before they can even have a moment to really get the idea in their head on where they want to go. But the Ravage isn't going to be enough. Chaotic offering. Arena committed. They're bashing away. Laurel's got the bashes to stop Ace.
He turned into Faceless Void.
Goes on to Panto. Lasso committed onto a Jakiro that was already dead, so they will not have that for the Faceless Void.
Yatoro looking for the angle. If they group up, that Chronosphere is ready.
Looking, thinking.
Fakes it.
Doesn't go. Their throne is exposed. Their throne is getting hit by these creeps. They're looking for the stuns. They've got the Chrono on a 2. Can they get the bashes out? Can they get the kill here on Amike? He's trying to shift the time walk away, still surviving. Yatoro with him, but does not have the damage to get the kill out of the morph. They'll take out Laurel. That's one half of the Bash Bros gone, but he buys back immediately and has to fix the base as the throne is getting hit by these creeps.
Roshan is now into the pit in the bottom. No Arena, no BKB. Let's see if they decide to maybe go in or if they're going to try to reset. It's being pinged out. Moxie thinking about maybe going in. Let's see. He does scout them out. Shield Rune on Yatoro.
No Chrono, no Ravage. Big cooldowns for Spirit that they have to work to survive without. And it is not easy. A lot of time stands between their full team fight and fighting this Roche, but they might still just go for it. Lasso's back available, no Arena, no Chaotic offering for the moment. But the Blink, the Crush on a 2, and then the Blink, Spear connects. It's onto the Sardar, Collapse jumps in. He's eating a lot of damage from Mickey to go to the Lasso. It's going to be hit through on a Laurel.
He jumped over.
Back, but pulls him over, pops the BKB. He goes into the Crush. Can they get the kill on Mickey? Can they get the control? They're trying to bash him up. They've got 2 heroes bashing the deep as well as the Time Walk. They're doing a good job, but they can't get the kill yet. Now they'll look over at Mickey, who is surviving, standing tall in the sliver of health.
But the Proshon's helping out.
Goes Ace. So 2 heroes dead. They do not have the Morphling. They lost the Sardar, and here comes
Scepter.
Batrider. Batrider
Time Walk in a second.
Not just the Aegis box. He gets it. Yatoro guard.
Gets the kill on
Good for
Yatoro.
78. Now they're going to look over for Collapse. He's trying to TP out, but he is too tanky to take down. They got the
that was
Aegis
so
on the
clutch.
Batrider.
And it seems like they want to run it down. They do have Catapult in the top lane. Buyback available for Yatoro. Roshan helped out Team Spirit with a little bit of a clap there, but not enough. He needed 1 second for the Time Walk. If he gets it off, Boxy would not be able to get the Flaming Lasso. And now he's the one holding it. Buyback also committed from Panto. Cooldowns did reset for Spirit. Unfortunately, they did not have Ravage. They did not have Chronosphere ready.
They did not have it ready. They did kill the Morph, who's going to be dead for 20.
Seems like Liquid did say that maybe he can steal the Aegis. He was 100% right.
Thought about the Ravage. Anchor smashing, going after the banner, trying to get the Golem dead. Now they'll find themselves Rue. They'll toss him back towards the rest of the team. There's the Gotcha Buke as well as the Spear, but it doesn't lock Rue up. Now they go to the Ravage. It's going to be out of 4 heroes.
Wait,
That's a problem. Nisha's dead. Collapse again, showing why if you keep him on a cliff, yeah, he's going to be neutered, but anywhere else, he is such an important part of this team. They stop the TP with the Shackle attempt. They get the kill on a Boxy twice. But this is Spirit pulling this one back.
And this is without Yatoro only using 1 big cooldown, and that's Ravage. And he did manage to recover. Now sitting in top 4, almost having the same amount of farm as Nisha, who was having a blast of a game on this Tiny. And Rue trying to lift the Spirits up, tipping Collapse for that Ravage, hitting onto 4 of them. Yeah, look at the smile.
There's not many games you could say that you had your hands off the keyboard and mouse for 5 minutes and still have to have so much impact. This Macropyre in a great spot as well with the fight where Roche is and Mickey trying to fight against Laurel and then Yatoro who jumps forward. You can see the bashes starting to stack up, but we'll see. Boxy, he's around the area with the Firefly waiting for his moment to go and steal Roche.
I think I can maybe steal the Aegis here.
100% maybe. And Boxy, he was ready to jump in.
The Ghost Scepter steals it, just faster fingers. Yatoro also dying in that moment. And then Collapse, of course. He is just too tanky.
Oh man, this game has everything. Like, they lost 2 early sets of barracks.
And they're tier 4s. They have no tier 4s.
Yeah, they have no tier 4s, and they're still managing to potentially make a comeback in this game. Yatoro, what is next on the line for him? BKB, he does have a shard that he did purchase some time ago, but now it's a full Mjolnir, which is going to be more damage, more attack speed, which also means more procs against this butterfly on Morphling.
This game is only 35 minutes old, and we have checked all those boxes. This feels like the kind of things you'd get in a 60-minute game.
Big damage increase as well with the level 20 talent on Faceless Void, 100 extra attack speed during the chrono. No Aegis.
Ghost Scepters, plural for Liquid. Also, you know, you were talking about it earlier today, where you're like, you know, you got to be a little bit cocky to do and have these big moments and be a professional Dota player. He said, I think I can steal this Aegis. Not only said it, then did it. And I feel like that is like, it was such calm pizzazz.
Yeah, it's the classic boxy play, I would say. Like, this guy has been owning it for the last couple of years.
He does it with stealing an Aegis. I tell my team, hey, I'm going to go get this last hit, and then I miss. He's doing it on the big things. I mean, that's potentially
that was a good, great comparison, I gotta say.
Yeah.
With the next round of items, like Faceless Void also found tier 4, neutral item, Flare's Boda with alert, so extra vision, and also 30% attack speed, 30 attack speed, which is gonna give him extra 130 with the Chronosphere talent.
Looking at the bashes available for Spirit have made problems for these heroes when they're trying to do anything, but talking to heroes that try to do something, it was Spear missing from Ace. And that was the toss back potentially to try and kill Tide, pull him away from his team.
Yeah, force him to maybe use Ravage where the rest of the team can't really connect.
Nisha looking for an entry again. Avalanche toss on a Laurel. He'll pop that BKB. That's going to be one damage on the Ace. Chrono on a 2. Now, Chaotic offering to try and turn it around. They've got the damage coming through on Nisha. They'll follow it up with a Ravage. That's going to land. Laurel ends up dead, but Ace is going to be in trouble with the power shot. Letting him goes in the arena.
Doesn't hit anything.
Backs out. Mickey trying to put some damage in on a collapse. You already used the Ravage. This Tide Hunter not really doing the damage, but they've got the help with the toss back on Yatoro. BKB from Nisha follows up on the Faceless Void. They get the kill to the Tide Hunter. He's going to be dead for 100 seconds. Does have buyback. They back off into the base. It's 3 heroes alive for Spirit as they also lost Laurel. The buyback's committed, mean that Liquid have all 5 heroes. They're looking for Megas. Dust pulling them back. Collapse running in. He is this Tide. He is just hitting away at these buildings. This is still going to be mega creeps. Shaco doesn't connect onto anything. Time walk in. Yatoro doesn't have a Chronosphere to drop down. And then there's that Ghost Scepter for the toss back towards this Tide Morph. And now Yatoro focusing his attention on Anisha. The Shackle does connect this time. They go to the Focus Fire. Do they have the damage to get the kill onto the Tiny? They do. He's dead for 100. Collapse still alive after all of this. Mickey trying to at least get Collapse because he bought back, but he'll end up dead too. So 2 heroes gone. 1 each for each team. 100 seconds.
Laurel's coming.
Mickey, Laurel, Blink, Crush now in looking for the Morphling, but they can go into Yatoro. He's dead for 90. He does not have buyback, and it looks like it's going to be Liquid here to secure this game as they take out Laurel. He'll buy back. Mickey is dead, but he does have buyback there too. And
let's see what the call is. Let's see what the call is. Whether they're going in. They saw this Lincoln Sphere on Faceless Void. Somebody had a read that he does not have buyback available. It's a very costly one. 2,000 gold. Arena and BKB resetting with the AC. Extra bit of attack speed and minus armor. Let's see how Mickey approaches it.
Just the throne stands here for Spirit. Blink, Crush looking to get the kill onto the Morphling, but they do not have their cores of Tide and Faceless Void. They're going to lose Panto. Okay, turns into the Chikiro, BKB, Laurel gone, 4 heroes without buyback. It's just through. And this game, well, it's gonna go the way of Team Liquid for game number 1. They overwhelm Spirit. They almost kind of let it go, but they solidify a victory 40 minutes into the game.
Boxy tipping Collapse in the end, and Collapse typing GG with the smiley face. This game pretty much had everything. A lot of team fights, you saw them pushing really the limits inside of Spirit. Very resilient team to be like taken out easily, but Team Liquid, they managed to do it in this game number 1.
So we'll send it back to the panel, hear what they have to say up on their cliff, and guys, take it away.
Indeed, truly we have been blessed by the Dota gods today. We've had one of the most insane comebacks already today from Team Liquid. Then we had one of the most end-to-end games in a really cool series of 2 teams swinging for defenses. We've now had the most comical game of Dota
we're getting
I've seen
this.
in ages. This is the highlights, by the way.
This
guys.
is like top 3 Dota matches of all time for me. It was so good. And the fact that after all of this, you know, I actually think in retrospect, Laurel's like, oh, god damn it, I got cliffed. Oh, I'm dead. He's the lucky one.
He is the lucky one.
He's lucky he didn't stay on the cliff for 5
his
minutes.
courier died right here.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, it did. And
Collapse was in the Bane pit for 4 minutes, dude.
I just it's like, because the funny part was also like this happened, and then after I'm like, well, you can't really analyze that much, you know, the game is kind of cooked after, but then they like start making a comeback. So this is like 5 minutes, bro, but he was top net worth at minute 15. They had a 2k lead. Now it's 5 minutes later. I think only now he's TPing out. Like even while he was cliffed, he's like ravaging the ground. He's like, I'm here for 2 minutes.
Ravage is still on cooldown for this fight, by the way. It's 11 seconds on cooldown because he used it on the cliff.
It's actually, you know, people on YouTube, they're going to be very proud because usually you just see this in like your shit games. You know, some guys like playing for the comedy factor. Shout out to Jenkins Dota, great YouTube channel. But here it actually happened in like a real Dota game.
Yeah,
I can't, and then they're doing this. They're down 18,000 gold. And they can actually win a fight.
I can confirm for everyone at home, Kez was actually losing his mind. He was going nuts. He was like, if they come back and win this, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah,
but that's team spirit, man. That's
you can never count them out. Like I get the narrative about this team, but come the fuck on, not like this. Like this has never happened before. If Spirit did manage to come back and win that game, Liquid is so cooked for game 2. Like it's just over.
Oh sure.
Imagine you can't take a W from that.
When we did the listening and they're like, you know, easy game, bro, and all of that stuff. So.
I mean, even here, Boxy is like clutching because Liquid,
sure, he has to. Yeah.
They're kind of giving up the game. Like, you know, Spirit, they find these opportunities. Like here, Yatoro, he's about to get an Aegis. You know, it could go rough. Like Mickey here is down for 70 seconds. But Boxy's like, yeah, I can maybe steal the Aegis. He just goes in, snatches them from them. They end up killing everyone. Because here, I was actually getting worried for Liquid. Like, no cap.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen the odds in that particular moment. Because it should have been 0. It was, you know, you've got a player that's like,
not playing.
Not farming. Like, literally not playing.
Come on,
you are 4v5 for 4 whole minutes.
And of all people, it's Collapse. It's the guy that is like known for Team Spirit at being the dude who starts the fights, the guy that makes it all happen. I mean, so that's why we picked him as our stand-up player for Team Liquid for this match.
Absolutely. He definitely stood out. He stood out of the game for 4 minutes.
For 5 minutes, yeah.
I mean, Liquid had to keep him, to keep it up, and they kept him up on the cliff. So, you know, they did the right things.
Yeah.
But my bro, it was a tough one for him. But of course, you know, the one who got him up there, the toss god himself, Mr. Nisha.
Yeah, he always finds ways to make weird things happen in a game that simply break the mold. It's something nobody's ever seen before. It's like so many times in this tournament, he's done this in different ways, whether it's laning or through his plays. It is simply not something that Team Spirit has ever had to deal with before. I can tell you, after watching Herald games, what to do, but it doesn't surprise me Collapse doesn't realize the strategy is you send the courier off the map all the way around, and then you come from Liquid's base because they're never going to be camping that side. But it takes so long to do that. But it's less time than 5 minutes.
He was definitely cocky there because his courier died initially. Then they had like a high ground ward that saw it like fly over, and then Nisha like bam.
That was he sent a direct courier path to himself. Like, come on, you can't do that. You can't do that.
I mean, whoever on Liquid said that, leave him up there, don't kill him, place these wards. That's the MVP for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can even look at Collapse at 29 minutes. This is what he
because, you know, while his performance and what happened is kind of a meme, he had the chitty Poland bag. You never see this item. But against Morphling, it's good. You overall, you know, you deal max percent HP, you lower his health region. So, you know, maybe it made a difference like in these games because obviously it was a very hard game. And I think also keeping up your focus in this game, like for him and also his teammates, must be super hard because for 5 minutes, you're playing like a mini custom game within the Dota 2 competitive game that you're playing in Secret of like, guys, I'm up here, like help me get down, send me a TP, do this, like what's going on?
I like that Rue sent him a sentry ward so he could de-ward, by the way. That was good team play. Like Rue still finding a way to support the guy that's on the cliff. And by the way, ravaging the camp, good strategy because you're going to aggro it over to and you can actually get some farm. So this is why he was a higher net worth than Laurel despite being cliffed for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he killed the ancient camp.
It was the couriers and the ancient camps that he was farming. So that was, for the situation he was in, not too bad. I imagine Two Spirits just laughing their asses off.
I hope so.
Right?
Like, I'm going to...
I don't think that's tilted.
I hope not. No, I hope, especially like because you brought it back after. Like, I'm just looking forward to, you know, the Team Spirit vlog where hopefully they release like some comms or how they talk about this after the game because you never see this. This is not normal at all. Like,
I mean, am I going too far? It looked like Team Liquid sort of constructed a fight in that area, knowing they had the movement manipulation heroes because it's not just the tiny touch. You got the Bat Rider
it's like
well.
you're creating your scenario, but you're not planning for this.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you're planning it. I don't want to go too far with it, but it's like, it was just crazy. They got 2 people up on a cliff, and like you say, had Lal not died, it would have been even more ridiculous.
Yeah, he's a Slardar as well. I mean, to be fair, I think Laurel had Blink Dagger, so he could get down.
He did.
So they saw that he has a pipe on Tide. They're like, he has just a pipe. Like, for this point in the game, there's no Blink Dagger coming, and if it did, it would have to come on the courier, right? So, like, they identified, like, how important he was for the fights. He didn't have any way of getting down. Yeah. Nobody had any way of saving him. Like, in these situations, you genuinely consider, like, okay, does Laurel spend his 1,400 gold on the Aghanim Shard, or does he just make a Force Staff? Because he could have done that and got him down like 3 minutes earlier, but then you're griefing your game.
I mean, they were probably hoping like Collapse will send his courier a specific way, like what you said, but ultimately, like, it didn't really work out. And like you're saying, I hope they're not tilted after the game. I can tell you those
they didn't seem tilted.
Like those 5 to 6, 7 minutes in between, I think there's no way you're not at least slightly tilted or annoyed at this happening because you're not really playing Dota 2 anymore.
It's such an easy thing to write off though because of that. Like,
afterwards,
once the game is over, it's like, boys, what just happened to us? I don't know, whatever. G next, you know?
Yeah, go next. All right, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. We'll be back after that short break to see if Collapse gets to play a game of Dota 2. We'll see you then.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
I can kill them, I can set.
Should we leave him there? No TP.
I kinda like it.
Should I leave him there?
I got his spirit.
Okay, I leave him there.
Okay, just leave him, fuck it.
I pushed up there. We just can't... keep eye on him, so tip cancel TP.
I can cancel it.
Nice, kill the guy.
All you.
Dead.
Link and pop.
I don't have
I cannot win.
I link and pop now.
I died.
Anything else?
I'm slow.
Anything? We killed them all.
Guess I buy it.
I didn't. You could press this on me.
I don't think this guy has buyback.
Should I just buy or what?
I think so. Yeah, like, I have arena.
We're doing the fucking YOLO, let's go.
I mean, he might have, but he bought Lincoln.
Can you guys give vision on fucking Jackie? I kill Throne in 2 seconds.
I know buyback, yeah. Warlock?
We're doing the fucking YOLO, let's go. Kill this Laura, kill Laura.
You're vessel. Clean, so clean. So clean.
Good shit. I like how he was on the cliff.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. We've seen amazing things today, and we're about to find out how tilted Spirit are or are not. What, are we all having?
Why are you trying to steal his spot?
Okay, we're all having a drink.
We're having a drink.
I need
We're
a
having a
drink
drink.
after that.
Cheers to that game.
Yeah.
To good Dota.
Yeah.
There's no better game.
To a reminder of why Dota is the greatest game of all time.
Yeah, Prost.
Cheers.
Slancher.
Prost.
I only have little
That's
arms.
Dota.
That's fine.
I'm T-Rexing. So.
Skål. Skål for all the Swedes out there.
Prost.
In chat. How do you say
Yeah,
in German?
so.
Prost, what I said 3 times. I'm glad he listens to me on the
He
mic,
just,
bro.
it's in one ear and out the other one.
What?
Keep that up. I can hold it for you.
Yeah, okay. So, what do you think Spirit do now?
Play real Dota.
I think it's the same thing is fine.
Yeah.
Ban Tiny, maybe.
Yeah, do the run back draft? I don't know.
Oh no, Mag, Tiny. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Bad Rider was also there. He started all of it.
Do you think Collapse deserves this for all of the repositioning he
I
did
think
to other
so.
people?
I
Like,
think he does
this
deserve
is
It's the karma. It's the karma for all of the Aegis steals down the years.
Yeah,
It's for all the ages, it's for all the like Magnus games he has against people with the horn toss skewer back. So suck it.
That's another reason why I think he won't be tilted, though. I think he probably recognizes in the bigger picture. You know, I've been doing shit like that.
Finally, he can understand what people
exactly.
feel
I've
like
been
Oh,
on
doing
the other
shit
end.
like that to people for years. It's my turn today.
That's the pain. The pain of repositioning in Dota.
Also,
This guy gives pain. Look at him.
Hilarious listening with Liquid as well.
Yeah.
Like at the end, he was like when he was on the cliff.
Tofu God, he was also the one who called it. And by the way, I will spoil something in the lobby chat. Collapse said, "Need Arteezy coach." And so, if there's a question of it, are these guys having fun with it? Yes, they are. It's Spirit.
Yeah, exactly.
These guys are always having fun. They're a very chill team.
Also, I think there's something cool like about the listening because it wasn't like a let's leave him on the cliff. I think sometimes what can be very good, especially in competitive games, is like just asking like a question. You don't always need to make like a fact statement, especially from the support role. More like, should we leave him up there? Do we need to do this? Do you need this item? Like sometimes you don't need the guy to just say one comment, but just to like spark a conversation and start something.
I think,
like
look, like just again, without trying to sound like I have a degree in psychology, because I don't.
Keep it up, yeah.
But obviously, I think you engage more with a question than you do a statement.
Mm-hmm.
So in the heat of the moment, if I go, do we leave him up there? People stop and think and process rather than if I say, let's leave him up there. You might miss that in the noise. So really cool listening, actually. Amazing how calm they just are in the middle of all
throughout
that
the
chaos.
whole game too, right? Like even later in like the late
Crazy.
clip, it's like
I think I could steal the Aegis.
yeah, I think I can steal. It's like, oh, nice clean game, guys. Show me the Jakiro, I will kill the throne. Very chill. Like they obviously know exactly what's kind of happening. So I want to see, in this draft. So they do take out the Bad Rider. They took out the Wind Ranger themselves. There's also no SD. And this time around, they also cannot first pick the Beastmaster, as Liquid themselves have taken it out. So we have to see, about the other usual suspects, the Tree and the Shadow Fiend, the Froggy Frog. Who's going to be left in the pool?
Let's not see the Frog. It has simply not worked out for teams leaving it in. Then again, Liquid plays Marcy carry.
Mm-hmm.
And that is like the one thing that has looked like decent against the Frog.
That looked super cool. I actually remember this from like over a year ago when Abaddon offlane was like very prominent. There was, I think Nightfall was one of the first guys to like play Marcy carry against Abba, because you just, like heroes that can't really protect themselves or just delay, you cannot delay against Marcy. If she has the space, she just kind of runs you down, and Largo is just he's just a nothing guy, like in the lane. So I would really like to see that if it does get, you know, left open.
Yeah,
depending on what's up.
I mean, so there's what, SF Tree and Largo. It's just Bat taken out. That's kind of crazy.
The Ember ban is also interesting, don't you think? Like there's a first phase ban. So they obviously understood this. You know, both teams understand, okay, the OP heroes are in. If we take this, they likely take that. But I do wonder about this Ember a bit. Like maybe they were also preparing if there's a different scenario and then later down the line we don't want them to have Ember. So we'll see if it maybe makes more sense the more the draft does develop.
We also had the Huskar ban in the first game that we were also considering. This was from Spirit. Like, where down the line is this coming in where it's going to be a problem? Did we ever? That's hilarious. I mean, to be fair, Liquid has been playing around the Tiny very well, and it's excellent with Shadow Fiend. Even as a 4 position, the toss back into Requiem is something to behold, especially from an SF that's willing to get active super early on, which McGay is basically the guy for that.
5 seconds remaining.
And you saw that. I think Largo's top 3 win rate. Yeah, I think it was something like TAO, so Largo, I think.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah. Like he's picked a lot, he's banned a lot, you know, for the right reasons. So of course, like 66% win rate in 21 games. I mean, to be fair, all of these heroes, like I think it's not that common. You have so many heroes that are picked like over double-digit times with like a 65% plus win rate. Kind of sus.
5 seconds
I mean, Liquid are the ones that need to pick out of phase. There's still, of course, you know, the other usual suspects we often talk about, whether it's a Warlock or it's like one of the Phoenixes that's left in the pool. Okay, Shadow Shaman this time is not in. I mean, you did talk about, I think, the Marcy as a potential carry. I would also still raise it as a potential support. I think she can do similar things, you know. You can save the SF, you can also toss them in sometimes and like combo with the Requiem. You can play through the safe lane into the Largo, who you know is very slow.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see the Largo answer because I really don't feel like just SF is enough. I would like to see the Marcy. I agree with you.
Yeah, I guess you can maybe
Tusk is also something.
Tusk would be cool. I like that too. I think that's like very similar vein.
You can bully him super hard in the laning stage. I mean, Marcy and Tusk are both pretty like damn hard to lane against as a Largo. That's where you need a good 4 to play with the Largo.
And then also, because you're talking about like the SF against Largo, I agree. Like you need more. You can always think of like you want to like lock down the Largo. So there is a chance also where Liquid could look to run back the Mars one more time. I think SF Mars is always great. Very good team fighting. You've got the Arena and the Requiem combo. Very high damage. They synergize very nicely with one another.
Yeah, and with the Jakiro, like it very much so lends itself to a Mars pick here. Largo likes to just slowly run away from you, too.
Yeah.
Kind of like a scuffed centaur.
And so you have a 3-0 Jakiro on Tofu, which of course, you know, is one of the better heroes. I will say also at the start, like Largos were fairly happy to lane into Jakiro because every time, you know, he spits on you, you just purge it, you get the HP region. So I think you don't like giga care like that much when it comes to the laning stage. Okay, we get the Rue Lion.
Lion is pretty nice, I think. Like, it's just a hero to block Largo from, you know, getting killed. You can always hex somebody and stun them, and it's enough chain lockdown that it's hard for SF to connect 3 raises or for Jakiro to like run around and get into a position where he can have some kill threat on Largo.
I mean, I wonder a little bit for Spirit, like what do you do with your other support here? You could look for, you know, the most common ones, you know, that anyone can talk about, whether it's a Warlock or a Phoenix, or do they have like a different idea where they're already looking at, you know, the 18 pick that you're looking for, the 23 pick? Like, what is your Toro talking about? I want this here against the SF. Maybe it's a range carry. Then you can look for like more the melee guys. Maybe Larla's saying, yo, guys, I'm looking at 18 Storm Spirit. It's super good with the Largo. Like, set me up. I want the follow-up damage. I think right now it's like very important that you don't just look at what you want, but also that your other cores are like talking, I'm looking at this. Let's make it make sense already.
That's why I would like the Warlock. Like, Warlock Ursa against SF sounds really
That's
good.
based. I like that.
And Largo plus Warlock is... If you get a good Fatal Bonds and Largo runs in and keeps strumming his guitar, it's so much damage. You don't even need a carry.
I mean, okay, so let's see for Liquid. I don't know if you want to like lock in your support, like your mid here, because you need to be like aware that if you pick a susceptible mid or someone who isn't super good against Storm, there's a high chance for Storm. If you leave like an Ursa that you just mentioned, like very up in the air, you know, Spirit, they're obviously going to be very happy to take those. So you need to look for a combo where you feel like you're at least covering yourself in some way. So there's the Mars we mentioned earlier. It's just overall good. So maybe now here you could think of a Willow type hero for Boxy.
Hoodwink Willow, something to just secure the lane.
Exactly, like because you could semi-expect like the Ursa to come out, so you know, just have like some soft lockdown. Or if you are talking about the Storm that's potentially coming out, your Mars can buy a Yules. Your Willow should be fairly okay. It's not a hard counter, but it's decent. They will still go with the Marcy, which I liked from earlier. I'm just thinking it shouldn't fully answer like what Spirit are getting, but it, like it allows you to do what you're looking for in the early game.
If Spirit did go for Storm 18, couldn't Liquid just run SF mid, like dumpster the Storm, and then Marcy carry, dumpster the Largo? Like this is still technically open.
Okay, let me think. That is interesting. You could definitely go the Marcy carry still. I think so. Oh, we forgot about Mr. Lord Shen from, of course, Kung Fu Panda 2, the Kazman. Quite strong.
Yeah.
It is one of the... We've seen it many times, right? Especially against the Mars. You have a very good lane.
And this Kez win rate is not indicative of mid.
We were doing this back in the early days of the tournament. We had a Kez tier list. We don't think there's an S tier pro player with it yet. And there's been a lot of very, how should we say, dubious.
Didn't you put Yatoro and Mickey on A tier?
No, I think Yatoro was
Mickey is the highest. We think he's
Mickey's the
closest
highest.
to S.
Niku was A-.
Yeah, Niku was A-, but of course he's a mid.
He's a mid, yeah. He's very good at Kez, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so what are you looking for? If you're Spirit, you kind of want like this guy that pairs with not just the supports, but also Largo. So like magic damage type guy for the Croaker. I think also mobility heroes look incredibly good against, you know, Liquid's lineup. We already talked about the Storm, which I would rate quite highly. There's also always the, you know, there's the Laurel Puck. I'll be semi-surprised if you leave that in. I mean, let's see, because you did talk about...
I guess like if Void Spirit's still in the pool, maybe they're more okay leaving Puck.
True. Like, you mean Liquid would be fine to leave it?
Yeah, Liquid would be fine to leave it. Puck comes out 23, and then Liquid counters with Void Spirit 24.
Because I would assume, at least for now, they would be... I think Liquid are happy if they do get to play SF carry and like kind of play it normal. Like, what you see is what it is. You know, Mars is your offlane, Marcy is your 4, SF is your mid. Unless Spirit give you like some openings where you can do the flex that you talked about.
You definitely run Marcy, SF, and then Jakiro Mars, right?
Yes, I agree fully.
Even though it'll be, you know, Boxy on Marcy and Tofu on Jakiro.
I think it's funny because most of the time when they do that, it does make sense. But I feel like it also has something to do with that. It just gives Ace and Tofu like an excuse in a way to like lane together.
Go together.
Because they have such good synergy. And it's the same for like Boxy and Mickey. When they lane together, like these guys, they just slap. Okay, they take out the Slardar, which makes me lean a little more towards like melee heroes.
Oh, Ember's
that
banned.
already banned earlier. I mean, is it then just like the Void?
Did they just take the Void Spirit themselves?
Because I feel like if you were looking for Storm yourself, you would probably look at a different ban other than Slardar. He doesn't really interact with you. Unless it's more of like, we don't really want to give them like SF Slardar. Like Slardar can like then sway the carry matchup where, you know, Kez would normally beat the shit out of SF, but if he has to amplify, you know, maybe it changes that. So they kind of understand that and they go with the Void ban. I mean, I would like Storm the most. I think they showed us a Leshrac pick yesterday that I didn't fully like against Medusa. I think it would be similar here. While you have backup and people that can like help you, I don't think it's that good.
In on something
yeah, exactly. Like there's like a lot of damage against you.
5 seconds remaining.
Is there anything we are overlooking? Tiny is also out because that's something that people have used, of course.
I mean, there's like Laurel Invoker, but it's not really been like what's the setup?
Yeah,
Just
and then
Lion.
you're playing like mid Invoker with offlane Largo. Like you have like double Alchemist in your team in a way. Unless they want to greed it up. I wouldn't love it necessarily.
Team Liquid's turn to
Yep. I guess that does just make the most sense.
Great call, Kezu.
So
Keep it up.
surely Liquid knew this was coming, and now my
They must.
question is, what is the Nisha answer to Storm? Is it just Queen of Pain? I mean, you have the Largo Dispel, but once Queen has Ags, you don't really want to
Queen
Dispel.
can definitely play through it. I would like it also. I think like a lot of these mobility heroes with like a semi-save, which Marcy with the pick-me-up facet, like if they go on you with Lion, you just zip the guy out. He's very happy. I think this can work. Overall, I've liked DK. I think this hero has fallen off a lot as a mid, but it's one hero I like who is okay against Kaz, and he gives you some tempo in the draft. It's also like semi-minus armor if you play the Green Dragon with SF. Are we missing any of like the obvious ones?
Or SF mid. And
you could. You talked about it earlier.
Marcy carry, and they're...
Does he want to... No, Huskar's banned. Never mind.
Okay, they go Invoker. All right, Invoker Mars. Good setup for Cataclysm. You can Alacrity the SF as well.
This is interesting because generally speaking, I don't like Invoker into Storm. It's kind of slow. It's Storm favored, but I think a lot of the times it's actually the offlaners that can like go to mid early or like get a blink early or like a Stampede or a Mars walks there to like offset this matchup. But I think they will nicely abuse the fact that Largo is just AFK. He doesn't really interact that much with mid. So while I think you don't really stop Storm from getting what he wants, I like the pick a lot because they have a lot of setup. Like you just said, they have the Mars. They also, if some stuff happens in mid, Boxy can come over with the Marcy and save him. So I like both these last picks quite a lot, actually.
Does Mickey normally go for the Yasha Kaya build on SF safe lane? I see like Mask of Madness.
He does the like this hybrid also.
He does the hybrid. Okay,
Yeah.
I think if you have an SF safe lane that's playing more like that, then Invoker mid also makes more sense. You've got a guy that's kind of like a carry mid, and then a mid in the safe lane almost. And it's more disable, like guaranteed teamfight disable to set up for the Cataclysm. And I really like your point about the Largo being just AFK for 15 minutes. Invoker loves that. Like,
yeah, of course. It's like his dream.
If he can just get to the Cataclysm timing, get some levels, get his Atos, like that's he's happy. At that point you can even kill the Storm. Another question: do you think Storm should go for Guardian Greaves this game?
Let's see what's he laning against. I mean, so you have probably the Invoker who might build an Atos. I mean, who else would he build it for? I think maybe you don't.
Hero.
I mean, I guess the heal could be nice with the Largo, but I think maybe it depends on like what allows you to like play more aggressive, and then maybe you go with that.
Okay.
Guys. There's only one thing funnier than that game one, and it is a Sir Action Slacks interview.
Hello, everybody. Yes, we are here at Milan. Good to see you again, Team Spirit. Well done in game one from your end. Very interesting game. I think it's like a once in a forever Dota game where I think we can both agree you won the draft. Like, if that shit did not happen, you guys were already coming back. If he was not 5 minutes AFK on that cliff, I think you would have won. How's that feel to win the draft and then lose the game still?
I mean, it feels okay because it's game one. If it was game 3 or like game 2, it would be
Just
like pretty
instantly
tough. But this way, like you just take the best you can. I think there was like few things that could have gone our way and would also flip the coin, like Roche, like some neutral items. Yeah.
But what was the comms like going into the team? Were they in good spirits? I mean, Team Spirit out of everybody seems to always be like, forget it, you know.
I think the best way to describe it is this game when they picked Marcy. Yatoro told Collapse that Marcy Q can put him on a cliff.
So it was already known, but okay, fair enough. All right, I want to talk really quick about Largo. Largo is this hero that is banned constantly. It's open, you insta-lock it. Is that just what the state of the hero is? If it's open, you're taking it no matter what?
I think with SF, it's probably top 2 heroes of the patch. But so far, I think Largo has the god status. I think every patch, there's like a god.
Yeah, and that would be it. So you would just have to take it.
Yeah.
Okay. Last question for you then. Yatoro back on his iconic Kez. Not seeing a lot of success with this hero, 33% win rate or less. Why Kez?
Because the only other guy to win a game on a tournament on a Kez was Ame, and it's only natural that Yatoro is the second. So, yeah.
Love story continues very well. Well, let's see how this game goes. Thank you so much for your time. We'll jump right into it. Oh, hell yes. All right. Woo!
Thanks so much. Coming into game number 2, Liquid have that 1-0 lead over Spirit. They're trying to get it done with the Largo-Kez combo, and they've got Laurel on the Storm up against this Invoker of Nisha. It should be an exciting matchup. I feel like this one's going to be high octane between the two teams.
Yep, they have an okay setup in the side lanes. It's not Shadow Shaman. It's not like the instant stun that they have other than Mars Spear. One thing I want to point out is that Marcy is super effective against Largo in the lane. This is not a matchup that he likes to play. Let's see if Rue can maybe land a stun there. Okay, they're trying to get some right clicks in. But I also want to go back to how Vici Gaming, how they were playing against Largo. This seems to be the case. Even though they played Marcy from a position 1, on Shiro 3 times in a row, every single time with Marcy in the lane against Largo, Largo straight up did not have a good time. I think this time around it's going to be slightly easier because it's he's paired up with Lion, so once they get to level 2 with the Frog Stomp, you can lick them, or you keep them inside with the Earth Spike as well. So they need to be slightly more careful. Boxy is playing that position 5/4 Marcy. Good thing is they have Flying Couriers, so they can also send the items, and when you play it as a 5, a lot of times you might need to use special delivery just for that. And this is the combo that we talked about.
Yeah, look at that damage coming in with the Earth Spike and the Frog Stomp with that catchy lick, and they get a kill over bottom. That is going to be Yatoro getting the life of Tofu, so already some high aggression from Spirit. One of the ways that Spirit shut down, or, well, we're shutting down early, was the fact that their lanes went well, but they kind of lost out on a lot when Collapse ended up getting Cliff. So as long as he doesn't have another moment like that, which I doubt we see here, it should be Spirit having a much easier time. This Largo is going to be quite interesting to have to deal with, and you take a look at the Radiant wins 70%, which means 7 of 10, and the Dire 7 of 11 if it's equal to 21. He's got a good win rate overall, and Milan said it's like that god status kind of hero.
It really is. This hero, like you can look really bad on this hero if you make a mistake, if your Raptor dances are not getting off in the team fight. And also, speaking of team fight, Team Liquid, they have a really nasty combo. It's going to be Mars Arena with Cataclysm later on, with Shadow Fiend Requiem. Also want to see what the build that Mickey is going to be. Panel talked about this hybrid build that they really like, that Mickey does tend to go for, with Yashakaya Blink Dagger, and then you start to go for the Silver Edge, BKBs, these type of items, just to have extra bit of early presence with the spell usage. And then you can start to scale, getting your Silver Edge. And also, like, there's a very good synergy between Silver Edge, Blink Dagger that you're buying, and that Yashakaya. So you always have the threat of getting the solo kill. We saw Shadow Fiend's Heritage in the previous series where he was camping the potential Twin Gate rotation. Maybe he can grab a kill there. But there's always that big team AoE team fight that you can actually get online. All they have to do is not lose too hard, because I think if Team Spirit is controlling the tempo, if this Largo's getting too much once you get to his Aghanim Scepter, it might be problematic. Boxy, he needs to save him, and he's going in with the aggressiveness.
Yeah, went in with the rebound. That's an interesting play, but they can get the kill. So it's the aggression doing the work. Pays off pretty heavily to at least get one. They're going to try for Collapse, dual breath in, another raise, a kill there for Tofu. Well done by Liquid, knowing the limits of their heroes. Not rebounding out, not getting scared initially, and jumping back in with that rebound, trusting the process.
Nicely done. Let's see if he decides to stick around. On Jakiro, doesn't seem like he wants to. Tofu gonna go and check what's happening in the triangle. For this game, they're gonna be more focused on the lanes compared to game number 1, where everybody was stacking. Right now, Tofu, he placed the Observer Ward in the same spot where they cliffed Collapse in the previous game.
Putting it there in memoriam of that moment of the game. Ward doesn't need to get a courier over to get out of that cliff spot. It just needs to be D-word or timed out. And Yatoro is going to get that kill on the ace. So they take out this Mars, and it's another one for the Kez. Already an early start that's been working wonders for Yatoro.
And another one for Warlock, sitting at 3 Grimoire charges. Level 4, 5 minutes in. This is going to be a really early golem coming out from him.
Early golem, which is something we talked about last game, was trying to give up as little as you can to these Warlocks, because you just don't want to give up these charges on the Black Grimoire. Still has 83 seconds before he's able to even use it, so there is some time to add to it and even push that 6 quicker. That could be a potential problem with the big team fight, especially if that's laid down on some of these heroes that kind of struggled to get out. Nisha, Laurel, just back and forth over mid. Net worth is about even. As Boxy is there to lock down the regen rune, not going to be given to Nisha, but just taking it away from the Storm. Tornado hits, Panto nearby, rebounding in with the meteor down. Shadow words there, but it doesn't matter. Laurel ends up dead. Now they'll look for Panto. This is going to be 2 for Liquid. Great movements, and Boxy again just being so impressive with this Marcy.
It's hard to say, like, it's one of his best heroes, because you can always start thinking about his Tusk, his Batrider, but this hero hasn't been in the game for that long, but he plays it really impressively. Some of the saves that he does, and getting extra bit of XP from that one. Thinking about going on Largo. This is where Largo would love to go to jungle, especially if he can't lane. And let's see, maybe they have Sunstrike available. Nisha immediately invoke that one. 3 heroes, potentially thinking about going in, but Spirit, they're also bringing in numbers.
Collapse willing to stand there because he had both supports coming over that ob, saw Tofu and Boxy making the move into that point. Ace going to grab that shrine, so it is Core still taking the experience. Not going to both supports. Which is no shock. We're seeing a lot more focus on cores, especially if you're in the off lane and you're struggling a little bit. On the other side, it was the Lion that picked up the shrine. So both supports getting the effectiveness of the Radiant one. Thinking about going mid again. But no Storm in the lane. He's back in the jungle. We've seen this with Storms. At least for now, he's back in the jungle. And as they shift towards top, the supports of Radiant have shifted down to mid.
Rue's gonna find that ward on the hill. Supports just roaming around together. They were trying to make something done. Panto wants to maybe get that level 6 out of a Grimoire. They still need a kill.
Ice Path connects on a Panto. Trying to rebound.
Here
Good
as well.
Earth Spike onto both those heroes. Unable to get away. The Raven's Veil is in. They'll get not 1, but 2 as both supports die on Liquid. That is
it's the full
everybody
squad
coming over mid.
Reminds me of BetBoom team, the way they played, and this is what we said. He came in, he wanted to get those stacks. First of all, he gets XP, then he had 5 stacks of Grimoire, pushes him to level 6.5, drops the Golem, and this is gonna be the tower. You can't really defend this unless you bring in the numbers, and right now Liquid, they don't have the numbers.
This is gonna slow down the Invoker game. That being said, Ace having some free space as this Mars.
Hard matchup for him. It's very difficult to play Mars into Kez.
That is the Black Grimoire. Is it always on fire?
I'm not sure. I guess that's the best that we could find.
It's pretty hardcore.
It is. But Mars, a lot of the times you see this hero being left in certain matchups against Kez, against Ursa, where he doesn't get too much out of the lane. He gets pressured heavily. If you use a spell to farm, they start immediately playing aggressively onto you.
Toro. He backs away, but we'll have help in a second from Rue. So I did some very impressive Earth Spikes to get a couple of heroes and slow down Liquid, especially in that mid take with 5 heroes. Raven's Veil, Arena down. They are TPing in one more. They'll look for the Sunstrike, but the Shadow Word keeping him healed up. They hit the Hex on a Boxy as well as the Earth Spike. They're going to start to drain that mana. Vortex again. All 5 heroes showing up. And that's going to be a kill on Ace, so they take 2. They don't get Panto, but everybody is Power Ranger TPing down bottom to save this Kez.
If this was a pub game, this is where Dyer starts ult chatting how the Radiant team is try-harding, always bringing in numbers, but that's how they need to play. And immediately, look at how spread they are. Collapse, he goes through the Twin Gate, 60% for Team Spirit at the moment, win probability. But they're also not losing out too much, even though they brought 5 heroes. Rue immediately runs to the mid lane. He wants to be the one to soak up some of that XP, get the finger online. Problem with this Liquid's lineup is they don't have a way to start a fight, really. The only reliable way is either Mars to run in without phase boots. It gets very difficult, or Boxy with some rebound and dispose type of a play.
Trying to look at what he's got, and it is that Ash Shield. We'll jump in for Collapse. And the Requiem, as well as the Unleash by Boxy, but they just don't have the damage, and it looks like this Marcy's going to be in trouble again. We'll try to fight back, but there really isn't much going his way, and Boxy will fall to Collapse, as this is a combo that really doesn't work out. That Requiem really didn't do much. Feared him for a second, but overall, just nothing really going on, and they give away another one. So
Yaturo's on the chase.
Lead.
He might catch Mickey here, knowing that there is no Requiem.
Doesn't chase him deep into the jungle area. He is ahead by a lot. 1,000 gold ahead of the next one. Early Meteor Hammer, which is no shock for Invokers these days. As they smoke. Can they rebound and find a catch on Laurel? It's going to be difficult. They are going to try, and
spell usage
over mid.
Needs to be perfect. They see Bassi Aura on one of the creeps in the mid lane, so maybe Lar caught that because it's not an Invoker, which means that Jakiro is right there.
Gets his Arcane Root. No, he's holding him for a second, but they will see that it goes. Sentry, Ob spotted, taken out, cleaning up some of the vision that they had over there. But what are the answers? What do Liquid do being down like this? It's not that much, but a lot of that lead is on the Kez, and Kez is definitely one of those heroes that can take advantage of an early lead and make you pay for it.
He definitely can, but Team Liquid, if they can keep this advantage or disadvantage, 2-3k gold lead, their team fight is super strong. Being able to get the Requiem combo off with the Victory Feast facet, Arena, and we'll see what Nisha's going to be building into. Seems like it's going to be Road of Athos, which is still dispellable if you have Largo. And we've seen Largos be very active, especially Miero. When he played, he came for 6-minute rune, he came for 8-minute rune. And we also saw Spirit bringing 5 members in 2 engagements.
Yeah, not afraid to throw everything in the kitchen sink. As Panto just sitting mid, still trying to get some solo experience, get some solo farm, pick up that early Pavis. And Rue looking to have that initiation available to him with that Blink Dagger. So they'll have that soon enough. And then you'll have the Ball Lightning initiation, but Rue looking to position better and land these Earth Spikes. He's been very important to the success that Spirit have had so far with this Lion. As Mickey continues to do the best he can with the farm that he's getting on this Shadow Fiend. Well, what's the game plan for Liquid?
Just farm up, don't lose out too much, maybe get a pick off. Don't try to force unnecessary fights, showing that Spirit is willing to bring the whole squad every single time. The heroes on their side are not fight ready yet. Maybe get a pick off for Nisha. It's very difficult for them to start a fight. You saw the smoke that they tried to do. Laurel kind of sensed that it was coming, or he saw that Bassi Aura on one of the creeps. So for now, Spirit playing it slowly. They also don't feel like they need to rush anything. As long as they can finish off Aghanim Scepter on Largo, get one item running on the Storm Spirit, but they also could go for the pickoff. They do have more than enough damage. The 1-2 combo with Lion, with Finger Online, plus the Storm Spirit, and now
Scan connected.
Chaotic Offering off cooldown.
Mickey is kind of pinched in. They're going to Ball Lightning past Boxy to try and get the save. Earth Spike Finger combination. Pick me up, doesn't matter. Yatoro's got the kill. Boxy is dead to a double for this Kez, as Spirit continue to bring all the numbers necessary to finish off Liquid in these engagements.
Kind of hard. They don't have the playmaking hero on Liquid, so very difficult to make the move. Their counter initiation is Tornado, maybe like a defensive Arena, Requiem. Pick me up. This time around, it got shut down. Hex plus the stun, knowing that he's gonna go for it, knowing exactly where Boxy is.
Liquid are struggling, and it's not gonna get easier with this Ags picked up for Largo. They want this Blink Dagger on Ace. They have not really used this Arena to get much done. And they're going up against what is now gonna be that upgraded Ags here for Collapse, and he's getting it faster than normal. He's had such a great start, especially with the kills early. He is about 700-800 gold ahead of this Mars. And in a situation where Spirit, they're doing so far, they're starting to snowball a little bit out of control. but it could get much worse with a kill on either the Shadow Fiend or this MOUZ to open up the map and take these towers and shrink it for Liquid.
Liquid keeping it at 3k disadvantage for them, which is still in a pretty good spot. Blink Dagger coming out on MOUZ. It's going to be go time, and I'm really glad that Nisha decided not to go for Road of Atos. I think they need this Aghanim Scepter as fast as possible to have the Cataclysm. They need the extra damage inside of the arena, and they also need to catch at least 2 people inside of the arena. Otherwise, or if they can get a kill and go back to farming without losing anything, they're still going to be okay with that.
They'll move over. Rue going to be the only one in the vicinity. And Creep's gonna see Boxy coming in, so Rue with this blink, he really should have an easy disengage. They might go for Collapse, but Ace, blink, Spear, but Collapse doesn't connect, and now the pick-me-up with Catchy
he licked him
mid-air. And they go to the finger. They'll have this kill on Ace very quickly. Yatoro just continuing to clean up. They found one more, and that's gonna be Tofu dead.
It was supposed to be pick me up, but in the end it ended up being lick me up because he did not finish that one.
Huh?
Yeah. He didn't manage to finish the animation in the end. I didn't even know that it works that way.
Yeah, neither did I.
We learn something new every day. And another 2 big kills on them. It's very difficult, something that I've been saying throughout the tournament as a MOUZ player. A lot of the times it feels very awkward for you to go first when you're playing from behind, knowing there is a save, knowing that you're fighting into chaotic offering. So it makes it very difficult for Ace to get the first initial jump.
Tough to make that jump, but the options aren't really there elsewhere. Can maybe start for a singular pick off with a tornado, or maybe you're hoping to get a rebound in, but blink into the arena is kind of one of the only options that you have to get this big team fight. It really does start to sour the checklist of things that they think they had on Liquid. So they pick up that shield rune for Ace. He wants that shard, he wants to be able to spear multiple heroes, but might not have that opportunity with the way that the game is going. As we saw, he tried to make the jump out of the Largo, doesn't connect him to a tree, and there's really not much they could do to save each other afterwards.
I also like what I see on Storm Spirit. Laurel thinking about picking up A on this. This seems to be like one of the best items of the tournament, I would say, where we're seeing it more often being picked up. Like on Tidehunter, you're playing into some Silver Edge buyers, so you don't want to die, meaning that your ulti is still going to be proccing. And knowing that they have limited amount of lockdown, if you get initiated on by Arena, it's all about that initial survivability. If they survive the big combo from Liquid, Team Spirit, they're in a really good spot.
They are in a good spot, and well, let's see if Spirit can keep it up, because so far they've kept it up quite well and have continued this trend of just upping the net worth and upping their advantage and keeping their farm and pressure around the map. You're hitting that point where Tormentor is going to show up. They have a Deso on Yatoro. Maybe they want to go for Roche in the next few, although Roche is okay. It's not the best, but not the worst. Then they'll, you know, Torn, Roche, Shrines. Maybe they want to play aggressively on a Shrine. We'll have to see, but it does feel as though the map is their oyster for Spirit. Isha, he's still trying to keep up, and he's done a good job. His farm has been right there with Kez the entire time. It's about being able to utilize the net worth that he's got right now, and he just has not been able to do that at all. They finally come in and they land a Cataclysm. It will hit on Naru. They'll get that there. Pick me up going deeper in, but it's right to Yatoro. They get the kill on a Tofu. They'll throw in the Requiem, but is that going to do anything for them? Collapse on a killing spree. Both supports dead on the side of Liquid. The chase is on as Laurel doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. It goes right into Mickey, and they'll get that kill. Echo slash spear well off the mark from Ace. Isha, who is top of the net worth for the side of Liquid, ends up dying to Yatoro, who continues his onslaught.
This is supposed to be the big turnaround play potentially for Liquid, and
okay, you did not have to put that
30.
up there.
We even upped it by 1 that he just missed, so 2 out of 31.
Took it away, flashed it again. I mean, That's a stat.
Not all of them were like going towards the heroes, you know.
Well, that's why they would be a miss.
Yeah, like, but only 2 of them were a hit.
Yeah.
They need to land Arena onto at least 2 heroes. They even tried to give him vision. They planted out Observe Ward before the fight started. But again, getting the initial jump and Team Spirit keeping the distance. Seeing this is the only way that they're going to be losing the team fight. The big Aghanim Scepter reveal on Nisha didn't work out. Very limited amount of lockdown. That's one of the issues, because nobody else can set it up other than MOUZ.
Yeah, he's the only one who can set it up. They will find Panto. And right now, anything they can get is good, but unfortunately, now they have lost the Shadow Fiend. Rue does end up dying in return, but worth it to kill that Shadow Fiend and slow down his game even more. Now they're in a Roche. Should be an easy Aegis for Spirit. Nobody really nearby. And it will be there for Laurel. Why not use an Aegis on this Storm? Oh, be good. In the world for Spirit, if they continue to have the continued game that they've been showing for the first 22 minutes.
Oh, he killed the courier. 2 component of an Aeon disc, which you can get for a good 2 minutes. Not too bad of a kill here. Trying to delay as much as possible.
BKB being built early for Boxy, trying to have a little bit more effectiveness as this Marcy, but it's BKB, bottom of the net worth, hoping to make it happen.
I like that he's recognizing that they need some extra bit of a damage, so going for the scaling instead, rather than, you know, they would like to have a Solar Crest. You have Shadow Fiend on the team, all these turrets that you have, Drow Rangers, Shadow Fiends, anything that you can buff the damage. Medusas, you want to have Solar Crest, but then you're also playing into Deso. Tofu would not be saved. Yatoro off to too good of a start. He's involved in 15 out of 17 kills on Kez.
Whoa. That's almost everything, and we saw it early. The 5-man rotations, just the numbers coming in droves from Spirit. Is there a fall-off point for Kez that Liquid could take advantage of?
This hero is very scary in the late game. This hero just goes brrr, and then you're dead.
Sounds painful.
Ace looking for something here. If he could maybe land, it's just another 1-man arena.
Yeah, Panto, Cataclysm. Ooh,
nice play from
damage. Laurel sticking with him, making sure that he doesn't die. They also found the Invoker at the same time. Chaotic offering, but the pick-me-up of the rebound. Now Ball Lightning looking further. Let's have an Aegis, so even if he does die, they've got another life left on Laurel to use. Vortex, Spear connects, that lands. It's on 1. But they've got that Croak of Genius constantly coming out onto Laurel. And they've got the Golem pushing too.
Yeah, we saw Lion combos, we saw Keeper of the Light, but this also does the trick, lowering the mana cost of his abilities. And you can almost permanently have it on, even using Shadow Word. Laurel fishing for something, kind of wants to use this Aegis. They also gave him the gem. No arena for 45 seconds. Not sure how they're gonna initiate. They need a 2-man spear back, otherwise this fight's gonna look very awkward for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's gonna have to start with that, but it's gonna need and require much more. Looked like they were gonna fight, but instead they've backed off.
It does work.
Making sure the BKB works and gets the tier 2 top. That's all good. It is that first usage.
They could maybe try to get something done out of this. They don't have any smokes available. Looking at Boxy, he's still smoked, but it's running out.
Yeah, just about to run out, and they are nearby once again. Maybe they can find a fight with this line who has moved up pretty far. They've got Ace, who's at the front once again, but Rue ready and gets that Hex instantly on Ace. Tornado EMP, or Spike from a distance doesn't land. Sunstrike's off the mark. Don't have really much of anything to hold them down. The Tornado comes in, but that's about it. That's all you have. Just no punching back for Liquid for the most part. And they are trying hard to find their opportunities. They're just not showing up. It has not been easy for them.
Really not. They know that Ace needs to be the first initial jumper for the team. We're still yet to see the big combo. We're still yet to see Arena onto 2 with 2 spears. That's most likely with Requiem gonna kill those 2 heroes if they can execute.
Big if, though, as we've seen it really hard to get there up to this point. 40 seconds for this Aegis as Laurel still continuing to march down, made with this creep wave. And there goes the Radabatos Courier that is going back, but not towards Nisha at the end of the day. They'll find the spear, they'll look for the Cataclysm, they'll get the kill on Aru, they'll end up losing Tofu, but it's godlike for Yatoro, and he wants even more. And a lot of mana for Laurel, but he will be regenning in a couple of seconds if they wanted to continue on. They even passed the gem over to the Kez.
And now he puts in Aeon Disc. He did not want to use Aeon Disc before. Making sure that during Aegis, he does not want to get it procced.
Binding all the way over, and Nisha's going to be caught. Yatoro's in with the BKB, and gets all that regen back thanks to the Aegis expiring, killing off this Invoker with ease. This feels generous, this 90-10. Even ticking back one for Liquid, but man, this is all Spirit the entire time.
Yatoro is also chasing Loxy, getting marked.
Getting marked and getting killed. What can you do? There's nothing stopping this Kez. Just complete obliteration from this carry. And they are stuck to such a small part of their own map as well. Where do you even farm to get it back?
The pickoff is through the roofs for Team Spirit. You have Kez playing on one side, you have Lion and the Storm Spirit. They holding on to Gem. Liquid, they don't have any vision whatsoever outside of the base.
Hard to have vision when the Gem on Storm is just cleaning up everything. Things getting a little bit experimental as Boots of Travel picked up for the first time on Largo. Not only that, it's going to be Boots of Travel 2. He's got the upgrade flying in. Steal that Shrine. Sunstrike, not seeing much. But Bots 2 means Largo can be in very quickly into these fights, committing onto a hero that might be in like Kez and or Storm. Start there, and then you just start doing that Amphibian Rhapsody.
Knowing that he can get the farm on different side of the map while the team is trying to get the pick off. Map for Liquid is pitch dark, they don't see anything. And everybody on Liquid except for Kez, sorry, on Spirit is building Aeon Disc. They know, again, if you survive Arena Cataclysm combo, you are winning the fight off of that.
Map will be dark, and Liquid will be playing Nickelodeon's Are You Afraid of the Dark? And for right now, they're not. They're going over, but this Courier is going to be spotted. They won't kill it. They know exactly where these heroes are. Nisha in trouble. The Echo Slash, the rebound out. They don't keep up with these heroes. BKB, TP, and Boxy still ends up dying. They don't get the Invoker, but he used that BKB, and the heroes of Liquid all bail from this engagement 21-9 with a 17,000 net worth lead. And Roche potentially respawning soon. It will be with an extra minute and 32. Mars spotted. There's the finger, the control with the Vortex. Laurel's got another kill on Ace. He does no buyback, did for 50.
Oh, we saw the damage numbers on screen. And I think it tells the story of the game where Mickey doesn't feel too comfortable joining in any of these fights. He just doesn't have, like, with the BKB, the game became so difficult for him. We haven't seen more than one Requiem. There was one in the laning stage when they were trying to go near the tier 1 tower, but that was about it. Now Gleipnir Bigger AoE spells for Invoker. Nisha's the one who's still having insane amount of farm for this type of a game.
Yeah, and he's got the farm for Liquid mostly. Because you look at where Mike is at, and it's well behind his position competitor. And not too much behind the Storm, but still struggling overall. The big struggle is the MOUZ, who only has 11,000 net worth and is being caught by both supports of Spirit.
Uh-oh. Both of them are holding GPM enchantments. Laurel, he's not done holding onto that gem.
Well, when you're able to kill heroes like this, that's a bit of a GPM enchantment. They also, yeah, they'll pick up the gem. They've got 2 now. That picked up by Rue. Rue's got 1, Storm's got the other, and now they'll go for the Torn. Shard for Laurel, so he's going to hit even harder. It's very tough for Liquid to have a response, and I don't know if we've seen one in full yet.
Once they get the big combo off, we might see those 4 Aeon discs. 2 are already completed. I think the 3rd one's flying out and the 4th one being very close.
It can go invis, but there is a gem. There's no help right now, and they got the BKB, but Mike trying to hit back, unable to do so. He's going to be dead for 70 seconds. It might just be about that time. I mean, there still is Roche. There's still a lot of the base together, but these heroes are just getting run at with no regard for their own well-being on Spirit because they know they can survive most of this. The spear connects, the meteor's down. Maybe they get 1. They got Yatoro, so I've spoken too soon because they just got 2,000 gold for that kill. Maybe
That's
a
all
little
they
bit
need.
overzealous.
He has another spear ready.
Fatal Bonds, chaotic offering. He had another spear, but he's going to be dead. Leipnir flies out once more, and that is a big kill as Collapse will heal up the rest.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold. Good amount of XP that they just got from it. First time seeing Spear connect onto the 2 heroes with Cataclysm, sharing the damage. They just almost blew them up instantly. But most importantly, Yatoro dies. They didn't get their gem back, unfortunately. And now they have 4 Aeon discs. This is one of the few times you will see this, especially this early in the game. This is 30 minutes we're talking about.
Isha TPing back home. He was the one who claimed the life of the Kez, probably with where the net worths are at, the best one to get it, because he's now top of the net worth. I think it's so crazy, the Nisha impact. It's something different than any other player on any other team.
Yeah, pretty much. On top of the net worth in a game like this, only having 2 deaths, and we're going to see that fight again. Ace finally finds the right opportunity, patient enough. Gleipnir's setup did help him out.
I think they tried to catch Ulik and save, but couldn't. And in getting that kill, I feel like it gives them maybe a few more minutes if they can't fight back again. But if they win another fight, this net worth lead might tumble, and it could be Liquid's game to come back on as long as they keep the Shadow Fiend alive. That being said, this is Roche, this is an easy Aegis, there's no contest coming out from Liquid, so it does still feel, despite the fact that they were finally able to kill the Kez, more of the same. You see Liquid just tied up to their base, they circle where they can kind of maybe find Liquid on Spirit, because Storm's the one pointing out, hey, if we're going to be down here, we just showed on the lane, they might just go up top to move for some farm. And that's exactly where they're going.
I would love to see...
Oh, okay. They can still throw. We have like the tool to one-shot.
They have the tools. Problem is they have these 4 Aeon discs. You can dispel them and then maybe have the follow-up stun with Tornado. But I would also love to see Nullifier, maybe on Mars, so that you can kill the heroes. He's still sitting at 1,400 gold. So that's maybe 10 minutes into the game, 5 minutes, depending whether they're going to be able to get the kill.
Cataclysm, Yule's safe in the air, but the spear lands on a Laurel. That's going to be an Aeon disc, and then the boots of travel in. They get the kill in Aru, they'll take out the Lion. Now they'll look to put the right-click damage on a Collapse. He'll be broken, and he is in trouble. All while that is happening, Marcy is getting chased back by Yatoro, who's not even in this fight. They get the kill on a Boxy. They will finish off the Marcy inside the base. They had the Kez in deep. The rest of the team was trying to fight, but they'll end up losing too.
Playing a bit of a longer fight this time. Managing to get the stuns, proc those Aeon discs. Tofu. Also in no man's land, thinking about maybe there's a shrine to be picked up.
Not sure if it'll show itself, but it was not there. BKB now for Storm, a little bit more survivability as he's trying to cut creep wave. But there is a Storm that can just vortex you as you show on the wave. Tofu will lose his life while trying to kill most of those creeps. Does kill, I think, all but one. Not sure that's worth dying, though. It's a little bit of a glimpse of the potential damage that Liquid can do. Didn't exactly start off being this amazing fight for them either, but that was all without Kez.
Yeah, Nisha, we saw that he has Gunpowder Gauntlet with Greedy Enchantments, knowing that he can still get a good amount of farm with his summons, with his spells. 100 GPM is a lot. Allows it to stay on top of the network. Octarine finished, still sitting at 3,000 plus gold.
Now has the Madstones, I believe. We'll see what they want to start going for. Pyrrhic Serrated Shiv is... They were looking for BKB for Boxy for a long time. I think he had to do this first, but then he went back and got the Ghost Scepter.
It's a mix of 3 different items. Casual Cloak, just so that he has enough survivability. And then wanted to get a BKB, but the Ghost Scepter. Let's see the combo, Kez.
Ooh, Spear, but the lick. He still gets to survive with the Shadow Word. That's a weird interaction.
I guess lick is stronger than a Spear here.
Can't pierce his tongue. Might have to try elsewhere. So go, look for the Storm, Ace with the BKB, Yatoro in with the BKB of his own, looks at Nisha, 2 shots Tofu. Cubes him up and dishes him out. Chaotic Offering, and that's gonna be dead Mickey. They'll lose the Shadow Feet, he's gone for 80. They're diving in for more, taking the mana away from these heroes with the help of the Lion. Nisha inside the base, but getting front stopped, and he'll die to Yatoro.
1,000 plus stacks coming out from Kez, and also Arena hits only onto 1 again. Largo in the back line, and they were unable to proc some of those Aeon discs. 2 still ready. Buybacks are coming out. Nisha, let's see what they could do. Mickey has no buyback available.
2 of the 4 Aeon discs are still unpopped. Still corked. Wind Waker for Collapse. Still have so much to save his allies. He's also got that extra effect on the Amphibian Rhapsody.
Plus the extra armor. You are playing against Shadow Fiend. Removing quite a lot of his damage. Yatoro, 17, 1, and 10. Only dying once. Pretty much 6 slotted. Can still get Aghanim Scepter. Even upgraded his Blink. That's a Swift Blink upgrade. Insane amount of damage that he can just jump in and go on a target. And now Aghanim Scepter also done. Team Liquid, they have 1 more try.
Felt like that try was their 1 more try, but they still get another one, down 40,000 net worth. This is a lot to have to overcome. Most would say insurmountable, but we've seen bigger throws before. It's just very tough against this Kez, who just picked up an Ags. So the Katana to the size, and this is going to be tough to beat. Level 27 there, too. Will find these heroes, or will he find them as
Arena.
they missed the spear. The arena was used, but the BKB came out from Yatoro. He'll Raptor dance and kill off Mickey. No, he's still going to survive this,
Bodyguard
but
keeping
eventually
him alive. And
Vortex
Satanic, but
pulling him
not
in and
long
getting
enough.
the kill. Cataclysm going to fly out. Can they get the kill to Yatoro? He's still up into the air, I believe, from the Wind Waker that came out from the Largo. He'll end up dead. They'll get that one, but now they have the Finger Nisha. He is being drained of his mana, trying to fight back on Laurel. They'll have the Vortex once again. He'll be dead for 2 minutes, as all they lose is this Kez. That's going to make it 4 heroes gone. Jakiro went back to base to try and defend these creeps coming into the tier 4 towers.
The arenas are not connecting. They need arena to land on at least 2 heroes. This time around, it lands onto nobody, and they need to be fighting as a unit. Other heroes don't have the blink daggers like Mars does, so Shadowfiend, he was not close by. They focused the different heroes, still showing that Shadowfiend can still pack a punch and almost killing the Storm Spirit as well. Nisha, he needed 1 extra spell to be able to kill it.
Needed that extra spell, needed a extra core to hit away with, and just doesn't have the options. This is going to be at least mega creeps for Spirit, and that should put them up at 40,000 ahead. Still another minute without this Invoker, as they now start to work on the tier 4 towers. We're looking like we're going to another game 3, but they will glyph. I don't want to speak too soon.
Nisha's dead for 50. Kez dead for 20, but still they have the damage, upheaval, extra bit of attack speed.
Now just the throne exposed, Macropyre laid on the ground. That'll take out some of these creeps. Still no Nisha. And there's the spear, but the Catchulic immediately collapses, just been on it. These licks off the spears have been perfect the entire time. They'll jump in with an arena, but they can kill Naboxy, unable to do anything. The BKB's been popped by Ace. Spear missing once more. That's another one, as they are going to continue to just throw down the gauntlets here and take out these liquid heroes one by one. Laurel, he gets Catchulicked, he gets saved. Godlike triple kill for Laurel, as Mickey will die to Laurel there as
Give him
well.
the Rampage.
Ultra kill coming in for the Storm, but the throne
Not
explodes
enough time.
before he's able to get the Rampage. And Team Spirit take game number 2.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they had a combo in this one, but unable to execute and always playing with a deficit. Super clean game from Team Spirit, especially coming out from Kez.
Yeah, super game for Spirit, and we've got a super panel to talk about it. Guys, take it away.
Well, they answered the question if they were going to be tilted or not coming out of that game 1. Definitely not. Very, very solid draft, super well executed, incredible one-sided game. And ultimately, I would say it's fitting that we are going to go to a game 3, given the absurdity of game 1.
Yeah, I mean, even game 1 was close with whatever the clown show we were witnessing there. But yeah, this time around, I think a fairly base performance from Team Spirit. You know, Yatoro on the Kez had a clinic, I would say, of a showing. I will say that this, so I understood here that Liquid want to like make a move with the fresh arena and like the level 5 Jakiro, but even if they land on their spells, like on the Yatoro like Kez, he had 20 stick, he had a Warlock behind him, so this was, I would say, a bit of a misread on this situation, because they already had a bad lane and then you follow up with like some couple plays that aren't good. Like, you're just making it so hard for yourself, Jenkins.
Yeah, I think Spirit's really good at doing that, by the way, where they like dangle somebody in front and they have the 2 supports behind. Like, if they're not in a position where they can make moves, which is very common when you have a lineup that has Largo, they are in a position to, at the very least, like get a good trade from one of your moves.
And like we saw it in the earlier clip, and I mean, I have to say something similar here. I think you need to be very careful, especially in the mid game, when you overreach into like these corners of the map. Like we saw it there, I think it was the blink reveal from Ace. They jump into like the tier 1, you get the spear back. It doesn't connect, but I think even if it does, everyone can just like TP. So I think while Spirit were always ready in like the right move, they made really good smoke moves, like where they were going to use Yatoro, who honestly, he was in kind of like nearly every play. I think here he's 16-1 at 9 when they're in like 25. Like he's in 26 out of 30 kills on the position 1. Like this guy, we all know that he's a menace. Like when you give him a good lane, he's not just destroying the lane. He will find the next best play, whether it's the gate, to walk mid, to TP mid, whatever it is. This guy on a free lane is the most like scary carry player that we have in Dota 2.
18-2 is crazy, dude. Yeah. That is so many kills, so much kill contribution on him, and not on an easy hero. You know what? Largo for SF, like this trade, I think a week ago, the SF teams were happy with it, but
yeah, maybe not so much now.
I don't think so much anymore, but part of it is the fact that people have figured out how to deal with SF in other ways, such as having Kez on your team, like these melee, hyper damage, lock on top of you, kill you through BKB. These sorts of heroes are so effective against SF as long as you can get them into the game.
I also think this performance officially puts Yutoro in the A tier.
It does.
On our day one.
Like I think not just from like the like how he played it mechanically. I think also the build, like not going to Fury. You have a good lane. You can take over the map if you go Deso, which he did. He's in all the moves. I mean, the guy's freaking good.
Yeah, you don't need to farm creeps if you're farming heroes.
Absolutely.
What's the point of the Battle Fury? I think the timing of Dota has also changed in the past like 1 week of Dota that we've seen. Right? It's like you have TA who's getting a Deso, hitting that timing really hard, going for Roche, taking every single objective. It's not. I think Battle Fury in general is just dead.
It looks really weak.
Things are just like speeding up. Where at the 15-minute mark, you just go, and a lot of the times, like sometimes I'll say there's a Largo as well, and then that timing looks unstoppable.
Yeah. Well, let's go back in time and talk about minute 6, Kezu. What did you notice?
Because, you know, while the game, I would say, was overall pretty hard, I think this is a very clutch kill that Liquid got. Like, you know, the early, like, cold step into the Tundra. Everything here has to land, like, nearly frame perfect for you to even get this kill. Because I will say, while the Invoker, Nisha didn't really stop, you know, what the Kez was doing or what the Storm was doing. But with, like, this early kill and how he played in the game, I think he nearly broke his back. Like, trying to keep his team, like, in this game, because I think without him...
You get sued for things like
that. Like, this game, I think, is not... It would not last as long without a Nisha Invoker here, Mr. Jenkins.
Are we going to talk about Ace? Are we going to talk about the elephant in the room here with the Mars?
I mean, yeah, I think he had a lot of bad plays.
I think some games on this hero, he looks...
I'll set you up.
I don't know if
I'll jump on the grenade for you, mister.
Okay, yeah, jump on it. Go ahead.
Well, talk about this clip first, and then I'll get to it. I was just going to say, the MOUZ ultimately has to be the vehicle via which they make the comeback. He's the guy that enables everything around him. He's got to go and make the plays. You are on a playmaking hero that has a high up-tempo series of abilities, and if you keep missing these arenas and missing your combo, everything falls apart.
Sometimes it's also just, like, using the arena willy-nilly on one target, you know?
Yes.
Like, there are some games where that's acceptable if you have some follow-up initiation and, like, you're the guy that needs to just simply start the fight. Like, we don't care how the fight starts. You're just the first, like, point of contact for the enemy team. But as the game is going later, and especially with SF and Invoker, who are not setup heroes, they need you to hit multiple heroes with the arena, hit important heroes with the arena. Like, that's a different situation where you really need to clutch, and this was a rough one for him.
I think we saw something similar with Liquid because of that. You know, we joke about it, we call it flowchart gaming, whatever you might want to call it, but it was a very similar situation to Saberlight when he was in the team, and they were saying to him, these are the optimal situations to play these heroes. You will be playing these heroes, and often, you know, he would get sacked off box. He would leave the lane, you know, and he would just be left alone. And I haven't seen in the offlane like a massive jump up in improvement. I think when they signed Ace and Tofu, I was very excited. I thought this was going to make Liquid formidable, but it just hasn't really.
I mean, I
played
think
out
it does, or like it has in some games, but I think this time around it also like it starts from the laning stage. I mean, he is up against the Kez. I understand that you lose, but I think again there's a difference between losing and getting bodied. I think they got bodied in that lane.
Yeah,
like it starts there, and you go for the early moves, you miss spells, you die, you like overplay when you shouldn't, and like this entire game, I think it just kind of. I think he didn't reach like the state that he would have liked in this game where he's always playing from behind. And then I think in the game you can feel he's sometimes trying too hard to make a play when he shouldn't. Then he doesn't when he actually should. And it's like just a bit of imbalance in this game.
Yeah. We can also talk about LOL.
Yes, we can. Yes,
please do.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of ignored him a little bit, but
look at this. Woo!
This is so cool. It's a little detail there, but of course, you know, understanding Invoker so well himself, Laurel is like immediately on the ball with this is the kill combo they have to do, and you can, you know, stand in the Sunstrike, soak up the damage. It is a Warlock he's saving, so it's whatever.
No, save your supports, guys. Keep it up.
It is good to save your supports because then they can glimmer you, they can heal you, and I know that's a very selfish way of thinking, but this is how cores think, right?
It is how they think.
So it's
you
like,
wouldn't save him if the guy couldn't help him.
Yeah, it's like the next level of greed where you're smart enough to realize that if you save them, they can save you later. So really, it's a play for yourself.
Yeah, sure. I thought he had a very good game overall as well. I thought he played really, really well. So yeah, I guess now we need to start talking about what's going to happen next, where they're going to be heading to. I mean, we've seen both sides of Spirit. We've seen the absurd, we've seen the excellent, and I think probably they've been the better team in the 2 games.
I would say so. Like, I think it's also like some of the smaller things that they do pretty well. I wanted to highlight something that Collabs did, because it's not very often you get some earlier boots of travel level 2, Mr. Jenkins, you know, up in the air. Because what he does, he's playing the frog. We all know you just play your guitar hero on the side of the map. You don't really have to join your team. He has a greedy enchantment, but most importantly, you have boots of travel level 2, so he can farm the safest, most stupid camps that we have available on the Dota 2 map. Then he TPs in with its boots of travel level 2, so he can farm everything and still be in every single move. I think this is something that probably only him and like 33 would do, because you need to analyze the situation. What gives me the most? Do you need to be with your team? No, you don't. You can farm creeps, TP in. Cool stuff.
It's also thinking about like how could Liquid possibly come back into the game?
Also, yeah.
And if he can TP to anyone, if there's a Largo at any one of these plays, it's not happening. The comeback does not happen. In Laurel, you could see with his zip into the Cataclysm, it's the same thought process, right? It's like the only way they come back into the game is a spear into Cataclysm, ideally on multiple heroes. So they're thinking about like the only opportunity back into the game and just like putting a wall up. No, this is not happening. Like you're losing slowly but steadily, but you're going to lose this game.
All right, gentlemen, thanks very much. We go to a break. We've been blessed with a decider, which we'll see in a few moments.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to the last game of the day. Liquid not looking so solid in that one.
That's true,
Richard. I feel like you've used that one before.
I think so too.
Definitely not this event.
Recycling.
It's been too many Wallachias.
I know. I'm out of shit. I'm washed.
And it might be because I'm here. You know, it's the first time he gets to like speak to me with all his funny jokes. I haven't heard this one, so you're right. I got your back, brother.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. That's why I love you, Kezu, not Andrew so much. But anyway, why don't we talk about it? So as I said before we went to break, we have seen the ridiculous and the sublime out of Team Spirit. A game that you know, they were never going to win it, but they almost deceived you into thinking they
Somehow
could.
that they can.
And then an absolute stomp over a very, very good team, Liquid. And so now it's all about the adjustments in this draft. Remember, tournament life is on the line.
Yes.
So obviously this is where if you're going to pull out a curveball, which we both know these two excellent drafting teams are capable of, this is where you do it.
Shall I remind everyone?
You shall.
About Team Liquid versus Team Aurora. Game 1, Aurora shit on them. We were like, this series is over. It's done. Game 2, Liquid, they turn it around. Right? They destroy Aurora. Game 3, same thing. Not even close.
Yeah.
So you can't question this team's resilience. In fact, that's one of my favorite things, watching these two teams battle up against each other, because in my opinion, they're the two most resilient teams in all of Dota for the last like 2 years. These are the two teams I would say are the most resilient. So you know that Game 3 is going to be hyped, no matter how Game 1 and Game 2 go.
No, absolutely. Like, I think you just know because, you know, for all the reasons you mentioned, just like the aura that these two teams have, because you know how good Spirit can be when they're on their A game. We have seen in recent tournaments how good Liquid actually are. You know, when they play their game, they get through the early game. But I do think things need to, like, combined. Overall, if I look at like the power level maybe of Game 1 and Game 2, I would now give a slight edge, at least to Team Spirit, like overall, because yeah, in Game 1, Brother got cliffed for 6 minutes, didn't really play, and like they did make a comeback overall. But I'm just excited to see, you know, the third draft of the game. What is like the adaptation from both teams? Where do you like maybe slightly tweak it for Liquid? What are the trades you're looking for? Because the Mars into the Kez, giving up the Largo, and then maybe you were slightly too greedy with the Nisha Invoker at the end, who didn't really shut down anyone. So I just want to see what the players have in store for us.
That's one thing I will say about Ace Mars as well, that he has looked good in a lot of games. He's looked shaky in other games.
Yeah, it's
and this team has got to be one of the best tests. Like, you're laning against Yatoro, they're fully willing to like hard counter you in lane, put you in these like really difficult situations that you have to deal with. So in terms of how much he plays these other heroes, like, he is new to playing Mars.
Those numbers tell their own story. That ultimately, the Mars is shaky. It's as simple as that, and I think that'll be reflected in the draft. I don't think they're afraid of an Ace Mars.
Yeah. But I know Blitz is also the type of drafter and the type of coach that really trusts his players. So he will straight up ask Ace, like, can you do it? Can you play Mars again this game? Like, should I prioritize it? And if he says yes, he will pick it. But there's also a chance he said, like, no, you know, give me something that's more comfortable. I feel like Tidehunter fulfills a similar purpose, but it's just something that Ace is a lot better at. It's something he has a lot more practice on.
I do wonder, like, a little bit, just to like talk about the bans, like Liquid, if I look at their first phase bans, because they are first pick, I don't really see them like picking Batrider with this setup currently. So I understand also that Spirit aren't banning it, because I think if you were looking at Bat, you would have taken out probably like the Wind Ranger, or like I think earlier when they played, they took out the SD on the last ban, like Liquid on the slot. So I do wonder like where they're taking it, because I think otherwise you're just inviting Spirit to do something similar that they did in Game 1.
Do they take Wind Ranger, expecting Spirit to take Bat? Because Spirit banned out Shadow Demon. I think they have the same read as you. Like, Liquid after Game 1 doesn't really want Bat. Oh no. Oh no, the cliffening.
Cliff is back.
It's happening again.
It's happening, yeah.
I mean, they haven't lost yet, huh, with this hero?
That's honestly crazy. You know, one hero who can't be cliffed, Batrider, and collapses Grandmaster tier, God tier Batrider.
I'm amazed at taking any time.
It's just a good hero. And you know what else is good against the Stone Man? It's Phoenix. It's overall just, you know, you make, I would say, core Tiny's life, you know, a lot harder to play. Maybe on the supports you don't care too much, but I agree with you. You banned out the SD. It's kind of free for you to pick Batrider here. It's just very good.
I do wonder, okay, they do go for it. Maybe they're deliberating, like, do we want to play a Bat game, or do we want to play something more normal? Because they could just, you know, pick some Jakiro, normal hero, have a more normal draft, and then ban Bat. But come on, you get this opportunity to play Collapse Batrider. I feel like
you should take that one.
You should take it.
Like, now it's also, like, because from the series we have seen and what these teams value, like, we have seen Spirit themselves, they answer Batrider with Wind Ranger. So is that a hero you want to ban, or do you want to like take out, let's say you take out the Centaur, you pick Wind Ranger yourself? Or are you like, okay, we don't really care if they Wind Ranger, we're probably expecting them to like Weaver or Faceless Void. You know, we've kind of seen a resurgence of some of these heroes. So I think the second phase and also the bans, it should tell us a little bit more of like how the teams are thinking about the next phase.
We saw Batrider flexed in the first game, and Liquid has to be worried about that too in this game because Laurel will take Batrider mid. He's played it once this tournament and he won with it, and it is, at least historically, it was very good against Tiny. So this is something that Liquid has to prepare for, that if they're drafting, that is not guaranteed to be some off-lane Batrider.
Yeah, especially like after the shenanigans that happened in game 1. You know that these teams, like they were already ready in the first game to, you know, like to drop it really all out, you know, lay out all your cards of what you can do with these heroes. So when you come to like the third game of a series, you know that they will do just the same if they have to.
So the next 2 picks is almost always, you see the very typical supports. Okay, there's one of them banned out. Jakiro's very good. Phoenix is still there. Was Phoenix ignored in the previous games?
I think he was. He may have been banned in one of the games, but I think he was overall more so ignored.
Ignored in both.
Need to remember
That's
also,
crazy.
like for Liquid and like, because we've seen a resurgence of a couple of heroes over the last days. Like Oracle is in the pool. It's not something Spirit have banned yet. Of course, they have choice if they, you know, if they do want to. Then also, if you're Liquid, they have played a lot of Caudal Tiny as a combination. So if they're maybe looking to play Tiny more as a core, you know, there is a world where you can pick the Caudal. I don't know yet if I love it, and it depends a bit on what the Spirits show you. Is it a good core game for the Tiny? Because if not, you can also just pick like a support and maybe a flex core and just be happy for Liquid.
Ban Caudal, pick Oracle for Spirit. Just take them both out.
That might be good. But then if we think like 10, 20 more seconds, is it like an overcooking? It could be.
Absolutely, it's an overcooking. I don't think you do that. I think that's a meme.
I mean, because there are
an option, though.
No, definitely. Morphling ban.
Damn, they're already preparing for the 18th pick. That's crazy.
I'm trying to think.
Very
overall.
cool.
I mean, is there a way where they're looking at like the Void again? Like, what else would give them like this idea right now? Because you don't like, again, especially on second pick, like you are preparing your draft to not get like Exodia'd on the 18th pick by the enemy team. So this morph should tell us like a little bit more. Like in game 1, they picked Void and they saw Liquid's answer, you know, was the Morphling. Oh, I like the Phoenix. Again, I love Batrider and Phoenix, how they team fight together. You start with the lasso, you drag a guy in, the guy's getting Sunrayed. If they come to help him, there's an egg.
Yeah,
like,
everyone.
So great with one another, and Phoenix against Tiny, in most scenarios, it's just amazing.
It's a super good pick. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, nobody is picking egg killers either. In,
That's true.
Most of these games. I mean, it's difficult in this game because, you know, Snap is just not a good hero, and a lot of the egg hitters, I feel like, come from the carry position. But Liquid has to kind of answer the Batrider as well with the carry. Like, you need something that's going to lane decent against it, you know, like Weaver.
Yeah, shouldn't it just be one of those? Like the Weaver or their own Wind Ranger? Like, Mika loves this hero. It's good against the Bat. They're both semi-killers of the
There's the Oracle. I mean,
not too surprising for now.
Definitely not. Super strong against Phoenix as well. It's all magic damage, and you can nullify everything by just pressing a W on your team.
I mean, so here now Spirit kind of get to like decide, or I think show their hand. Like, if you do want to flex the Batrider, you can, and then your offlaners are like the Mars or the Centaur, or are they just like, okay, we're just gonna play our offlane Batrider, we're gonna pick a, I would assume most likely a melee +4, like pull some waves, maybe have some threat on the Oracle. I mean, what else is there? I don't think Rue has played like too many like melee 4s. I think he's played Nyx, but this doesn't stand out as like a crazy Nyx game. I mean, you have map play with Batrider and Nyx, which is cool. But if Marcy is like something he plays, that's okay. Maybe, how about Ricky?
Ooh.
Ricky +1. That could be cool. At least it's an answer to the Oracle.
That would be sick.
You enable your Batrider to like lasso, and the guy can never get saved.
Yeah, if
you have the mischance.
If Spirit is fine with Collapse basically just playing the lane. Okay, so they do the Mars that you're...
They go for like step 1.
Yeah, okay. So this is so cool.
Yeah.
These drafts have been sick. Just the constant...
Did they predict
pivots?
this whole way through? Because there could have been... I mean, I guess not, because then maybe Liquid wouldn't have picked 15 Wind Ranger, because 18 pick Morphling against what you're seeing right now would have been kind of spicy.
Yeah, that would have been really good. So, okay, now if you're looking at Liquid side, you can run Tiny as a 4 and then pick something that does really well against Batrider mid, like Queen of Pain, maybe?
Yeah, but that is maybe just your support. I mean, we'll see after this pick.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. 17 should reveal.
Ooh. I mean, so what do you pick here? I feel like you pick your carry, because then at least you can go for like, you know that Wind Ranger is probably the carry, unless there's like another flex where, okay, so they do this, because there's also the world where Liquid now could have been like,
picks Kez,
yeah, like,
Wind Ranger support.
Screw you idiots, Tiny is mid, and Oracle Wind Ranger are my supports.
You're totally right. That is so funny.
These, the game 1 and game 3 have been the most sicko drafts I've seen in like a nice way, like, because there's so many different things happening.
Blitz and Milan are absolutely cooking with
these guys are overcooking.
and then their teams are getting like clipped for 5 minutes. Like, what is the point of doing this sicko drafting?
Okay, so what is there? I mean, I like Doom. It is very slow, but it's been a good answer to Kez. Maybe you just pick Nisha's hero and you do run the Tiny 4 like you said. Storm, Puck, maybe play something mid to make use of like the rune control, then get like the double ban. I mean, what are we missing?
Ember has been taken. Well, then again, Ember against Bat. I know that was pretty Bat favorite, but then again, Ember can go QW build, and it's then
and at least you also have like the Oracle to play into the Bat if he is a core. Like you can maybe like camp mid a bit and like take it off. Huh.
What would you take, Big Cop?
He's off camera shaking his
head.
He
he doesn't know.
Oh, okay. We should have thought of this one. I mean, this is like the hero people ban out when they have Kez.
Yeah.
The anchor, like the Aghanim shard, just completely dumpsters Kez. You can't really run down and kill a Tide because the blubber, it's not Kraken Shell anymore. The blubber takes off all of the Kez debuffs. Does very well against it in lane. And honestly, I really prefer this for Ace. I feel like there's these Tide games.
Less pressure.
It is, yeah. And the thing is, I don't think they need him to play Mars to go far in the tournament. They've already made it this far at this point. He can go practice it after if he wants to, whatever. Like, there are games where he's legit #1 net worth in the game on Tidehunter. He knows how to play this hero through and through.
And it is overall a good Tide game. Like, again, you want Tide in like the type of games where he's either the team fight breaker, which he kind of is, or where it's very annoying to jump him. And for Spirit right now, it is annoying to jump him. Like Phoenix and Bat, they don't deal damage quickly. They're like area control. But Tide is like the king of an area. Same if you arena him, you're probably not going to kill him unless Spirit's last pick deals with it, or until Kez is like a Deso or a Silver Edge. And even then you have Oracle. So like Tide in these games with like a safe behind him can be very strong. I mean, I'm opening like the heroes page, not what the players have played, because with what's going on, like
we're going deep here.
Yeah, you're seeing like the trenches of like the ocean in terms of hero picks. So it is Mr. I would assume that you're picking a mid for Nisha. The only 4s I see who are okay, it's like a Lion, you know, to like help your Tide in the lane against the Kez. I don't see anything like crazy in a way, so I would just lean on the fact that you can get more impact from your mid.
What about Boxy's Marcy again? I always mention
it's a little hard to play into Mars. Like, you can't jump in and save somebody from the arena. I mean, you can kill the egg, but you're a melee support running in trying to do that, and you can kind of get owned by Batrider as well. You can't jump somebody out of the lasso.
I can see Storm again, just because I think they don't have crazy lockdown.
Yeah, that's true. Just a casual Storm.
If you want like maybe a semi-egg killer, you could go Quap. Why? Okay, let me read into this Ursa ban. Who could go where for this to happen? So yeah, Tiny mid, Wind Ranger 4, and pick a new carry. Okay, so is there a different carry we're missing? It's not a very good Muerta game, I would say. Like Bad Phoenix Mars is not a good Muerta game.
Faceless Void ban?
It's banned, not banned.
Oh, it's not banned.
It's a bit slow maybe with Tide. Maybe. I let them cook. I'm not even gonna try. I'm not even gonna try.
Weaver?
Say it. Okay.
Well,
yeah, no. Okay, it is just option number 1.
Okay. So the Tiny was the flex the whole time.
Okay, so you have 30 seconds if you're Spirit.
Okay, now I'm thinking about going Queen of Pain against
so.
Storm mid, and then just run the Bat as a support. Like, this is one of Rue's heroes that he.
Swap is good. Maybe Void Spirit. Are we missing something else? like Void into the back line. You know,
sometimes Laurel whips out a Leshrac for no reason. That can definitely happen.
That could happen.
Especially if they're running out of time.
He has okay back. I don't love it, but he has backup at least. Ooh. This, again, another Storm into Invoker matchup, huh?
I mean, this time there is a Batrider Lasso to combo.
Yeah, and you have, like, you're the one with the carry matchup already, I would say. Or, like, at least, like, Kaz with Alacrine in this game, I think he could, like, overkill the Tide. Still think the matchup into Windranger is annoying, so maybe, you know, he's fixing that in a way.
Spirit have said we're going to beat you at your own game.
Yeah, it's Collapse Mars. Like this.
Exactly. Yeah, fair point.
This guy is the best Mars in the world, maybe barring like Amar. Like these two are just incredible at the hero. I mean, I really like this from both sides. They picked some of their best heroes. I feel like they accepted what they're good at and are playing absolutely their own style with some pivots early on in the draft that were really cool to set up for them being able to draft heroes that they're super comfortable with.
I love both drafts, really. I don't even know like which side to prefer. Maybe for Liquid, I'm starting to like really like the Storm into Invoker, because I think Invoker doesn't really do much to you, and you kind of give this like free early game to Nisha, and he should have the rune control with the Oracle. But like if the game drags, I think Spirit are also quite happy you have the Invoker with the Mars. They have their Kaz, so like while I give Liquid the early advantage, which is usually what they play for because it's their style, if Spirit get to like the later stages of the game, which is usually what they play for and they can, with the heroes they have that, we're just going to have a crazy game with some Roche fights, and just like the drafts, I let them do the cooking.
Right, and I'm going to say this, we might get some insight about the draft, but when Slacks does the interviews, you never know what you're going to get.
Say that to my face, Richard Lewis. Come down here and say that. Hey, everybody, welcome to the interview. I'm here with Blitz. It's a late night for the Liquid boys. They were playing earlier today. They're back again. We're burning that midnight oil, but your brain's still kicking, Mr. Blitz. How you feeling about that draft?
I feel pretty good. I feel like we have good heroes. They have good heroes. It's one of those things where, you know, I think they are probably pretty happy with their lineup, and we're probably pretty happy with our lineup.
All right, so let's talk about the first one. We got the Largo. You let it through. This, I think we can both agree, will be the last time we see a Largo at this tournament picked. Would you say yes?
You don't know that for sure. It's like, it's hard for people to conceptualize because you have, right now, there's 5 broken heroes, and so you have to give up one. If I had 5 bans, promise you, there wouldn't be a Largo, but that's not how that works right now, because you have to cover for too many heroes. Like, the teams that are this deep in this tournament have 5 heroes. Every team does, including us. So then, like, it's kind of miserable because, you know, you're just kind of forced into giving up something. And so sometimes a viewer might be like, well, these idiots, why are they doing this? And it's like, it's not like I want to give up good heroes. It's just a function of how it'll happen sometimes.
Absolutely. Well, in that case, though, what was the plan last game to take that out? Oh, and Mickey got first blood. Congratulations.
I mean, I think the idea is like you trade and you know what's going to happen, and maybe like you are both getting an OP hero as opposed to they just get one OP hero and you get nothing. That's kind of sometimes just a trade that you have to make.
Absolutely. So we saw the Kez last time from Yatoro coming out yet again on this one. You guys prepared for it this time?
I hope so. I mean, I think he's pretty good this game, but I think we have some decent answers.
Okay, great. Well, we are into the game. But before we go into that game, why don't we have a very long conversation together and just hold the audience here for... No, it's okay. Everybody at home, grab something that you care about, give them a big hug, and pray. Pray for Team Liquid or Spirit, I mean, if you like them. So thank you so much. Get the fuck off on me. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll bring it in.
To game number 3 of Spirit and Team Liquid.
This was the Transformers, the Mars plus Bristleback combo that I talked about. If they go together, can be attacked from behind, can be attacked from the back. This is it. Yeah.
They said hold somebody you care about tight, and well, we stay 6 feet apart.
Yeah, we do. And we can see already in the bottom lane, Root with the Boots of Speed, dragging the creep wave, Boxy doing the same thing in the top lane, but Panto's good, doing quite a lot of work, putting a lot of pressure onto Boxy, has another Fire Spirits if necessary. They did get the first blood, Mickey did get it, and Yatoro used one Fairy Fire, brought a second one when he was in the base dead. Wants to have that turnaround potential, and it's also such a good damage item. Like we saw 2, 3, even one time Maladich bought 4 on Jakiro.
I love to see it. I love a little innovation. I know. I'm not sure it'd be considered massive innovation, but it's definitely something that I think is kind of unique and cool. Yutaro, like you said, with his 2 fairy fires, and then it's the little things of just kind of like where you set up your own items too, are the little things that I look at and I